Some have labeled me a coward who hides behind smoke bombs. Others claim I am of low character and strike in a despicable manner. There are those who say I only engage in sneak attacks. I must confess, they are all correct. Would you prefer to secure a cautious victory or boldly charge into a righteous defeat beneath the setting sun? A delicate little girl, adorned with a single rebellious tuft atop her head, gazes skyward at a 45-degree angle, her internal soundtrack gradually playing. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. Suddenly, a pair of brooms clashed before Akali, the abrupt sound startling her tuft to tremble. Before Akali, a gaping mouth of the abyss opened wide, a crimson tongue flicking and sharp teeth gnashing. Akali, how many times have I warned you not to use your smoke bombs again? The young Shnin, Hyūga, roared, saliva spraying onto Akali's face, yet she dared not wipe it away, remaining as still as a quail, her tuft quivering in fear. How terrifying! The homeroom teacher is truly frightening. Crows are black everywhere, and so too are homeroom teachers. Equally intimidating. Crouching defensively, Akali shivered, her body vibrating in sync with the quaking tuft atop her head. Noticing he had frightened the child, Hyūga awkwardly scratched his nose. Ahem. This young Shnin, reminiscent of Irika from later times, cleared his throat, pondering that although Akali was a troublesome child, she was generally well-behaved, such a rough management style was unwarranted. Akali, Hyūga resumed with a gentle smile. Did you not promise the teacher you would refrain from using smoke bombs? It is quite rude to make a promise and not uphold it. Akali felt a twinge of embarrassment. Despite her usual mischief, she valued her commitments. Her homemade smoke bombs, laden with dust and boasting exceptional coloring effects, were indeed a hassle to clean up, and she had previously promised Hyūga to cease their use. However, there was a system task at hand. Unable to resist, Akali glanced at the task. Enter the second year of ninja school. Stage task activated. Please defeat all formidable opponents before graduating from ninja school and become the champion. Step 1. Defeat the strongest in your class, Uchiha High, to secure your first victory. Reward: balanced ninja scythe technique. Received. True to her name, Akali, having traversed into the ninja realm, acquired the skills of the hero Akali from her previous lives game. Not only did she possess the abilities of Shadow Dance Akali, but also those of the Scattered Flowers Akali, encompassing all skills from both mother and daughter. Yet, therein lay a dilemma. In the game, character skills were indeed skills, while basic attacks remained just that. However, in reality, characters were not limited to a few moves. Akali could unleash skills, whether it be the QWER of Shadow Dance or the QWER of Scattered Flowers. Even if her body could not withstand the chaos of Phantom Cherry Blossom or the intricacies of Inner and Outer Kill, she could still perform the techniques. This led to a pressing question. Akali possessed only ultimate skills and the 6 basic attack motions of both Akalis, which comprised the left and right slashes of Shadow Dance. In Scattered Flowers, with critical hits included, passive actions were excluded. Thus, all of Akali's moves constituted lethal techniques against the current students of ninja school. Many memories from her past life had become hazy, yet Akali knew she was no military assassin or expert fighter. She had not fully learned Tai Chi in her university elective due to time constraints, and much had slipped from her memory. Consequently, Akali did not know how to fight. She required a technique to serve as her standard combat approach. Hence, the solution became clear. To triumph over the elite Uchiha, she must leverage her advantages to sidestep her disadvantages. Both Akalis were shadow ninjas, embodying the essence of Shadow Dance. In darkness and shadows, Akali possessed a natural adaptability, a realization she came to when she first deployed a smoke bomb. Enveloped in shadows, her form concealed, it felt as if she had returned to her mother's embracious sensation of warmth and comfort. I flow with the shadows, appearing and vanishing at will. I'm sorry, I was wrong, Akali declared loudly, her obstinate tuft bowing at a 90-degree angle. Setting aside other matters, Akali had indeed grasped the spirit of humility in her new surroundings. Stand at attention when reprimanded, and maintain poise when admitting fault. Such spirited contrition evidently pleased Hyūga. That's more like it. Hyūga extended his hand, affectionately ruffling Akali's small head, her mischievous tuft playfully bobbing as if trying to escape his grasp. "Don't mess with my tuft, I won't grow if you do." Finally freeing herself from Hyūga's hand, Akali expressed her grievance. However, she secretly observed Hyūga's expression from the corner of her eye, and upon seeing his smiling visage, felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Nice. I've passed this hurdle." Hyūga resembled Akali's former homeroom teacher, the type of educator who would go above and beyond for his students. Thus, Akali felt a sense of trepidation whenever she encountered Hyūga, a mixture of admiration and fear. "Well then, since you sincerely acknowledge your mistake, go and address the remnants of your smoke bombs," Hyūga remarked with a smile. "After all, I am no tyrant, just clean up the entire playground." "Ah." Akali froze, her tuft drooping in defeat, her lively eyes dimming. "My apologies," she thought, retracting her earlier sentiments that a good teacher and a smiling tiger seem not to be mutually exclusive. He could be a benevolent instructor while also embodying a playful menace. Akali responded weakly. After school, though immensely reluctant, Akali dutifully made her way to the playground. "What have I done to deserve this?" she lamented, observing a large patch of purple stains on the ground. She sighed, realizing that her self-made smoke bombs, heavy with dye for density, left a considerable mess each time they were employed. While she enjoyed the protection of shadows and remained untainted, the individual caught in the smoke bomb would undoubtedly emerge as a purple figure. The esteemed Uchiha family surely wouldn't expect me to compensate for damaged clothing, would they? Akali pondered, tilting her head in uncertainty. It was said that each piece of Uchiha clan attire was handcrafted by skilled artisans, worth a pretty penny enough for Akali to sustain herself for a month with just one outfit. "Please, let it be unharmed." With her hands clasped, she implored for the garment's safety. Sighing, her tuft mirrored her dismay. "Life is not easy," the tuft sighed. Akali diligently tidied the playground, surrounded by passers-by who made no effort to disturb her, likely due to Hyūga's prior warning. Typically, students would remain after school for some exercise, yet today, they all seemed to have departed. However, Akali sensed that the discussions and glances directed toward her from those passing by had notably increased. It appeared that news of her victory over Uchiha High had spread. So, is this the purpose of the system? Akali's gaze flickered as she pondered deeply. The term system is widely recognized. The ordinary become extraordinary with a system, while the great become even greater. A system possesses the remarkable ability to transform decay into wonder. Yet, it is essential to acknowledge that a system, despite its frequent efficacy, can also falter, leading to dire consequences. In a stark reality, those who rely on such systems, like Akali, often find themselves devoid of resistance. Thus, Akali's stance is one of vigilance and scrutiny. She remains wary yet understands the necessity of utilizing the system. For in the harsh realm of ninjas, strength equates to truth, particularly when this world merely reflects the variant of the water shadow ninja she once observed. Sharing only the terminology of ninja and a few names, Akali lacks any prophetic advantage regarding the plot. Beneath the surface of the spirited narrative of Water Shadow Ninja, the world of ninjas is exceedingly ruthless. Akali requires strength. At last, the ordeal approaches its conclusion. Akali raises her gaze, her previous contemplation appearing as nothing more than a fleeting illusion. With her youthful face displaying the restlessness and fatigue typical of her age, she rolls her eyes, her small mouth slightly agape, embodying the essence of exhaustion. After a moment, she vehemently throws the broom and dustpan to the ground. "How dare you, mere Hyūga, insult me? I am the shadow fist of equilibrium. I shall not stoop to mere sweeping." On the playground, a delicate 6-year-old girl expresses her discontent. Yet, contrary to her fierce words, her actions reveal a striking honesty. While Akali complains vocally, her hands deftly restore the broom and dustpan to their rightful place, adjusting their position obsessively until they are perfectly aligned, at which point she nods in satisfaction, dusts off her hands, and strides away as if she had just saved the world. Indeed, in the shadows, the hidden Chunin Hyūga nods approvingly. He had not anticipated that Akali would patiently clean the playground's mess. He had expected her capricious nature would lead her to abandon the task halfway. Even if she managed to complete it, he assumed it would take a considerable amount of time, at which point he would be responsible for escorting her back. However, Akali finished the task swiftly and efficiently, thereby sparing him the anticipated need for further education regarding her behavior. It appears that Akali is both daring and accountable, quite commendable. He no longer needs to worry about this promising student going astray. At that moment, Akali finally exhales in relief. The fine sand of smoke that had previously drifted in one direction now begins to fall and disperse naturally, thanks to videos she had watched in her past life. Akali learned that the new version of her W ability would naturally spread toward enemies, serving as a means to locate them. Upon entering this ninja world, she also experimented with her signature technique, confirming it retained this unique characteristic. As Akali was sweeping away the ashes, she unconsciously noticed the rising dust swirling in a fixed direction. Initially, she presumed it was merely the wind. However, upon closer inspection, she discerned that the smoke bomb had detected a presence. Of course, the smoke bomb itself could not sense anyone. It was Akali's chakra that did so. Her smoke bombs were unique, a form of ninjutsu, with every wisp of smoke infused with her chakra. Due to her background as a shadow ninja, Akali's chakra possessed additional attributes, a gift derived from the knowledge of the Mizukage in her past life, which allowed her to perceive these subtleties. The smoke bomb had not been released for long, and remnants of fine chakra still lingered within the ashes. The minuscule particles of dust were almost invisible to the naked eye, yet Akali was able to sense their movement, which led her to detect the hidden figure nearby. Who could it be? A member of the Uchiha clan? A passerby? A chunin from the Hayama region? Or perhaps a student from the Ninja Academy? Akali continued to speculate, simultaneously lamenting her uncertain future. Her understanding of the current ninja world was merely rudimentary, yet, having witnessed the Mizukage and numerous fan interpretations in her previous life, she was acutely aware of the depths of the ninja realm. As an orphan, devoid of the nine-tails beast, lacking a legacy to fall back on, and with no inexplicable admirers or detractors, her deceased parents were utterly ordinary. For such a common ninja to navigate the ninja world was, in fact, exceedingly challenging, necessitating a facade to survive. While the notion of quietly amassing wealth was appealing, the system would not allow her to remain inconspicuous. This is a small step for the system, yet a significant leap for the host. Please continue your efforts, host, to become the dominant force in the Ninja Academy and make a name for yourself in Konoha. Reward, ninjutsu, chi and shield. Incomplete. Description, a passive skill of the Twilight Eye, the pinnacle of the three great ninjas, bestowing a shield after the release of a skill. A life-saving skill. Akali sighed, knowing she could not refuse it any longer. The skills from League of Legends, when manifested in reality, would undergo a process of rationalization, becoming true to their essence rather than retaining their game descriptions. Thus, the chi and shield skill would not merely provide a shield as described in the game, but would instead create a protective barrier using chakra. Given that ninjas are generally frail despite their high attack power, such a defensive skill was indeed invaluable. Just as Akali pondered the situation, a voice echoed from afar. She lifted her gaze to see Uchiha, his signature question mark hovering above his head. Why was he here again? Observing closely, she noted that his hair and clothes were still damp, evidently having just bathed and changed without properly drying himself first. Uchiha approached Akali, declaring, "Akali, I refuse to accept this. Let us have another match without the smoke bombs." At his words, Akali found herself amused. "Young man, do you not understand the concept of winning once and securing victory forever? What does it mean to win and then run away? I have already triumphed. Why would I battle you again?" However, Akali, with a swift turn of her eyes, acquiesced. "All right, I agree, no smoke bombs." "Really?" Uchiha was taken aback, overwhelmed with joy, and immediately assumed a fighting stance, eager to engage. "Wait, I still have something to say." Akali quickly raised her hand to halt him. "What is the matter with the youth today? Have they never witnessed someone speaking with urgency? If I were to speak more slowly, would you be ready to strike? That would be quite the ambush." Fortunately, Uchiha's nature was either profound or rather dense, and Uchiha clearly fell into the latter category. But what?" he asked foolishly. "Consider this. Using smoke bombs is a legitimate tactic for ninjas. If you insist I refrain from using them, you effectively eliminate my rightful means of combat, thus rendering the duel unfair," Akali hastily explained. That does seem to be the case." Uchiha's limited intellect struggled to process this revelation. "Right? You agree, don't you?" Akali seized the moment. "In an unfair duel, even if you win, you will be ridiculed. They will say that the esteemed Uchiha could only achieve victory through such means. Is that not a desecration of the Uchiha name? The notions of unfairness, ridicule, and the insult to the Uchiha lineage slowly began to align in Uchiha's mind. No, I cannot allow the Uchiha name to be tarnished. Upon mentioning the Uchiha became incensed. Speak. How can we ensure fairness? Please, provide me with money. Akali extended a delicate hand, grinning like a mischievous fox. Her system was not merely for issuing tasks. It also allowed for monetary transactions and lotteries. Money equates to power. Give you money? Uchiha responded, bewildered. Indeed, give me money, Akali replied cheerfully. Unlike you affluent ninja clans, I, as a humble civilian ninja, live in considerable poverty. If you provide me with funds, I shall refrain from using smoke bombs, and we shall engage in a fair battle. Regardless of whether you win or I lose. You will have proven yourself, and I will have gained something. It's a win-win situation. And as is well known, a win-win means I win twice. I see. Uchiha suddenly understood. It was indeed a mutually beneficial arrangement. Very well. It seemed Uchiha contemplated something further. His gaze imbued with pride and a hint of disdain, as if to say he only regarded her with a measure of respect due to her apparent abilities. Yet he found her to be just as tainted by the commonness of greed. Let me, Lord Uchiha, extend my assistance to a classmate. After all, Lord Uchiha, am known for my harmonious and benevolent nature. Uchiha lamented with a shake of his head. Now, how much do you require? Akali pondered before proposing a substantial sum. 1,000 ryo? In the ninja world, 1 ryo is roughly equivalent to 0.6 renminbi, making 1,000 ryo approximately 600 yuan. A considerable amount for a few 5- or 6-year-old children. 1,000 ryo? Uchiha exclaimed incredulously. Is that too much? Should it be a bit more? Akali was about to inquire. In a flash, 10 100 ryo bills were slapped onto Akali's face. Akali fell silent. It turned out that Uchiha's loud retort was not out of disdain for the amount, but rather a sense of being underestimated for asking so little. Indeed, Akali diverted her gaze from the alluring stacks of cash, and Uchiha's eyes seemed to convey a message. I initially thought you were like those vulgar, money-obsessed commoners. But it appears you merely seek a modest sum. It seems you are also inclined towards a fair battle with me. Money is merely a pretext. Woman, I misjudged you. Akali gritted her teeth. What has become of the youth today? Do they not fear robbery while parading such wealth? Well, their family is the police station. So they likely have nothing to fear. With that thought, Akali internally shed tears of poverty, envisioning a future where she had achieved great success, becoming the renowned shadow fist of the ninja world, known by all. Then Uchiha would pass by, scoffing lightly. Shadow fist? Just that. Merely 1,000 ryo per encounter. You have no idea. Back then, I thought she would demand a substantial sum. And what was it? 1,000 ryo. Such an insult, it was utterly laughable. Then Akali transformed, much like Wind Girl, who went from Storm's Fury to 998 after her declaration, while Akali shifted from Shadow Fist to 1,000, adding yet another mysterious number to the world. What did you just say? Uchiha leaned in, having not heard clearly what Akali had previously uttered. Oh, it's nothing, dear, Akali replied, her smile warming as she deftly gathered Uchiha's 1,000 ryo. If it's nothing, then let us commence the battle. Despite the remnants of dye on Uchiha's face and the bruises left from Akali's earlier punches, he was exhilarated. Wait, Akali called out once more. What is it? You've taken the money. What more is there to discuss? Uchiha expressed his discontent, having expected Akali to be straightforward, yet finding her hesitant and indecisive about the fight. What do you mean by taking the money? How misleading. Akali silently rolled her eyes, yet her cheerful demeanor remained intact. Darling, I merely wish to point out that we fought just this afternoon, and I've spent the entire afternoon sweeping the floors. You're still injured and not fully recovered. We are not in optimal condition for a fair duel. So what? Uchiha dismissed. Everyone is at a disadvantage. Isn't that a form of fairness? Are you afraid? With that, he fixed his gaze intently on Akali. This brat. Akali cursed inwardly, continuing her explanation. No, dear. Think about it. The school is empty now. Our duel would have no witnesses. It would be better to wait until tomorrow, allowing us both to recover. And in the presence of our teachers and classmates, you can rightfully defeat me. Otherwise, should you triumph here, it matters little to me. But in the memories of our teachers and classmates, it will remain that I bested you. And thus Uchiha's reputation cannot be restored, nor can you prove yourself. Fair point. Uchiha Fire nodded in agreement, casting an appreciative glance at Akali. Well done. You have considered everything thoroughly. In that case, let us reconvene tomorrow. At that time, I shall undoubtedly defeat you with honor. Uchiha Fire held his head high, brimming with arrogance, and Akali nodded in response. Indeed, indeed. Moreover, you should return home today and thoroughly cleanse your face of the paint, so that you may confront me tomorrow in a splendid guise. Only then can the illustrious name of Uchiha Fire be truly propagated. Uchiha Fire touched his cheek and, upon inspection, noticed that the purple paint had yet to be completely washed away. His face flushed slightly, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Humph, I care not for a splendid guise. I merely do not wish to defeat you while you are in a poor state." Yes, quite right. Akali nodded in agreement. Uchiha Fire wished to say more, but under the gaze of Akali's smiling eyes, he felt as though he had been seen through, causing his cheeks to redden. "Humph, we shall meet tomorrow. Be prepared." With that, Uchiha Fire swaggered away, and Akali let out a sigh. How exhausting, both in body and spirit. It's quite difficult to deceive the children of the ninja realm. Moreover, she had not anticipated that this little brat could be so wealthy. It seemed she needed to devise a well-thought-out plan. At the entrance of the ninja school, a petite and adorable figure pondered thoughtfully. A plan, a sustainable harvesting scheme for the chives. Meanwhile, Akali also needed to return and study the newly acquired ninja scythe technique. Contemplating how best to defeat Uchiha Fire the following day, Akali devised a strategy. For the first attempt, she would forego the smoke bomb for 1,000. For the next, she would add a ninja scythe for 2,000, with each additional condition costing 1,000. Surely, after a few rounds, she would accumulate enough for a lottery ticket. It was rather pitiable. Akali's system resembled those from pay-to-win mobile games, featuring both a free and a premium lottery system. The free option was self-explanatory, while the premium lottery function required 11,000 for one attempt and 110,000 for 10. Currently, Akali's livelihood depended on an annual stipend, which could only be fully claimed upon becoming a ninja. To put it bluntly, were it not for the free lottery, Akali's funds would barely suffice to purchase a few shuriken. Thus, Akali found herself in dire need of money, especially as she had yet to become a ninja. Moreover, if she was destined to attract attention, wouldn't a greedy genius be easier to control than a righteous and aloof one? They remained unaware that Akali's wealth could be transformed into power. Every human possesses weaknesses, and greed was the vulnerability Akali chose to reveal. Tra-la-la Damesha, la-la-la let us roll. She hummed to a peculiar tune, satisfied as she made her way back to her humble abode. 1,000 ryo is sufficient for several hearty meals. Cooking for oneself differed greatly from dining out. A cabbage the size of an adult head cost only 5 or 6 ryo, while a thick carrot would set her back merely 10. The only expense that was somewhat elevated was meat, priced at around 20 to 30 ryo per pound. Akali possesses the culinary skills of a rice bowl she learned in her previous life, diligently preparing a pot each day to sustain herself, thus economizing on ingredients. By these calculations, 1,000 taels would suffice for over half a month, while others enjoy complimentary meals for a fortnight. She wrestles with the guilt of delivering a sound thrashing to Uchiha Fire the following day. Suddenly, an idea struck her, her hair standing on end as if transformed into a grand exclamation mark. As the saying goes, a favor received for a grain of rice, a grievance for a bushel. And with numerous debts, one need not fret over trifles. How clever! Clapping her hands in delight, Akali resolved to double her efforts in punishing Uchiha Fire, urging him to bring more money next time. The thought is delightful. Setting aside her slight remorse, Akali picked up a bowl as large as her face and began to serve herself. The spicy Sichuan-style mapo tofu she prepared lacked starch in the sauce, opting instead for a generous amount of water. As the broth, infused with a plethora of Sichuan peppercorns, mingled with her rice, the mouth-watering, spicy, and savory flavor was simply irresistible. After swiftly finishing her dinner, Akali rubbed her round belly in satisfaction, eager to peruse the rewards for defeating Uchiha Fire. She retrieved a scythe drawn from her weekly lottery prize, practicing her technique while studying. With both of her predecessors being masters of the ninja scythe, she certainly could not afford to bring shame to their legacy, could she? Time passed swiftly in her practice. The next day, armed with her scythe, kunai, and shuriken, Akali arrived at the ninja school. This morning's lesson was an indoctrination into political doctrine, specifically the teachings of the will of fire. Aware of the brainwashing intent behind it, Akali nevertheless listened intently, considering it merely a political subject to be examined. The ninja village is fundamentally a violent organization. The so-called will of fire, will of water, and will of stone resemble the jargon of bandits, where only those who can recite these phrases are deemed part of the inner circle. One need only recall that in taking Tiger Mountain by strategy, one must first declare the king in order to proceed. If Akali wished to thrive in Konoha, she knew she must pay close attention. Before long, the morning slipped away, and as noon approached, despite the sun's mild presence outside, the classroom atmosphere grew suddenly stifling. Under Uchiha Fire's insistence that the entire world be made aware, the entire class, and even those from other classes, learned of a duel arranged for lunchtime between two second-year students. The front row, hawking peanuts, sunflower seeds, and bottled water, saw the commotion and eagerly joined the throng with their lunchboxes in hand. Jiwei? Suddenly, sensing something amiss, Akali turned around to find a figure shrouded in a black hooded cloak and sunglasses, obscuring half of their face. Uchiha Fire had enlisted teacher Turtle Island to officiate the match. Oil Girl Jiwei seemed to ramble aimlessly, but Akali quickly grasped his meaning. The Uchiha clan controls the Konoha security forces, effectively rendering the entire unit as their private army, a powerful family with immense influence, naturally attracting many who seek to align with them. Jimmy mentioned that teacher Kwaidao is one of them. Jimmy is concerned that Kwaidao might be biased as a referee or deliberately delay his actions, causing Akali to be injured by Uchiha's attacks without the chance to withdraw. Rest assured, everything will be fine, Akali said with a smile, reassuring her friend. Am I not the left envoy of our balance? Do you doubt my strength? She declared. I am the Shadow Fist. With that, Akali proudly raised her head, exuding an air of confidence, her distinctive hairdo split at the top, hands on her hips, embodying the essence of a champion. Witnessing this scene, Jimmy felt a sense of relief. He understood Akali. Her words were often meaningless, and her true state was reflected in that peculiar tuft of hair atop her head, which was her true essence. Weren't you just claiming to be the Heart of Fury? Jimmy quipped without mercy. Ahaha, is that so? Akali replied, somewhat embarrassed, scratching her face. Amidst their banter, the playground came into view. The gathered crowd formed a large circle around the field, parting like the sea at Moses' command upon Akali's arrival, revealing Uchiha's figure. Huh, Akali, you finally made it. Uchiha exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fists, unable to contain his anticipation. As the crowd dispersed, the area cleared, and Kwaidao, the Chunin, began to facilitate the clearing of the field. Soon, only Akali and Uchiha remained on the expansive playground. One must note that Uchiha's prowess is by no means weak. In fact, he is quite formidable. He possesses at least one fire release technique, is adept at shuriken throwing, and has commendable taijutsu skills as a Uchiha Genin. Despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, he is, in fact, a prodigy among the Uchiha of this generation. Otherwise, Jimi's insect secret techniques would not have reached Akali. It is through Jimi that she gained insights into the myriad secret clans of Konoha after arriving in the ninja world. Jimi has mastered his insect techniques. Yet Uchiha stands as the strongest of their class, which speaks volumes. Form the sealing technique. Kwaidao's voice resonated. Akali and Uchiha raised their hands, forming a sword finger with one hand. They exchanged glances. Akali wore a carefree smile while Uchiha's eyes sparkled with fierce fighting spirit. The match begins. As the words fell, Akali instantly rolled backward. In the spot she had just occupied, three kunai formed a slightly imperfect yet remarkably stable triangular formation, silently slicing through the air, in precisely where her eyes had been moments before. Releasing kunai one by one is simple, and, like Naruto, one could carelessly throw them without much thought. However, simultaneously launching three kunai, ensuring they advance and retreat in unison to maintain a straight line and form a triangle, with accuracy and speed, is a true challenge. It would be impressive if such an attack were executed by a skilled genin or even a chunin. Yet the one executing this attack is merely a 6-year-old student from the Ninja Academy. This is the legacy of the ninja clan, the Uchiha's mastery of shuriken. Even while rolling, Akali found time to reflect on this. Simultaneously, a shuriken was propelled from Akali's hand as she executed a backward roll, her motion rendering the action nearly imperceptible. Even the observing ninja from Turtle Island only recognized the shuriken's departure after it had been launched. Such swiftness. The Turtle Island ninja's expression shifted. Had the students of the Ninja Academy transformed into monsters? Meanwhile, he readied himself for a counterattack, knowing that the shuriken wielded by Uchiha would be difficult to evade. This was indeed my unique technique, the hummingbird dance. The spinning shuriken flew with lethal precision, drawing Uchiha's attention away from the black light that accompanied Akali's roll. The shuriken soared upward, skimming the ground for a while before finally entering Uchiha's field of vision. Upon seeing the shuriken midair, Uchiha's heart raced. He was still in motion, unable to evade in time, and the inertia of his forward momentum made changing direction exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, though somewhat single-minded, Uchiha possessed quick wits. In a moment of inspiration, he tripped himself by stepping on his own foot, leaning forward to adjust his center of gravity, and desperately twisted his body, transforming his imminent fall into a sideways tumble. His clever maneuver proved effective as the dark shuriken whirled past him. In those fleeting seconds, time seemed to slow for Uchiha. He could even discern 3 fine scratches on the shuriken's surface, reflecting his tense expression. The sharp blade grazed his cheek, drawing forth droplets of blood as he crashed heavily to the ground, his shoulder absorbing the impact in an improper landing that elicited a cry of pain. At that moment, Akali had already passed through the energy ring created by the hidden dragon seal. This was the result of the hummingbird dance striking Uchiha. The chakra imprint from the technique generating an energy field. While it sounded fantastical, Akali understood it to be a secret art with its own intrinsic logic. Skillfully gathering this energy in her left hand, she separated the balanced body of her single-handed scythe, extending a chakra chain connecting the blade and the handle. Manipulating the scythe's rotation with her left hand, Akali surged forward, propelled by the imprint left on Uchiha from the hummingbird dance. The acceleration of the energy ring combined with the rapid advance of the hummingbird dance allowed Akali to reach Uchiha in the blink of an eye. With a swift side kick, she struck his defensively raised arm aside, leaving him wide open as the scythe sliced upwards. Oh! Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, a dark line gradually manifested from Uchiha's waist to his forehead, and then, in an instant, his body split into 2 halves. Bang! Before the screams could escalate, the severed Uchiha transformed into 2 wooden substitutes and vanished. Indeed, a substitution. Akali nodded inwardly. She had sensed something amiss when her kick had not sent him flying, as though she had struck a heavy object. Confirming it was a substitute, Akali scanned her surroundings, searching for Uchiha's whereabouts. Akali moved to the side, while Uchiha experienced excruciating pain in his right shoulder. Nevertheless, his hands remained steady as he formed the seals, completing the 6 within a little over 2 seconds. Taking a deep breath, he expelled a somewhat unstable orange-yellow fireball. Fire style, great fireball technique. The fireball in the air resembled a water balloon filled to the brim, with flowing streams of flame creating irregular protrusions on its smooth surface. Yet, this formidable C-rank jutsu was unleashed by a mere 6-year-old child. Indeed, it was the mastery of fire style that allowed him to suppress Jiwei. Akali observed the approaching fireball with a hint of understanding, glancing sideways at the nervously tense Chunin from Turtle Island, and let out a light chuckle. Drawing upon a significant amount of chakra from within, she infused it into her single-handed scythe and applied it to her arm before suddenly throwing the weapon. Secret technique, Scarlet Leaf. The spinning scythe collided with the fireball, disrupting its precarious balance and causing it to explode into a shower of flames. Akali's scythe melted within the fiery chaos. Yet, this was not the end. Akali produced 5 kunai and hurled them with both hands. My style, Cold Shadow. In that moment, the once confident fireball was shattered. Having exhausted his chakra in the previous attack, Uchiha found his stamina nearly depleted. As he watched the points of icy brilliance approach him, memories of that day in the smoke bomb, where Akali had mercilessly dominated him, flooded his mind with dread. As the kunai loomed larger before him, he felt utterly powerless to evade. Fear accumulated within Uchiha. Fortunately, at that moment, a figure clad in a Chunin vest stepped in front of him. Clang! Clang! The Chunin from Turtle Island deftly deflected the 5 kunai, feeling a tingling sensation in his palm, and was inwardly astonished. It was evident that Uchiha still possessed some flaws in his techniques. His shuriken throwing and jutsu release lacked a certain finesse. In contrast, Akali was exceptional. Whether it was her mastery of unique weapons or her displayed taijutsu skills in this battle, she astonished all. Their confrontation seemed far beyond that of mere academy students. verging on the caliber of 2 chunin. Amidst his astonishment, the chunin from Turtle Island declared Akali the victor, though he secretly favored Uchiha High. To him, if Uchiha High had executed his great fireball with greater skill, it would not have been shattered by Akali's scythe, and thus the victor should have been Uchiha High. The chunin, being merely a middle-ranked ninja, could not comprehend the secrets held within Akali's scythe. Seal of reconciliation. Akali and Uchiha High stepped forward, regaining their composure. Although Uchiha High's face remained somewhat pale, he matched his seals with Akali's. Next time, I will definitely defeat you, Uchiha High declared, determination gleaming in his eyes. It was clear that he shared the same thoughts as the chunin from Turtle Island, even contemplating additional practice sessions upon returning home. Hee, I'll be waiting, Akali replied playfully. But next time, you must bring me the money from my scythe. Uchiha followed Akali's gaze to the once proud single-handed scythe, now reduced to a pockmarked blade head after being consumed by a fireball. Clearly, it was no longer usable. Speak, how much? Uchiha declared with an air of confidence. Realizing post-battle that he had shortcomings, he was willing to spend a little extra to address his flaws. That price. Akali extended 3 fingers. In the ninja world, finely crafted shuriken cost 200 ryo, kunai 600 ryo, explosion tags 2,000 ryo, and a standard ninja sword approximately 3,000 ryo. Akali's single-handed scythe featured a wooden handle and iron head, cleverly designed to allow her to activate mechanisms with chakra, enabling the blade to detach, while a fine chain, enveloped in chakra, controlled its trajectory. Thus, despite its intricate design, the scythe was not exorbitantly priced. Akali quoted 2,000 ryo for the scythe, plus 1,000 ryo for the smoke bomb, totaling 3,000 ryo. For 1,000? Very well. We shall meet again in a week. Uchiha took his leave, leaving Akali to bask in the accolades of victory. Yet, internally, Akali seethed. Uchiha clearly believed the scythe's price of 3,000 ryo, with an additional 1,000 ryo for the smoke bomb, amounted to a total of 4,000 ryo. His casual acceptance suggested he was unfazed by the sum. How infuriating. To be swindled by this wealthy fool. That's nearly the reward for a D-rank mission. Akali shed tears of poverty once more. Uchiha departed, drained of chakra and in need of recuperation. Akali utilized 2 Q and 1 E. Her current skills revolved around physical projectiles, and while chakra consumption was manageable, her stamina was heavily taxed. Consequently, Akali felt ravenous, her hunger so intense she could feel her stomach pressed against her back, her head spinning, and eyes sparkling with stars. However, Akali-san is so handsome. Akali, I admire you. Can you teach me that technique? Having triumphed over Uchiha, it seemed she had garnered a swarm of admirers. First and second graders, mere 5 or 6 years old, encircled her. Notably, Akali was among the shorter individuals in this throng of young children, and once surrounded, she found herself unable to escape or leap away, her voice drowned out, making it impossible to call for her fellow shinobi, Jouet. She could only respond vaguely to the crowd of little ones. Yet, a more daunting situation soon emerged. Her lithe figure and adorably naive appearance also attracted numerous upperclassmen who were enamored with all things cute. Utilizing their prematurely developed figures, they squeezed into the crowd, lifting Akali as if she were a mere doll, affectionately pinching and rubbing her cheeks. The sight of Akali, her cheeks flushed and unable to resist, only elicited more shrieks of delight from them. Amidst the cacophony of thousands of squeaky voices, Akali felt her consciousness fading, as though she might suffocate from the overwhelming attention. At last, amidst the chorus of Akali-chan, so cute, and other endearing exclamations, her hairpin was tugged for what felt like the umpteenth time. Finally, unable to endure any longer, she activated a smoke bomb. A burst of purple mist erupted, enveloping the scene. Amidst the cacophony of screams, Akali finally managed to escape the throng, weaving through the dispersing smoke. How terrifying! Her eyes were clouded with confusion as she ascended to the rooftop of the sealed ninja academy, her disheveled hair drooping wearily. She could scarcely recall the events that had transpired, as if her memories had fragmented. A low rumble emanated from her stomach, prompting another sigh from Akali. A multitude of people crowded around the classroom, eager to witness the rare creature that had triumphed over Uchiha, leaving her reluctant to return. I'm so hungry, Akali lamented, cursing Jouet for his thoughtlessness. Not only had he failed to assist her in escaping, but now he hadn't even bothered to search for her. If only someone could fetch her lunch. Alas, humph, the next time we meet, I shall revoke your position as the balanced left envoy. No amount of money will sway me. As Akali grumbled, a flash of gold caught her eye. Startled, she turned to find a boy with golden hair and blue eyes. Somewhat effeminate in appearance, seated less than 5 meters away. Akali furrowed her brow. Despite her hunger, dwindling chakra, and waning spirit, she shouldn't have allowed someone to approach so closely without reacting, especially a peer who appeared even younger than herself. "Who are you?" Akali inquired, her expression skeptical. "Ah, hello, senior. I am Namikaze Minato from Class 1, Year 1, he replied, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. Despite his somewhat foolish demeanor, his handsome features rendered him quite endearing. Yet, Akali remained unimpressed by this youthful charm, unless he were to don women's attire. "Have you been here all along?" she asked, intrigued. Yes. I relish the perspective from atop, overlooking Konoha. It profoundly reminds me of the vastness of this village, where so many people are my family, alleviating my solitude. Is it yet another war orphan?" Akali sighed softly. "You seem quite carefree," she remarked, diverting her gaze to mirror Minato's, surveying the expansive village of Konoha. In this unfamiliar world, her memories of her past life, both familial and personal, were shrouded in obscurity. Her usual cheerful demeanor and relentless pursuit of strength served as a facade for her lonely heart. At least Minato had a place to honor his deceased parents, while Akali could barely recall the faces of her own family, rendering any form of remembrance impossible. "When will the bright moon shine upon me again?" she mused inwardly, hugging her knees, her small face resting upon them as she gazed blankly at the village before her. Konoha was prosperous and beautiful, a veritable paradise with its spring-like climate and rich heritage, yet no matter how splendid it would never be her home. Her true home was infinitely superior to Konoha. Seated nearby, Minato had witnessed Akali's battle with Uchiha, admiring her agile movements and striking presence at that time. At this moment, Akali fell silent, and for some inexplicable reason, Minato Namikaze sensed a hint of ethereal solitude. It felt as though this person before him might vanish from the world at any moment. Senior, would you like to share a meal?" Driven by an inexplicable sentiment within, Minato offered his lunchbox, which contained 6 rice balls. He had heard Akali's earlier words and assumed that this senior must be quite hungry. Akali sat there listlessly, partly due to her lack of spirit and partly because her hunger had drained her energy. How should one describe it? When the body is utterly fatigued, one often loses the sensation of hunger. However, Akali's smoke bomb had restored a portion of her chakra, which lessened her exhaustion but simultaneously intensified her hunger. Thus, when she heard Minato's offer, it was as if she had heard a divine melody. "Thank you, Minato. You truly are an angel." Akali's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, her once drooping hair now lively. She snatched the lunchbox from Minato and eagerly stuffed a rice ball into her mouth. Delicious. The soft, sticky rice filled her mouth, causing her eyes to squint in bliss as if she had tasted celestial delicacies. In her extreme hunger, these ordinary rice balls transformed into a gourmet feast. Akali was indeed ravenous, devouring half a rice ball in one bite and a whole one in just 2. She chewed carelessly a few times before swallowing, and soon all 6 rice balls had disappeared into her petite stomach. "Ugh, I'm so full." Akali patted her noticeably round belly, letting out a satisfied sigh. "Thank you, Minato. Little angel, you have saved my life." However, it was then that Akali noticed Minato gazing at her with a look of profound indignation, as if she had committed an unspeakable act. What's wrong?" she inquired, touching her face, wiping her mouth, and patting her body. "Is there something the matter?" "You finished my lunch." Akali froze in shock. Time seemed to rewind as she recalled Minato's invitation to share a meal. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I truly apologize." Akali bowed deeply, her cute face now adorned with the determination of one heading into battle. "I will return to the classroom to fetch a bento right away. Consider it our lunch exchange." With that, Akali dashed downstairs. Moments later, looking slightly disheveled and with a few lip prints on her face, she returned upstairs, presenting a still warm iron lunchbox to Minato. "Here, enjoy. I made it myself." This Sunday, despite the school being closed for the break, Akali had risen early. After completing her morning exercises, she bathed and burned incense, thoroughly cleansing herself and donning her finest attire. The early design of her shadow's embraced skin, vibrant green and spirited. Although one might say that fate is not altered by mere luck, Akali still indulged in a bit of mysticism, for it truly bore fruit. Today was the day of her weekly lottery draw, where she could partake in both paid and free draws. With a sudden thud, a black travel bag landed before Akali. She swiftly unzipped the shimmering silver zipper, and a brilliant light flashed, revealing a bounty of 11 items. Among them were the following: balanced robe 1, a tuft of Ahri's tail fur 3, a strand of monkey hair 1, a pebble from the rock sparrow 1, 2 standard kunai from the balanced sect, 1 standard shuriken from the balanced sect, 1 ordinary smoke bomb, and 1 shuriken from cunning. A set of pajamas, various furs, a smoke bomb, and cunning's shuriken. Quite the haul. Indeed, Akali meticulously counted her spoils. Unlike the free pool that yielded mere trinkets and weapons, the premium pool could grant skills, runes, equipment, skins, the expertise of Valoran heroes, skill points, and even summoner spells. Each item possessed the potential to greatly enhance Akali's prowess. Thus, she found herself in dire need of funds, yet exceedingly frugal. The expenses of a ninja were considerable, making the free pool a vital source for her resource management. Clothing, weapons, and consumable smoke bombs obtained from the free pool spared Akali from unnecessary purchases, and the quality of these weapons was commendable, allowing her to occasionally sell some for profit. In contrast to the weapons were various miscellaneous items, such as Ahri's tail fur and the pebble from the rock sparrow. Please refrain from taking the little stones that the sparrows labor to collect. What if one day they find themselves without stones to defend against foes? How will they replenish their supply at sea? And as for the monkey hair, Valoran's monkey surely does not seek enlightenment, nor requires a shaved head. Let the children be. Ahri's tail fur, however, could certainly be more plentiful. After all, she possesses 9 tails. Ample fur indeed. If one were to inquire what Akali desired most from the free pool, aside from weapons, it would undoubtedly be Ahri's fur. Upon her first draw, Akali had taken a small tuft from the lottery warehouse to play with. The sheen, the texture, the fragrance, these memories remained etched in her mind. Thus, Akali set a small goal for herself, to acquire more of Ahri's fur for crafting a scarf, a quilt, clothing, or a hat. I donned clothing fashioned from Ahri's tail fur, Ahri's fur crafted by my beloved's hands. To touch Ahri's fur was akin to touching Ahri herself, an experience unimaginable in her past life. One could only speculate how many would envy her if such news spread. Alas, Akali lamented that this was not her previous life. Otherwise, a mere tuft of Ahri's fur could fetch a handsome price. She had inhaled its scent, pure and delightful. Ahem, I digress. While the free pool often yielded inconsequential items like the rock sparrow's pebble, it occasionally bestowed remarkable treasures, such as Cannon's shuriken this time. Cannon's shuriken required the infusion of his lightning, thus ensuring its exceptional quality and remarkable energy adaptability. The shuriken Akali had previously wielded during her Gale dance was indeed Cannon's. Presently, she possessed only 2 of such shurikens, alongside a single kunai from the distant thorn and an unusual broken bow. Organizing her recent acquisitions, Akali carefully placed her robe in the wardrobe, as was her custom, and transferred the small pebbles from the rock sparrow into a glass jar. The remaining items were stored in the system's lottery warehouse, undisturbed. Having changed her attire, Akali stepped out of her door, her mind set on the Hokage building. Today marked the distribution of the annual compensation funds. It appeared that Konoha had an orphanage, albeit a modest one, that did not take in many children. The responsibility for the welfare of the orphans primarily rested with the Hokage, who arranged for their care. After all, children in the ninja world mature quickly, often entering the ninja academy at the tender age of 5. Thus there was no necessity for prolonged guardianship. Should a child fail to pass the entrance examination by the age of 5, they would find themselves powerless, deprived of the means to voice their opinions. As the village only needed to ensure that it owed no debts, who would care for the thoughts of ordinary people? Upon reaching the Hokage building, Akali found several long queues forming, with several tents set up for the distribution of the compensation funds. To prevent young children from spending recklessly or being deceived, the orphan children without relatives receive their funds in portions each year. Based on Akali's experience, the wait would typically take half a day, with many arriving in the middle of the night, effectively queuing for hours beforehand. While Akali could have arrived later, saving half a day for training, she preferred not to do so today. She needed time to contemplate her situation. Currently, she possessed approximately 50,000, and the compensation she was about to receive would amount to around 40,000, which, when combined, could total about 100,000. 100,000 would allow her to participate in a 10-draw lottery, which was more advantageous than a single draw. However, should she spend that amount, she would find herself in dire straits unless she graduated this year. Akali had learned that the pathway to early graduation had opened, though it had not been widely publicized. She understood the implications of this. The shadow of war loomed ominously. Spending that 100,000 would leave her no alternative but to graduate early as a ninja to earn a living, lest she starve. Early graduation necessitated the completion of tasks set by the system to obtain chi and shield. Yet, the current highest grade included the 10-year-olds, among whom was the esteemed Rope Tree, a scion of the Senju clan, one of the founding families of the village, renowned for their legacy. Should she exhaust her funds, there would be no retreat. What if the bloodline from her previous life, that of the African descent, were to resurface? What if her lottery investments were to fail as well? Truth be told, Akali's current capabilities felt somewhat lacking. With 2 RS deducted, she had little confidence in defeating Rope Tree. The information provided by Jiwei had indicated that the Senju clan possessed immense chakra reserves and a wealth of ninjutsu, with numerous top-tier mentors in their vicinity, truly an elite second generation. However, if she were to bide her time, what would happen when Rope Tree was succeeded by Rope Wood? And then by Rope again? Would she simply endure and evade? Such a prospect was untenable. As the ominous clouds of war loom, Konoha hastens to graduate a multitude of ninjas prematurely, sending them forth as mere cannon fodder. Meanwhile, Akali, confined within the walls of the Ninja Academy and deprived of her developmental time, finds herself in a precarious situation. Thus, urgency is paramount. If only a little more financial support could alleviate her burden. With a sigh, Akali buries herself in the study of the balanced ninja scythe technique. Given that young bodies are ill-suited for excessive training, her current focus lies primarily on acquiring knowledge, complemented by moderate physical practice. The balanced ninja scythe technique is undoubtedly a scroll worthy of extensive perusal, encompassing not only the scythe itself, but also strategies involving shurikens, various techniques, and the utilization of energy, rendering it remarkably versatile. Most importantly, it contains the annotations and insights from 2 previous masters of the scythe. The age-old adage rings true: a single authentic teaching surpasses a multitude of texts. The interpretations from these 2 scythe masters significantly aided Akali. Previously, she had only mastered her ultimate techniques without the finesse of basic strikes, struggling to control her own movements. Initially, Akali resembled a character in a 2D fighting game. Her skills executed in fixed angles and motions, her mind unable to guide her body, which would simply follow through with the actions. However, after acquiring the balanced ninja scythe technique and the enlightening annotations of her predecessors, a revelation dawned upon her. The insights from these masters awakened her physical instincts, allowing a seamless flow of understanding to penetrate her mind, transforming her experience from the rigid confines of a 2D plane to the dynamic freedom of a 3D realm akin to that of a seasoned expert in a competitive arena. Her skills became fluid and responsive, enabling her to exert true control over her actions, breaking free from the limitations of merely following the skills as they were cast, thus leading her to triumph over Uchiha. Just as Akali diligently immersed herself in the scroll, a formidable figure was being surrounded by a cadre of Umbu operatives atop a distant rooftop. The 3rd Hokage, in his 40s, stood at the pinnacle of his abilities, his posture unyielding and his stature over 1.7 meters, allowing him to be seen amidst the throng. Indeed, Lord Hokage, according to reports from Turtle Island, Akali exhibits remarkable speed and agility. Her shuriken throwing and taijutsu skills are astonishing, and her unique weapon possesses immense potential with diverse applications. The reporting Umbu paused momentarily, adding, "In my humble opinion, based on the reports from Turtle Island, this student named Akali shows great promise as a candidate for the Umbu." "Oh, Moonlight. Your assessment of her is quite high, isn't it?" The 3rd Hokage regarded the elite Jonin from the Moonlight clan with surprise. Indeed, the Umbu operative, codenamed Moonlight, nodded. "As a professional assassin, I sense a similar aura within that child, perhaps even surpassing my own." After a moment of contemplation, the 3rd Hokage replied, "Understood. Let us proceed as originally planned. Additionally, ensure her records are thoroughly examined and verified." Yes, the Umbu operative vanished, leaving the 3rd Hokage alone atop the rooftop, his gaze piercing through the layers of obstruction to observe Akali, who was lined up below. After a time, Akali suddenly became aware of a rising clamor, which grew increasingly intense. Akali raised her gaze and observed the children ahead, emerging from the tent with excitement evident on their faces. This exhilaration seemed to ripple outward as they departed. After listening intently for a while, Akali finally comprehended the source of their enthusiasm. The third Hokage had arrived. A frown crossed her brow as she instinctively pondered the purpose of the third's visit. Was it a political performance? Had he grown weary of his secretary and decided to take a stroll? Was there someone in need of a private audience with him? Surely, he could not have come specifically to see her. Dismissing that notion as unlikely, Akali shook her head. Regardless, none of this concerned her. What mattered was the substantial sum of money she had received. The only comforting thought was that the arrival of the third Hokage had noticeably expedited the line, and it soon became Akali's turn. As she approached the expansive tent, Akali lifted the curtain and stepped inside. At first glance, she did not focus on the conical hat adorned with the fire symbol resting on the table in the center, nor on the upright figure of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seated behind it. Instead, her attention was drawn to the four corners of the tent, where the Umbu operatives were stationed, their presence subtly concealed. Akali instinctively tilted her head upward, seeking the hidden figures lurking in the shadows above, but she quickly reined in her reflexive response. The concept of balance among the three shinobi holds a significant tenet, the shadow ninja. Although it is the reaper who wields the forbidden power of shadows, the essence of balanced ninjas is intrinsically linked to these shadowy figures, as reflected in their language, which is rich with references to darkness and twilight. In simpler terms, Akali possesses an innate sensitivity to those dwelling in the shadows, a trait that forged her friendship with Shimi, as she could always perceive the quiet presence of her subdued companion. Yet today, this instinct nearly led her into trouble. What kind of student from the Ninja Academy possesses such acute observational skills? The Umbu, tasked with guarding the Hokage, were typically on high alert, yet she sensed their presence effortlessly. Akali tempered her sharp awareness and maintained a composed demeanor as she walked directly toward the third Hokage's desk. Unbeknownst to her, her initial subtle movements had not escaped the keen eye of the third Hokage. How intriguing! A faint smile of interest graced the third's lips as he adjusted his posture and comfortably took a puff from his pipe. "Young one, what is your name?" he inquired with a warm smile. "Greetings, Lord Hokage. My name is Akali, and I am a second-year student in Class 2 at the Ninja Academy." Akali presented herself with utmost decorum. It was entirely normal for children to display either excitement or shyness in the presence of someone of such high stature, and she was not concerned about how she presented herself. "Oh, Akali?" The third Hokage feigned surprise. "Are you the one who defeated Uchiha High?" Akali was genuinely puzzled. She had no knowledge of the relationship between the Uchiha and the village, merely wondering how the clash between two students from the Ninja Academy could reach the ears of the Hokage. If there were no other Akalis at the academy, then the Hokage must indeed be referring to her. Akali responded cautiously, her unruly hair seemingly aware that this was not the time for mischief, quietly retreating as it parted slightly within her thick bangs, allowing her to observe with great care. "Ha ha!" The third Hokage erupted into hearty laughter. There truly was no other Akali in the Ninja Academy, and who would have thought that at such a tender age, you could defeat a ninja from the great clans? Akali is indeed remarkable. While the third spoke as if in casual conversation, Akali sensed something amiss and felt compelled to play along. "Hee, it's nothing special, really." Her calm expression seemed to falter under the praise, as her hair sprang back up, and Akali stood tall, a hint of pride swelling within her. "Ha, nothing special. You are indeed not humble at all." The third Hokage laughed again, as if amused by Akali's innocent and childish words. "Well, I am quite strong after all. I aim to be the ruler of the Ninja Academy," Akali declared boldly, her confidence soaring once more. "Ha." The third chuckled for a third time, genuinely finding this little one amusing. "So, what do you think it takes to become the ruler of the Ninja Academy?" the third inquired casually. Though his smiling eyes revealed an underlying sharpness, his smile was merely a facade, as he was quite serious at that moment. "Here it comes." Akali's spirit surged. She recognized the familiar tactic of the smiling tiger that her former teacher had employed many times, where casual conversation masked a quest for information. Akali's mind raced, recalling what she had learned in the Will of Fire course, rapidly organizing her thoughts to formulate a response. The respect and acknowledgement of others, the willingness to sacrifice oneself to protect the Ninja Academy, the charisma that can change hearts, and the profound will of fire. With a deep gaze, Akali spoke these words with a serious yet adorable expression. Upon hearing her, The third felt a tingling current pass through him, invigorating him and filling him with immense pride. If even a small girl from the Ninja Academy could articulate such thoughts, the future of Konoha is indeed promising. And then, all of the above became unnecessary. Akali's expression shifted dramatically as she stepped forward, her spirit radiant, dancing with fervor, her slender waist twisting as her hands moved with exaggerated, whimsical gestures, embodying countless JoJo characters in that moment. At that instant, she was not alone in her battle. I, Akali. My greatest delight is to say no to those who are full of themselves. To defeat everyone, of course, is to become the ruler of the Ninja Academy. The ruler of the Ninja Academy shall undoubtedly be me, Akali. With her declaration complete, all present, from the Hokage to the Umbu, were left in stunned silence. Goodness, this little girl is so bold. This thought simultaneously emerged in the minds of the Umbu. The third, initially filled with excitement, felt his enthusiasm cool instantly, his smile fading into a deadly glare. He cast a sidelong glance at Tsukuyami beside him, whose wide, eerie eye sent a shiver down his spine. Is this what you consider potential for an assassin? The slap of reality arrived too swiftly, leaving an expression of embarrassment etched upon the face concealed beneath the moonlit mask. Recalling his previous remarks, he wished fervently to burrow a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Moonlight. Surely, those who are unconventional would not falter in assassination, right? Sighing deeply, the third Hokage resignedly pressed his forehead. He should have anticipated this. The prodigies of Konoha have always been somewhat troublesome children. Akali, with her eccentricity, was relatively easy to handle. At least such individuals rarely harbored betrayal in their hearts. Clearing his throat, he addressed her, "Well then, Akali, here is your share." The third Hokage gently placed the prepared pouch of money before her, fully aware of the nature of Akali, feeling no need for further conversation. However, as he extended the money pouch towards her, Akali did not reach out to accept it. Instead, she altered her previously boisterous demeanor, her fingers fidgeting nervously, her head bowed, and her eyes darting about, embodying a bashful and coy disposition. "What troubles you?" the third Hokage inquired, his voice laced with fatigue. He had little desire to witness Akali's antics once more. Her earlier whimsical pose lingered in his mind's eye, impossible to shake off. Third Sama, she stammered. "Do you think I can become a good ninja in the future?" When Uchiha Hi's great fireball was launched towards me, I was genuinely terrified. Her voice trembled, her eyelids fluttering like those of a frightened fawn, evoking a deep sense of compassion. It must be said, the quiet Akali was undeniably adorable, her beauty striking. At that moment, the third Hokage found himself charmed by her endearing vulnerability. Who could resist the sight of a little girl looking so pitiful? She is merely a child. He sighed inwardly, speaking gently. Of course, in my eyes, you have already proven yourself to be a remarkably strong ninja. To have overcome Uchiha Hi. You are already stronger than most genin. Is that so? Akali's expression suggested she was on the verge of tears. In Third Sama's heart, can I truly be considered a ninja? Indeed, my dear. You have already become an excellent ninja. He nodded kindly, feeling an overwhelming urge to have a granddaughter or daughter like her. Really? Absolutely. The third Hokage nodded once more, and at that moment, he noticed Akali trembling slightly, seemingly overcome with emotion. Lowering her head, her petite frame shook as she stifled her tears, finally raising her gaze, her cheeks flushed and glistening with unshed tears. Stealing a glance at the third Hokage, she quickly averted her eyes again, her crimson ears betraying her emotional state. After a brief pause, a voice as faint as a whisper emerged from her lowered head. Then, since I can be considered a ninja now, could the Hokage-sama provide my compensation in a lump sum? A little less would suffice. I need the money and more training. So that next time I face Uchiha Hi's great fireball, I won't be so frightened. Sighing, the third Hokage felt a pang in his heart as he observed Akali's earnest expression. This is the plight of the common ninja. Devoid of ancestral jutsu or any means to acquire ninjutsu, forced to rely solely on physical techniques. Yet, unless one attains the caliber of the third Hokage, the meager physical prowess of a civilian ninja renders them little more than mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. Akali, on the other hand, demonstrates a glimmer of heritage, albeit lacking in ninjutsu. The struggle of the common ninja is indeed formidable. Thus, the thoughts of both he and Danzo are perpetually consumed with the notion of diminishing the power of the ninja clans. The third Hokage sighed, his heart brimming with a profound sense of duty. Under this sense of mission, even Akali, who had previously left him in awe, began to seem more amiable, leading him to perceive her as someone worthy of protection, someone he had failed to safeguard, naturally inciting feelings of recompense. However, according to protocol, such actions were decidedly inappropriate. Akali's expression dimmed momentarily, but the third Hokage interjected, but, instantly, Akali's eyes widened with renewed hope. I can lend you this some privately, but it would equate to an advance on your compensation, meaning you would forfeit future claims. Additionally, there will be interest, he added with a hint of playful jest. Akali nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Lord Third Hokage, even a little less is inconsequential. With a smile, the third Hokage instructed the behind him to retrieve the funds. As he, being the Hokage, naturally did not carry money. Here, a total of 150,000 Ryo. You have 4 years, with an annual repayment of 40,000. And I shall collect 10,000 in interest. Not too much, is it? Not at all, Akali exclaimed, her gratitude overwhelming as she accepted the money. The earlier facade of vulnerability and suppressed tears vanished, leaving her free to express her joy. Thank you, Lord Third Hokage, she said, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she playfully blew him a kiss, her enchanting gaze twinkling with affection. Love you. With that, Akali skipped away, leaving behind a group of stunned and a third Hokage still momentarily taken aback. The silence among the onlookers was palpable. In that instant, Akali's reputation among the shifted dramatically. Terms like brave or extraordinarily courageous could hardly encapsulate her essence. To dare to jest with the Hokage throughout history, perhaps only she could do so. Ah, this child. The third Hokage chuckled, a stark contrast to the imagined indignation of the Akali brought to mind the spirited Jiraiya of his youth. Since ascending to the position of the third Hokage, there had been few, if any, who could interact with him so freely and audaciously. Indeed, Akali stood alone in that regard. Why are you all staring? Get back to work, he admonished the asserting his authority. As a leader, he must always ensure that those beneath him do not perceive him as overly familiar to the point of crossing boundaries. Akali was a child, and she could afford such liberties, but the could not. As the next individual entered, the third Hokage peered through the tent's opening, catching a glimpse of Akali's jubilant figure bouncing away. Akali, how amusing. With a soft sigh, the third generation continued to distribute pensions with a warm demeanor. Today, Akali made a lasting impression with her distinct personal style, forever defining herself in the minds of all present. This was precisely the effect Akali sought. The third generation truly was a benevolent individual. Akali delightedly counted her cherished coins. The preceding moment had been a spontaneous burst of inspiration, unexpectedly yielding remarkable results. As a ninja residing in the deepest waters of the 5 great shinobi villages, leaving such an impression on the highest authority was of utmost importance. This wave shall be deemed simplifying the emperor's heart. Akali withdrew 100,000 taels, although it pained her somewhat. She felt it necessary to prepare for potential future conflicts and her mission with the school's dominant force. My turn, draw the cards. In the vast expanse of the universe, 12 spiritual bases illuminated, and 2 intricate magical circles suddenly materialized above and below. The circles converged and spun, showering 7 colors of radiant light. The moment had arrived. With a heart full of anticipation, Akali examined the results one by one. Tears of the Goddess X1. Akali's Cross Chain X2, Reusable Potion X1, Skill Points X2, Poro Delicacy X1, Perpetual Will Cream Cookie X1, Critical Strike Gauntlet X1, Life Potion X1. Rune Greatsword Fragment X1 Tears of the Goddess. Akali retrieved a pendant, where the crystalline, translucent tears of the goddess glimmered with the enchanting luster of the azure sea. Adorning her neck with the pendant, Akali felt an immediate connection as her chakra harmonized with the external world, a surge of magical energy flooding her body and transforming into chakra. Before long, the magical energy accumulated within the tears of the goddess was assimilated, entirely converting into chakra. Akali's sensations were extraordinary. It felt as if she had acquired an external organ, one that stored chakra and could be summoned at will. Tears of the Goddess adds 240 chakra, can naturally accumulate 1 unit of chakra daily. Current additional reserve 1360. Thus, it would take a year to fully accumulate. Nodding, Akali acknowledged the efficacy of the Tears of the Goddess, which inherently provided 240 units of chakra and could additionally store 360 units. naturally accumulating daily, meaning the sooner it was drawn, the better. Currently, Akali possessed approximately 300 units of chakra, calculating by ninja standards. This roughly equated to a level of proficiency 3. With the 240 units from the tears of the goddess, her chakra surged to proficiency level 4. However, the pressing issue was that Akali did not truly require chakra at the moment, as she lacked any ninjutsu skills. Frankly, a promising tears of the goddess was of lesser value to her than a common red crystal, at least with the red crystal's life-enhancing properties. Akali believed she could unleash 2 chaotic strikes. Alas, one cannot simply draw what one desires, concealing the tears of the goddess beneath her garments. Akali turned her attention to the other items. Unlike the scythe, Akali's cross-chain was a weapon extending the length of her arm, resembling a double-edged trident blade, with the central point removed and a significant portion of the shaft truncated. Akali stowed away her cross-chain, a weapon prepared for a ninja's moment of brilliance. One she currently had no need for. With 2 potions and 2 biscuits in her possession, she contemplated experimenting with them on a future occasion. She had examined the fragments of the rune greatsword, which were merely remnants of Riven's shattered blade. She pondered the purpose of accumulating these shards. Would she one day forge a complete rune greatsword? The critical strike gauntlets adorned her hands, radiating a unique energy that coursed through her body, rendering her movements significantly more agile. In the realm of reality, critical hits were non-existent. Only weak point attacks prevailed. Thus, enhancing her agility to strike vulnerabilities seemed quite logical. Ultimately, she found herself with merely 2 skill points remaining. Akali allocated these points to her abilities, the Scarlet Leaf and the Cold Shadow, an exhilarating sensation flooding her mind. At their initial level, both skills simply involved hurling her weapon with a modicum of energy. However, the enhanced second level undoubtedly amplified the energy aspect. Previously, the Falcon Dance could trigger passives due to employing Kinin's shurikens, akin to chakra-infused metal in the ninja world, capable of channeling substantial chakra. Merely striking with the Cold Shadow or Scarlet Leaf would not activate the mark. The second-level skills significantly improved energy manipulation, allowing Akali's Q ability to effectively trigger the dragon's mark. With a deeper understanding of energy, she felt that she could wield the Blue Crimson Mark, the original passive of Akali, with newfound ease. In the game, the Blue Crimson Mark represented 2 strikes. One healed her, while the second dealt magical damage. Removed from the game context, it transformed into a true mark, coalescing within her body, enabling her to utilize it as a temporary medical ninjutsu. Consuming a Blue Crimson Mark could heal her, stabilizing her internal condition. Or she could concentrate it in her hand to deliver a blow, resembling a forceful strike. Theoretically, Akali could enhance the dragon's mark with the Blue Crimson Mark, even augmenting various attacks. However, her control was still somewhat lacking. Yet now, she felt ready to commence her experimentation. After organizing her rewards, Akali produced another 100,000. The previous lottery's impact on her strength had been insufficiently pronounced, so she resolved to take another gamble. Grateful for the 15,000 bestowed by the 3rd generation, she decided to proceed with another 100,000 draw, confident that she would retain some funds afterward. As familiar scenes flashed before her, 11 items materialized once more. Healing Gem 1, Red Crystal 1, Phantom Dancer Outfit 1, True Sight Sentinel 2, Enigmatic Boots 1, Summoner Spell Cleanse 1, Akali Scythe 1, Holy Silver Bolts 1, Life Potion 1, Perpetual Wool Biscuit 1. Cleanse. Akali was astounded, though she was aware that the premium pool contained summoner spells. She had not anticipated actually drawing one. Cleanse removes all control effects and debuffs from the user, significantly increasing resistance to similar effects for the next 3 minutes. Cooldown, 7 days. Incredible. She had struck gold. Akali was elated, her errant hair springing up in joyous celebration. Upon entering the world of ninjas, Akali remained perpetually vigilant against the enigmatic art of illusions. In her previous life, she had observed the Water Shadow Ninja, where the protagonist faced life and death crises with each encounter of such illusions prior to mastering the hypnotic eye. The 5 senses would be bewildered, perception manipulated, visuals deceived, and disguises woven. Illusions were indeed the arch-nemesis of an assassin like her. What instills fear in an assassin? The sudden emergence of an AD wielding a weapon larger than their own? Incorrect. An assassin's greatest dread lies in being suddenly incapacitated. As for AD, when an assassin from 0-20 approaches for withdrawal, they never ponder whether the AD is 600 or 0-60. They simply acknowledge the presence of an AD. Although a 7-day wait seems rather lengthy, it can prove crucial in dire moments, granting an additional life-saving skill. Furthermore, this time the lottery yielded the coveted red crystal that Akali yearned for. Grasping the fist-sized red crystal in her hand, she immediately perceived a fortification of her physique, feeling confident that she could now meet the demands of her abilities. However, the considerable size of the red crystal posed a dilemma for her transport. Akali's gaze shifted to the other items from the lottery, ultimately fixating on the healing gem. Could this red crystal and the healing gem be combined to create a crystalline wrist guard? Combine the red crystal with the healing gem to forge a crystalline wrist guard. Please pay the synthesis fee, 10,000 taels. Alas, Akali hesitantly retrieved her wallet, her trembling hands counting her savings. Even if she managed to defeat Uchiha Fire, she would only have 7,000 taels left after the initial 3,000, and she needed funds for her daily expenses. A penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes, and Akali found herself ensnared in this predicament. First, she allocated skill points to her signature cold shadow technique, then attempted to place the 2 true eyes strategically within her sleeping quarters and at the entrance. The true eyes indeed served a monitoring purpose, though Akali realized she needed to maintain a certain distance to connect with their vision. Finally donning the wondrous boots, Akali was relieved to abandon the peculiar finger-exposing ninja footwear. With her holy silver crossbow, health potions, biscuits, and an array of weapons from the complimentary lottery, she laid everything out on the table, contemplating her next steps to earn money. Ultimately, she resolved to pursue her initial plan. The following day, equipped and adorned in her emerald original attire, though less provocative than the original, she made her way to school. Mysterious Senior, prepare to face my challenge, Akali proclaimed, directing her challenge at the indifferent Hyūga student clad in white, whose gaze was as pale as his attire. He was none other than the strongest third-year, Hyūga Mysterious. Akali aspired to establish a balanced sect within the school akin to a university club, collecting membership fees while imparting knowledge of shurikens and sickles, occasionally selling items accrued from previous lotteries. However, first and foremost, she needed to cement her reputation. Thus, she approached. I refuse. To her astonishment, Hyūga Mysterious merely cast a cold glance in her direction before dismissively turning away. Wait, why? Akali was momentarily stunned. She pondered how a disciple from such an esteemed family could possibly decline a challenge. Hinata specializes in taijutsu and possesses the Byakugan. The Byakugan is remarkably easy to awaken, and coupled with the gentle fist technique characteristic of the Hyūga clan, it renders their ninjas nearly invincible within the realm of low-ranking shinobi, where skills are scarce. Why would one refuse such an opportunity? Defeating Akali would be tantamount to overcoming Uchiha Fire, a matter of great pride for the clan. I have no interest. Do not follow me any longer, Hinata Kanji uttered coldly. His icy, pure white gaze regarded Akali with indifference, concealing a profound disdain, as if the mere presence of Akali before him sullied his vision. Yet why? Akali believed this was her first conversation with Hinata Kanji. Watching him depart, she felt a twinge of frustration. Could she really confront him directly? Since Hinata Kanji had declined, should she continue to challenge those in the 4th year? But would the system recognize that? Akali was at her wit's end. Cousin Kanji, why are you leaving in such haste? A voice, grating and unpleasant, pierced the air. Akali abhorred this tone, every affected nuance reeking of malice. She assumed that, like before, Hinata Kanji would ignore this voice, yet to her surprise, he halted. Akali keenly noticed the tremor in the hand hidden beneath his voluminous robes, clenched into a fist, as if he were suppressing something. After taking a deep breath, he relaxed his grip and finally turned around. Young Master Koichi, Hinata Kanji said respectfully. Ha ha ha, I thought Cousin Kanji would simply walk away and disregard me. The owner of the grating voice, Hinata Koichi, approached with 2 Hyūga lackeys flanking him, his greasy hand landing heavily on Hinata Kanji's shoulder, leaving unsightly smudges on his pristine white attire. I dare not, young Master Koichi, Hinata Kanji replied, visibly trembling at the defilement of his once immaculate garments. Yet he did not dare interrupt Koichi's actions. Dare not? So you mean you simply do not wish to? Koichi's repulsive voice rang out once more. His malicious eyes narrowed, a wicked grin playing on his lips as he spoke, his words slithering like a venomous serpent, inducing a chilling sensation that raised the hairs on the back of one's neck. Koichi patted Hinata Kanji's face, evenly spreading the final traces of filth across his visage, igniting a fire of fury in Kanji's eyes, though he gritted his teeth and remained passive beneath Koichi's torment. "Speak, do you wish to or not?" Koichi inquired again. "I dare not, young Master Koichi." Hinata Kanji's eyes fluttered shut momentarily, the words escaping his lips through clenched teeth, his trembling fists white-knuckled from the strain. "Heh." Koichi stepped back, scrutinizing Hinata Kanji as if searching for a flaw upon his face. "You harbor intentions to kill me." Koichi's voice turned icy. Hinata Kanji trembled involuntarily. "Huh, I struck a nerve." Koichi suddenly burst into laughter. "You're feeling murderous again, huh?" As he spoke, Hinata gestured with his hands, remarking, "It appears you still require discipline. Do you wish to be reprimanded by my father once more?" Upon witnessing that nightmarish gesture, Hinata Shinki trembled once again, fear flickering in his eyes. Yet, he resolutely clenched his teeth, determined not to reveal any sign of weakness before Hinata, whose tainted visage bore the marks of their past encounters. The notion of the branch family harboring intent to kill the main family is a profound taboo. For even the strongest bird within a cage must eventually act. Should the branch family resolve to commit murder, whether through poison, illicit warfare, or covert assassination under the cover of night, there exist countless methods at their disposal. Hence, when the branch family harbors such murderous intent, it is imperative to subdue them decisively, administering sufficient punishment. In the original narrative, Hinata's approach towards Hinata Shachi was relatively mild, typically involving a joint lesson from both a senior and a junior member. Previously, Hinata Shinki had indeed expressed murderous intent towards Hinata. However, an opportunity has now arisen. Hinata suddenly broke into a smile, causing a flicker of joy to unconsciously surface in Hinata Shinki's eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed once more. "Go forth and accept that young lady's challenge. She has defeated Uchiha High. If you can vanquish her, it will naturally signify your triumph over Uchiha High, elevating the Hinata reputation considerably. Defeating her will allow this matter to be laid to rest. I must remind you, it is best not to lose." Hinata Shinki closed his eyes momentarily, and when he reopened them, all emotion had vanished from his wide irises. He regarded Akali, slowly adopting a poised stance. "Hinata Shinki, I humbly request your guidance." Observing the remarkable determination radiating from Hinata Shinki, Akali inhaled deeply. Completing her mission was paramount, and despite Hinata's coercion causing her considerable displeasure, she resolved to see this confrontation through. In that instant, Akali finally comprehended the meaning behind Hinata Shinki's earlier gaze. He was envious of her unrestrained freedom, yearning for a state of ignorance. Uncertain of why Hinata Shinki refrained from resisting, she suspected he harbored unspoken burdens. Suppressing her own emotions, Akali prepared to give her all. As a mark of respect for Hinata Shinki, with her right hand wielding a kunai and her left grasping a sickle, she lowered her stance. The kunai held horizontally across her chest while the sickle rested against her arm. "Akali, I humbly request your guidance." In a secluded area of the ninja academy, two ninjas were about to engage in a battle that would test their dignity. In the next moment, veins throbbed around Hinata Shinki's eyes. A sensation of being scrutinized enveloping Akali. With his left hand clenched into a fist and his right palm resting at his waist, he leaned forward, advancing towards Akali with swift, short steps. Boom! A purple smoke bomb erupted, enveloping the arena in a dense veil. While this smoke may confuse others, the individuals present were all members of the Hinata clan, endowed with the Byakugan. "Feudal!" Hinata Shinki growled, dashing boldly into the smoke, his palm directed towards Akari's position. "Is that so? Truly feudal?" Akali chuckled lightly, twisting her wrist to unleash another smoke bomb. "I shall unleash the art of the flowing haze." The dual fog enveloped the surroundings, instantly obstructing Hinata's extraordinary vision. Within the thick mist lay a thin layer of chakra, which, when combined with the uniquely crafted smoke bomb, hindered his sight. For a fleeting moment, Hinata's remarkable perception was shrouded by the suddenly intensified obscurity. 1 second, perhaps half a second, after losing sight of Akali, Hinata immediately augmented the output of his Byakugan, his eyes radiating a brilliant light akin to high-powered searchlights, piercing through the smoke. Yet, at that moment, Akali had already maneuvered behind him. When did this happen? So swift. Hinata's eyes widened in shock as Akali's right hand, wielding a kunai, executed a precise, fierce, and lethal thrust aimed directly at his back. This was the culmination of Akali's relentless training, each movement honed to perfection, resulting in a streamlined attack from her right hand's kunai. What transpired? Amidst the chaos, fully concentrated, Hinata was caught off guard by the direct strike. Outside the fog, the trio of Hinata could only see Akali as a fleeting specter, appearing almost like a ghost behind Hinata. How could Hinata allow himself to be approached so closely? The Hinata trio marveled, yet the peril for Hinata was far from over. As danger loomed, Hinata remained unfazed, instantly discerning that he had no room to evade. With a cold, rational resolve, he leaned slightly forward, his left hand contorting in an almost unnatural angle to intercept Akali's kunai. Slicing through the air, blood splattered as Akali's kunai, along with her right wrist, was firmly grasped in Hinata's palm. The sharp weapon pierced through his hand, leaving a trail of crimson across his back, yet he paid it no heed. Gripping Akali's wrist with his left hand, he pivoted his body, launching a powerful elbow strike aimed at her head. Akali, caught in Hinata's swift movement, leaned involuntarily to the left, if all went according to plan. This elbow strike would land squarely on her skull. In the fierce art of Muay Thai, elbow strikes are particularly favored due to the natural weaponry bestowed upon humanity, the acutely angled bone structure. The combination of the elbow's shape with the absence of soft tissue allows for both blunt force and sharp damage, serving as a vital tool for survival before the invention of fire and spears. A fierce downward elbow strike could potentially shatter the spine of a wolf. The elbow, akin to a blade, possesses the capability to inflict damage comparable to that of a sword, slicing through the skin of an opponent. In mere seconds of their confrontation, blood had been drawn. With the pain igniting his resolve, Hinata channeled his full strength. Should this elbow connect with her head, the undeveloped skull of a 6-year-old child would stand no chance against such force. The possibility of a skull fracturing like a watermelon was exaggerated, yet creating a significant dent was entirely plausible. At the critical moment, Akali's feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, drawing strength from the earth. With a sudden thrust of her kunai, she caused Hinata Shinji to loosen his grip slightly with a wince of pain. Seizing the opportunity, Akali forcefully retracted her right hand, adjusting her stance to block Hinata Shinji's retaliatory elbow strike with her right arm. A dull thud resonated as her arm was pushed aside, and the elbow continued its relentless assault upon her right shoulder. The disparity in height took its toll on Akali, allowing Hinata Shinji to unleash the full force of his downward elbow strike. She felt a heavy weight on her right side, her body nearly collapsing to a kneeling position, as if her arm and shoulder were on the verge of fracturing. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Hinata Shinji, akin to a machine impervious to pain, seemed determined to unleash his pent-up fury upon Akali. He swiftly turned to deliver a backward kick. In response, Akali executed a backward roll, launching her shuriken. And with the activation of her EQ passive, she aimed to land a decisive blow that would likely incapacitate Hinata Shinji. Unfortunately, this was not a life-or-death struggle, despite Hinata Shinji's fervent approach from the outset. As Akali rolled backward, her shuriken struck at Hinata Shinji's feet, allowing her to evade his kick. Seizing the moment while he was off balance, she quickly executed a second phase of her shuriken dance, delivering a kick to the hollow of his right knee. With a resounding crack, Hinata Shinji lost his balance and fell to one knee, ultimately collapsing face-first to the ground. Supporting himself with his right arm, he attempted to regain his posture, but at that moment, a single-handed scythe was pressed against his neck, embedded in the earth before him. The dirt flew up, striking his face, and Hinata Shinji was engulfed by a bitter realization. He had lost. In less than a minute of skirmishing, without even exchanging a few standard punches, he found himself in a humiliating position on the ground, with a dislocated and incapacitated arm. On the other side, having subdued Hinata Shinji and confirming his surrender, Akali rose, acutely aware of the bruises adorning her arm and shoulder. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through her, she felt a twinge of resentment. The earlier thrust aimed at his back was never intended to penetrate. It was Hinata Shinji who had recklessly engaged with her kunai as she was already pulling back. After all, how could Akali, as a skilled assassin, allow anyone to anticipate her movements and even grasp her wrist? Ultimately, Hinata Shinji's unyielding elbow strike had pushed Akali to retaliate fiercely, and she was relieved that her rationality returned, with her shuriken embedded firmly in the ground. As the smoke dissipated, Hinata Koichi approached, clapping his hands with enthusiasm. "Marvelous, simply marvelous. Impressive," he exclaimed, though his eyes betrayed a sense of dissatisfaction and malice. He had not anticipated that his cousin, Hinata Shinji, would be defeated by a mere girl. To Hinata Koichi, Hinata Shinji had always been the quintessential other's child, as their families had experienced a division in generations past. Despite their familial ties, the two were often compared due to their similar ages and backgrounds. Those who have endured such comparisons understand the weight of being the other's child, quietly bearing criticism and lessons. However, for Hinata Koichi, the opportunity for retribution loomed large. Hinata Koichi was deeply displeased with Hinata Kanji, harboring a profound aversion towards him. Yet, despite this disdain, the child prodigy of the Hinata clan had succumbed to the prowess of a mere girl, having exchanged only a few blows. Where could he possibly place his face? Was it not a disgrace to be outperformed by a 6-year-old second grader? No, Hinata Koichi could not accept this. What a shame for the Hinata clan. As Hinata Koichi approached Hinata Kanji, he completely disregarded Akali, his expression dark and foreboding. I say, are you not the genius of Gentle Fist? The rising star, second only to the illustrious Hisashi and Hayashi brothers? How could you possibly lose? How dare you lose? If word spreads, the genius of the Hinata clan cannot best a commoner. Where shall I hide our family's honor? Hinata Koichi advanced step by step, pressing forward, while Hinata Kanji, arms crossed and teeth clenched, could only retreat incrementally. The proud Hinata Kanji refused to seek excuses for his failure. Striving to maintain eye contact with Hinata Koichi, a loss is a loss, without justification. I am simply not as strong as her. Huh? Hinata Koichi scoffed, his equally pale eyes filled with indifference and malice. No, you cannot afford to lose, Hinata Kanji. You may experience failure, for even Uchiha fire has known defeat. But you must not fall so swiftly. A protracted struggle, even in loss, preserves the clan's dignity and showcases a fighting spirit, whereas being defeated in an instant does not. I command you to fight again. This is my order as the clan head. Hinata Koichi's cold gaze bore down on Hinata Kanji as he sought to witness more of his disarray, wishing to strip him of the title of other people's child in comparison to himself. This was still insufficient. An order from the clan head, is it? I understand. Hinata Kanji gritted his teeth. The clan's commands were absolute. Regardless of their reasonableness, Hinata Koichi's current directive was undeniably justified. Even if it were to be discussed within the clan, under the guise of political correctness for the Hinata, others would merely say they must comply, suffering only minor physical discomfort. After all, it was not they who would endure the pain. Moreover, and most importantly, Hinata Koichi was the son of the clan's elder. Today's incident could not simply be brushed aside. Hinata Kanji realized that one party must inevitably fall for it to conclude. Hinata Koichi had always regarded him with disdain, frequently picking at his weaknesses within the clan, and today presented a legitimate reason for him to confront it head-on. Very well, let the battle continue. Hinata Kanji glanced at Akali. It was just that earlier, he had been overly impulsive, losing far too rapidly, and indeed felt a twinge of resentment. His father had once told him to transform misfortune into fortune, for in the Hinata environment, one would eventually crumble otherwise. Although he only had one hand, he could still fight once more. A refreshing breeze swept through, alleviating the tumultuous emotions and restlessness following the battle. The distant laughter of children on the playground gradually faded from Hinata Kanji's ears. Taking a deep breath to steady his breath, he felt himself entering a wondrous state. The pain in his left hand diminished, turning from sharp sensations into a dull numbness in his mind, leaving only his opponent in focus. Though he had but one right hand remaining, his condition felt even better than before. Hinata's miraculous left hand hung limply, as if devoid of bones, while his right hand rested at his waist, forming an unusual soft fist posture. His relaxed left hand swayed gently, and Hinata chose to disregard it, as if it were non-existent. With a surge of determination, Hinata's eyes sparkled with intensity as he unleashed chakra from his feet, propelling himself towards Akali with an even swifter palm strike than before. Akali's expression turned grave. Hinata's transformation compelled her to suppress her emotions and enter battle mode, for his gaze unmistakably conveyed a singular message. Let us engage once more. If you respect me, do not hold back. With a dissatisfied grimace, Akali bit down on her molars and brandished a wooden kunai she had crafted for training. Flowing shadow of my techniques. 5 kunai soared through the air with the speed of meteors, meticulously angled to restrict Hinata's evasive maneuvers. Byakugan. As the black and white vision illuminated the scene, time seemed to freeze for Hinata, granting him the keen perception to discern the gaps between the kunai. He found it, with a peculiar sideways stance. Hinata twisted his body in a manner akin to a soft martial art, evading 4 kunai, while the last one struck his deliberately positioned left arm with the force of a solid blow. For a fleeting moment, Hinata's movement halted. Yet the mere impact of a kunai and the numbed pain were insufficient to deter him. Ignoring the discomfort, he advanced towards Akali, who surged forward in response. The imprint of the hidden dragon technique lingered in her grasp. The wooden kunai had depleted much of her chakra, but that mattered little. With a burst of speed, she twirled the wooden handle of her scythe, and their figures intertwined in a rapid exchange. Thud! 2 sounds echoed. One was the dull thud of the wooden staff striking flesh, the other the crisp slap of a palm against skin. Hinata collapsed, a vivid red mark evident on his neck, a testament to Akali's reverse grip on the scythe. Blood dripped from Akali's right hand. Her arm and half her body tinged with numbness from Hinata's assault, and she gripped the scythe blade with her hand. As the extended wooden handle struck Hinata's neck, the force rebounded, causing her to lose her grip on the blade, resulting in a cut. Moreover, a crimson imprint marred Akali's smooth left forearm, a sign of ruptured capillaries beneath the skin. Hinata had not held back. His palm had landed firmly against Akali's forearm. Her right hand throbbed painfully from the scythe's cut, and her left arm ached from the strike. Yet, Akali made no complaints. She simply began to bandage her wounds in silence. She was not well versed in the intricacies of the Hyūga clan's branch family, but it was apparent to her that, in a sense, Hinata had been burdened by her presence, leaving her with no grounds for grievance. Furthermore, in this dynamic of master and servant, Akali felt her desire to assist was hindered by her own limitations. Oh dear, has he fallen? Hinata? Hinata? The harsh croaking of a duck echoed once more as Hinata Kuchi staggered to Akali's side, the dusty soles of his shoes grinding against Hinata Kamikaze. It seemed he wished to ascertain whether Hinata Kamikaze was genuinely unconscious or merely feigning it. Thus, Hinata Kuchi continued to grind and kick until Kamikaze's white attire was thoroughly soiled with dust, finally confirming that he was truly incapacitated. TSK, how dull, Hinata Kuchi lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. This was the end, and it was utterly uninteresting. He had hoped to witness more exhilarating confrontations. Although somewhat unsatisfied, he found solace in Kamikaze's current disheveled state, relishing the thought that no one would dare compare him with Kamikaze anymore. Another child had fallen from grace. Satisfied, he beckoned to his 2 lackeys, casting not a glance at Akali or Kamikaze, and swayed as he prepared to depart. At that moment, he finally sensed the icy gaze directed at him from behind. What are you staring at? How dare you disrespect Master Kuchi? Before he could utter a word, his 2 Hinata lackeys barked out, acting like dogs emboldened by numbers. Akali paid no attention to the 2, dismissing them as mere wretches. Oh, it seems you have something to say to me? Hinata Kuchi pushed past his companions, adopting a rather haughty demeanor as he regarded Akali with leisure. In his view, he had performed flawlessly today, adeptly wielding his status and authority to compel others through words and reason, truly embodying his father's teachings. As for Akali, he held no regard for her. She was merely a commoner. Even if she had grown stronger now, once they all became ninjas, could she truly contend with the martial prowess? With inherited ninjutsu, she wouldn't even stand a chance. She certainly could not match the gentle fist that coordinated with the Byakugan. No, I have no words for trash. There is no necessity to converse with refuse, especially that which reeks yet refuses to remain in its designated bin, instead roaming aimlessly and polluting the air. All I wish to convey to Senior Kamikaze is that you are a warrior worthy of respect, though you currently find yourself amidst a heap of refuse. I hope you do not lose sight of your original aspirations and do not allow yourself to be assimilated by the filth. One day, you will surely radiate your own brilliance, emerging from the trash. As Akali spoke, she attentively bandaged her wounded right hand, her earnest demeanor suggesting she had no inclination to spare even a glance at Hinata Kuchi. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you seek death? How can you insult the Hinata clan? The 2 Hinata lackeys eagerly interjected, and Akali's words had now ensnared them all in her AoE. She cast a disdainful glance at them. I did not mention Hinata. Please, trash, do not take it personally. Heh, sharp-tongued little girl. Hinata Kuchi seethed with indignation. When had a mere commoner ever dared to scold him, a member of the main family? Witnessing Hinata Kamikaze's misfortune reignite the dimming flames of anger within him under Akali's scornful remarks. However, reflecting on his father's past teachings, Hinata Koichi feigned indifference. It's fine. You can certainly be arrogant now that you've won. Your strength is admirable. I trust you will be able to guard the entrance of the tent in the future. I hope that when the village assigns you to protect me, you still possess this kind of fierceness. With those words, Hinata Koichi managed to ease his own mind, pondering how it mattered little how strong one was. When the war among ninjas erupts, I will revel within the village while you toil outside, separated by our distinct worlds. How foolish. Akali never indulged the self-righteous. The most intense anger often requires merely a few simple insults to ignite. As the long-awaited son of the elder Hinata, Koichi was inherently lacking. His Byakugan purity was low, and even awakening it was a struggle, rendering his strength rather insignificant. Due to his weakness, he could only adopt a fierce demeanor, employing his father's so-called tactics to comfort himself. Yet today, perhaps it was the usual frustration at his own frailty. Perhaps it was discontent towards another's child, or perhaps it was the stark contrast of another child being easily defeated. A multitude of indefinable emotions coalesced within him. With a casual glance and a few eloquent words, Akali successfully ignited the emotions that Hinata Koichi had not yet managed to quell. His complexion darkened, shrouded in shadows. Nearby, his attentive subordinates keenly sensed the shift in their master's demeanor. Bastard! Looking for a fight. Hinata Ikaru and Hinata Hidemasa charged forward, feigning an attack on Akali. Enough! Koichi barked. Are you not ashamed enough already? Return. If Hinata Kamiki could not triumph, what could these two worthless fools achieve? Ikaru and Hidemasa sheepishly retreated. Koichi forcibly suppressed his displeasure, adopting a revoltingly condescending demeanor. Youthful exuberance, after all. She is merely a child, no need to hold it against her. However, the more Koichi suppressed his feelings, the more fervent the flames of anger within him grew. This fire demanded release, though not at this moment. One must be magnanimous, he uttered coldly, his tone dripping with condescension and sarcasm. A deep glance at Akali signified his resolve. Farewell, until we meet again, Koichi croaked in an unpleasant voice, gradually departing amidst the flattery of his two sycophantic companions from the Hinata branch. Akali wrapped her right hand with her teeth and hands, lifting the fallen Hinata Kamiki and carrying him towards the infirmary. Akali, too, was filled with unexpressed fury, while Koichi was present. She could not even reveal her concern for Kamiki, knowing that her assistance here would only invite tenfold abuse within the grand Hinata residence. A grudge had been established today, particularly with Koichi's pointed farewell. Nevertheless, Akali felt no fear. The journey of personal growth inevitably entails various setbacks, and living in this world means encountering all manners of extraordinary events, the likes of which even novels would hesitate to depict. The repugnant Hyūga is but one aspect. Should Akali wish to endure in this merciless world of ninjas, even with a system at her disposal, countless trials await her. Regrettably, her tranquil existence shall soon be disrupted. Perhaps she should inquire with Jiwei about the true nature of the Hyūga clan. However, Akali did not anticipate the swiftness of Hyūga Koichi's retribution. There is a saying, take a step back, and the anger only intensifies. Clearly, Hyūga Koichi believes Akali to be still young. Thus he seeks to strike while the iron is hot. In the original narrative, even Kushina was cornered by her classmates, compelled to confront her ninja brother. Akali is no exception, and her assailants are none other than the astute Hyūga clan. So, you have dared to bully our extraordinary cousin? 3 imposing Hyūga genin encircled Akali. Her dwelling was somewhat secluded, and having taken a shortcut through a thicket, she now found herself in the heart of a remote forest, unable to call for help. Akali cast a glance at the thickets to her right, where 3 eager, malevolent gazes emerged, invoking a sense of familiarity. Evidently, these individuals were not present for the sake of the Hyūga prodigy. This, indeed, was Hyūga Koichi's so-called reunion. Akali's pale yellow eyes narrowed slightly, and her unruly hair stood on end as she entered a state of alertness. She grasped her hair and tucked it away. What do you intend to do? Akali inquired coolly, dismissing the 3 before her with an air of nonchalance. You broke our extraordinary cousin's arm, so it is only fitting that we reciprocate. The leader of the Hyūga genin sneered. Fear not. Our methods are quite gentle, ensuring that once you are healed, there will be no lingering aftereffects. Akali exhaled deeply. The Hyūga clan is adept in pressure point techniques, Who knows what underhanded tricks they might employ? She could not afford to relent and allow these three to execute their plans. The only course of action was to fight. Are you not afraid of the security forces? Akali finally asked. The security forces? Huh. The trio of Hyūga laughed boisterously. Seizing the opportunity, Akali unleashed 2 precious smoke bombs without hesitation. Outnumbered, and with the enemy strong, even a formidable being like Ultraman would falter against 3 monsters. How much more so for the presently weak Akali? Taking on 3 at once. Vanquishing even 1 would be an achievement. Defeating 2 would be extraordinary, and to imagine overcoming all 3 was beyond consideration, especially since there were 6 in total. In a hypothetical narrative, one could only hope for an extraordinary stroke of luck. As the smoke bombs detonated, Akali lowered her body, her mind briefly wandering. After a moment of distraction, she abruptly shifted into combat mode. She feigned a move to the left, then executed an unconventional backflip, darting to the right. 6 against 1. Capture the leader first. Shikamaru Nara had completed a day's work and was now making his way home from the AMBU base. It is worth noting that the Nara clan was once a prominent family, having transitioned from samurai to ninjas, thriving during the village's establishment. However, no one anticipated the sudden demise of the invincible first generation, which sparked the First Ninja War. Even more unexpected was the intensity of the conflict that erupted after the establishment of villages by the ninja clans and civilian ninjas, which bore little resemblance to the battles of the Warring States period. In this singular ninja war, countless clans with millennia or centuries of heritage faced annihilation, as their customary teamwork led to the eradication of entire clans. Amidst the brutalities of war, the Hitaki clan gradually faded into obscurity, with their grand estate left uninhabited. There was no need to occupy the bustling center of the village. Thus, the remaining Hitaki sold their ancestral land and relocated to the outskirts, acquiring a substantial sum that allowed for a period of recuperation, ultimately nurturing a new generation, including Hitaki Tsukumo, descending from the Umbu base on Hokage Rock. Hitaki Tsukumo walked home along a familiar path. Yet today, as he approached this well-known route, he keenly sensed something amiss. A faint scent of blood wafted from ahead. Freshly broken branches and kunai still stained with blood lay scattered, accompanied by intermittent sounds of battle, all signaling to Tsukumo that a confrontation was unfolding nearby. Cursed be it. What on earth is the barrier division doing? Haven't they detected any chakra fluctuations in this vicinity? Even if the barrier division failed to notice, the route surveillance should have picked it up. Tsukumo cursed under his breath, quickening his pace. Regrettably, the Umbu's control over the village paled in comparison to that of the route, and the third Hokage placed greater trust in the latter. As he leaped through the trees, Tsukumo ascended above the forest canopy, pushing aside leaves to peer down. At that moment, he finally understood why, despite the apparent duration of the battle, no one had taken notice. The combatants were engaged in taijutsu. Moreover, the scene unfolding before him left Tsukumo wide-eyed. 6 Hyūga, all activated by their Byakugan, were struggling against a little girl, unable to swiftly subdue her, and instead appearing to be led by the nose, desperately attempting to encircle her. Each of the 6 Hyūga bore injuries, their furious expressions indicating they were blinded by rage. What on earth is happening? Curiosity piqued, Tsukumo observed intently. The Hyūga ninja below remained oblivious to Tsukumo's presence, as their Byakugan could only maintain a limited 360-degree field of vision during combat. Beyond that, their brains could not process the information effectively, rendering them incapable of utilizing it as they would during reconnaissance. No one could engage in battle with a godlike perspective spanning several kilometers. Having fought for some time, the 6 Hyūga found themselves in a predicament, gritting their teeth to endure. Akali was exceedingly agile and formidable. With her full offensive, her kunai struck with deadly precision, and the rebound of her shadow dragon technique accelerated her movements, making her unpredictable. The energy rings she wielded added to the chaos, leaving the Hyūga scrambling to keep up. As 2 smoke bombs exploded simultaneously, they did not entirely obscure vision, but they provided a fleeting moment of cover, allowing Akali to dart away, her speed surpassing that of the 6 Hyūga, who found themselves at a disadvantage in the complex terrain of the forest. Kuchi Hinata felt a pang of regret. He had firmly internalized his father's teachings, which advised against intervening in every situation. Yet today, he found himself breaking that very rule in a moment of impulsive anger. He yearned to witness Akari's downfall, and summoned the 3 branches of the Hinata clan to act in the name of their illustrious family, intending to remain in the shadows. He had thought success was all but assured, but to his astonishment, Akali maneuvered her way out, forcing him to take action himself. Though he could argue that he was merely passing by when called upon by the branch members, the prolonged confrontation was becoming increasingly perplexing. After all, how could a mere second-year student exhibit such formidable strength? The only solace he found was in the realization that Akali's stamina was not limitless. Having grown accustomed to the jungle, she was gradually being cornered by his group, the encirclement tightening. Akali was exceptionally powerful, and today's efforts had already taken a significant toll. He was resolute in his decision to incapacitate her completely. In the same vein, as the encirclement shrank, Akali, too, made a determination. With her energy waning and her life in jeopardy, she was left with no choice but to resort to her final gambit. It was somewhat vexing. She had barely begun to understand the village when she found herself compelled to undertake such a high-risk maneuver. Hinata, I will grant you one last chance to withdraw. Today's events need not escalate to their utmost conclusion. Akali proclaimed loudly. The poised Shikamaru momentarily hesitated. Do you truly believe that is possible? Kuchi called out, urging the other branches to hasten their advance. Is that so? Then I must express my apologies. As she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, Akali discreetly slipped a piece of perpetual wool cookie into her mouth and adjusted her stance, waiting for the Hinata's formation to draw nearer. The chaotic technique she intended to unleash was one her body could scarcely endure. Once executed, she would have no capacity to resist. Thus, she had only one opportunity to clear a path through the 6 adversaries. The effects of the cookie began to manifest, and Akali gathered her chakra, advancing rather than retreating. A radiant brilliance erupted instantaneously. I shall show no mercy, she murmured. In the next instant, Akali's form was enveloped in chakra and vanished. The chaotic technique unleashed. The 6 members of Hinata were taken aback. Within their Byakugan's field of vision, Akali moved with astonishing speed, her dynamic sight barely able to keep up. Transforming into a fleeting rainbow, Akali brandished a kunai, launching herself toward them with blinding swiftness. Not good. We must stop her. The 5 members of the branch ahead were visibly alarmed. While they could manage, Kuchi could not afford to be harmed. Yet, it was futile. Akali was too swift. At such a short distance, only ninjas of Kakashi or Guy's caliber could hope to intercept her. The issue was, those 2 had yet to be born. Resolute. The 5 Hinata members braced themselves, intending to shield one another in a line of defense. However, Akali's target encompassed them all. 5 shuriken soared through the air, repelling 2 of them, while she swiftly pierced through the others, 2 of the Hinata's lower-ranked ninja managing to hold their ground against her. Akali did not linger. Her initial thrust was designed to disrupt and dismantle their defenses. The falcon danced and rolled to evade, a shuriken embedding itself in the foot of a Hyūga lower ninja. Akali followed with a series of swift backward jumps. You are already dead, she declared coldly, her body surging forward in a swift 2-stage advance. Killing frenzy. In this rapid movement, Akali's chakra enveloped her, transforming her into a shadowy specter that surged forward with deadly precision. A kunai in one hand and a crescent blade in the other, her chakra-imbued left hand expanded, morphing into a colossal scythe that cleaved towards 6 adversaries standing in a line, their heads ripe for the harvest. There was no way Akali could resist the tantalizing lure of claiming 6 kills in one strike. She showed no mercy. At that moment, Shikamaru, mesmerized by Akali's dazzling thrusts, felt an unwilling urge to intervene and halt this assassination display. To speak frankly, Shikamaru did not particularly care for the branch families. His primary concern was protecting the main family. Akali became a fleeting shadow, pausing to stand firm. Simultaneously, the energy enveloping her faded, and the toll of her relentless assault began to manifest. Her skin started to crack and bleed, transforming her into a blood-soaked figure in an instant. Yet, despite this, Akali remained resolute, swallowing the prepared eternal wool cookie, while the red potion she had ingested earlier began to take effect. Turning back, Akali sought to confirm the condition of the Hyūga clan members. Her final thrust seemed to strike true, yet its swift execution blurred her recollection. Upon discerning her surroundings, Akali tilted her head slightly, perplexed by why Hyūga Kyuichi appeared merely bloodied, yet seemingly unscathed, while others from the clan lay sprawled on the ground. Amidst the substantial blood loss, her thoughts grew increasingly muddled until she caught sight of a flash of white hair. As she turned her head, more blood erupted from her wounds, revealing a tall, white-haired man standing beside Hyūga Kyuichi. "Who are you?" Akali inquired. "Shikamaru," the man replied. With a thud, Akali collapsed. In the last fleeting moment of consciousness, her thoughts were consumed by the realization. Hyūga Kyuichi, so you truly survived. Cursing inwardly, she lamented that she had yet to retrieve the healing crystal from her pouch. The village of Konoha was in turmoil. The noble, rare, panda-like Hyūga main family had nearly faced death, and all within the village itself. Had it not been for Shikamaru fortuitously passing by, that clan member would surely have perished on the spot. As the specifics of the incident were elucidated by the Umbu, revealing the truth to the aware factions, the Hyūga clan became the subject of ridicule within Konoha. 6 against 1, and they nearly faced their own demise. Did they not understand the concept of respecting the strong? The barefooted fear not the shod, for one without family or ties could fight to the death without hesitation. Enraged, the Hyūga clan found themselves in a precarious situation. For Konoha was not a domain ruled solely by their decree. Various circumstances unfolded, resulting in a surprisingly favorable public sentiment for Akali. Yet, those in the know recognized that the fault lay squarely with the Hyūga clan, who would inevitably pay a price for their failures. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Shikamaru was reporting the events to the third Hokage. The third Hokage was exceedingly vexed, despite his previous benevolence, having disbursed compensation just yesterday. News had undoubtedly circulated regarding his favorable opinion of a certain academy student, with whom he had shared a delightful conversation. Yet, the very individual he had praised was now lying in a hospital bed, drenched in blood. Was this not a slap in his face? To compound matters, he had personally extended a loan of 150,000 Ryo to Akali, expecting her to repay 160,000. Should she perish today, would that not render his generosity futile? Moreover, she was a prodigy who had devised an A-rank jutsu at the tender age of 6. When had Konoha ever witnessed such talent? Contemplating this, the third Hokage could not suppress his urge to inquire once more. "Shikaku, are you truly certain?" "Absolutely," Shikaku affirmed, "and my assessment remains unchanged. That was at least an A-rank offensive jutsu. It was remarkably complete. When I arrived, that child named Akali had evidently executed a 2-stage advance. Even I, present at the scene, found myself somewhat flustered." Shikaku was not perturbed by the third's repeated questioning. He earnestly recounted the spectacle he had witnessed. In essence, the execution of that lethal strike resembled art, simple, deadly, and incisive. At this moment, Shikaku, who had not yet acquired the moniker White Fang, felt inspired by Akari's technique. As if he too ought to engage in such combat. Let us proceed to the hospital for another look. The third Hokage could no longer remain idle. Akali had indeed left him astounded yesterday, and with a deeper understanding of the circumstances today, he had gained a more profound insight into her character. Her usual light-hearted demeanor belied a decisive nature. When her comrades were threatened, she unsheathed her blade without hesitation. Was this not the very essence of the will of fire? Konoha needed individuals like her. It appeared that Tsukuyami's judgment had not been in error. Perhaps he should summon Tsukuyami back, for his transparency technique was quite valuable. Lost in a tangle of thoughts, the third Hokage made his way to Konoha Hospital. However, just as he was about to exit, Shikaku suddenly called out to him. "Lord Hokage, the Hyūga clan is causing quite a stir. How do you propose we address this?" At the mention of the Hyūga, a grimace of disgust crossed the third's features, particularly recalling the recent dossier. If the Hyūga dared to ambush an academy student today, would they not seek an opportunity to ambush me tomorrow? The weight of his words was heavy, and after a glance at Shikaku, he commanded, "Shikaku, you go. You had that thought in mind when you called me, did you not?" Shikaku chuckled, somewhat sheepishly. "Your wisdom is unparalleled, Lord Hokage. Off you go. Ensure the matter is handled with finesse." The third Hokage shot Shikaku a stern look before teleporting toward Konoha Hospital. "Rest assured, it will be executed splendidly." Shikaku grinned, though a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Having witnessed the final 2 stages of Akari's advance, he was profoundly impressed. This time, the Hyūga had gone too far. And so, we shall not delve into how the elder of the Hyūga clan raged within the clan, nor how the White Fang endeavored to calm him. At this moment, the third Hokage had arrived at the Konoha Hospital for the 3rd time. His previous visits had been during a desperate rescue, but now the situation seemed to have stabilized. "Tsunade, how is she?" he inquired, casting a concerned gaze upon Akali, whose pale visage resembled that of a mummified figure, ensconced in bandages upon the hospital bed. "She has been saved, but she requires some time to recuperate," Tsunade replied, her expression weary. "Haha, truly, you are the medical sage of Konoha, my most esteemed apprentice. Remarkable." The third Hokage effused with praise. "Oh please, isn't your most esteemed apprentice the illustrious Orochimaru?" Tsunade retorted with a roll of her eyes. "Haha, they are all exceptional." The third Hokage replied, slightly flustered, yet in high spirits, ignoring Tsunade's playful jibes. "Now, do elucidate the specifics of the situation." His smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor as Tsunade prepared to recount Akari's condition. It all began when Kakashi Hatake burst into Tsunade's office, bringing with him a blood-soaked Akari. Upon witnessing the extent of her blood loss, Tsunade had initially deemed her beyond saving. However, Kakashi insisted there was still a flicker of life and urged Tsunade to take a closer look, which she did. To her astonishment, despite Akari's grave injuries and persistent hemorrhaging, there resided within her a pure life force that sustained her vitality. Moreover, this life energy was fervently working to mend her wounds. Yet, maintaining her life was a Herculean effort, and actual healing seemed implausible. Tsunade took charge, transforming her office into an emergency treatment room, staunching Akari's wounds while collaborating with the potent life energy within her. The subsequent procedure was straightforward. First, she sealed the wounds, then gradually aligned Akari's chaotic chakra pathways, ultimately restoring balance throughout her body. However, even after these efforts, Akari was not entirely saved. The life force that had supported her was waning, and her own vitality had been severely depleted, rendering her in a state akin to a dimming lamp. At this juncture, the outcome hinged upon the patient's own will to survive. Fortunately, Tsunade experienced a moment of inspiration, not entirely serendipitous, as her necklace stirred. After stepping back from the treatment, intending to rest, she was drawn toward the assortment of items that had been removed from Akari. Her necklace, made of the first Hokage's chakra crystal, began to levitate and tugged her in a specific direction. Astonished, Tsunade followed the necklace's guidance to Akari's ninja tool pouch. Upon opening it, she discovered a small vial filled with a red potion and a larger bottle containing a green liquid. Additionally, there was a stunning red crystal and a beautiful green gem. As her gaze fell upon the red crystal, her necklace adhered to it, refusing to detach. Intrigued, Tsunade touched the red crystal, and a surge of pure life energy flowed into her body. In that moment, she comprehended the source of the life energy sustaining Akari. The crimson crystal within the ninja tool pouch is capable of bestowing an abundance of pure life energy. Thus, it is conceivable that the potions may be related to this phenomenon. Tsunade opened the pouch, inhaled deeply, and her intuition began to clarify. After dismissing those nearby, she experimented with the emerald orb before placing both items into Akali's hand, which was concealed beneath her bandages. When Akali was momentarily distracted and unable to complete her actions, Tsunade assisted her in finishing the task. Upon ingesting a vial of the red potion, Akali immediately began to show signs of improvement, marking her complete recovery. Nevertheless, Tsunade chose not to disclose the existence of the potions, crystals, or orbs to the third Hokage. On one hand, it seemed unnecessary. These items were indeed extraordinary. Yet the village of Konoha, with its vast resources, had no need for such trifles. With so many differing opinions among the villagers, revealing these secrets could incite envy and greed. Moreover, Tsunade harbored her own ambitions. She coveted not the crystals or orbs, but rather wished to experiment with the potion's formulation. By keeping this information concealed, she aimed to curry favor with Akali, hoping that when she awakened, she might offer assistance. There was also an instinctive reluctance within Tsunade, a feeling that such secrecy was somehow inappropriate. Thus, she merely remarked to the third Hokage that Akali possessed remarkable vitality, speculating whether she might be a descendant of the Senju clan, disbanded during the village's founding. The third Hokage grasped the implications. If Akali were indeed a descendant of the Senju, it would elucidate many matters. In the early days of Konoha, the first Hokage aspired to create a village devoid of barriers, where all members were as close as family. To set an example, he disbanded the Senju clan first. Had the Uchiha clan also agreed to dissolve, the other clans would have followed suit. However, the Uchiha's refusal set a precedent, emboldening others to remain united under their banner. The disbandment of the Senju had become an established fact, and the first Hokage did not call for their reassembly. The Senju dispersed throughout Konoha, and thus the village became synonymous with their legacy. The infusion of their exceptional bloodline into the populace transformed Konoha into a cradle for prodigies. This notion holds merit. After all, Konohamaru's team included a kunoichi, Moegi, who was naturally adept in wood-release techniques. Should Akali prove to be of similar caliber, it would render the situation comprehensible. How long until she awakens? Inquired the third Hokage. Tsunade pondered for a moment before responding. Not long, perhaps 1 or 2 days at most. 3. Very well. The third Hokage nodded, casting one last glance at Akali before departing with a furrowed brow, hands clasped behind his back. Ensure you notify me immediately upon her awakening. Although Akali appeared carefree and spirited, having endured such a harrowing ordeal, it was uncertain how her demeanor might transform. The teachings of the will of fire must be reinforced without delay. Indoctrination should commence promptly. Such talents could inadvertently foster discord within Konoha. Especially that useless member of the Hyūga clan, 10 deaths would not suffice. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, the third Hokage let out a deep sigh and redirected his steps toward the Hyūga clan, intent on assessing the severity of Kakashi's actions. If they were insufficiently forceful, he would personally summon Danzo. As the third Hokage departed, Tsunade also left, leaving behind Akali's intact green vial and the partially filled red one, as she contemplated conducting a thorough analysis of the potion's components. However, unbeknownst to both, Akali did not wait 3 days, nor even a single day. She awakened that very night. Tsunade estimated Akali's awakening time based on the effects of the healing orb and the red crystal, unaware that not everyone could wield the red crystal as well as the healing orb. The nurses who previously assisted Akali in undressing were oblivious to this fact. Only Tsunade, possessing the original chakra crystal necklace, recognized the red crystal due to the potent life forces of both items attracting one another. Upon acquiring the red crystal, Tsunade sensed a life, energy, and recovery effect that did not reach its full potential, as only Akali could fully utilize the capabilities of these items within the ninja realm. In the dead of night, Akali awoke to a wave of pain coursing through her body. At her side, a small nurse dozed at a nearby table, while Akali herself was swathed in bandages like a mummy. In her palms, the red crystal and healing orb were securely enveloped, radiating warmth. Memories flooded back to her. She had intended to retrieve items from her ninja gear, but had lost consciousness from excessive blood loss. Her thoughts muddled by an interruption from a white-haired man, preventing her from securing the red crystal in time. So, who had placed the red crystal and healing orb in her hands? Moreover, this appeared to be an opulent hospital room rather than a prison cell, and the attendants were nurses, not the security forces. It seemed that Akali's greatest fears had not come to pass. She recalled that her actions had seemingly been thwarted, possibly by a person named Kakashi Hitaki. How formidable! As Akali regained consciousness, more details surfaced. There had been a flash of lightning accompanying her charge, dispatching her intended targets with preemptive strikes. It seemed she had forged a rivalry with the Hyūga clan, and she hoped such moments of helplessness would not recur. In the stillness of the night, Akali accessed her system, her thoughts stirring as she retrieved the last biscuit, savoring it as she chewed and swallowed. Perpetual Wool Biscuit, a consumable biscuit that restores a total of 10 lost health and mana points over 30 minutes. Heroes without mana will regain 12 lost health points. Conveniently, Akali lacked mana. Her only resource was chakra. The biscuit's effects were gradual. Neither the health potion nor the biscuit operated as they did in games, instantly restoring health. Such rapid recovery was a feat of Tsunade's regenerative prowess. The modest red potion and biscuit could not be expected to yield such remarkable results. Nevertheless, this sustenance allowed Akali to survive. The biscuit's slow restoration alleviated her injuries significantly, granting her a moment of respite. After 30 minutes, Akali finally emerged from her critically wounded state. The technique known as killing chaos was divided into 2 segments, a form of high-speed ninjutsu. The first segment involved enveloping her body in chakra to enhance her physical capabilities, forming a streamlined barrier that reduced air resistance and provided protection. Once her body was fortified, the barrier complete, she would initiate a super-speed thrust, which also consisted of 2 phases, a disorienting strike followed by a piercing attack. The outermost chakra casing transforms into an air fist at high speeds, delivering a blow to the target before Akali's kunai strikes, inducing a momentary knockback and disorientation. This is the opportune moment for assassination. A brief control paired with a swift thrust can be deemed a lethal strike. However, Akali's current physique is insufficient to fully execute the intricate movements of the inner and outer kill, resulting in a lack of disorientation, leaving only the thrust. Were it not for this limitation, Akali would not need to leap close. She could simply collide with the two protecting Hinata Koichi or eliminate them directly. Following the outer kill is the inner kill. Much like the distinction between the outer and inner lotus, if the outer kill relies primarily on chakra-enhanced physical thrusts, the inner kill draws more heavily on chakra itself, shifting the balance from physicality to chakra dominance. The potency of the inner kill envelopes the target as if they were a chakra comet, exacerbating the strain on the body while the chakra undergoes transformation into a tangible form. The formidable chakra extends through her limbs to the blade, advancing with the ferocity of a razor-sharp edge. If one were to consider the outer kill as a form of assassination, the inner kill transcends into an unreasonable slaughter. This sentiment resonates deeply with many AD friends within the rift. The damage inflicted by the inner and outer kills is not as severe as that of the inner and outer lotus. However, Akali's current frailty cannot be overlooked. To illustrate, consider the consequences of a 6-year-old Lee attempting to force open a door. Applying that to Akali's situation elucidates her predicament. As for the illusion Sakura kill, it is an assassination initiated from the shadows. In the stillness of the night, if Akali's physical condition were quantified as a health bar, she would have regained half of her vitality. In her silence, she pondered Konoha's stance, revealing the self that emerges post-outer kill and contemplating the attitude she must adopt moving forward. Suddenly, Akali heard an alarm ringing in her mind, reminiscent of the pings when junglers appear in the rift. Curiously, she connected to the vision of 2 true sight sentinels at her home and was astonished to discover 2 shadowy figures in black cloaks and masks had entered her abode. The Umbu. Akali's heart raced with suspicion. What business do the Umbu have at my home? She focused intently on the vision transmitted by her true sight, observing the 2 Umbu rummaging through her house, meticulously searching under beds, within cabinets, and every conceivable nook and cranny. It was uncertain how formidable they were, but these Umbu were undoubtedly adept at searching. Every item they disturbed was deftly restored to its original position. Had she not witnessed them in motion, Akali would scarcely believe anything had been disturbed. It would be an understatement to say they were merely similar. They were identical. As the 2 Umbu continued their search, they fixated on books and scrolls. Akali's heart raced as she watched them sift through her cluttered cabinet, passing by the broken bow hanging on her wall. Unexpectedly, the 2 Umbu glanced at Akali's scattered lottery cabinet without further acknowledgement. The broken bow, representing their first attempt at a 10,000 draw lottery, remained untouched, suggesting that the duo sought something inscribed in text. Thus, was this an inquiry into the chaotic records surrounding me? Did they desire my techniques? Akali quickly conjectured this, recalling instances from the fanfiction she had read in her previous life where the protagonist developed new techniques, prompting the village to covet them. After failing to find what they sought, the 2 Umbu departed, and Akali noted their heights and physical characteristics, preparing for a future encounter. Akali remained vigilant, aware that with so many people in Konoha, the presence of 2 Umbu did not necessarily indicate that the village intended to harm her. It could also signify the lurking presence of other factions. She merely needed to remember that Konoha was not a monolith and to observe the identities of these 2 Umbu carefully. They operated in daylight while she remained in shadows. Akali could feign ignorance and gradually investigate. Having searched in vain, the 2 Umbu left, indicating they had not discovered what they desired. Tomorrow, she would act oblivious and observe how Konoha intended to proceed. Resolute in her decision, Akali resisted the urge to succumb to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to her, at this very moment in the Hyūga clan's territory, the confrontation between the Hyūga and Konoha had reached its climax. Hyūga Koichi's ambush on Akali had been inconsequential, as she was merely a powerless civilian. However, the predicament was that the ambush failed, nearly resulting in a counterattack. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Hatake Tsukumo, the most critical aspect was that the girl they had attempted to ambush had revealed her innate talents. This time, Konoha was genuinely enraged. Was the wrath of Konoha something easily endured? In the past, even the arrogant Uchiha Madara was not simply dispatched without consequence by the first Hokage. With the pressure mounting on Konoha, the Hyūga were compelled to provide an explanation. which undoubtedly fell upon the shoulders of the Hyūga clan's elder, Hyūga. Surrendering was the hallmark of the Hyūga, a clan known for its expertise in such matters. I hereby announce the removal of Hyūga from his position as the head of the main house and his subsequent disqualification. Furthermore, I strip Hyūga Koichi of his status as the heir of the elder and reclassify the newly born generation of the main house as a branch family. The other 4 houses shall ascend in order, and on a designated day, we shall seek out exceptional talents from the branch family to replenish the main house. With a thud, Hyūga collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, his body icy with dread. Elder Danzo, is the village satisfied with this outcome? Hyūga inquired, his tone a mere whisper. Hyūga so slightly inclined his hand in respect as Elder Danzo stepped forth from behind the screen, his expression calm. Not sufficient, Danzo replied coolly. I understand. I will select a member from the main house to enter route on a day to be determined. Hyūga's face stiffened, yet he could only acquiesce under duress. Humph, if only you had acted thus sooner. A sardonic smile graced Danzo's lips as he departed, leaving behind an atmosphere of silence within the Hyūga clan's domain. She has awakened. The voice of the on-duty nurse rang clear, just regaining consciousness. Akali felt a momentary haze of confusion, but it soon dissipated. The door to her hospital room swung open, and a young kunoichi with piercing phoenix eyes, radiant golden hair, and fair, exquisite features entered. However, Akali's focus was primarily drawn to her chest. Forced startup, JPG. Goodness. Akali silently marveled. Tsunade is still youthful, not yet at her peak. The bard possesses a 36E bust, measuring 100 centimeters. Of course, I am unaware of the significance of 100 centimeters. Yet it is said that Tsunade will eventually reach 106. What do you think? Noticing Akali's gaze, Tsunade placed one hand on her hip and, acknowledging Akali's involuntary astonishment, a smug smile crept upon her lips. The male gaze can sometimes be excessively lecherous, something Tsunade is not quite ready to embrace. Yet the envy and admiration from a fellow woman undoubtedly pleased her greatly. May I touch? Akali's eyes sparkled with innocence, akin to a child encountering an adorable puppy, inquiring of its owner if she might pet it. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback before she reacted. No. Tsunade's expression darkened, and with a sharp crack, her palm struck Akali's smooth forehead, producing a crisp sound. Stunned, Akali cried out in pain, Tsunade's formidable strength reminiscent of an iconic slapstick tool, making her feel as though her forehead had swollen. The involuntary tears cascading down Akali's cheeks, coupled with her bandaged hand attempting to soothe her brow, rendered her expression both pitiable and comical. If you want to allow it, then so be it. Why resort to violence? Akali muttered softly, rubbing her forehead with her bandaged hand, truly in pain. Wicked woman. With her indecently ample bosom. You'll have your own later. Tsunade rolled her eyes in exasperation. She had heard snippets of Akali's lively personality from previous generations, and now it was clear she was quite unrestrained, entirely unlike a demure girl. Why would one's own be less fragrant than another's? Akali whispered. Tsunade emitted a threatening snort, simultaneously raising her right hand as if to flick. I'm sorry. Akali promptly surrendered. A wise little girl knows to avoid immediate losses. She would remember this woman. With her head lowered, Akali envisioned how she might outsmart Tsunade in the future, her imagination running wild, oblivious to the increasingly perilous glint in Tsunade's gaze. Tsunade observed the tuft of hair atop Akali's head, now animatedly expressing the thoughts Akali was conjuring. Tsunade glanced back at Akali's expression, as if she began to comprehend something. What is this little girl pondering? Tsunade grasped the destiny-bound tuft of hair, which had been restless since earlier. Perhaps it would be prudent to pluck it. After all, it is merely a tuft. Tsunade smiled, her demeanor deceptively gentle as she uttered a chilling proposal, her fair hand beginning to apply pressure slowly. Stop. That is my point of cuteness. Akali pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. Yamada. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed throughout the Konoha hospital. Thud, clap. Akali cradled her head, shielding her face, casting a pitiful glance at Tsunade, who, with one hand supporting her forehead, gazed at Akali with a sense of helplessness. How to say it? It is exhausting. Once again, I find myself at a loss, observing the current generation of overly dramatic youths. With a sigh, Tsunade composed her expression, retrieving a reusable potion from a green bottle and tossing it to Akali. First, drink your potion. Upon glancing at the vial in her hand, Akali's complexion shifted slightly. She had come to realize who had placed the red crystal and healing gem into her possession. The red crystal and healing gem were not meant to be kept at home, but rather carried with her. The potions and biscuits were intended for experimentation outside. Yet she hadn't anticipated encountering the foolish Hinata Kyuichi midway, which led to her entire situation being laid bare. After a moment's contemplation, Akali bit through the bandage on her right hand, setting down the healing gem, and lifted the reusable potion to drink. She dared not relinquish the red crystal, fearing that its life-restoring properties would dissipate upon release. The absence of an equipment slot was indeed bothersome, she mused, as she felt her body begin to recover once more. Akali lifted her gaze, calmly regarding Tsunade, aware that the latter had something to convey. Observing Akali's newfound tranquility, Tsunade raised an eyebrow in surprise, pondering how obedient she had suddenly become. "You must know who I am, right?" Tsunade inquired. "Indeed." Akali nodded. "The Princess of Konoha, Tsunade Heim. Well, since you recognize me, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. You need not worry about your belongings. I have not disclosed anything to anyone. The affairs of the Konoha clan are vast, and I have no ulterior motives concerning you. However, I am quite intrigued by that red potion you consumed and this green one. They possess formidable healing properties. You must understand the impact such items can have on the battlefield." Akali nodded, fully aware. She always purchased 2 vials upon returning to town, having initially started with shoes and 4 red potions. "So name your price," Tsunade declared grandly. "I won't pressure you. If you wish, you may sell it to me. If not, it's of little consequence, but I cannot keep your affairs concealed any longer." Tsunade gestured with her hands, for as an individual, she sought nothing from Akali. It was simply that Akali's potions were immensely beneficial to the village, a matter of life and death for countless souls, even if it required coercion. Tsunade deemed it her responsibility to acquire them for the sake of Konoha. "No need," Akali shook her head. "I shall give it to you directly. However, I must clarify that this green bottle is all I possess at the moment." Akali understood well what it felt like to wield such powers after employing her techniques. And even with the assistance of the red crystal and healing gem, it would be no small feat for Tsunade to rescue her. A debt of gratitude, combined with the strongest healer in Konoha and her affluent status, would certainly serve Akali well in fostering a relationship with Tsunade. Akali extended the remaining half bottle of reusable potion, which still had 1 usage left, towards Tsunade. The reusable potion would naturally refill near a spring. Yet Akali was unaware of where such a spring might be. To her, the reusable potion was no different from the ordinary red and blue potions. "Good girl. I knew I did not misjudge you," Tsunade beamed, yet she hesitated to take the reusable potion from Akali. "I shall not take your possessions for free. Name your price. Anything you desire is within reach. You have declared me the princess of Konoha, after all. Half of Konoha belongs to my family. I am not lacking in wealth." What a lavish disposition. Faced with the declaration that the leaves of the village are my family's, Akali could only respond with a playful, "Wealthy lady, I'm famished. I crave a sumptuous meal." She yearned for a delightful feast, yet Akali was acutely aware that her offerings were insufficient to warrant such indulgence. Moreover, she understood that Tsunade had expressed that one could desire anything, yet the reality of obtaining such desires was fraught with limitations. In her previous life, Akali had watched a television drama where a poignant line resonated. Mountains of gold and silver cannot surpass the mountains of human sentiment. Akali's audacity and her demands could not only irk Tsunade, but might also yield no returns. If her requests exceeded Tsunade's capacity to accept, it would merely constitute a mundane transaction. Ultimately, Tsunade would continue to view her as a princess, while Akali remained a powerless commoner. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to present her offerings at a price akin to that of friendship. In doing so, Tsunade would not receive Akali's gifts without reciprocation, and Akali would secure some measure of reward, thereby forging a connection between them. Hence, Akali's asking price was 10,000 ryo. That would suffice. This figure represented not only a fair valuation, but also reflected her genuine need for that sum. While she could certainly inflate her request, it was unnecessary. Even if Tsunade were indifferent, there was no reason for her to covet such trifling amounts. Any financial shortfall could be rectified through honest labor, considering Tsunade was, after all, her benefactor. "Wouldn't you ask for more?" Tsunade inquired with a smile. "Even 100,000 is but a trifling sum to me." "No, thank you," Akali replied, shaking her head with serene composure. "Very well. I can offer you 10,000 Rio right now. Tsunade stowed away her reusable potions and casually produced a stack of money, handing it to Akali while gesturing toward her visibly improved health. Let us discuss your injuries when the third arrives. Before long. After Tsunade had elucidated the reasons behind Akali's rapid recovery, Akali seized the opportunity to synthesize a crystal wristband from the red crystal and the healing orb, while Tsunade went to inform the third Hokage. The synthesis process was remarkably swift. The red crystal and healing orb vanished from her hands, and in an instant, a wristband materialized in their place. The efficiency was so striking that Akali began to suspect that the system had not truly synthesized anything, but rather had merely retrieved the original items and delivered the new crystal wristband, thus circumventing her synthesis fees. Wearing the wristband and donning a fresh hospital gown to conceal it, Akali finally liberated herself from the awkwardness of needing to clutch the red crystal. Lamenting the lack of an equipment slot, she retrieved the tear of the goddess from the nearby cabinet and adorned her neck once more, ensuring her gloves were properly fitted. The tear remained undiscovered, likely due to the necklace's charm, which had prevented any contact with it. Seated at the edge of her bed, Akali awaited the third Hokage's arrival. Yet, as time passed, she found herself feeling akin to a technician poised for an audience, adjusting her demeanor in anticipation of a grand visitor, indeed, a venerable one. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, she found them distasteful, as if summoned by her musings. The door swung open, and Tsunade entered, accompanied by the third Hokage. Little Akali, how do you feel? Quite well, though I wonder how Hinata Koichi is faring. Akali cast a cold glance at the third Hokage. Was he so eager to see me because he intended to offer me to Hinata once I had healed? After all, the Hinata clan is of noble lineage, their meals worth twice what a commoner like me could afford. The tone of Akali's voice was laced with derision. Oh, the rift deepens. The third smile faltered, and he inwardly cursed. Rest assured, Konoha belongs to the people of Konoha, not to the Hinata. This time, I have dealt them a severe punishment, and Hinata Koichi has been expelled from the Ninja Academy. The third spoke with righteous fervor, embodying justice. Witnessing his demeanor, Akali felt a slight sense of relief. Yet, she understood that those who speak of ideals without discussing recompense are mere charlatans. If there were no tangible compensation this time, Akali might not voice her discontent, but she would certainly remember it. The third's posture suggested he held a favorable view of her. Surely a village's genius deserves some form of remuneration for their wounded spirit? Akali nodded slightly, then raised her head, her sparkling eyes fixed intently on the third, silently urging him to address the matter of money. The third, somewhat perplexed, continued with his prepared speech. Hinata has come to a profound realization of their errors and wishes to convey their sincere apologies through me. So, Akali, will you accept their apology? His gaze was filled with concern for her response. For the Hinata clan, the matter at hand was trivial. What truly mattered was Akali's attitude. One must seize the opportunity to nurture talent, for that is the path to survival in Konoha. Do you not see how every formidable rogue ninja from Konoha has left behind ties to the village? Tsunade and Jiraiya, despite being away from Konoha for over 20 years, still return when faced with challenges, albeit begrudgingly. I will not accept it. There is no sincerity. Akali responded decisively, without a hint of hesitation. What? The third was taken aback. In this day and age, where he had fought wars without seeking compensation, he thought it remarkable that Akali could achieve a peaceful resolution with such a significant clan. What more could she want? I nearly lost my life. I, who have never skipped class, did so this time. Do you know the immense psychological pressure I faced when I decided to take a life? Akali turned her head defiantly, refusing to look at the third. There must be financial compensation, she declared, her small face raised, her tone resolute. The third, unable to suppress his reaction, exclaimed, "Pfft." Tsunade, unable to contain her laughter, stepped back, her face serious as she prepared to leave the room. Ahem, I have some matters to attend to. Excuse me. As the door closed behind her, Tsunade's laughter echoed down the corridor, gradually fading away. The third rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Why did every interaction with Akali seem to elevate his blood pressure? Oh, he recalled the troublesome nature of Akali's character. No, do as you please. The third's expression darkened. Feeling well enough to be discharged, do not occupy a bed in the hospital without paying. By the way, once you are out, remember to come find me. The third Hokage stepped out, breathing a sigh of relief. It was good, since Akali had regained her vivacious demeanor. It indicated that the ordeal had passed. Celebrate, for Konoha has gained yet another prodigy. The third Hokage departed. As for compensation, that was the Hyūga clan's obligation to Konoha, a gesture of apology to the third Hokage. The Hyūga had not prepared any compensation for Akali, as they had not seen the final battle report, which had been sealed by the third. And what could be gleaned from the descriptions provided by the three Hyūga present? What could they discern? The one who took control of the scene was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Akali settled into Konoha Hospital for her recovery. It would be too shocking to discharge herself immediately. A week later, after a weary Akali sought Tsunade, she was ultimately expelled from the hospital by Tsunade. Yet, she did receive a modest sum of money. The third had personally sent over 10,000 ryo as a form of personal compensation, ensuring Akali could eat well and recuperate. Tsunade was researching reusable potions, while the Hyūga were suppressed by the third, and various factions in the village were warned to keep quiet. Everything seemed to return to a semblance of calm. However, upon returning home, Akali could not forget the Umbu who had visited her that fateful night. She surmised that the third's invitation to the office was likely related to the jutsu matters. Tsunade had initially clarified this, and fortunately, Akali had become acquainted with her, now aware of much more. Truth be told, she was quite eager to learn that formidable medical ninjutsu. Knock, knock, knock. In the afternoon, just as Akali finished tidying up and was preparing to head to the Hokage Tower, there came a knock at the door. Through the door's viewing guard, Akali recognized the visitor, Hinata Shinji. Shinji, it's you. Please come in. No, I want to intrude. I'm here to express my gratitude. You gave Hinata Koichi a good thrashing, and that brings me great joy. I intended to visit you at the hospital, but you discharged yourself early. I only found out where you were through Yamanaka Shio. It's wonderful to see you well. With that, Hinata Shinji began to turn away, seemingly content with merely having seen Akali. Wait. Akali hurriedly grasped his arm, scrutinizing him closely. After a week apart, the proud demeanor of Hinata Shinji, clad in white, had vanished without a trace. Now, he appeared wan and weary, his tone lacking its usual vigor. It was evident that he bore wounds beyond those inflicted by Akali that day. Come in, Akali asserted sternly, pulling Hinata Shinji into her room, and he offered no resistance, instead relaxing casually. Now, tell me about your situation. Akali and Hinata Shinji sat facing each other, and she noticed the dullness in his once bright white eyes, though they also held a sense of ease and relief within their depths. There's nothing much to say. The elder has expressed his disdain for me. The clan has suffered significant losses and does not favor me, and with the clan leader's tacit approval, I chose to leave the Hyūga. I am now a free man. Hinata smiled enigmatically, his expression imbued with a touch of nonchalance. As a consequence of my departure, I am forbidden from practicing gentle fist, and that is the extent of it. Aside from the caged bird upon my brow, I suppose I am the first to attain liberation from the branch family. I must also express my gratitude to the village. Had it not intervened, I might have succumbed to despair. Unlike now, where the Grand Elder has fallen, and the main family feasts upon the remnants of his demise, the fallen Grand Elder still looms large in my eyes. To shield me from further harm, the clan leader has advised me to distance myself from the Hyūga, which I consider a form of freedom. Hinata spoke with an air of casualness, as though the abolishment of the two treasures essential to the survival of a Hyūga ninja, gentle fist and Byakugan, was a mere triviality to him. What are your plans for the future? Akari inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. I intend to drop out of school, without gentle fist. And considering that the Hyūga's ninjutsu does not suit my physique, I shall not acquire any jutsu. However, I possess chakra, and even if I were to cultivate the land, I could sustain myself. Embracing the life of a farmer is not a poor choice. It is merely trading the path of a ninja for freedom, a privilege many branch families yearn for but cannot attain. Hinata appeared enlightened, resembling a sage who has attained profound understanding and accepted all that life offers. Yet Akari knew that one could not simply let go so easily. How could someone as gifted and proud as Hinata, once a promising ninja, truly abandon his aspirations? She could clearly perceive the tremor in his hands as he spoke. Akari fell into silence, and in an unexpected turn, Hinata sought to comfort her. It's all right, Akari. None of this is your fault. In fact, you have liberated me from the torment of the branch family. Otherwise, I would still be enduring the whims of Hyūga Yukihiro. If this is fate, then I choose to accept it. As he consoled Akari, he also reassured himself. His words flowed increasingly smoother, and he embraced the ordinary, finding solace in that choice. You and I are different, Akari. You possess a future ahead of you. destined to shine brightly. As for me, I shall quietly cheer for you from afar. You need not worry about me. Akali was taken aback. Hinata's demeanor was astonishingly mature for a mere 7-year-old, radiating such grace and composure. Is this the world of ninjas? A realm where innocent children are forged into such maturity. Wait. Akali could not resist the urge to do something for Hinata. Though he had suffered oppression, perhaps one day he could transcend his constraints. Yet, by igniting his internal conflict, she inadvertently stifled his potential. Akali retrieved the broken bow she had once drawn from her savings of 10,000 ryo. She could not illuminate a clear path for Hinata, but perhaps she could grant him peace of mind. Placing the broken bow upon the table, Akali spoke earnestly about a concept she scarcely understood. In ancient times, there existed a sect known as the Sect of Balance, dedicated to maintaining equilibrium in the world. Every entity has its own balance. Life and death embody a form of equilibrium, as do good and evil, spirit and body. Virtue encompasses all, with the 5 transformations achieving harmony. Balance exists within all things. Balance represents the harmonious unity of all things and the integration of humanity with nature. When equilibrium is lost, chaos ensues. The world, devoid of balance, succumbs to disorder. And individuals, when stripped of harmony, begin to deteriorate. For instance, one must maintain an optimistic and spirited mindset in the face of adversity. This embodies the balance between the physical and the spiritual. Reflecting on the illustrious poets of her past life, Akali mused, were they not embodiments of this truth? The likes of Li Bai, Du Fu, and Su Shi, despite their exiles and tumultuous fates, produced poetry that was ever more grand and resplendent. Hinata, deep in thought, watched as Akali placed the broken bow before him. Give it a try, draw it, she urged. Confused by the bowstring's absence, Hinata complied, lifting the half-broken bow. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Grasping a weapon signifies the weight of ancestral tradition and the trust of countless archers, forging an unbreakable bond through sacred practice. A mysterious female voice echoed in his ears, speaking a tongue unfamiliar yet surprisingly comprehensible to him. The simple, unadorned house before him faded, replaced by a distant target and the fleeting perceptions of an unfamiliar young girl coursing through his heart. The broken bow held within it a narrative, a memory from the childhood of a disciple of the Balance sect. Akali had once drawn profound insights from this memory, granting her peace of mind upon her arrival in the ninja realm. Observing Hinata, who grasped the broken bow with vacant eyes, his right hand seemingly plucking at an invisible string, Akali smiled with satisfaction. Before long, Hinata departed. The broken bow, no, it was no longer broken, had vanished, merging with Hinata as they became one. The bow, primarily composed of spiritual energy, dissipated, leaving only ordinary material that crumbled to dust. Within the Balance sect, mastery of a weapon necessitates dual training, cultivating the mind and spirit alongside practical combat skills, an embodiment of both internal and external refinement. The art of combat trains a warrior to confront external foes. However, only through meditative practice can a warrior hone their intellect and confront inner demons. Fearless, devoid of hate or love, casting aside distractions while preserving reason, calmly reflecting upon oneself, meditation engenders a tranquil mind akin to a placid lake. Hinata had acquired the art of balance, which pleased Akali, reassuring her that she need not worry further about him. From then on, regardless of whether Hinata chose to leave school, farm, or alter his path, Akali provided him with all the assistance she could muster. Such was her ninja way, a manifestation of her own balance. Yet, this experience served as a poignant reminder to Akali that her own strength must accelerate. The elder of the Hyūga clan, whom she had yet to meet, had fallen from grace. Yet Hinata's reminder resonated within her. Even a famished camel is larger than a horse. As the architect of her own circumstances, Akali could very well be a source of resentment for others. On that fateful night, as she stealthily entered her room, Akali remained vigilant against the threats lurking within the village. Thus, the following morning, she made her way directly to the Hokage's office. Upon entering the spacious chamber, Akali observed that the ominous presence of the Umbu had vanished entirely, leaving only herself and the third Hokage within. Beside the third Hokage's right hand, a large scroll stood out prominently, the Book of Seals. Akali's pupils dilated in surprise. It was said that the Book of Seals contained all the forbidden techniques of Konoha, an absolute secret that was never meant to be revealed. She could hardly believe she was witnessing it today. "Young Akali, please take a seat." The third Hokage kindly poured a cup of tea for her, his demeanor remarkably amiable. "Let us not beat around the bush. Surely, you are eager to learn why I summoned you today." Akali nodded earnestly, recognizing that the third Hokage was indeed aware of the intricate dynamics of adult exchanges. In a world driven by the pursuit of power, she was not averse to the prospect of a mutually beneficial arrangement. The intricacies of her technique, if priced appropriately, could certainly be offered. Furthermore, given her current youth and vulnerability, she lacked the leverage to refuse such an offer, did she not? "Very well, I shall be straightforward." The third Hokage's expression turned grave and serious. "The development of our Hidden Leaf Village and the flourishing of the shinobi way owe much to the selfless contributions of every ninja. For instance, the first and second Hokages dedicated their lives to the research of techniques, selflessly recording them in the Book of Seals, thus bequeathing an endless wealth of knowledge to their successors. Since then, countless ninjas have entered their own techniques into the tome, while many others have accomplished great feats to earn merit, thereby making an indelible contribution to the virtuous cycle of Konoha's shinobi way." Akali silently acknowledged this truth. "Akali, would you be willing to record your techniques in the Book of Seals? In return, the village will compensate you as if you had completed an S-rank mission, offering 1,000,000 ryo. Moreover, based on the rank of your techniques, you may exchange them for 3 techniques of equal rank from the Book of Seals. Should anyone wish to exchange for your techniques in the future, you would also receive a portion of the proceeds." Akali let out a soft sound, hesitating to immediately accept or decline. She resembled a statue, yet her mind was racing with thoughts of that 1,000,000 ryo. This, she mused, was a reasonable reward. After all, the techniques of every ninja were intimately tied to their lives. Without adequate incentive, who would willingly part with them? Furthermore, this indeed represented a comprehensive system. If her assumptions were correct, the techniques exchanged here would not be allowed to circulate outside, akin to a repository of intellectual property, where unique techniques were treated like patents, requiring authorization for usage. However, 1,000,000 was insufficient. She needed to devise a strategy to negotiate for more. "I refuse," Akali declared, her expression resolute, as if she had not heard the third Hokage's terms. Words she had swiftly constructed in her mind flowed forth. "Those who seek to learn from me shall live. Those who attempt to imitate me shall perish. There is only one Akali, and only I can wield the intricacies of my technique to perfection. Anyone else attempting to learn it would only hinder themselves. Therefore, I must decline." "Oh." The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback, intrigued by the novelty of the reasoning. "Are you certain? Your technique is classified as a level, which is worth a staggering 1,000,000 ryo, along with the allowance for 3 A-level ninjutsu. You could utilize it to augment your own abilities." "Wait, how much?" Akali exclaimed, as if she had just comprehended the compensation that had previously eluded her. Her resolute demeanor faltered, revealing a hint of hesitation on her face. 1,000,000 ryo. 3 techniques of the same rank. The third Hokage confirmed. 1,000,000 ryo seems rather excessive, Akali murmured, her expression caught in a human-like turmoil as her characteristic hair tuft twisted in knots, indicating her wavering determination. No. This is a beloved technique that I painstakingly developed, akin to my cherished friends and family. 1,000,000 is insufficient. I cannot sell it for that price. I refuse." She seemed to have convinced herself, puffing up her cheeks in disdain. "Is 1,000,000 ryo inadequate? This poses quite a dilemma." The third Hokage set down his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke with an air of concern. "However, the stipulated price of 1,000,000 ryo is already the highest tier, dear Akali. This complicates matters for us. I don't care. 1,000,000 is far too little. It does not befit my inner chaos," Akali declared defiantly, turning away from the third Hokage, asserting her unwavering resolve. At that moment, Akali possessed an inner scale, recognizing that while 1,000,000 ryo was substantial, it fell short of her expectations. Thus, the challenge lay in how to convey her value and compel the third Hokage to raise the price while maintaining the facade that she was in control of the negotiation. Akali feigned a semblance of nervousness. "Is it called inner chaos? What a splendid name. It must be a tremendously powerful and magnificent technique," the third Hokage praised, eliciting a faint smile from Akali. Yet, suddenly, the third Hokage sighed heavily. Akali, still turned away, perked up her ears, her tuft of hair anxiously swiveling around. Observing the subtle movements of her throat, clearly displaying her tension. The third Hokage watched her intently, secretly amused. However, in the world of ninjas, rules cannot be broken. A price of 1 million ryo had been established as the pinnacle. Thus, even as Hokage, violating the rules would not bode well. This is quite troublesome, he thought. Perhaps we should reconsider. It seems you, dear Akali, have not truly contemplated relinquishing your technique. I do not wish to impose upon you. Konoha is a free, harmonious, and loving family that would never resort to coercion. The third Hokage sighed, appearing genuinely regretful about the situation but resigned to let it go. Then, in that case, let us part ways. I shall summon the Umbu to assist you and ensure your safe return, he stated languidly, gazing out of the window while discreetly monitoring Akali's reactions. Meanwhile, Akali held her head high, her lips tightly pressed together, her neck trembling as she longed to steal a glance at the third Hokage, yet stubbornly turned her face away. Reflecting on her past life as an acclaimed agent, it became evident that her exaggerated, melodramatic demeanor was merely a facet of her true nature. Only a blend of authenticity and deception could deceive others. Yet her acting prowess was insufficient to fool the third Hokage. In this scene, the third Hokage engages in a dramatic interplay with Akali, where half of the performance is rooted in acting, while the other half reveals Akali's genuine anxiety. Initially calm and poised to negotiate a price increase, Akali soon realizes that her composure is faltering as she grapples with the weight of her desires and fears. A million. When will she ever earn that sum? Yet, she resolves not to bow her head, for tears may fall. The path she has chosen, the decisions she has made, and the facade she maintains must be endured with tears in her eyes as she forges ahead. Fortunately, the strategy she has devised is sound. However, the third Hokage, sensing the moment is ripe, begins to voice his reservations. Though Akali does not turn around, her fidgeting hands and the erratic movement of her hair, akin to a radar, betray her state of anxiety. Your technique is indeed formidable. If Konoha does not record it today, it would be a considerable loss. The third Hokage laments with a heavy heart. If that is the case, I shall bear the brunt of the blame for abusing my authority. He turns to catch a glimpse of Akali's head peeking around. Little Akali, your technique involves 2 phases of advancement, correct? In that case, I shall discreetly classify these 2 advances as 2 A-rank ninjutsu. I will grant you 2 million ryo and 6 exchange slots for A-rank ninjutsu. What do you say? Deal. With the transaction sealed, both Akali and the third Hokage beam with delight, though the Hokage's smile exudes a sense of triumph. 1 million ryo? Merely the baseline for an S-rank mission. If the requirements are modest, I could make the round trip twice a week, trading a week for several years. Or even A-rank ninjutsu that most ordinary individuals could never hope to develop in a lifetime, and of exceptional quality at that. There's no way this could be a loss for me. The budget is ample. Akali, grinning widely, feels she has not been shortchanged. Unfamiliar with the wealth of the higher-ups in the ninja world, she is unaware of the third Hokage's budget. Given the disparity in information and the comparison of strength between the 2 parties, transforming 1 million into 2 million feels like a significant victory for Akali. Anything beyond that would be too much to request. One could say her earlier display of bravado was quite convincing. This exchange is indeed a win-win for all involved. Rest assured, the village will not neglect you. The third Hokage assures her. What do you mean by the village will not neglect me? It sounds as if I am solely pursuing that 1 million ryo. Akali retorts with conviction, mindful of her persona, and upon feeling joy, she resumes her act. The matter of money is trivial to her. She has no concept of wealth, primarily wishing to contribute, albeit in a minuscule way, to the village. Excellent. The third Hokage praises. In that case, it appears that this 2 million ryo can be saved. I promise to donate this amount to the orphanage, ensuring they remember it as the contribution of the kind-hearted Akali. Wait. Akali hurriedly interrupts the third Hokage. While money is something one cannot take with them in life or death, it is not omnipotent. Lacking money is, indeed, a grave predicament. I earned this money through my own abilities. All right. The third Hokage chuckles, bemused. Let us proceed. He then performs a series of hand seals, unfolding the vast tome of sealing techniques. Akali picked up her pen, contemplating how to articulate the intricacies of her technique, the duality of chaos. As she pondered the art of ninjutsu, the once vivacious Akali fell into a serene silence, one hand caressing the parchment while the other wielded her pen. Her delicate visage assumed an air of elegance. The third Hokage observed this with quiet admiration, finding himself increasingly fond of Akali. Perhaps this exemplifies the disparity between genders. Boys are boisterous and restless, akin to baboons, while girls exhibit vivacity that is endearing, generous, and refreshingly genuine. Akali's chakra possesses a unique form of release, and although her techniques appear to be devoid of elemental attributes, they are imbued not only with chakra, but also with this enigmatic power. Hence, whether it be the shadow fist techniques like the Azure Crimson Mark, Crimson Leaf, Twilight Array, Splendid Blossom, or the illusory Cherry Blossom, all necessitate the application of release. There exists, however, a notable exception, the duality of chaos. The piercing shadows technique has not fully realized the mastery of the shadow fist. She has forsaken balance and abandoned the path of the shadow fist. Thus, while both duality of chaos and illusory cherry blossom share similar piercing thrusts, their core energies diverge significantly. The duality of chaos relies solely on pure energy, complemented by a body honed through rigorous training. This stands as a testament to the talent of piercing shadows, proving that one can transcend balance to create techniques that rival even the illusory cherry blossom. After a moment of reflection, Akali began to inscribe her thoughts onto the scroll. She elaborated upon the conceptual framework of duality of chaos, detailing its intended scenarios, applicable variations, and compatible techniques. She wrote extensively, ensuring that her readers would be eager to delve into the methods of cultivation before she finally ventured into the core of the technique. In the tranquil confines of the Hokage's office, the only sound was the gentle rustling of Akali's writing. Duality of chaos, she noted, prioritizes the thrust above all, with energy as a secondary concern. If one cannot achieve perfection in their thrust or maintain a tranquil mind during execution, then no matter how swift the attempt, it would ultimately yield nothing. The mastery of thrusting techniques necessitates physical conditioning, mental tranquility, and understanding how to channel energy to enhance the body, how chakra envelopes the surface, how to construct an aerodynamic profile within the thrust, and how to achieve transformations in chakra form with fluid grace. Akali wrote from 9 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon, finally completing her treatise on duality of chaos. Once finished, she reviewed her work, satisfied that no detail was overlooked, and nodded contentedly. Meanwhile, the third Hokage had stood behind her for the entirety of those 4 hours, and as she concluded, he took a sip of his tea, a look of contentment gracing his features. As a professor of ninjutsu, witnessing the birth of such a masterfully intricate assassination technique from conception to fruition was a profound delight. "You must be weary after such an endeavor," he remarked kindly. "Come, have some water and a bite to eat." The third Hokage's demeanor was exceedingly warm as he personally served her tea and offered her the takeout provided by his shadow clone. Akali, having been ravenous, began to eat eagerly, while the third Hokage continued to sip his tea, pacing leisurely in front of the desk. He grappled with the challenge of assessing the grade of the technique Shinra-Korin. It was undoubtedly classified as a level, yet the question lingered. Could it be deemed S-level? Although Akali had been informed it was 2A, and the pricing was likewise set at 2A, the third Hokage understood the need for his own estimations regarding this technique. The evaluation of S-level ninjutsu encompasses 2 primary criteria: the complexity, which can also be interpreted as the finesse of the technique, and its potency, which often correlates with the difficulty. Another grading standard is the level of danger, specifically the potential catastrophic repercussions should the technique be revealed. For instance, the technique Edo Tensei is exceedingly perilous and must remain confidential. As the third Hokage silently calculated the difficulty and power of Shinra-Korin, he could not overlook an important point. The 8 Gates technique was classified as a level ninjutsu within the established criteria, despite many fans of Naruto considering it S-level. It remains categorized as a level, with Night Guy being the true S-level technique. This could stem from either Konoha's limited understanding of the 8 gates or the belief that its complexity escalates with the later gates, which the majority cannot unlock. In any case, the 8 gates is indeed rated as a level. So what constitutes S-level ninjutsu? Techniques such as Edo Tensei, Shiki Fujin, Kuchiyos, Kyubi no Yoko, Kurajutsu, Yagai, Orochimaru's 8-headed serpent technique, Shiki Fuin, Sozo Sazei, Hashiman, In Sealing, Rasengan, Reika, Mizuki's water prison technique, Hirashin, Bijudama, Shiro Haiden, and Aka Haiden are all included. while the first Hokage's would release is not counted. Among these techniques, some are exceedingly difficult, while others could lead to death upon release, and several are exceptionally dangerous. Notably, even the infamous mutual explosive tag is not categorized as S-level. In the third Hokage's perspective, while the training difficulty of Shinra Kurin is indeed present, both aspects of the training, mental cultivation and physical training, along with chakra development, are comparatively attainable. The physical training can be accomplished through prolonged practice, akin to the 8 gates. While the chakra training has varying requirements, Shinra Kurin has lower demands for chakra transformation compared to Shinra Kurin inner. It is also worth noting that in the grading of techniques, taijutsu often suffers in evaluation. Thus, could separating Shinra Kurin into 2 distinct techniques be a prudent approach? A light dawned in the third Hokage's eyes. Indeed, this could be considered as 2 separate ninjutsu, while Shinra Kurin could be tenuously classified as an S-level assassination technique. If divided into 2 A-level techniques, it would fit more appropriately. It seems that, through serendipity, he had made a strategic move. Resolute in his decision, the third Hokage relaxed. "Have you finished eating?" he inquired. "I have," Akali replied. "What did you think?" "The Hokage's bento is undeniably more delicious than others. I wish to partake again." Akali did not hold back her praise, possibly due to her hunger. In any case, the Hokage's bento was indeed delectable. "Ha!" The third Hokage laughed heartily. "I hope you create several more techniques. We could dine on them daily. Once you finish, come over and select 6 techniques. 6 A-level techniques." Akali set down her bowl, looking at the third Hokage with an expression of eager anticipation. The third Hokage temporarily stowed away the Book of Seals and waved his hand, causing several scrolls to materialize on the table. "Choose wisely. Here lie the scrolls for the 5 elemental ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, secret techniques, and S-rank ninjutsu. 1 A-rank technique equates to 3 B-rank techniques, and 3 A-rank techniques equal 1 S-rank technique. You may select 6 A-rank techniques. However, before that, let us assess your chakra affinity." The third Hokage handed over a piece of white paper. "How does this work?" Akali pondered as she examined the paper in her hands. Was this the legendary chakra test paper? It seemed to be a unique item in this world of ninjas, as the Mizuki's ninjas were known to be adept in water techniques. Holding it between her fingers, she infused it with chakra. "Oh!" Akali exclaimed as the chakra test paper crinkled and then split in 2. "Lightning and wind, is it? Quite impressive." The third Hokage nodded, taking away the scrolls for fire, earth, and water, leaving only those for wind, lightning, taijutsu, genjutsu, and S-rank ninjutsu. "No." Akali watched helplessly as the water release scroll vanished before her eyes. After all her efforts to encounter ninjutsu, she never expected to lack a water affinity, shattering her dream of becoming the Mizuki. Even though Akali had only seen water release ninjas in action, she was aware that the effectiveness of a technique was contingent upon its corresponding chakra affinity. Techniques without the appropriate affinity wielded significantly diminished power. To acquire a new affinity, one must engage in relentless training to achieve the transformation of that particular elemental nature. This was typically a requirement for jonin, who needed to master multiple affinities to enhance their combat systems and expand their arsenal. Regret washed over Akali for not being able to become a Mizuki. "Now, take a moment to contemplate your future path and the techniques you desire. I am here today, and you may ask me any questions you have. Seize this opportunity." The third Hokage, unaware of Akali's inner thoughts, smiled warmly. With a firm yet supportive approach to guiding Hinata, he sought to provide ample rewards, acting once more as a mentor in her development. It seemed that Akali would soon be firmly within his grasp. This child might very well become a blade as sharp as Kakashi Hitaki. Akali fell into deep contemplation. With the wind release, lightning release, taijutsu, genjutsu, secret techniques, and the separate S-rank scrolls, what was she truly lacking? Employing the process of elimination, she first dismissed genjutsu. She did not require it, as being adept at dispelling illusions sufficed. "I wish to first examine the S-rank ninjutsu scroll." Without the 3 extra A-rank techniques, Akali would have never considered the S-rank scroll. She was still focused on augmenting her capabilities. Yet, with an S-rank redemption opportunity in hand, she was eager to explore the S-rank ninjutsu, even if merely for the sake of broadening her horizons. A wise choice. The third Hokage handed the S-rank scroll to Akali. With excitement, she opened it, and the first technique to greet her was 5 Elemental Great Bomb Technique. simultaneously employs fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind techniques to launch a devastating attack on the enemy, resulting in a massive explosion with an extensive range and formidable power. To master the 5 elements techniques, one must possess profound cultivation, with a high degree of proficiency in both nature transformation and form transformation, alongside a personal understanding of the interactions of the 5 elements. The chakra consumption is substantial. The creator is Sarutobi Hiruzen. How impressive! Akali exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at the 3rd Hokage, her expression reflecting her astonishment at his seemingly unassuming appearance. The 3rd Hokage smiled faintly, aware that the techniques he had introduced had already garnered much amazement. Akali was neither the first nor the last to be astonished. He felt a sense of satisfaction, having successfully impressed her. Though initially taken aback by the Great Ball technique, Akali quickly dismissed this ninjutsu, redirecting her attention to others. She perused the various techniques: water release, water severing wave, water release, hard vortex water blade, water release, water dragon bite explosion, wood release, tree realm descend, wood release, flower tree realm descend, wood release, wooden man, wood release, wooden dragon, spiritualization technique, flying thunder god technique, ceiling, Konoha dragon god, Konoha flowing willow, summoning, the Rashomon, inner 4 symbols sealing, 8 trigrams sealing. The S-rank ninjutsu were indeed few in number, and as Akali examined each one, she realized their immense power was well-deserved, although they were not techniques she could easily wield. Ignoring the water and wood releases, the spiritualization technique was not her path. The sealing was unnecessary for her current self, and she deemed the other sealing techniques impractical. Ultimately, only 2 ninjutsu remained in her consideration: the Flying Thunder God technique and the summoning, Rashomon. To Akali, the Flying Thunder God bore a resemblance to her own falcon dance, as both relied on marking with shuriken or kunai before teleporting. However, the Flying Thunder God was a technique of spatial instant transmission, rendering it swifter than her falcon dance. In her previous life, the Water Shadow Ninja also possessed a similar technique, known as Flying God Thunder, and the revised version of the Prick of the Outcast had earned her the moniker of Flying God Thunder Girl due to her falcon dance. Yet, the requirements for mastering the Flying Thunder God were exceedingly high. Not one to shy away from inquiry, Akali promptly posed her question to the 3rd Hokage. The Flying Thunder God, you say? The 3rd contemplated before responding. I would advise against exchanging for the Flying Thunder God. It is a spatial technique created by the 2nd Hokage, yet its complexity has rendered it unmastered by anyone in Konoha since. Its demands are stringent and necessitate extensive training. Given your current limitations, it is unnecessary to pursue this technique at such an early stage. You may attempt to cultivate it later when you are stronger. Akali nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Thus, the Rashomon became paramount in her considerations, as it merely required a contract and substantial chakra, categorizing it as one of the more accessible S-rank ninjutsu due to its rarity. Once she overcame the rope tree, she would obtain her senior brother Shin's aura and shield, which could deflect minor attacks. With no defensive ninjutsu against wind or lightning release, the Rashomon would serve as a vital life-saving measure against formidable techniques. Secretly noting the Rashomon, she reminded herself of her remaining 3A rank exchanges and continued to peruse other scrolls. Currently, Akali's skill set sufficed for short-range combat, yet she sought supplementary means, such as control techniques, mid-range offensive ninjutsu, and small area of effect techniques to clear the field. Akali embarked on her search amidst the realms of wind and lightning release. Fortunately, while the techniques in Konoha may not be overly sophisticated, they are still relatively abundant. In no time, Akali discovered several techniques: wind release shuriken B, wind release vacuum blade B, lightning release earthwalk C, and lightning release lightning shuriken C. The earthwalk technique, as one would expect, is a renowned control-type lightning release. Meanwhile, the wind release shuriken and lightning release shuriken serve to enhance the potency of ninja tools by infusing them with elemental damage. The wind release shuriken entails channeling wind chakra into a shuriken before hurling it, causing it to spin rapidly and effortlessly slice through rock, as demonstrated by Danzo. The lightning release shuriken, on the other hand, involves infusing lightning chakra into kunai, bestowing a paralysis effect upon the struck adversary, as shown by Boruto. Given that a significant portion of Akali's current combat arsenal revolves around throwing techniques, these two skills prove to be exceedingly practical. The wind release vacuum blade is similarly advantageous, as it allows the user to channel wind chakra into kunai, elongating them into a razor-sharp short sword. Hyūga desire a greater reach. After gathering several auxiliary ninja techniques, Akali sought to acquire mid-range offensive skills. Aware of her youth and inexperience, she boldly approached the third Hokage for guidance. Upon hearing her inquiry regarding mid-range wind and lightning release techniques, the third Hokage pondered briefly before promptly directing her to two techniques: lightning release false dark and wind release pressure damage. Akali diligently noted these techniques in her small notebook. Having now expended a budget of 1A, 1B, and 2C, it was time to explore further. Opening the taijutsu and secret scrolls, Akali began her examination. The first to capture her attention was the secret scroll, which was filled with an array of sealing techniques. Akali was astounded to discover that sealing techniques could encompass everything. From sealing fire to sealing evil and sealing darkness, anything could be sealed. Intrigued, yet recognizing their unsuitability for her, she reluctantly set them aside. However, she did stumble upon two particularly fascinating techniques: the A-rank mutual explosive tag and the A-rank multi-shadow clone technique. Akali found herself captivated by the concept of tangible clones, but refrained from pursuing the multi-clone aspect, instead noting the B-rank shadow clone technique beneath it. As for the mutual explosive tag, it involves affixing a single explosive tag to a vital point of the enemy, subsequently summoning countless explosive tags in an infinite loop, triggering a continuous barrage of explosions. Upon encountering the mutual explosive tag, Akali finally grasped why such directories could only be perused within the Hokage's office. Certain techniques are not merely about their application. Their very names convey significant intelligence. The mutual explosive tag, once affixed, initiates an endless cycle, rendering it a lethal technique. In the event of a confrontation, if Konoha were to unleash a few of these deadly devices in a tit-for-tat exchange, it is likely that few would withstand the onslaught. However, it is somewhat embarrassing to admit that Akali has yet to even touch an explosive tag. Having only witnessed a demonstration by a Chunin instructor during class, quite the awkward situation indeed. Setting aside the secret scroll, Akali turned her attention to taijutsu and immediately fixated on the C-rank shadow leaf dance and the A-rank 8 gates. Her discerning eye for taijutsu far surpassed her understanding of ninjutsu, as she regarded the shadow leaf dance as an exemplary opening move, nearly a universal initiation technique. Although the 8 gates of Doinjia is difficult to comprehend, it can be more readily understood when regarded as a desperate trump card akin to the heavenly demon dissolution technique. The ranking of techniques is as follows: Rashomon S, 8 gates of Doinjia A, false darkness B, suppression B, vacuum blade B, shadow clone B, wind release shuriken B, lightning release shuriken C, shadow leaf dance C, and earthwalk C. Akali submitted her chosen ninjutsu for consideration. Upon completing her selection, the third Hokage glanced at the list, a flicker of amazement and nostalgia crossing his eyes. In the days when the second Hokage was still present and the ninjutsu exchange system in Konoha was just beginning to operate, Danzo eagerly presented his developed wind release shuriken and vacuum blade, earning praise from the second Hokage. The third Hokage fondly reminisced about those days, recalling Danzo's grand ambitions to one day develop a comprehensive wind release system. Yet now, while the vacuum blade system had indeed been established, Danzo had yet to contribute anything further. Unexpectedly, Akali had chosen precisely those two techniques. The astonishment stemmed from Akali's discerning eye. She had selected techniques that suited her amidst a plethora of ninjutsu and taijutsu, with the third Hokage only offering two options. "Are you not considering Genjutsu?" he inquired. "No." Akali shook her head. "Genjutsu is not my path." A soft chuckle escaped the third Hokage. "I didn't expect you to be so rational." "Very well," he said, setting down his pipe, seemingly having made a decision. Since he could not fulfill his role as a life mentor, he naturally needed to compensate in other ways. While Genjutsu could be disregarded, it was imperative to understand it, especially for a genius like you, who must not have any weaknesses. "I will personally grant you an additional quota for a B-rank ninjutsu. You may exchange for these techniques." The third Hokage scribbled on a small piece of paper, which Akali leaned in to inspect. Lightning release lightning pillar D, illusionary nether realm technique D, illusionary radiant servant technique D, illusionary not here technique C, wind release gale palm C. "Precisely," the third Hokage affirmed. The lightning release lightning pillar can emit a dazzling flash, suitable for retreats. While a few practical illusion techniques can serve as a foundation for understanding and practice. As for the wind release gale palm, the third Hokage casually tossed a kunai into the air, bringing his hands together. With a thunderous roar, a whirlwind erupted between his palms, sending the casually discarded kunai shooting forth like a black streak, embedding itself deep into the wooden beam above. This technique is also remarkably fitting for you, and it possesses other intriguing applications. The rest is for you to explore and develop. Impressive. Truly deserving of the title of Professor of Ninjutsu. Akali exclaimed, her admiration genuine. With such a bounty of ninjutsu at her disposal and the impending arrival of 2 million ryo, her spirits soared, and her sentiments towards Konoha improved significantly. Honestly, her relationship with Konoha and the Hokage remained quite favorable, with her friends residing there as well. If possible, she wished to maintain this harmonious state indefinitely. Akali returned home with her 2 million ryo savings book, accompanied by numerous scrolls of the ninjutsu she had exchanged for. The contract of Rashomon was signed within the confines of the Hokage building. According to the third Hokage, not just anyone could enter into such an agreement. Yet Akali found the process remarkably smooth. The singular exception was the 8 gates technique. Akali only acquired the training and opening methods for the first 2 gates. This was not solely due to the fact that the ability to open the 8 gates is contingent upon one's innate talent. Many who appear exceptionally gifted may only manage to unlock the first 2 gates, while some who seem less capable can continue to open further gates. Furthermore, the 8 gates technique is fundamentally classified as an S-rank ninjutsu, akin to Akali's own creation, the inner and outer kill confusion, which has also been segmented. For the majority, the endpoint remains at the first 2 gates, effectively serving as a filtration process to prevent unnecessary expenditure on exchanges. Once Akali retrieved her scroll, it was required to be returned, as she lacked the authority to impart these techniques, save for her self-created ninjutsu that she held intellectual property rights over. However, Akali found herself without anyone to teach these techniques to. As she stepped out of the Hokage building, Akali was suddenly reminded of a particular incident from the Fate series. Specifically the absolute demonic front, Babylonia. At that time, Gudao had approached Ishtar with the treasures of the King of Heroes, and the budget was expected to exceed significantly. Yet, upon presenting the jewels, it took merely 30% of the treasures to appease Ishtar. The refined visage of Ishtar epitomized the notion of being the most agreeable woman in Mesopotamia. A thought struck Akali. Would she, too, find herself easily won over with just 30% of the budget? What would that make her, the most agreeable woman in Konoha? Shaking her head, she dismissed the notion. Upon returning home, Akali indulged in a bath, lit incense, and changed her attire. Dispelling the dizziness from her earlier endeavors of writing the inner and outer kill confusion and selecting ninjutsu. Once she had regained her composure, Akali quietly sat on her bed, awaiting the moment of fortune. After a bountiful harvest, a grand lottery was in order. As the clock struck 7, Akali opened her eyes. The auspicious moment had arrived. Glancing at her passbook, a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. She had deliberately chosen not to request cash, opting instead for the passbook. The banking system in the ninja world was far more primitive than in her previous life. Rather than a bank, it resembled a moneylender-esque establishment, devoid of an efficient computerized system to calculate finances, making it impossible to transfer vast sums with a mere click. How would the system manage the lottery under such circumstances? After withdrawing the funds, what would be done with the bank? Would it involve direct theft or altering everyone's memories? If Akali were to win the lottery and subsequently request 2 million from the bank, would they comply? Akali was filled with curiosity. Let the lottery commence. She boldly decided to take 100 draws. It was finally her turn to relish in the extravagant treatment. The mysterious magical circle began to whirl, radiant with golden light. And the system did not falter, allowing Akali's funds, stored in the passbook, to participate in the lottery. Before long, the lottery was completed. Short sword, long sword, cloth armor. Skill point 1, Poro Delicacy 2, a large tuft of Ahri's tail fur. Everlasting Wool Cookie 2, fragment of the runic greatsword 1. Holy Silver Crossbow Bolt 1. Kinen's Shuriken set, Akali's Kunai set, Twilight Eyes Steel Dagger. Skill point 1, Magic Resistance Cloak, cloth armor, critical strike gauntlet, Zed's Razor. Health Potion 2, Poro Delicacy. A large tuft of Ahri's tail fur 2, Kiana's Sheep's Spirit Mask 1, Skill Point 1, Fragment of the Runic Greatsword 1, Yasuo's Practice Longsword. Ian's Broken Sword, Doran's Ring, Doran's Blade, Dark Seal, Equipment Slot 1, a large tuft of Ahri's tail fur, Ahri's Resentment, Ahri's Glamorous Attire, Ahri's Murderous Intent. Ahri's Shamed Photograph, Ahri's Nude Photo, Red Crystal, Skill Point 1, Iron Shoulder Pads, Nimble Cloak. After 110 draws, Akali wore an odd expression. System, what are you doing? This is too ruthless. Just expressing your grievances about plucking fur, and you stripped her of her clothes. Such dominance. Such audacity. Is this acceptable? Certainly not. From now on, refrain from pointing at Ahri to pluck her fur, understand? Cherish the delicate. Do you comprehend? Of course, in light of the photos you provided, I shall forgive you. Well done. Without checking other rewards, the spirit of LSP stirred restlessly, and Akali first retrieved Ahri's shamed photograph. That tail is quite large. Oh no, it is quite white, slurp. Akali instinctively wiped away non-existent drool. In the photograph, Ahri covered her chest with one hand while protecting her tail with the other. 6 tails encircling her to shield her modesty, silver fangs clenched, cheeks flushed, looking at the lens with an expression of indignation. The remaining 3 tails were obscured. Surely they weren't bald. No, they must be hidden by her body. As for Ahri's nude photo, that was premium content available only to those who voted. Akali organized the results of this lottery, a total of 110 draws, and aside from a few auxiliary items. She had nearly acquired all the inexpensive basic equipment from the Rift, with the complete Doran series in hand. Moreover, there was a delightful surprise. She had drawn an equipment slot. While it could only hold 1 item, it was still exceedingly useful. A total of 24 basic Rift equipment, 10 skill points, 10 sets of shurikens and kunai, 15 Ahri-related items, 10 holy silver crossbow bolts, 10 fragments of the runic greatsword, 10 poro delicacies, 10 health potions, 5 special items, 5 everlasting will cream cookies, and 1 equipment slot. Above are all the items from this lottery. Although unsure of the utility of the holy silver crossbow bolts and the fragments of the runic greatsword, it is not uncommon to draw some duds in a lottery. As long as the useful items are there, that is sufficient. After tallying the drawn items, Akali began to validate her conjectures. The red crystal healing orb, priced at 10,000 taels, the crystal wrist guards, the cloth armor amplification codex, costing 265,000 taels, the magic resistance cloak, worth 115,000 taels, and the verdant barrier, priced at 40,000 taels, alongside the Watcher S armor at 25,000 taels. The glacier armor, a short blade valued at 40,000 taels, the recurved bow at 20,000 taels, and the frenzied dagger. The enigmatic boots and the magic resistance cloak total 35,000 taels, leading to an expenditure nearing 230,000 taels. Akali, utilizing her basic equipment, embarked on a synthesis journey, only to discover that the system's equipment synthesis function was limited to mere combinations, prohibiting individual upgrades such as transforming a ruby into a burning orb. Furthermore, the upgraded gear was confined within certain parameters. Through her calculations of the equipment's worth vis-a-vis synthesis costs, Akali deduced that 10,000 taels equated to 100 gold coins. Presently, the maximum value for gear upgrades she could attain was merely 1,000 gold coins. Mysteriously, the shoes were synthesized, leaving her puzzled as to the reasoning. Was it due to the enigmatic boots, or did the system inherently categorize footwear as a tier lower? Uncertain of the answer, Akali recognized that after this grand lottery, she had attained exceptional gear. The magic resistance shoes adorned her feet, the Watcher S armor enveloped her torso, and the glacier armor dangled as a small circular pendant at her waist. On each arm rested an explorer's brace, complemented by 2 critical strike gauntlets and 2 crystal wrist guards. The frenzied dagger was secured to her thigh, while the verdant barrier shrank to become a leg ring on the opposite thigh. Thankfully, the runic gear could adjust to fit her form. Otherwise, her petite frame would struggle to accommodate it all. Lastly, the negative cloak draped over her armor, concealing it, while a nimble cape cinched at her waist transformed into a short skirt. The recurved bow rested upon her back, with a Doran's ring in her left hand and a dark seal in her right. Grateful for this tangible world, where the equipment did not adhere to a mere 6-item limit, Akali reveled in the freedom to wear as much as she could manage. However, the Watcher S armor proved excessively cumbersome, prompting her to store it in the equipment slot and don a lighter cloth armor instead. Feeling the enhancements envelop her, Akali sensed herself soaring to new heights. This moment was indeed her ascension. With her 16 pieces of divine gear, Akali ascended flawlessly. The glacier armor shielding her from the elements, epitomizing perfection. She allocated her 10 skill points between her 2 Q abilities, and she could now augment her previously unattainable ultimate skill, seemingly governed by a standard where skill points could be allocated at levels 6 and 11. Ultimately, both of her disorienting slashes received an upgrade. After distributing a total of 13 skill points, Akali maxed out her 2 Q abilities and upgraded her 2 R abilities to level 2, leaving 2 skill points to enhance her unique techniques. The illusory formation and the essence splendor. Akali contemplated investing points into her ninjutsu skills, but alas, her attempts proved futile, perhaps in the future. The lingering resentment and murderous intent of Ahri remained untouched by her, until, after completing yet another complimentary draw and acquiring several smoke bombs, the system abruptly informed Akali that the lottery system was undergoing maintenance. Congratulations to the host for completely transcending the weakness of the early stages. The lottery system is unable to keep pace with the host's progress, hence it is undergoing an upgrade and maintenance. During this period, the free lottery will continue to operate normally while everything else remains unchanged. We kindly ask the host for patience. Subsequently, the system presented a detailed account of Akali's current attributes. Name: Akali, Health, 1210, Chakra, 800, Attack Power, 80, Magic Power, 110, Armor, 95, Magic Resistance, 100, Movement Speed, Standard Maximum 110 meters per second, without considering speed enhancements. Note 1. Attributes are for reference only. The human body in reality is not quantifiable. Note 2. This is approximately at the 10-minute mark in League of Legends, with heroes at levels 7 to 8 and equipped with items. Is this what it means to have left the novice phase? Akali pondered, counting on her fingers. After acquiring equipment, she indeed felt significantly stronger than before. Her physical constitution, strength, agility, and chakra capacity had all been greatly enhanced. Moreover, Akali possessed rune equipment, which distinguished her from the world of ninjas. She had armor and magic resistance, elements entirely absent in the ninja realm. The enhancement from rune equipment would envelop Akali in a protective layer, granting her an additional defense that ninjas, who relied solely on chakra to withstand attacks, lacked. Furthermore, the equipment itself provided defensive capabilities, offering a dual layer of protection. Looking back, Akali felt that the Chunin instructors from the Ninja Academy were no longer her adversaries. However, she was curious about how her hero attributes would translate when compared to those of a ninja. Was magic power equivalent to ninjutsu mastery? Did armor correspond to physical strength? The Akali of her previous life had observed that the ninjas in the Water Shadow series were quite different from those in this world, yet chakra remained a constant. It was not uncommon for powerful figures in the Water Shadow series to be struck with such force that they shattered boulders and trees, only to rise unharmed and continue fighting. Thus, even with armor and magic resistance, Akali would not underestimate the defensive capabilities of ninjas, for this was not a data-driven world. Humans have vital points, and a blade plunged into the heart would indeed be fatal. Senju Hashirama, is that truly so? Can that thing kill? Uchiha Madara, indeed. A minor injury from Hashirama is but a trifle for me. Hashirama is the strongest. So how were you deceived by a mere shuriken? It's not a death sentence. Of course, Akali was still unaware that some individuals could withstand a shuriken thrust into their hearts without succumbing. She was currently experimenting with her skills after allocating her points. The smoke bomb exhibited no significant changes, save for an increase in density and range. With both Q skills maxed out, it meant she had thoroughly mastered them. Her flowing cold shadow and secret technique Crimson Leaf were no longer confined to physical objects. She could now condense chakra into weapons, unbound by the limitations of just 2 types of weaponry. The range had increased and the potency had intensified, allowing for more efficient energy utilization. She could now determine how much chakra to expend, significantly amplifying her combat prowess. The exterior killing technique, chaotic dance of the cherry blossoms, became even more ferocious. And it was at this moment that Akali truly recognized the terrifying nature of the illusory cherry blossom killing technique. It could be said that the illusory cherry blossom killing technique perfectly exemplified the saying, "A few words can convey great significance." Phantom cherry blossom. Akali expends a phantom cherry blossom, moving through the shadows to swiftly strike her target. Previously, The Phantom Cherry Blossom was only at level 1 and lacked refinement. Now, at level 2, it allows one to glimpse the formidable secret arts of the balanced 3 shinobi. What is the essence of the Phantom Cherry Blossom? What does it mean to move within the shadows? When the Phantom Cherry Blossom is unleashed, Akali vanishes into the shadows, leaving behind a doppelganger constructed from the Phantom Cherry Blossom. This doppelganger is a tangible entity comparable to the wood-release shadow clone, launching a piercing attack from the ground. The Phantom Cherry Blossom doppelganger feigns an assault while Akali conceals herself in the shadows beneath it. When the enemy finally manages to intercept or destroy the doppelganger, Akali emerges from the shadows to deliver a lethal thrust during their moment of complacency. The first level of the Phantom Cherry Blossom emphasizes illusion, a dazzling assault combining rapid phantoms with visual tricks, while the second level features a coordinated dual strike of 1 main and 1 auxiliary attack. At level 3, it eschews such illusions, instead slipping into the shadows for a direct kill. Astonishingly, the third ultimate ability encompasses 3 distinct modes of attack, transforming assassination into a true art. Unlike the straightforward and brutish inner and outer killing, which merely amplifies power and optimizes the charge without any variation, Akali senses that the 3-stage ultimate will undoubtedly reveal new changes. The Phantom Cherry Blossom is indeed powerful. However, Akali feels slightly disoriented in the shadows. Entering the shadows, she experiences a peculiar shift in perspective, an otherworldly display of light and color, and while bound to the 2-dimensional shadow beneath her doppelganger, she feels a continuous wavering. Unsure if it is her grip faltering or if it truly trembles. It is akin to being confined in a pitch-black trunk, with the vehicle frequently slamming to a halt, all while bizarre shapes flash before her eyes, and she must keep them open, constantly observing the external world and the shadows. The incessant changes in perspective leave her dizzy, affecting her both physically and mentally. Akali resolves to adapt and practice with the Phantom Cherry Blossom for now. Although her fundamental attributes have improved, they are still insufficient. To fully master this potent ninjutsu, further training is necessary. The 8 gates require cultivation. The wind and lightning release acquired must be practiced. Her enhanced strength needs to be acclimated to, and the illusion technique requires understanding and training. Originally, Akali intended to graduate swiftly to undertake missions, perhaps even joining the Umbu for further training. However, after encountering Hinata Kuchi, she fortuitously obtained a substantial sum of money, alleviating her most pressing early challenges. Shosuke is no longer her target. She can defeat him at any time. Akali decides to remain at the Ninja Academy for a while longer, delaying her transition into a ninja. Currently, her ultimate ability and the newly acquired level 5 Q can only be flawlessly executed with system guidance. She must rectify this predicament and achieve autonomy in skill usage. Wind Release, Gale Palm. My Flowing Cold Shadow. Secret Art, Scarlet Leaf. In the training grounds on the outskirts of Konoha, Akali took advantage of her temporary recuperation to refine her skills, practicing various C-level ninjutsu, the scythe technique, and body techniques. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Wind Release, Gale Palm. The 5 elemental ninjutsu interact in complex ways. However, some techniques do not have a direct counter. In the interplay of wind and fire, a strong gust can ensnare and reverse flames, while an intense blaze can consume the wind as fuel. The clash of the Great Fireball and Gale Palm resulted in an explosive fusion, creating a conflagrant whirlpool. Suddenly, with the Shadow Leaf Dance, Akali appeared before Uchiha, delivering a fierce kick that struck his chin. Uchiha was propelled into the air, and with a casual flick, Akali summoned a chain that ensnared him, bringing him down and positioning a kunai against his throat. You have lost, Akali declared with a cheerful smile. Wait, that's a bit absurd, Uchiha exclaimed, bewildered as he freed himself from the chain's grasp, rubbing his sore body. How have you improved so rapidly in less than half a month? Just a while ago, I was nearly your equal in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and shuriken throwing. Uchiha couldn't fathom it. He had approached this battle with confidence, only to find himself struggling in their taijutsu exchange. Akali's strikes were heavy and powerful, far from those of a mere child, forcing him to resort to ninjutsu. But you just fought against that 4th grader, Narasazaku. That's a secret, Akali teased, playfully winking. If you won't tell me, so be it. Just remember, next time, Uchiha will surely defeat you. With that, Uchiha turned to leave. Having just returned to school from training, he walked away, prompting Akali to reflect on how some prominent clans seemed indifferent to the ninja academy. Next time, don't forget to bring money. Akali waved her small hand in a friendly farewell. Who doesn't enjoy being a punching bag for someone who brings their own money? Uchiha was stumbled slightly, his gritted teeth audible from the doorway. Got it. Hee. Having defeated the strongest fourth grader, Narasazaku, and now Uchiha, Akali was in high spirits, her strength having significantly increased. Her current goal was to master the shadow clone technique. Soon she would be able to use it for school, freeing up time for further training. Your growth is astonishing, remarked Yamanaka Shiwi, approaching her, a hint of admiration in his voice. As Akali's longtime soul friend, he prided himself on understanding her better than anyone else. In the beginning, Akali had no proficiency in taijutsu, even relying on him to teach her basic techniques. The only commendable skills she had were a few shuriken throws and smoke bombs. Now, her taijutsu was commendable, and she had acquired new ninjutsu and body techniques. Haha, I am a genius, Akali exclaimed, rummaging through her ninja tool pouch. Here, she opened her palm, revealing a small brown cookie resting delicately in her fair hand. What is this? Upon receiving the small cookie, Oil Girl Jiwei's expression changed dramatically beneath her high collar. The insects within her body exhibited an unexpected craving for this particular delicacy. Ah, a type of food that can enhance the growth of animal companions, Akali remarked, revealing that this was something she had intended for Jiwei to try that day, not anticipating the encounter with Hinata Koichi. Enhancing animal companions. Jiwei was slightly taken aback. As a bug master who nurtured insects for battle, her clan possessed secret formulas for strengthening these creatures. While they were typically nourished with chakra, the insects required a variety of trace elements to develop hard shells. They could not be sustained solely on chakra. However, such a profound instinctive craving had never been exhibited by the insects before. How do we use it? Jiwei inquired. It seems you just need to eat it, Akali suggested. Give it a try. You eat a bit, and let the insects have some. Jiwei broke off a piece of the cookie, and a multitude of insects crawled out from her sleeve, forming ranks to devour the delicacy with fervor. Sensing the enhancement within the swarm, Jiwei cast a deep glance at Akali. How does it feel? I feel quite good, Jiwei said, gazing somewhat bewilderedly at her hands. The Oil Girl clan's secret technique involves nurturing the insects within oneself. She was both the hive and the insect king. As the swarm experienced enhancement, Jiwei immediately felt the effects. The delicacy was consumed in halves by the swarms in her hands, and each insect that feasted upon the treat had imperceptibly grown larger, their shells hardening and limbs gaining strength. This reflected upon Jiwei, as she notably felt an increase in strength within her hands. Is there more? Jiwei could not help but ask. Of course, Akali replied, handing over a small pouch. She was always generous with her friends, and at present, she had no summoned beasts to feed, did she? Secret technique, infestation. Jiwei accepted the pouch, laboriously releasing the still-developing infestation within her body. Under Jiwei's command, the reluctant swarm reluctantly entered the pouch, and soon after, they joyfully flew out, entirely shedding their earlier resistance. Akali found the sight amusing. The insects resembled huskies from her past life, initially dragged forward with resistance, only to declare, I won't eat, before ultimately succumbing to the deliciousness. If the world were a fantasy realm, one might ponder what level of power Jinza would possess. Perhaps a harmonization realm? After several minutes, the swarm within Jiwei completed a cycle of renewal, all returning to her body. Fortunately, the battle site was rather secluded, otherwise, the spectacle might have alarmed many. Akali, are you done? Yes, Jiwei replied, letting out a loud burp, her face flushed and her form slightly swaying, appearing somewhat overwhelmed. Just a burp, a few burps. Too wonderful. I burp. My control over the infestation is still somewhat crude, as some insects overindulged. All right, no need to speak further. Akali chuckled at Jiwei's burping, thinking to herself that if she continued, people would start saying the author was padding the word count. Wait, another burp. Jiwei was acutely aware of his unfavorable condition. He clasped his hands together, and a surge of chakra coursed through him, swiftly dissipating the appearance of vulnerability. What have you done? Akali inquired, her curiosity piqued. They were overflowing with energy, so I allowed them to breed. Coincidentally, my technique is about to reach the next stage, Jiwei replied calmly, prompting Akali to gasp in astonishment. So this is what it means to be a bug manipulator. After a moment of silence, Jiwei observed that Akali did not exhibit the typical disgust or fear that people often had towards the Aburame clan. Instead, she seemed merely impressed, akin to a casual exclamation of admiration. Touched by this, Jiwei retrieved the bag that had been damaged by the swarm, treating it with care as he placed it in his pocket and wrapped the remaining delicacies in a handkerchief. "This I shall keep confidential," he said earnestly, raising the delicacy in his hand. He understood that Akali's willingness to share this with him indicated a friendship. Mutual assistance among friends was natural. Yet he could not take it for granted. Haha, there's no need to be so formal. Let's keep it under wraps for now. Who knows? I might acquire plenty in the future, Akali mused, recalling the shurikens obtained during regular lotteries, which often yielded multiple rewards after spending. Perhaps the delicacies would follow suit after an upgrade in the lottery. However, she wondered when this monetized enhancement would conclude. Akali had checked her savings account, confirming a reduction in funds, and when she inquired, she was told it was her own withdrawal, which struck her as peculiar. The truth behind this matter eluded her for now. She could only wait for more friends and an increase in her own strength to possibly investigate further. As Akali and Jiwei engaged in casual conversation on their way back to the classroom, they spotted a striking figure with golden hair, Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Akali quickened her pace to distance herself. Previously, the school had reported that Akali was injured during training and had even organized support for her recovery. At that time, Minato had been quite bothersome for Akali. His overly casual nature made him seem somewhat maternal, prompting her hasty departure from the hospital. Regrettably, Akali was soon recognized, and her admirers gathered around her. Just as she was enjoying her life at the Ninja Academy, in the depths beneath the expansive courtyard, several figures clad in white garb and possessing white eyes followed the root ninja, namely Hinata Koichi, Hinata Shu, and Hinata Ichiro. There were 6 in total that day. Danzo had attempted to seize something but failed, while the other 3 Hinata were chosen by the 3rd Hokage to join the Umbu as eyes, managing to secure a branch family, which was somewhat satisfactory. The dim light filtering through the courtyard gradually faded as they ventured deeper, the sunlight retreating from their bodies, replaced by the chilling darkness of the underground, making it feel as though they were stepping into another world. Unable to resist, Hinata Koichi glanced up at the azure sky above, noting that while the sky remained blue and the outside world retained its beauty, it no longer belonged to him. "My son, alas, it is my fault." As the image of his father, heartbroken and unable to criticize, flashed before him, Hinata Ko clenched his fist in anguish. "No, father. You are not at fault. The blame lies solely with my own immaturity." It was his youthful ignorance and arrogance that had precipitated calamity, dragging his father into misfortune, resulting in the loss of his esteemed position as the elder and the subsequent division of their clan. This was the reason he had become an outcast within the Hyūga family. Hinata Ko, inherently ruthless and wicked, had harmed his own kin, leading to profound losses for the Hyūga clan. Now, he was being dispatched to the root organization, where he was expected to atone for his transgressions. The clan leader coldly proclaimed the clan's decision, while his aged father stood dejectedly by his side. At that moment, Hinata Ko, enraged by the leader's frigid demeanor, remained oblivious to the sorrow his father felt. Wasn't joining the Umbu a fortuitous opportunity? Yet, the root was distinctly different from the Umbu. Although he could accept the notion of redeeming himself through merit, he now possessed the courage to bear the weight of his mistakes. However, upon entering the root, he began to grasp its true essence, darkness. Hinata Ko awakened to this realization. The root, despite its ominous nature, offered the means to strengthen oneself, and they sought the reconnaissance skills of the Hyūga ninjas. As a professional training unit, the root possessed everything necessary for his empowerment. Having endured a trial, Hinata Ko felt a newfound clarity. He would enter the root to augment his abilities and reclaim what his family had lost because of him. He was determined to fight for his honor. A week later, the adept Akari commenced her training with shadow clones. The shadow clone technique divided her chakra equally. Yet Akari possessed a hidden reserve of energy that would not deplete upon clone formation. She could initially channel her chakra into several pieces of equipment, allowing her to divide her chakra while retaining the majority for herself. The division of chakra for shadow clones did not hinder Akari's training. Over the past few days, after mastering the Gale Palm technique, she successfully completed her training in Earth Release. Currently, she was practicing Wind Release Shuriken, Lightning Release Shuriken, and Wind Release Vacuum Blade. The lightning-release shuriken was manageable, as it merely required altering the properties of her lightning chakra before throwing. However, the wind-release shuriken and vacuum blade presented significant challenges, necessitating both property and form alterations, which Akali found exceedingly difficult. In simpler terms, property alteration was akin to smelting iron, transforming or into wrought iron or steel, while form alteration involved crafting weapons from the refined iron, determining whether to create a steel pipe or a sword. Although the weight remained unchanged, the difference in impact was palpable. Essentially, the execution of any jutsu is inextricably linked to both form and property changes. The former dictates the method of release, while the latter determines the potency. Setting aside property changes for now, Akali found herself stymied at the stage of form alteration. In summary, apart from her skill acquisition through point allocation, Akali's control over chakra was not particularly strong. B-grade ninjutsu, truly deserving of its reputation as a jonin-level technique. It is indeed quite challenging. Akali reflected, unleashing another vacuum blade. She parted her lips, and a gust of wind-infused chakra surged forth, entwining itself around the shuriken in her hand. The chakra within the airflow struggled to extend and transform the shuriken into a longsword. Yet the currents were too chaotic and disordered. No matter how Akali attempted to command them, the swirling air around the shuriken behaved like an erratic entity, shifting unpredictably. The wind release vacuum blade is formed from chakra expelled from the mouth, shaping the blade, which is then sustained by the chakra emitted from the wielding hand. However, at this moment, Akali found herself unable to even accomplish the first step, as she witnessed the vacuum blade dissipate once more. A realization dawned upon her. Perhaps she ought to focus on enhancing her foundational abilities during this period instead of persisting in her current practice. Yet, how does one train to control chakra? Akali racked her brain, recalling the methods she had observed in the Water Shadow Ninja regarding chakra control, only to be disheartened by the realization that none of those techniques were suited for her. Should I consult the third Hokage? Akali pondered uncertainly. Elder Danzo's vacuum series of wind release techniques are named for their characteristic empty space resembling a vacuum created upon release. In my view, that void is the essence of the vacuum wind release. If you cannot establish a vacuum, this sword shall never take form. A somewhat languid voice emanated from the woods, prompting Akali to glance up. A young man, approximately 17 or 18 years old, with his ponytail styled like a fishtail, leaned against a tree, clad in a standard vest. It was uncertain whether he was a special jonin or an elite jonin. Observing his peculiar hairstyle, a flicker of recognition crossed Akali's eyes. She felt as though she had seen it before. No need to ponder further. I am Nara Suzuka's elder brother, Narakurum. Narakurum leaped down from the tree and stood before Akali, his demeanor shifting from lazy to earnest. I must express my gratitude for taking care of my younger brother. Oh. Upon hearing this, Akali raised an eyebrow in surprise. So, you've sent the little one away only to confront me? Narakurum awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Although I am reluctant to admit it, it seems that is indeed the case. In truth, I merely wished to see the one who defeated my brother. Well, now you have seen me, Akali interjected sharply, dismissing his words without a hint of belief. If you merely wish to observe, wouldn't you have sought out the shadow clone at the Ninja Academy? Why come all the way here to find me? To locate Akali, he must have confirmed the presence of shadow clones at the school. There must be another reason for him to seek her out. Oh, Narakurum paused. Caught off guard. Let us engage in a match. Narakurum proposed directly. You seem to be curious about how to train chakra control. I can teach you a couple of methods, but first, let us spar. I wish to test the prowess of the one who bested my brother. Akali took a step back, her expression radiating clear refusal. Yet Narakurum did not afford her a moment to hesitate, charging forward without delay. As the battle commenced, Akali swiftly cast aside all distractions, her mind racing back to her encounter with Nara Suzuku. Although there was little to commend in Nara Suzuku, his adeptness at a young age in the arcane art of shadow techniques was indeed formidable. It was a kind of shadow ninjutsu. One had to observe not just the person, but also their shadow. Resolute in her decision, Akali found herself face to face with Narakuraki. Clang, clang, clang. Drawing her furious dagger, she felt her body become agile in an instant, and Akali exchanged rapid strikes with Narakuraki. The furious dagger clashed violently against the shuriken, the blades grinding against each other and sparking brilliantly under the force of their collision. Suddenly, Akali's body sank heavily. How weighty? Nara Karaki's height and physique allowed him to leverage his strength more effectively, while his age granted him a physical advantage over Akali. Even though her gear mitigated this pressure, it was still palpable. Thus, the smoke bomb of the shadow dance erupted. The thick veil of smoke, coupled with her chakra, slightly hindered Nara Karaki's movements. Just as she suspected, unbeknownst to Akali, Nara Karaki, feeling the familiar energy, confirmed the speculation within his clan. The fluctuations of chakra resembled those of shadow techniques. This was indeed in release. Nara Karaki was elated. The illustrious ancestors of the Nara clan had developed shadow techniques, and their descendants had continually refined them. Yet no one had innovated or reconstructed the system. The in-release ninjutsu, beyond shadow techniques, had always been the pursuit of the Nara clan, and now, it was finally within his grasp. With a bang, the replacement would exploded, and 5 icy shuriken were driven into it. Disturbances arose from the smoke behind her as Akali brandished her sickle in a reverse arc. The sacred dance of blossoms. Clang. A metallic clash resounded, followed by a muffled grunt from behind. Akali executed a backward somersault, sending a shuriken flying, then concealed herself within the smoke. For the first time, Akali did not rely on the smoke to hide her. Rather, she commanded the smoke to obscure her presence while she suppressed her own aura, skillfully manipulating the mist to veil herself. Although she anticipated that the smoke bomb would not serve her as effectively as it did in the academy, the speed at which it was countered was astonishing. This individual could maintain awareness in the smoke and, to a certain extent, leverage it against her. Who exactly was he? Once Akali took control, the shadow dance settled down, no longer serving as an ally to her adversary. Her shuriken struck Nara Karaki, yet she did not rush forward. This caution allowed Akali to evade a trap. He pursued her? What a pity. Nara Karaki remained quietly in a corner of the smoke, weaving a network of fine threads formed from shadows, laden with a series of explosive tags before him. Of course, these explosive tags were mere training versions from the Ninja Academy, designed to flash briefly. Nara had sent him to verify Akali's in-release, never intending to take a life. As the leader of his generation in the Nara clan, Nara Karaki possessed the strength and composure to maintain this exchange of combat within a realm of friendly sparring. Wind release, great breakthrough. Nara Karaki formed hand seals, summoning a tempest that would disperse the smoke lingering for several more minutes. The inky fog gradually receded, revealing Akali's silhouette as the darkness dissipated. Sunlight, previously obscured by the smoke, began to filter through, creating a dance of light and shadow that dazzled her, prompting Akali to squint slightly. An opportunity. Nara Shiruki formed hand seals, and a shadow suddenly elongated from beneath his feet, creeping towards Akali. Once Akali adjusted to the shifting light, Nara Shiruki's shadow binding technique successfully connected with the shadow beneath her feet. What is this? Feeling her body stiffen, Akali inquired with curiosity. Shadow mimicry technique. A secret art of the Nara clan. Once ensnared by this technique, all your movements will be under my control, Nara Shiruki explained. He raised his hand as if to demonstrate, and Akali instinctively mirrored his action. Is this the same thing that allowed me to evade Nara Suzaku? How powerful! Akali was momentarily astonished, unaware that Nara Shiruki was even more surprised. The consumption of the shadow technique is immense, primarily serving to control and assist others, which is why the Nara clan seeks alternative ninjutsu paths. Yet, despite its considerable cost, the specialized nature of the shadow mimicry technique grants it formidable control. Though at that moment, Nara Shiruki felt as if he were not restraining a mere 6-year-old child, but rather grappling with a young bear, as Akali's mercury shoes made it somewhat taxing for him. Nevertheless, he displayed no sign of struggle. Suzaku told me your speed is so great that you could hardly be caught. Yet here I am, having seized the moment to ensnare you, Nara Shiruki said with a hint of pride. Akali's expression soured, her cheeks puffed up, and her distinctive hair spike pointed accusingly at Nara Shiruki, resembling a vigilant serpent poised to strike. But in the next instant, her resolve faltered. She had indeed learned a valuable lesson. In the future, she must be mindful of the sun's position when the smoke bomb dissipates, as it could be used to her advantage. So, you've caught me with this technique, forcing me to mimic your movements. And then what? Akali attempted to move her limbs, but the binding force remained unyielding. What use is this if neither of us can move? Of course, it is useful. Nara Shiruki lowered his left hand, and, to her surprise, Akali's left hand followed suit. It was then that she realized he had ninja tool pouches on both sides, presumably for use in this technique based on the situation. No way. That's a bit underhanded. Akali watched helplessly as her left hand grasped nothing but air, while Nara Shiruki retrieved a set of shuriken. He spun the shuriken in his hand, flaunting them before Akali. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Akali began to struggle fiercely. But Nara Shiruki denied her any chance of escape, promptly hurling a circle of shuriken. Akali's eyes widened in horror as she watched the shuriken circle approach her head. Observing the explosive tags affixed to the shuriken, she felt a chill of dread for the first time. Boom! The shuriken circle erupted, scattering a multitude of shuriken adorned with explosive tags. If caught in such a vast array of explosives, even the Hokage would find it difficult to escape unscathed. A flicker of anger finally crossed Akali's previously serene face. Without hesitation, Akali struggled fiercely, unleashing her chakra as her body lowered, a torrent of energy enveloping her form. The chakra surged between her cells, igniting a prelude to chaos as she confronted the shadow imitation technique. Such immense strength. Am I grappling a bear? Nara Shiruki hastily intensified his control, yet as Akali's chakra surged forth, her struggle grew increasingly fierce. And an energy akin to the shadow imitation technique began to breach her restraints. Nara Shiruki quickly ignited an explosive tag and resolutely relinquished his control. Those familiar with fishing know that sometimes relentless tugging only sends the fish into a panicked escape, tightening the line until it snaps. However, occasionally allowing the fish to rest facilitates a smoother catch. Nara Shiruki released his grip, and in the next instant, Akali propelled herself like an arrow released from a bow. How swift! Is this the technique mentioned in the intelligence reports? The third Hokage's secrecy was commendable. Akali remained closely guarded, and even Nara had not gleaned much information, only that such a technique existed. Without hesitation, Nara Shiruki dropped his hand seals and swiftly retreated, preparing to enter the woods, but Akali's thrust was astoundingly rapid, compelling him to intercept. Nara Shiruki formed hand seals, and shadows beneath his feet erupted, transforming into countless corporeal shadow tentacles that wove a net of darkness before him. With the net constructed, Nara Shiruki continued his retreat into the forest, aware that if his shadows were to ensnare Akali, it could only be through the intricate terrain of the woods, aside from the fleeting opportunity he had just missed. I flow cold shadows. Pursuing Nara Shiruki, Akali raised her hand and launched two shadowy projectiles. 10 chakra-infused kunai pierced through the black net. As her chaotic assault collided with the net, the relentless slashing of her scythe in one hand and kunai in the other shattered it instantaneously. Akali surged into the woods, catching a glimpse of Nara Shiruki's clothing vanishing from sight, then saw him disappear into a cluster of trees, the leaves rustling momentarily before falling silent. Akali halted, gazing into the dense forest, where shadows danced beneath the sprawling branches, obscuring the sun. For a moment, she was at a loss on how to search the woods. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure. I flow mist array. With a flick of her wrist, another smoke bomb materialized in her hand, and upon detonation, a purplish-black mist expanded in all directions. The fourth one, hidden behind a robust trunk, Nara Shiruki's eyes brightened. He had failed to perceive Akali's previous counterslice. And with the chaotic assault upon him, he had not noticed that this smoke bomb was her fourth use of the release technique. Engrossed in observation, he remained oblivious to the smoke wall that had silently crept towards him, never suspecting that the mist's spread was intentional. Tooth white. Just as Nara Shiruki suddenly realized how close the mist had come, Akali burst forth from the smoke, enveloped in radiant light. Shadow gathering technique, black net. In a moment of haste, Nara Shiruki sought to employ his previous tactics once more, attempting to conjure a shadowy net to intercept. However, this time fortune did not favor him as it had before. With a sharp crack, the hastily formed shadow net failed to ensnare Akali, who effortlessly broke through. The black threads elongated and thinned, snapping under the force, as Akali delivered a powerful punch to Nara Shiruki's abdomen. A wave of nausea surged within him, and his body arched backward, propelled through the air in a graceful arc. With a swift motion, Akali hurled her single-handed sickle, which embedded itself into Nara Shiruki's face as he fell. 5, or perhaps 7. He gasped, clutching his stomach as he struggled to sit up. Truly, one must not underestimate the prowess of the younger generation. Feeling the coldness of the shuriken at the nape of his neck, Nara Shiruki offered a wry smile. Although the shadow techniques proved less effective in direct confrontation, and he had restrained himself in his lethal techniques, he had approached the encounter earnestly. He had not anticipated that. Amid Akali's flurry of thrusts, he would be subdued before even employing his shadow mimicry technique. Once Akali initiated her assault, the momentum of battle slipped from his grasp. Be reasonable. Akali furrowed her brow, pressing the shuriken slightly forward. Ouch! Ouch! I concede, I concede. Nara Karuki raised his hands in surrender. Did you strike me just to engage in a fight? Akali inquired, perplexed. Are you a masochist? Nara Karuki was momentarily at a loss for words. Having never anticipated such a conclusion to their encounter. Perhaps you might perceive me as such. He sighed. Upon encountering a delightful junior, I cannot help but engage in a test of skill. Truly, you are formidable. Do I need your validation to know I am strong? Akali retorted, flipping the sickle's blade as she struck the hilt against Nara Karuki's head, scattering his resolve. Testing skills with explosive tags? Oh, that is an explosive tag exclusively provided by the Ninja Academy. Nara Karuki chuckled awkwardly, producing an explosive tag and offering it to Akali. She ignited it, sending forth a small flash of light that quickly vanished. Akali's earlier irritation began to dissipate. After all, who would remain in good spirits after being startled while diligently training? What was that method you mentioned earlier? Nara Karuki replied, climbing trees, wading through water. If you release me, I shall demonstrate. Akali sheathed her shuriken, her skeptical gaze still fixed upon him. Despite having endured her chaotic strikes, even with her restraint, Nara Karuki's ability to maintain such composure and engage in dialogue was truly astonishing. Soon, they arrived at a stream adjacent to the training grounds, where Nara Karuki demonstrated climbing trees and wading through water before taking his leave. Akali suspected there were ulterior motives behind his visit, yet she could not fathom them. With no justification to detain a fellow ninja from her village, she ultimately allowed him to depart. However, halfway along his path, Nara Karuki suddenly darted into a thicket, a dense cluster of trees offering natural concealment. In this refuge, he lifted his tunic to reveal a gathering of shadows coalescing around his abdomen, prominently marked by a small fist imprint at its center. Nara Karuki opened his mouth, releasing the blood he had suppressed for so long. Terrifying, he reflected once more. But he had thoroughly investigated Akali's techniques, which should count as fulfilling his clan's mission. What a hassle! Nara Karuki sighed deeply, maintaining, controlling, and adhering to the moment. Akali gathered chakra at the soles of her feet, slowly stepping onto the giant tree before her. Following her battle with Nara Karuki, she did not rest. Instead, she immediately began her practice. Nara Karuki's intentions remained unclear, and Akali could not fathom any other reason for his presence, as if he merely sought to engage her in a duel, eliminating all impossibilities. The remaining option must be the truth. Akali had reason to suspect that this individual simply wished to fight her. As for the rationale behind this confrontation, intelligence. In the world of ninjas, information reigns supreme. Possessing ample intelligence enables even the weak to slay the strong. Except for those at the pinnacle, such as the Kage. Even with all their intelligence, one cannot rely solely on it in direct confrontation, but must instead depend on their raw strength to prevail. Other flawed shadow intelligence leads to inevitable demise. For instance, Obito during the Night of the Nine Tails versus Minato as Obito's apprentice. He knew Minato inside and out, and possessed the enigmatic space-time ninjutsu, yet he was still defeated in mere moments. Conversely, Haiden, who appears formidable, was obliterated by Shikamaru once his intelligence was exposed. Upon realizing that Nara Karuki's objective was to obtain her intelligence, Akali suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. She was not a Kage and naturally possessed her flaws, but some could discern and exploit them, while others could not. Under such circumstances, Akali had only one path. She must grow stronger. Ensuring that the intelligence Nara Karuki acquired became outdated was the undeniable truth. She tested the adhesion of her feet to the tree, feeling reassured before lifting one leg and placing the other foot on the surface, then attempting to walk vertically along the trunk. Suddenly, she fell with a thud, sitting dazedly on the ground, tears glistening in her eyes, her face a mixture of emotions, and her distinctive hair drooping. How frustrating! Akali trembled as she retrieved a sharp little stone from beneath her. With a scowl, she tightened her fingers, and the lightning chakra flickered between them, turning the irksome stone into powder. Only then did she rub her behind and rise in silence. This method was quite effective. albeit a bit taxing on her backside. She needed to find a cushion first. It was certainly not due to a bad mood. It definitely was. Thus concluded her encounters with Akali. After a prolonged period of reflection, Nara Karuki finally returned to his clan to report back. Some time ago, Nara Suzuku had battled Akali and suffered defeat, but being naturally perceptive, he keenly sensed the hidden fluctuations of her techniques. Upon reporting back to the Nara clan, his findings were met with considerable attention. As previously mentioned, the exceptionally gifted ancestors of the Nara clan had created techniques centered around shadow manipulation. And countless Nara clan members had since followed suit, expanding numerous branches in this domain. As of today, the potential of the shadow technique has been nearly fully explored. The myriad transformations that can be achieved have long been elucidated by predecessors. Due to the inherent limitations of this technique, the Nara clan finds itself relegated to a supporting role in command, compelled to form a complementary alliance with the boar, deer, and butterfly. In more conventional terms, the somewhat weaker Nara shinobi falter completely when faced with swift adversaries, as their shadow binding technique proves ineffective. It is not that such complementarity is undesirable, but rather, which clan would not aspire to possess a formidable figure akin to the legendary Uchiha Madara, who dominated an era? Therefore, it is imperative to seek inspiration from other systems that employ in-release ninjutsu, broadening their methodologies and expanding their perspectives. Kunai, shuriken, single-handed sickles, smoke bombs. The elders of the Nara clan were momentarily taken aback upon hearing Nara Shimuki's report. Their mastery of in-release ninjutsu revolves around manipulating shadows and controlling their transformations. Yet, what were these kunai, shuriken, and sickles? Among their secret techniques exists a shadow imitation shuriken, which channels chakra into chakra-infused kunai. Might Akari's in-release techniques also be concealed within weapons? The encounter between Nara Shimuki and Akari did not delve deeply into a battle of wits, and thus he did not perceive the hidden chakra marks within the essence of Scarlet Leaf and my flowing cold shadow. These secrets would only reveal themselves upon impact. Hayabusa's strike did make contact, yet at that moment, Akari had not advanced, compounded by Nara Shimuki's preparations for traps. The explosion of the energy ring, accompanied by smoke bombs that obscured perception, naturally went unnoticed. The elders of the Nara clan could not help but engage in fervent discussions. Silence. Silence. The clan leader rapped the table, prompting further inquiry into Nara Shimuki's assessment. Shimuki, what do you think of that young girl named Akari's abilities? Very strong. In a fair confrontation, I should prevail, but in a life-or-death struggle, I would certainly perish. Nara Shimuki's expression grew somber as he recalled their brief encounter. Of course, should I fall, I would ensure she suffers as well. Most likely, we would both meet our demise. After a moment's contemplation, Nara Shimuki added, What? That is impossible. On what grounds? The elders of the Nara clan erupted in disbelief. Even the composed clan leader fell into silence. Nara Shimuki, an 18-year-old special jonin, adept in the Nara shadow secret techniques and a rare talent capable of direct combat, possesses a remarkably robust physique. Historically, he has been regarded as a genius who has strayed from the right path. How could such an individual claim he would not survive against a mere girl? Because the shadows cannot grasp her, Nara Shimuki replied with a rueful smile, leaving many elders in a state of silence. This elucidates why the alliance is formed as the boar, deer, and butterfly, rather than merely deer and butterfly. The deer requires the spiritual interference of the boar to facilitate control, after which the butterfly can launch an attack. Nara Shimuki's notion of mutual destruction is evidently reliant on his own methods, with the shadow techniques serving merely as a support. Is this the genius that the third Hokage has so diligently concealed? Pondered the Nara clan leader, reflecting on the predicament at hand. Esteemed colleagues, allow me to speak. The Nara clan leader began slowly. Regarding a talent like Akari, they could not afford to offend her as the Hyūga did. The most prudent course of action would be to approach her indirectly and cultivate a favorable relationship. Simultaneously, the Nara clan must prepare to see if they could tread the path once walked by the third Hokage. The shadow technique of the Nara clan possesses limited combat prowess, and its shortcomings cannot persist indefinitely. The immediate priority is to ascertain information regarding Akali's techniques, as this will dictate their subsequent stance. The Nara clan has commenced their operations, with the most astute minds of Konoha rapidly devising strategies. Utilizing the strength of others to their advantage, they skillfully crafted a plan. Before long, news of Akali's additional secret techniques reached Danzo through certain channels, information relayed by the Nara's roots. Akali? I recall she exchanged my wind-release shuriken and vacuum blade. Danzo mused while stroking the scar on his chin, deep in thought. He recognized her as a prodigy closely guarded by the monkeys. Nevertheless, with the wind-release shuriken and vacuum blade in her possession, he might have an opportunity to engage with her first. 2 weeks later, in a secluded training ground on the outskirts of Konoha, surrounded by trees, a delicate young girl was diligently practicing her breathing techniques. After days of tree climbing and water treading, Akali finally accomplished her initial chakra control training and resumed practicing several B-rank wind-release techniques. As her chakra control improved, the results became immediately apparent. Wind-release shuriken. The shuriken in her hand spun incessantly as Akali exhaled, intertwining her breath with the chakra. With the aid of wind release, the rotational speed of the shuriken surged, and a wind blade composed of 4 chakra streams extended forth. The high-velocity rotation combined with the sharpness of the wind blade allowed Akali to aim the shuriken, which had a radius equal to her forearm, at the trees and launch it. With a whoosh, the swiftly spinning wind-release shuriken proved exceptionally sharp, slicing through 3 large trees before finally exhausting her chakra. The massive trunks collapsed, resonating with a thunderous sound, and Akali retrieved her shuriken. Not bad, she thought. Although it was a technique achieved with the aid of a shuriken made of a chakra metal-like material, it was a pseudo-accomplishment, yet Akali felt quite satisfied. Regardless of whether it relied on the chakra metal shuriken, she had acquired a formidable means of attack. In the future, as her chakra increased and her mastery of techniques improved, she might even convert the kunai of the cold shadow technique into shuriken, launching energy-infused shuriken augmented by wind-release techniques, merging the power of both. With the wind-release shuriken preliminarily mastered, Akali turned her attention back to the vacuum blade. She remembered what Nara Shikaku had said about establishing a vacuum, but she could not manage to do so herself. The complexity of the vacuum blade was daunting, and Akali contemplated bypassing this technique to practice the pseudo-dark and compression techniques instead. Wind-release vacuum blade. She mentally shouted, reinforcing her psychological suggestion for this release. Akali inhaled and exhaled, allowing a chakra current similar to that of the wind-release shuriken to envelop her kunai. Shaping the form, she elongated the blade, circulating chakra around the kunai, continuously channeling chakra into her right hand that held the kunai, and then establishing it. Hold steady. Suddenly, Akali's efforts to stabilize the vacuum blade unraveled, resulting in failure. A light chuckle echoed nearby. "Who's there?" Akali turned sharply, only to see a strikingly handsome middle-aged man, reminiscent of his younger self, standing beside her, observing with a nostalgic gaze. "That's not how you establish the vacuum blade. The vacuum blade is not established through self-restriction, but rather relies on the vacuum itself." With a smile on his face, Danzo inquired, "Do you know what a vacuum is?" Akali nodded, acknowledging her understanding of what a vacuum entails. "Very well, observe." Danzo produced a shuriken, and Akali, sensing something significant was about to transpire, watched with anticipation. Wind release, vacuum blade. As Danzo performed hand seals and exhaled, chakra surged around the kunai, forming a long sword, its tip connecting to his right hand, which would provide a continuous output of chakra. Akali observed as a vacuum tube extended from the tip of the kunai enveloped by the vacuum blade, solidifying the long sword. "Now I see," Akali thought, realizing where she had previously erred. "Look, this is the true vacuum blade." Danzo casually swung the long sword a couple of times, demonstrating its remarkable stability, capable of cleaving through trees and stones without dissipating. The wind, free and unshackled, cannot be bound by man, yet it is the vacuum that sustains this blade, maintaining a pressure below that of the atmosphere. The vacuum autonomously draws in surrounding air, binding the wind within. By relying on the vacuum, the surrounding wind circulates to form a complete vacuum blade. After Danzo explained, Akali comprehended fully, surprised by the scientific nature of this ninjutsu. "May I ask who you are?" She inadvertently added a tone of respect. "I am Danzo, the aide to the Hokage and the creator of this technique. In my youth, my explanation of it was rather imprecise. Knowing someone had altered my technique, I made a point to observe and elucidate," Danzo replied with a modest smile, embodying the demeanor of a wise sage. "Is that so?" Akali nodded, perceiving the scene as reminiscent of a sage imparting wisdom in a novel. "And you?" She gazed at Danzo with eager anticipation. Danzo dismissed the formalities, saying, "First, demonstrate a vacuum blade for me. Remember, it is essential to create a vacuum. Conventional physical methods find it challenging to establish a vacuum, but with chakra, it should prove manageable. Show me what you can do." "Understood," Akali responded, recalling Danzo's instructions as she took a deep breath, clearing her mind to contemplate how to shape the vacuum. Then, a burst of air was expelled. It twisted, shaped, connected, and created a pathway. The chakra channel extended alongside the air mass in her right hand, with the kunai's excellent adaptability allowing for smooth chakra extension. The tube lengthened across most of the blade, then began to evacuate air. As the central pressure built, the initially chaotic mass forcibly molded into a long sword, stabilized into the vacuum blade. A gentle breeze swirled around the blade as Akali swung it casually, experiencing an extraordinary sensation akin to wielding a light sword. "Excellent. The vacuum blade has manifested," Danzo praised. "You possess great talent and insight. However, this current form of the vacuum blade lacks any lethality." Danzo enveloped his palm in chakra and struck at the blade. Reflexively, Akali moved the long sword aside, yet it proved ineffective. So swift, she marveled internally. As Danzo's palm struck directly at the center of the vacuum blade, causing it to fracture and vanish entirely. "See," Tuanzong extended his hand, and indeed, his palm bore no trace of injury from the contact with the vacuum blade. "How can we demonstrate its lethality?" Akali could not help but inquire. "For that, you must complete the training for nature transformation," Tuanzong replied with a subtle smile, reaching out to catch a leaf that had fallen from a tree, presenting it to Akali. "Nature transformation," Akali exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Was this to be a lesson on mastering nature transformation? "What must I do?" she asked eagerly. There are many forms of nature transformation, and its profundity depends on personal understanding. However, the most widely accepted transformation of wind is sharpness, Tuanzong explained. "Place the leaf in your palm and use your chakra to slice through it. Like this." He spread his palm, and a leaf lay quietly within it. With a surge of chakra, the leaf was suddenly and neatly sliced along its central vein. "Incredible," Akali marveled, lowering her gaze to study the leaf in her hand. "Practice diligently," Tuanzong smiled, offering a brief admonition before departing. "Some matters require a touch of time to unfold. In the mountains, where time seems to stand still, a dream can span a millennium." Since she began her studies with shadow clones, Akali had lost all sense of the passing weeks, and now, as she embarked on the more arduous training of wind chakra nature transformation, her grasp on time slipped further away. Entire days passed in the blink of an eye. Yet, the benefits of her time spent in training were becoming increasingly evident. Blessed with considerable talent, Akali swiftly made initial strides in mastering nature transformation. With her chakra mobilized, she transformed it into wind, and sharp, fine blades of wind sliced through the leaf's veins. In a flash of white light, a complete leaf was severed in two. Akali once again unleashed the vacuum blade toward a wooden post. With a soft slicing sound, the post was cleaved in two, and Akali felt no strain. Even if nature transformation was merely at the level of slicing leaves, one must not forget that Akali possessed formidable strength. Applause echoed, and Tuanzong appeared once more. As silent as a shadow, a sight Akali had grown accustomed to. "Lord Tuanzong, you have arrived." She turned and greeted him respectfully. In recent days, Tuanzong had imparted much guidance, and she had come to understand this seemingly stern man. "Congratulations on successfully mastering the vacuum blade," Tuanzong remarked, his eyes reflecting admiration for Akali's innate talent. It seemed he began to comprehend why the third Hokage had been so protective of her. Akali's gift was indeed worthy of the third's personal attention. It remained uncertain, however, how she would fare in actual combat. "Now I can rest easy," he continued. "I will modify the description of the vacuum blade based on the process of your training. Surely, future ninjas who seek to learn the vacuum blade will find it easier to master." Tuanzong appeared wholeheartedly devoted to the welfare of the Leaf Village, as though his guidance of Akali stemmed not from personal desire, but from a genuine intent to enhance the vacuum blade for the benefit of Konoha. As a testament to her training, "Would you care to engage in a duel with me?" Danzo, with a tempting tone, proclaimed, as one of Konoha's most formidable warriors. "I can allow you to unleash your abilities and showcase your skills to your heart's content." He believed that the trust he had cultivated by frequently guiding her would lead Akali to agree to the confrontation. The prospect of battle stirred something within Akali. Her previous encounters had predominantly been one-sided victories, and her only prior skirmish with Naruto had not provided her with a clear assessment of her combat prowess. Engaging in combat with a top-tier warrior like Elder Danzo would not only serve as a validation of her abilities, but also as an opportunity for enlightenment and experience. Very well, Akali resolved to accept the challenge. At the moment Akali made her decision, the third Hokage, engrossed in his duties, sensed an inexplicable disturbance, as if something precious was about to be taken from him. Taking his premonition seriously, he paused his work and retrieved the crystal ball. Yet he could not discern the source of his unease. Danzo has been unusually quiet lately, he pondered, finally recalling the unsettling feeling that had been plaguing him. In a moment of inspiration, the third Hokage directed the crystal ball toward Akali's location and, to his astonishment, beheld a familiar visage, Danzo. Gritting his teeth, he realized the truth. Amidst his busy schedule at the Hokage office, he had been perplexed by Akali's remarkable prowess, which had gone unexamined due to her solitary training sessions. Recently, she had been practicing the transformation of wind chakra properties after mastering tree climbing and water walking. Although the third Hokage had wondered who had imparted such knowledge to her, he was unable to investigate further due to his commitments. However, seeing Danzo, everything fell into place. The surge of work, Danzo's silence, and the connection between them. It became clear that Danzo had been clandestinely approaching Akali while he was preoccupied. Damn that Danzo, attempting to intercept my plans. The third Hokage seethed, rising to pace back and forth, contemplating his next move. At that moment, Danzo, sensing something amiss, glanced upward with a subtle smile. Come now, make your move, he urged confidently. Then I shall oblige, Akali declared, and in an instant, she was in motion. Fully equipped, save for her missing recurve bow. She was prepared for battle in her prime. With a flurry of lethal strikes, she executed a series of swift maneuvers, culminating in a smoke bomb explosion as she landed. Rolling gracefully, she launched shurikens while seamlessly transitioning into her next assault, advancing through the energy ring of the hidden dragon seal amidst the smoke. Wind release, gale palm. Akali's rapid acceleration was abruptly halted by the fierce gusts produced by Danzo's potent chakra, which rendered even a basic wind technique comparable to a level 9 tempest. Akali, being of light build, was easily propelled away by the strong winds. What formidable strength! She exclaimed. Akali, like a willow catkin caught in the wind, was delicately lifted and perched upon a tree, her expression grave. In her initial assault, Hyūga was struck down by Tuanzo's kunai and shuriken, while the lethal dance was effortlessly countered with a mere flick of the wrist. The subsequent hate failed to connect, and once again, Hyūga was brought low, with the second segment of hate being blown away entirely. She could scarcely approach. A ninja must possess the mindset of a ninja. Deep within, Akali admired her own fierce and direct combat style, yet Tuanzo offered a merciless critique. Never allow your body to lose control. Utilize your chakra to firmly grasp the ground. Akali responded affirmatively, understood. Tuanzo urged once more. Learning from the lesson of being blown away by the wind technique, Akali employed her chakra to secure her footing this time, executing the lethal dance with every step perfectly balanced. With a stronger grip on the ground, her speed surged as she dashed forward. My flowing cold shadow. Akali launched her kunai again, but this time, it was infused with her chakra, embodying the true essence of Hyūga. Excellent, Tuanzo exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the shimmering cold light, as he unleashed several wind bullets from his mouth. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The wind bullets clashed with the cold shadow, resulting in a mutual cancellation, while Akali's scythe was also intercepted by Tuanzo's vacuum blade. The two collided with a resounding impact, sending both Akali and Tuanzo recoiling. However, Tuanzo remained firmly planted on the ground, sliding backward, while Akali, lacking his stability, was propelled away, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling. What a formidable technique! Tuanzo mused, feeling the tingling in his palms and the sharp sting in his tiger's mouth. The taste of blood ignited his fighting spirit, sparking curiosity about Akali's subsequent moves. Surely, you possess more than just this? Come again. Akali plunged her small knife into the earth, forcibly halting her roll. At that moment, her left hand, which wielded the scythe, was slightly sprained, rendering her unable to engage in intense conflict for a short while. Yet, Akali was far from conceding defeat. Her most ferocious frontal assault had been thwarted. But she was not limited to a single tactic. Sealing the hand signs, she swiftly launched 2 wind-release shuriken, retrieving a small storage scroll she had purchased, unveiling 2 one-handed sides of the shadow fist technique. With a weapon switch, Akali charged forward with the steps of the elusive cherry blossom dance. Clang! The long-handled weapon met the kunai, and the secret technique Xiajun erupted in a burst of brilliance, as Akali deployed a smoke bomb to conceal herself. This time, Tuanzo chose not to disperse it. On one hand, this smoke bomb was heavier than the previous one, and on the other, having declared his intent to engage, he opted for a multitude of countermeasures. Within the dark shroud of smoke, Akali stealthily approached Tuanzo from behind, slashing with one of her scythes toward his back, while simultaneously, a one-handed scythe was hurled at her from Tuanzo's front, combining shadow clones with the smoke bomb for a dual release. Intriguing, Tuanzo noted internally, calmly preparing to respond. In a matter of moments, he subdued and cast aside the shadow clone lurking behind him, while the clone, bewildered, watched as the one-handed scythe spun and expanded before crashing down upon its forehead. With a resounding crash, the shadow clone dissipated, and Danzo vanished from sight. Charging directly towards the trace left by Akali, alarm surged through Akali, who had just detached from the memories of her shadow clone. She realized the impending danger. Swiftly, she formed 2 seals and unleashed the gale palm, attempting to replicate the moment when Danzo had sent her flying. The furious winds intercepted him, while simultaneously, she produced a smoke bomb, layering her defenses. As the smoke enveloped the battlefield, Akali retreated behind the veil created by her gale palm. And in the final moment before disappearing into the mist, she witnessed a sight that astonished her. Danzo had sliced through the wind. What incredible strength! With a gasp, she tightened her resolve to remain concealed. No method would suffice against him, for he possessed countless strategies to counter her techniques. The speed she prided herself on felt ordinary in comparison. Was this the caliber of the elite in the ninja world? Truly, they were the pinnacle of Konoha. The shadows of the shinobi, completely shrouded in smoke, Akali became undetectable to Danzo. A sly smile crept across Danzo's face. He now firmly believed that Akali indeed possessed a unique secret technique, for this smoke bomb was beyond his comprehension. Let me impart another lesson upon you. Smoke bombs serve effectively to conceal one's presence, which is invaluable in a ninja's combat. However, are you prepared to face area attacks? Why is it that smoke bombs are typically utilized solely for retreat? Even if your smoke bomb is extraordinary, the choice remains. Will you abandon the smoke or endure the onslaught? With an air of nonchalance, Danzo withdrew a kunai. The kunai was launched, and he formed seals. Shadow clone technique of shuriken. A torrent of shurikens was unleashed. As Danzo's wind-based attacks were difficult to control, he resorted to a technique favored by monkeys. The indiscriminate barrage of shurikens flew forth, and Danzo, listening intently, soon heard the clashing of weapons. The smoke shifted, revealing a glimmer of cold light before him. He blocked, executing a dual-handed slash to repel the attack, while the swift dance of lightning met the crimson leaf, releasing a lightning-based technique. He raised his hand for a dual cold shadow strike. In the next instant, a tempest erupted. Boom! Akali was once again hurled back by the force of the wind. Yet in midair, she managed to grasp the hidden dragon seal. As the battered smoke dissipated, a white line from Danzo's kunai struck the earth, severing the ground's expanse. While he stood behind the line, contemplatively clutching his right hand, blood trickling down his palm. He was injured. Earlier, he had borrowed Akali's lightning-infused shuriken technique to enhance his swift dance, momentarily immobilizing him. Subsequently, with a single-handed scythe drawn before him, Danzo had no choice but to endure the assault once more. Just as he unleashed the crimson leaf, an unusual energy began to spread from the scythe onto his body. Reminiscent of a sealing technique's chakra imprint, Danzo could only restrict it to his hand with his sealing technique. He then attempted to intercept with a vacuum wave, as the cold shadow approached, but inadvertently triggered the seal. Had it not been for Danzo's adept sealing techniques, the consequences for his hand would have been far graver than mere bloodshed. Was this the hidden depth of Akali's technique? Danzo pondered, considering the explosive energy waves unleashed upon impact by the shurikens. Truly, she was a master of cunning tactics. Tuanzang's sinister gaze narrowed, a surge of desire swelling within him. He was genuinely fond of this technique. Regrettably, after searching for so long, he had only managed to acquire the self-imposed curse seal. Suddenly, He felt a pulling sensation in his body, as if something were tugging at him. Upon glancing over, he saw Akali rushing towards him at an accelerated pace. It was as if some force were drawing her closer. Did I inadvertently leave a mark upon her? Tuanzong chuckled. How intriguing. Stop. Akali halted, looking at Tuanzong with a hint of confusion. That will suffice. I have a fair grasp of your current abilities, and there is no need to continue the fight. Tuanzong raised his hand. I am still injured, after all. My apologies. Akali recoiled slightly, pondering whether Tuanzong would truly hold her accountable for utilizing everything he had permitted. No worries. I have observed your prowess, and I believe you can already be considered a special jonin, albeit with somewhat limited methods and certain deficiencies. Akali, after this battle, have you considered graduating early to engage with the world of ninjas? Tuanzong inquired. Even if the Ninja Academy provides a stable training environment, your current state requires more than mere practice. Only through relentless combat can one truly progress. Early graduation? A spark ignited within Akali's mind. She speculated on the system's monetized lottery upgrades. Perhaps she needed to complete her phase tasks before graduating from the Ninja Academy to enter the next stage. And only then would the lottery system be restored. Previously, she aspired to become the sword god of Shirley Po, but after her encounter with Tuanzong, she realized that the knowledge gained through battle was far more substantial. Graduation? Akali pondered earnestly. Perhaps she had lingered long enough at this stage. Solitary deliberation was indeed unwise. Sensing her wavering resolve, Tuanzong seized the moment. Your strength is adequate, yet your ninja qualities have not yet reached the level of a special jonin. You require systematic training in tracking, trap setting, infiltration, reconnaissance, disguise, camouflage, wilderness survival, code breaking, and identification, as well as intelligence transmission. These are not lessons the Ninja Academy can provide. Conveniently, I have an Umbu training facility at my disposal. I can facilitate your entry and even provide personal instruction. Tuanzong asserted. What do you think? I can also assist in arranging your early graduation. Tuanzong fixed his intense gaze upon Akali. She appeared to hesitate, on the verge of acquiescing. Tuanzong, standing by, felt an unexpected knot of anxiety. His heart raced with fervor. Should Akali enter the roots of the organization, he would not only gain secret techniques, but also acquire a formidable ally comparable to Kakashi Hitaki. However, Akali's hesitation was rooted not in the decision to graduate, but rather in the prospect of joining Tuanzong's Umbu. The term Umbu itself ignited a sense of wariness within her. The two Umbu from that day had yet to be located, and Tuanzong's sudden proposition felt oddly inconsistent with his previously composed demeanor, appearing rather conspicuous and deliberate. As Akali contemplated how to refuse, a familiar laughter echoed through the air. Akali is currently a student at the Ninja Academy, and as the principal, I shall take care of her early graduation. As the voice echoed, Danzo's expression darkened. Akali felt a sense of relief. Danzo sighed softly. He had sensed the third Hokage's scrutiny earlier and had attempted to hasten the process, but to no avail. In fact, once the third arrived, he had already failed. The third Hokage and Danzo exchanged glances, their eyes sparking with unspoken tension. Indeed, it is the principal's responsibility to oversee the graduation of students from the Ninja Academy. After a moment of mutual regard, Danzo conceded first. After all, the Hokage remains the Hokage. Little Akali, do you wish to graduate early? That is certainly feasible if your abilities are sufficient. We shall arrange for your assessment upon your return. However, might I inquire why you are here during class hours? The third asked, also curious about the recent rise of the Equilibrium sect at the academy. Equilibrium sect? Akali was taken aback, suddenly recalling something that made her break into a cold sweat. The Equilibrium sect had been a fleeting thought of hers in a time of financial desperation when she considered establishing a club to raise funds through membership dues. However, plans often fall prey to unforeseen circumstances, and ultimately, she abandoned the idea. Recently, after mastering the shadow clone technique, Akali had taken to using her clones for schooling, rendering the concept of a club even more impractical. Each night, to alleviate fatigue, she allowed her clones to dissipate naturally while she slept, resulting in memories that felt dreamlike and elusive. At this moment, Akali recalled that her shadow clone had taken on the role of a mischievous ringleader, engaging in the promotion of the Equilibrium sect within the school, which had gained significant traction among the lower grades and was now spreading to the upper grades. Not long ago, it seemed a teacher had just spoken with her about it. I can explain. Akali stammered nervously. Well then, I am quite eager to hear your explanation. The third Hokage replied with a cold scoff. Actually, it is merely a study group for mutual assistance, where we practice techniques and hone our skills with shuriken and kunai. The fees collected are purely for activity expenses. Truly, you must believe me. And what about the matters concerning the equilibrium? The third pressed further. Akali's mind raced with memories. Her shadow clone had been saying, "You have money, I do not. Share it with me." And that was the essence of the equilibrium. This was beyond Akali's ability to explain, and she resolved to eliminate that clone upon her return. Very well, be gone. Come tomorrow for your graduation assessment, the third Hokage declared, and Akali felt as though she had been granted a reprieve. As Akali departed, only the third Hokage and Danzo remained, silently observing her exit. What do you think of her? The third inquired, watching Akali's retreating figure. Without hesitation, Danzo replied, "She is quite remarkable." And the third turned to face Danzo, his gaze probing. Danzo asserted, "I wish to take her as my apprentice. It is time for me to have a disciple." "Is that so?" the third said, taking a drag from his cigarette, his demeanor turning serious. "Even if she is someone I have taken a liking to?" "Absolutely." Danzo appeared resolute. "I shall need to consider this," the third said, his eyes flickering as he pondered the implications. On one hand, this is a longtime friend, and it took considerable effort to ask him for a favor, expressing her desire to take on an apprentice. On the other hand, Akali is someone he holds in high regard and is reluctant to let go. It is indeed a perplexing situation. Fun fact 1. The third Hokage has never lost to Danzo in their contests. Fun fact 2. Although Danzo has never emerged victorious, he has never given up either. Akali is unaware of the details surrounding the third Hokage and Danzo, yet her mood is buoyant as she makes her way home. With the guidance of a kind-hearted individual, she has gained insight into her current abilities, and she has resolved to heed Danzo's call to leave the novice village and explore the world. She is determined to graduate early. She yearns to witness the vibrant tapestry of the ninja world. After the Great War, perhaps she should hum a tune to process her reflections, she muses with a smile. In her previous life, she was restricted by language. Now, it is possible, and soon the melody of the bluebird echoes through the woods. Walking quietly through the forest, accompanied only by her clear singing voice, a gentle breeze caresses her back, and Akali suddenly feels a surge of inspiration. With her hands clasped together, she invokes the gale palm technique, but this time, instead of compressing the fierce wind between her palms to propel it forward, she envelopes herself in it, accelerating her speed. Wrapped in the raging wind, Akali moves with the grace of a swallow, her speed enhanced. She has discovered a second application of the wind release gale palm technique. 3 days later, Akali's graduation assessment, unsurprisingly, is postponed and, due to multiple influences, has become a topic of great excitement. In every corner of Konoha, almost everyone is aware that a 6-year-old student from the Ninja Academy is set to graduate early, potentially setting a new record. In this era, where information is scarce, even the slightest news is remembered for a long time. Akali's situation has swiftly become the talk of the village, with her name on everyone's lips. Simultaneously, details of the graduation assessment have circulated, revealing that Akali's evaluation will involve a battle against Shinjuro, followed by an assessment of their performances. Shinjuro is currently recognized as the foremost genius in Konoha, a descendant of the Senju clan, the grandchild of the first and second Hokages. The graduation assessment has thus transformed into a contest not only for Akali's early graduation, but also for the title of Konoha's top genius. In a single night, Akali's various details surfaced abruptly before the public. Although her own clan is somewhat dysfunctional, Hinata, who is indirectly affected, hopes for her downfall. The proud Uchiha clan does not wish for the individual who defeats their disciple to be merely mediocre, akin to being bested by a mere child rather than by a formidable opponent. Nara seeks to gather more intelligence, while Danzo hopes that Akali gains sufficient fame to no longer be the precious treasure tightly held by the third Hokage, thus breaking free from his control. In a fair competition, Danzo believes he has left a favorable impression on Akali. In the span of 3 days, anticipation reaches its zenith, with all eyes fixed on this impending confrontation. This morning, Akali arrives at the Ninja Academy, almost losing herself amidst the shouts of the crowd. I neglected to mention that the Ninja Academy is eager for Akali to graduate swiftly, so as not to encroach upon their opportunities and develop an armed organization illegally beneath the watchful eyes of the Hokage. Once again, Akali arrived at the expansive playground of the Ninja Academy, but this time, the gathering was not comprised of students, but rather a solemn assembly of ninjas. Among them, she spotted Rope Tree, a legendary senior she had often seen during her time at the academy. After all, he was a true descendant of the second Hokage. Renowned far and wide, Rope Tree regarded Akali with a serious demeanor, as he could not afford to falter. He had heard that some viewed this match as a symbol of the Senju clan's complete decline, believing that anyone could be summoned to challenge him. Although he no longer bore the Senju name, as the last male representative of the clan, Rope Tree felt compelled to defend their honor. The sudden onset of this competition stirred the hearts of many. Akali glanced towards the judging platform, where the Hokage's advisor, and two elders sat with imposing authority. Alongside the arena were a multitude of spectators, individuals with white eyes, red eyes, a golden-haired woman with ample bosom, a gentle-looking youth with long black hair, a lecherous figure with white hair, a pineapple-haired individual, someone wearing sunglasses while cradling a dog, and a portly figure. Every kind of ninja from the Leaf Village had gathered. Yet, Akali understood that their presence was not to witness her, but rather to observe Rope Tree. However, the atmosphere today felt peculiar. Akali looked back at Rope Tree, and fortuitously, he met her gaze. "Form the hand seals," declared the judge, Kaki Murasame. The two competitors performed their seals. The match commenced. This battle was not only a test for their advancement as ninjas, but also an opportunity to showcase their prowess to the village. Akali recalled the words of Danzo from a few days prior. Not only must she win, but she must do so with flair. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, My Flowing Mist Technique. Both Rope Tree and Akali launched their attacks simultaneously. A colossal head of a mud dragon surged from Rope Tree's side, its mouth aglow with white light as it unleashed a barrage of mud bullets into the encroaching smoke cloud, hidden within the expanding fog. Akali deftly evaded the mud bullets while steadily closing in on Rope Tree. Then, her petite figure leaped forth from the smoke's edge, two wind-release shurikens spiraling towards Rope Tree, striking the dragon's head that was still spewing mud bullets. The wind shurikens collided with the mud dragon, causing a spectacular explosion of muck, marking the commencement of a dazzling confrontation. The onlooking ninjas were astounded. Two students from the Ninja Academy were engaging in a clash with B-rank ninjutsu. Is this what follows the Senju legacy? Yet, who exactly is Akali? As many pondered the origin of Akali's B-rank ninjutsu, the duel between Rope Tree and Akali raged on. With the mud dragon dissipating, Akali pressed closer to Rope Tree, raising her hand to unleash 5 icy projectiles that shot forth like cannonballs, their meticulously designed trajectories sealing off all avenues of escape for Rope Tree. Reluctantly, he was compelled to employ a defensive ninjutsu. However, as the earth flow wall rose, the 5 icy projectiles were already upon him, detonating with a violent explosion upon impact and shattering the wall, revealing Rope Tree emerging from the debris. Akali formed her seals. Lightning Release, Earth Walk. A streak of electric light surged towards the base of the Rope Tree, determined to ensnare it. However, the Rope Tree remained unflinching, resolutely beginning to form hand seals. What is this? Observing the simple seals in the Rope Tree's hands, the third Hokage's eyes widened in astonishment. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. The Rope Tree completed 4 seals, and a colossal water dragon bullet soared forth, every detail, dragon's eyes, whiskers, fangs, scales, and claws, meticulously rendered with exquisite precision. To unleash water release in a land devoid of water? How could the water dragon bullet be so swift? It must be the water dragon bullet of the second Hokage. Only his water release could manifest such speed. Amidst the chaos, Akali listened intently, her expression grave as she beheld the roaring water dragon bullet charging towards her. The Rope Tree was not utilizing water release in a dry environment. Instead, it had previously gathered moisture from the earth dragon bullet, allowing the water dragon bullet to arrive with such ferocity and rapidity. Impressive. Akali marveled at the Rope Tree's ninjutsu technique in her heart. At that moment, the massive water dragon had absorbed the electric light from the ground, transforming into a thunderwater dragon bullet. Evade. Akali instantly made her decision. Wind Release, Violent Wind Palm. The fierce gust enveloped her body as she accelerated. She had hoped to conceal her skills from the watchful eyes of the crowd, but alas, the thunderwater dragon bullet, crackling with arcs of electricity, opened its fearsome maw, lunging towards Akali. Yet, by that time, She had already vanished, a streak of white light hurtling towards the rope tree. A speed so swift that ordinary ninjas could hardly perceive it. Where did she go? There. So fast. It was only then that everyone noticed Akali had nearly reached the rope tree. Incredible. Is this truly the speed of a Ninja Academy student? On the platform, the two elders, who had never witnessed such speed, displayed expressions of astonishment, while Danzo and the third Hokage simultaneously bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Below, Tsunade cast a triumphant glance at Orochimaru. See? I told you the rope tree wouldn't win. Orochimaru, at a loss for words, replied, That's your brother, not mine. Let us observe further. Nevertheless, he understood that with such speed, the rope tree would find it challenging to respond, even if it possessed its own techniques. So swift. I can only resort to that technique. As the rope tree observed Akali swiftly approaching, realizing it could not match her speed, it prepared for passive defense. After forming two seals and expending a significant amount of chakra, a circular wall of water rose from the ground, intercepting Akali's thrusting strike. What a rapid technique! Akali watched as the gap in the water wall slowly closed. Her singular thought during this encounter with the rope tree was that its techniques were exceedingly fast. Separated by the water wall, the two exchanged a glance. The rope tree clearly had no intention of dispelling its ninjutsu, frowning in contemplation on how to counter Akali. Unbeknownst to it, Akali quietly drew a kunai, leaping back to create distance for a full-on assault. Witnessing Akali's stance, Kakashi could not help but recall that fateful day, silently gathering chakra in preparation to intervene. Wind release, vacuum blade. A flurry of strikes. Akali, wielding a white long sword, propelled herself forward, the vacuum blade at the forefront. Chakra enveloping her as she transformed into a colossal lance charging towards the rope tree. There is no stopping it. The moment the rope tree beheld the formation of the lance, it understood the inevitable conclusion. Earth release, multiple earth wall. Kakashi Hatake swiftly appeared before Shoju, striking the ground with one hand, causing 5 formidable earthen walls to rise in succession. Thud, thud, thud. Akali pierced through 3 of the walls before finally halting. The outcome had been determined. Phase task completed. Rewards have been dispensed. Next phase task initiated. Please, host, become a ninja, gain renown in Konoha, ascend to Jonin, and become a powerful ninja known to all. Step 1. Become a ninja. Reward, lottery system updated. Incomplete. As the incessant notifications echoed in her ears, Akali gradually withdrew her hand from the earthen barrier, satisfied with the significant damage inflicted by the vacuum blade's sharpness and the chaotic speed of its impact. The decision to exchange for the vacuum blade had proven wise. The battle concluded. The victor, Akali, Kakashi declared, while Shoju stood to the side, visibly dejected as he observed the scene. In the past, he had been the grandson of the Hokage, a descendant of the Senju clan, the most gifted talent in Konoha, receiving all the accolades and applause uniquely meant for him. His singular ambition had been to become Hokage. However, being defeated before others made Shoju realize the truth of the saying. There are always those stronger than oneself, and the heights of talent are ever surpassing. The small ninja school playground erupted in cheers as Konohagakure's ninjas celebrated the emergence of a new prodigy. The village cherished and welcomed geniuses, for each one would safeguard the peace of Konohagakure for many years. The 2 most talented ninjas had, in fact, laid the foundation for the current structure of the ninja world. The third Hokage observed silently, his feelings complex. He, too, bore a part in this unfolding event. Shoju, as the apparent descendant of the Senju, had inherited all the prestige and political resources of the clan. Although still young, he was already the most favored candidate for the next Hokage. At times, the third felt as though he were merely a steward for Shoju, waiting for the day when the latter would mature and reclaim Konohagakure, as though it were perpetually the Senju's domain, with him serving merely as a caretaker of the family legacy. Yet, the ninja world seemed to embrace this arrangement. Unable to accept his role as a mere steward, the third sought to undermine Shoju's reputation through Akali, a plot devised by Danzo, which the third was willing to see unfold. It was akin to a ninja version of a game of strategy. Congratulations, little Akali. The process continued as the third Hokage retrieved a forehead protector from a nearby tray, personally fastening it around Akali's head. From this day forth, you are an honored ninja of Konohagakure, he proclaimed. I hope you will not forget your original intentions and continue to contribute your strength to the village. And you as well, Shoju. The third produced another forehead protector. Observing Shoju's downcast demeanor, he offered words of consolation. Victory and defeat are but common occurrences in battle. We recognize your excellence and believe that tomorrow you will surpass today. Do not be disheartened by temporary setbacks. Do not abandon your forward momentum. Yes, Lord Hokage, Shoju replied, lifting the weight of his disappointment as a bright smile spread across his face. My goal is to become Hokage. Haha, splendid. I await your arrival to claim my position. The three generations laughed heartily, creating a harmonious atmosphere. As the performance concluded and the spectators departed, the ninja school gradually returned to its normal order, leaving only the two participants on the scene. I will defeat you next time, Shoju declared earnestly, gazing at Akali. Sure, I await your challenge. Akali replied with a smile, confident that no one could surpass her rapid growth and strength. And me, those who follow will queue behind me, came the voice of Uchiha, whose proud visage Akali could easily envision. Of course, you're the guardian, so you must lead the way. Akali responded with a sincere smile. Knowing that Uchiha's wealth was the source of the shadow clone antics at the ninja school, the master of the Equilibrium sect does not issue challenges lightly. Should you wish to challenge again, you must overcome 5 obstacles and slay 6 generals, advancing step by step. Shuri stepped forward, momentarily breaking his usual aloof demeanor. Greetings, Senior Shoju. Namikaze Minato, ever polite, made his intentions clear as he stepped forward. Master, you are truly formidable. You have even managed to defeat Senior Shoju. The Equilibrium sect is the strongest within the ninja school. A throng of younger students, only slightly shorter than Akali, gathered around her, while some upperclassmen observed quietly. At that moment, Akali's popularity at the ninja school soared to an astonishing height. Shoju, witnessing Akali surrounded by admirers, felt a sense of disorientation. Although he enjoyed considerable popularity himself, it was of a lofty kind, never having been treated so warmly or having treated others with such warmth. Was he perhaps too prideful? Lost in thought, Shoju cast a lingering glance at Akali, who was striving to respond to the crowd, before turning away. Regardless, he realized that the process of becoming a ninja for his peers was cumbersome, requiring more than just donning a headband. One must take a formal photograph, register personal details, establish a ninja number, and be assigned to a class. Only after these steps could one truly be regarded as a ninja. Meanwhile, after completing her registration, Akali had yet to check her newly upgraded gacha system, now at 10,000 per draw, when she was summoned by the third Hokage to his office. Little Akali, I ask you, would you be willing to join the Umbu? My direct Umbu. Umbu? Am I not too young? Akali instinctively sought to decline. Precisely because you are young. We hope for you to join the Umbu. The third Hokage stated seriously, clearly having a comprehensive training plan for Akali. How so? He continued. To become a ninja while one should be studying, to shift from a learning state to combat, may initially accelerate your strength, but it can also lead to overexertion. When knowledge is meant to grow and the body is meant to develop, one should focus on learning and await physical maturation. Joining the Umbu is not about executing missions. Rather, it involves entering the training department of the Umbu, where you will acquire knowledge comprehensively. The third Hokage elucidated that, of course. Akali's burgeoning reputation had drawn the ever-watchful eyes of Danzo, who harbored intentions of claiming her for himself. This was something he chose not to disclose. Furthermore, upon entering the third's direct Umbu, it was only natural that she would emerge as one of his own. Training? What distinguishes this from what Lord Danzo offers? Akali inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, Danzo's Umbu is far more shadowy and ruthless. His ranks are filled with war orphans from foreign villages. Whereas my Umbu training primarily caters to the villagers, the third explained. So, it entails seeking out orphans from other villages to cultivate as mere fodder, Akali mused, sensing she had stumbled upon something rather significant. The third continued, Umbu training resembles an elite ninja academy, wherein you will engage in advanced studies and rectify any deficiencies, which is far preferable to performing menial D-rank tasks. Noticing Akali's hesitation, the third promptly unveiled his ace. The benefits of the Umbu are substantial. Regardless of whether you undertake missions, you will receive a fixed monthly salary of 100,000 Ryo, with only a 25% cut from mission rewards. The remainder shared among the team. Additionally, various allowances are provided, and during times without missions, you have complete freedom to manage your affairs, with equipment expenses reimbursed. Upon completing Umbu training, You will be promoted to chunin immediately. The duration of your training will count as your service in the umbu, and all salaries and allowances will continue uninterrupted. Deal. Akali decisively affirmed. The truth was, the third was correct. She indeed required a more advanced environment to hone her skills. To her, there was little distinction between Danzo's route and the umbu. It could be said that Danzo, ever the dreamer, had perhaps grown accustomed to spinning tales and had yet to address the matter of compensation, had he broached the subject of rewards earlier, such as offering her 1,000,000 Rio upon joining his route. He would likely have succeeded long ago. The third's face brightened. Akali's strength was formidable, and with a few more years of training, she would emerge as a competent ninja. His long-term plans for her were clear. Umbu, Moonlight, is here. Please escort her to the umbu. Yes. The third was eager to finalize this arrangement, for once she entered his domain, Danzo would not dare interfere. Akali's graduation at the age of 6, her defeat of Rope Tree, and her status as the most talented ninja of her generation were no secrets. Only within the umbu could the third initiate measures to control the flow of information. What shines brightest in the forest, yet the wind must bring it down. Akali's victory over Rope Tree would inevitably offend a considerable faction of the old guard that the third had previously suppressed, and thus this was also a form of protection for her. Let us proceed. First, we shall retrieve a change of clothes from your home. For the duration of your umbu training, you will reside within the compound until you either complete the training or fail. Umbu Moonlight stated. Akali returned home briefly to gather a few essentials, and then Umbu Moonlight escorted her towards the umbu headquarters. As they traversed through Konoha, they approached the imposing Hokage Rock, only to discover that the umbu base was situated atop the mountain behind it. This made sense. The area above Hokage Rock, where the Hokage statues stood, was sacred and easily defensible, offering a panoramic view of Konoha, which would facilitate support and serve as a refuge within the Hokage Rock itself. As a formidable secretive force, this location was indeed most suitable. Name: Akali. Age: 6 years. Gender: female. Prepared umbu codename: Senju. Akali articulated her carefully considered codename for the shadowy division as she had previously drawn the sheep's spirit mask. This mask summoned a spectral wolf spirit, relentlessly pursuing and tearing at enemies, akin to the abilities of Kiana. Contemplating the potential of utilizing the sheep's spirit mask within the shadows, she decided to adopt a nickname inspired by Kiana. The armory was heavily fortified, with iron bars enclosing every window, leaving only a small slot for trays. Through this narrow opening, Akali retrieved her shadowy attire, a ninja blade, reinforced armor, a mask, and a dark cloak. After completing the registration of her information and obtaining her equipment, she prepared for the final step, tattooing. With a sharp intake of breath, Akali winced at the pain of the needle. Having never been tattooed in her past life, she was unprepared for the excruciating sensation. Fortunately, despite his advanced age, the tattoo artist's hands were steady. Before long, a striking red flame emblem adorned one side of her delicate, fair shoulder. Such fair skin deserves more than just a single tattoo, the artist mused. Upon completion, he expressed his admiration, stating that if every person who came to him for ink were akin to a sheet of paper, Akali would be the finest he had encountered over his years of service. Curious about her upbringing, with a bashful smile, Akali politely declined the artist's further suggestions about her exquisite back needing more attention. The tattoo of the blade of the outcast looked impressive, yet it felt somewhat out of place on her. Wasn't the original Fist of Shadows ensemble more appealing? Clad in sleek white, the attire showcased her flawless back and voluptuous thighs, likely distracting adversaries during covert operations. The emblematic tattoo of the Shadow Division was undeniably striking, and she deemed it sufficient. Kiana, let us proceed. Dressed in her shadow attire, Akali upgraded her armor system, seamlessly integrating her leather gear into the Shadow Division's armor, which would no longer require removal. She retained her other equipment, including the recurved bow from her home. Having previously wielded the broken bow of Fae, she was proficient in archery, which might prove advantageous in shadow missions. However, Akali hesitated, as ADC was not a term of endearment. It often connoted mediocrity, even if she could dominate the bottom lane. Without destroying the second turret, an enemy top laner could easily dispatch her with just a few blows, even with her ninja skills. Once fully equipped, she donned the black hooded cloak and mask, obscuring her features. Following her guide, Moonlight, she exited the base and ventured into a secluded woodland facility. Here we are. Let us proceed. Moonlight boldly stepped forward, with Akali closely trailing behind. I am here to deliver the latest recruit. Upon reaching the entrance, Moonlight presented the documentation. Very well. The guards at the entrance conducted their checks without issue, confirming the legitimacy of the documents. However, they inquired, where's the recruit? Right here. The petite Akali emerged from behind Moonlight. Is she even 10 years old? One guard exclaimed in disbelief. The gatekeeper of the Umbu subconsciously glanced towards the Moonlight. Are you mistaken? This has surely surpassed the minimum record for Umbu, he remarked. No, it is indeed her. Moonlight replied, slightly embarrassed. In truth, he also felt that allowing someone so young to join the Umbu was somewhat absurd. And a girl at that? No, a little girl. This is not a game of make-believe. Are you sure your guardians are aware of this? The gatekeeper of the Umbu was somewhat speechless, with a tinge of jealousy towards Akali for being able to join the Umbu at such a tender age. However, it was true that the demands of Umbu work were exceedingly rigorous, rarely accommodating children, let alone those in their formative years who were not yet fully developed. Enough. This is the Hokage's decision. Moonlight's expression turned serious. Yes, I will obey the orders without question. The gatekeeper of the Umbu replied loudly. Open the door, let us proceed. The Hokage has a decree to convey. Moonlight stated, as the third Hokage indeed had a message for the chief of the training base regarding Akali. Right away, the gatekeeper opened the door, and Akali alongside Moonlight entered the Umbu training facility. Throughout their journey, numerous curious gazes were cast upon the petite figure of Akali. Yet the strict discipline of the Umbu rendered them silent, merely observing in quietude. Upon reaching the supervisor's office, Moonlight instructed Akali to wait outside while he entered first. Soon after, Moonlight departed, leaving others unaware of what instructions he had imparted within. A white-clad Umbu emerged without uttering a word and escorted Akali to a classroom for her lesson. This particular class was on the special bloodlines and unique clans of the ninja world, unlike the vacuous content of ninja schools. The curriculum of the Umbu was replete with valuable knowledge. To genuinely become a member of the Umbu, one must master no fewer than 12 subjects. The intelligence chapter. This encompassed various bloodline clans, secret techniques, as well as renowned figures from different ninja villages, including the Kage and the unique tailed beasts of the ninja world, all of which required memorization from a booklet. The Code of Conduct chapter. As a stringent military organization, the operational rules and organizational discipline must be internalized. The swordsmanship chapter. Regardless of one's ninja type, joining the Umbu necessitates proficiency in close combat with a ninja blade. The special tactics chapter. The Umbu operates on the front lines of battle. Thus, immediate responses to enemy threats are imperative. Basic sealing techniques and emergency medical ninjutsu are essential skills to possess, as one must know how to handle poison and how to secure information even amidst dire circumstances. The code words chapter. As a secretive unit, one must be able to comprehend mission briefs written in their own coded language and possess the means to decipher intelligence obtained from others, ensuring survival on the battlefield. The interrogation chapter. If one is not a member of the Yamanaka clan, it is advisable to learn a few interrogation techniques, as they may prove crucial in obtaining information during critical moments and safeguarding oneself from harm. The captive chapter. In the life of a ninja, failure and capture are common occurrences. Understanding how to escape when taken hostage and maintaining composure under pressure to protect vital information until the end is a significant skill. The wilderness survival chapter. Those who wish to avoid the unfortunate experience of consuming something harmful that leads to mission failure must diligently study this course, discerning what constitutes edible meat and what remains unpalatable. The art of disguise, infiltration, tracking, and the setting of traps and reconnaissance. If one were to assert that a conventional ninja is merely a warrior cloaked in the guise of a ninja, then the Umbu truly embodies the essence of a specialized assassination task force. Chio. Present. The third rule of the Umbu. As a member of the Umbu, one must possess the resolve that my conscience and weaknesses have already been surrendered to Konoha. Excellent. Take a seat. Yes. Chio. Present. What should one be mindful of during disguise? The transformation technique is always inferior to the makeup technique. Very well. Take a seat. Yes. Chio, standing once more, felt a tinge of exasperation. What precautions should be taken when engaging in combat with the Kagaya ninja? Report. Kagaya without the awakening of the Shikatsu Myaku can be handled normally. However, those who have awakened this ability possess remarkably resilient bodies, capable of extending bone spikes from every part, requiring utmost caution. Their bone blades are sharper than standard ninja tools, necessitating careful countermeasures. Chiyo continued, one should strive to use ninjutsu to entangle and engage rather than relying on taijutsu. Agreed. Very well, take a seat. The instructor of the Umbu was quite pleased, yet Chiyo remained somewhat bemused. It seemed that due to her tender age and the special attention from the third Hokage, every instructor in the Umbu relished the opportunity to call upon Chiyo for answers. Constantly in the spotlight, Chiyo found it impossible to drift into daydreams during class. Currently, her curriculum comprised mostly theoretical studies, intelligence in the ninja world, codes, the Umbu regulations, survival skills, and the crafting of traps, with occasional lessons in medical emergency techniques. Practical classes were primarily observational, and given her current stature, she could barely wield a ninja blade, rendering her swordsmanship classes nearly futile. Fortunately, Chiyo had access to Yasuo's childhood practice sword, allowing her to hone her swordsmanship in the realm of her mind. She had initially thought this would be of little use. Among the 3 special items drawn previously, Yasuo's practice sword, Chiyo's sheep's spirit mask, and Young's broken blade, Yasuo's sword served to refine her sword skills, while the sheep's spirit mask could summon wolf spirits. Young's broken blade was the most extraordinary. It granted entry into the final confrontation between Young and Yasuo. Chiyo had ventured in once. I entered. I was defeated instantly. There is nothing more to say. Thus, after joining the Umbu, Chiyo settled into a remarkably structured routine. By day, she attended classes and trained. By night, whether in class or not, she engaged in self-training. In the evenings, she would replace Yasuo in receiving teachings from Elder Suma, and when fatigue set in, she would enter Young's broken blade and endure a few strikes from Yasuo. The ultimate sleep aid. It seemed that other Umbu training programs were bound by time constraints, requiring completion within a stipulated period before employment. However, Chiyo's situation was different. The third Hokage had placed her here, seemingly to provide a tranquil space for her growth, with funding uninterrupted, which was quite comfortable. Honestly, Chiyo felt grateful. Yet, she was acutely aware that such an investment from the third was intended for her future contributions to him. This understanding remained clear in her mind. While she would not be blindly devoted, she would fulfill her obligations and cherish the kindness shown to her. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, Chiyo had been in the Umbu for 3 months. Akali's strength steadily increased, and her savings had also risen to 1.03 million. Just as she was focused on laying a solid foundation, she unexpectedly received a mission. A mission? Akali exclaimed, gazing at the shadowy figure of Moonlight who had brought her to the base. Indeed, there is a mission. The Hokage has summoned you. What is going on? Akali wondered, believing she would be able to spend a year or 2 in peace. I don't know. The Hokage will explain everything in detail when the time comes, Moonlight replied. Shaking his head, Akali followed Moonlight out of the base, not heading to the Hokage building, but instead being led to an ancient yet luxurious estate that exuded understated elegance. As they walked, Akali suddenly halted, her eyes widening as she spotted the Senju family crest. This was remarkable. Akali mused about the identity of the person within, quickening her pace to keep up with Moonlight. Upon entering the courtyard, she was taken aback. Having spent days in the training base of the Umbu, she had become increasingly attuned to the unique aura of Konoha's Umbu. Goodness, this modest courtyard is guarded by at least a squad of Umbu. Before entering, she had not sensed the presence within, only the Umbu outside. It was only upon entering that she realized it was not her inability to sense them, but rather the overwhelming strength of those within that required her to be in close proximity to perceive it. Furthermore, after undergoing training in sealing techniques, Akali sensed the presence of such techniques in the air. What on earth is happening? Akali's mind raced. Her Umbu instructor had mentioned that sealing techniques were mysterious and significant, typically associated with matters of great importance. Moonlight guided Akali into the central main house. Hokage-sama, Mito-sama, I have brought the Umbu Akali. Inside, the third Hokage was engaged in conversation with a remarkably young and beautiful woman with red hair. She wore her hair in twin buns adorned with decorative charms resembling talismans. And her attire, a pale moonlight-colored qipao, conveyed both beauty and authority. Akali observed that even in conversation with this red-haired woman, the third Hokage maintained a formal demeanor, sitting upright and speaking as if addressing an elder. Noticing Akali's entrance, the red-haired woman paused her conversation, her piercing gaze scrutinizing Akali. "Remove your mask. I wish to see your face," commanded the regal woman, her tone imbued with an inherent nobility that brooked no refusal. Instinctively, Akali raised her hand to remove her mask. However, midway through the motion, she halted abruptly. The second rule of the Umbu states, at all times, one must wear their mask and protect it well, for it ensures that you do not need to silence everyone to prevent exposure, nor will your family be endangered because of you. Moreover, as a direct subordinate of the Hokage, how could Akali unmask herself at the behest of this unfamiliar woman? Very well. The third Hokage nodded subtly, acknowledging Akali's composure in the presence of Mito-sama's formidable aura. "Impressive, monkey. It seems your Umbu training is commendable," praised the red-haired woman. "Haha, Lord Mito, you flatter me. Little Akali, remove your mask." The third Hokage seems quite pleased. "Henceforth, you must treat Lord Mito with the same reverence as you do me, understood?" "Yes." Akali obediently took off her mask. Naturally, compliance was expected, given that the third Hokage granted a monthly allowance of 100,000 Ryo, equivalent to 60,000 RMB. With no demands other than to study, one must heed the words of the boss. Vortex Mito scrutinized Akali's face hidden beneath the mask, quite charming. When Akali remained quiet, she was indeed well-behaved, especially with her expressive eyes brimming with vitality. At first glance, Mito felt an instant connection with Akali. The initial impression was satisfactory, though her other qualities remained to be seen. Very well, Mito's approval was all that mattered. The affirmation from Mito greatly reassured the third Hokage. "Little Akali, let me explain your task. Simply put, it is to befriend my granddaughter," Mito stated directly. "Granddaughter?" Akali gasped in astonishment, incredulously gazing at Mito. "Are you telling me that this formidable woman in her 20s is a grandmother?" She had initially assumed the third Hokage's respectful demeanor was due to status. Perhaps this strong-willed woman was a princess or queen. But she never imagined she was indeed a senior relative of the third Hokage. "Do not be deceived by my appearance. I am already over 60 years old." Mito chuckled, the earlier sense of pressure dissipating, her demeanor softening. "Such a beautiful sister," Akali murmured, utterly astonished. "Hee, the young lady is quite eloquent. I now believe you will surely form a good bond with Kushina." Mito chuckled, clearly pleased by Akali's flattery. Who wouldn't he appreciate being youthful and beautiful? "Kushina?" Akali queried, unfamiliar with the name. "She is my granddaughter and also your task target." Akali nodded, patiently awaiting Mito's elaboration. However, the next statement from Mito caused her to lift her head in surprise. "Due to certain circumstances, Kushina cannot currently interact with the village children. So we hope to find her a companion to alleviate her sorrow in my absence." "Absence? Yes, I am nearing the end of my life," Mito remarked nonchalantly. "Do not be deceived by my youthful appearance. It is all due to secret techniques. However, I can no longer maintain this secret." Mito reflected, deeply moved. As the binding of the Nine Tails had taken its toll, even on the Vortex clan's formidable vitality, which had reached its limit. "I should have perished long ago. When that man pursued Uchiha Madara, I should have followed him. I merely wished to prevent my death from causing distress to the villagers of Konoha." Mito spoke with a blend of melancholy and resentment, feeling as though her man had left her for another, as if she possessed no allure whatsoever. Who could have killed the first Hokage, endowed with such vitality? I can only surmise that he believed he had vanquished Uchiha Madara, disheartened, and prepared to reincarnate. Who would have imagined that Madara would escape unscathed? I have bound myself to this small courtyard for many years, having done all I could. Yet, there remains one person I cannot let go. That is Kushina. After my passing, I hope you can comfort her and prevent her from being overwhelmed by sorrow." After Mito spoke, the third Hokage nodded in agreement. "Indeed. With those words, I understood." Akari responded with clarity. "What about time?" "In terms of time, perhaps half a year." Mito pondered for a moment and smiled with a hint of resignation. "If it were any longer, I would lack the strength to endure. Lord Mito, it is my inadequacy." The third Hokage felt a deep sense of shame. Despite being a large ninja village, the transfer of the Jinchuriki relied on the Jinchuriki's own efforts. Half a year. Akari gazed at the beautiful woman before her, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Fate is unkind to beauty. Is it possible that such a lovely person has only half a year left to live? Unavoidably, Akari felt a pang of sorrow for the fleeting beauty of life. a melancholic resonance with the impermanence of all things. Haha, dear child, there is no need for you to worry about me. The coming days will require your diligence. Mito said with a smile. Summon Kushina. Mito commanded, and immediately, a member of the Umbu departed. After that, Mito scrutinized Akali for a moment. You should change into a different outfit for the next few days as you accompany Kushina to class. Consider it a privilege as her friend. Class. Akali was somewhat perplexed. You will find out soon, Mito said with a mysterious smile, adding that the extent of learning would depend on her own abilities. Akali made her way to the back hall, donned the attire prepared by the third Hokage, and quietly listened as he recounted his tale. From then on, she would assume the role of a transfer student, entrusted to Mito for instruction in sealing techniques, befriending Kushina, and closely observing her in every aspect. Upon returning to the front hall, she indeed encountered a lively little girl with the same fiery red hair as Mito, chattering animatedly around her. As Akali approached, Kushina's words were interrupted by Mito, who instructed her to face Akali. Akali waved with a smile. Come, let me introduce you. This is Akali. I have accepted Lord Hokage's request for her to learn sealing techniques alongside you. She will be your companion. Mito proclaimed. Hello, my name is Akali. Akali greeted Kushina with a smile. Hello, Kushina, nestled against Mito, shyly replied. I am Kushina Uzumaki. Thus, under this unexpected assignment, Akali found herself residing in the opulent Senja mansion, embarking on her studies of sealing techniques alongside Kushina. Do you think these two young girls can forge a genuine bond? Mito mused, seemingly to herself. I do not know, but I believe they are both good-hearted children, are they not? The third Hokage responded with a smile. Indeed, Mito reflected. Ever since that day they met, she appeared to age more visibly with each passing day, as if her remaining strength was slowly depleting, leaving her unable to maintain her eternal beauty. Akali was acutely aware of what this meant for a woman who cherished her beauty above all else. Kushina and Akali gradually grew familiar with each other, facilitated by Akali's deliberate efforts. Though time was short, yet there was no alternative. Not only does the Vortex Water Master need to gather strength, but Kushina's condition also requires maintenance on that final day. The seal of the Nine Tails is no trivial matter. This is also Akali's purpose for coming, to observe the future Jinchuriki while ensuring the mental and physical well-being of this future host, thus creating the necessary conditions for the seal of the Nine Tails. Originally, there was no such individual, but it happened that Akali fortuitously arrived. In the morning, Akali attended a tightly packed sealing technique course alongside Kushina. She was both a classmate and a study partner, needing to encourage Kushina to maintain her spirits, especially when the Vortex Water Master found it difficult to express himself. In the afternoon, while the Vortex Water Master rested to preserve his energy, Akali sought ways to amuse Kushina, allowing her to unburden herself and momentarily forget the pressures of their demanding coursework and the impending loss of her closest companion, taking timely breaks as needed. As night fell, after the Vortex Water Master completed his rest, he would resume teaching until the deep hours, providing invaluable knowledge as the last great sealing master of Konoha, knowledge that could not be gleaned from cold, lifeless textbooks. As the future host of the Nine Tails, Kushina had no other members of the Uzumaki clan to rely on. Thus, even if she had to swallow information whole, she was determined to absorb the Vortex Water Master's teachings. This intense level of instruction even left Akali, who had endured the rigors of examinations in her past life, in awe. Time was meticulously calculated, and even moments for relaxation were squeezed to the utmost. This degree of relentless instruction led Akali to believe that Kushina might falter. For Akali, having lived two lives, was far more robust than her peers, and even she felt on the verge of breaking. To prevent Kushina from feeling inadequate by comparison, Akali studied with even greater diligence. However, perhaps it was the continuous encouragement from her classmate and dear friend. Perhaps it was Akali's own competitive spirit ignited by their shared struggle, or perhaps it was the bond formed through mutual hardship. Ultimately, Kushina persevered. Over the span of 6 months, Akali's performance was rigorously tested, though she had long suspected. It was only after the third Hokage's revelation that she truly understood the significance of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As the 6 months swiftly passed, the courses for Kushina and Akali came to an end. By this time, the Vortex Water Master had grown frail, with all his life energy concentrated in the seal between his brows, having aged to the point where even rising from bed was a struggle. His voice barely above a whisper. I am so sorry, Kushina, and you too, Akali. The elderly woman on the expansive white bed managed to utter. I was too hasty and imposed too much pressure on you both. Gently caressing Kushina's small face, the Vortex Water Master gazed at the dark circles under both girls' eyes. Filled with concern, look at you both, you've grown so thin. Grandma, please don't say anymore. Just focus on regaining your strength. Kushina grasped the Vortex Water Master's hand, her eyes brimming with tears. Akali, standing nearby, was deeply moved. The words spoken by the Vortex Water Master today were likely her last, as she would soon drift into her final slumber. Mustering the last remnants of her strength to ensure the seal's successful completion. Do not worry, Water Master. I shall forever be Kushina's friend. Akali knelt beside Uzumaki Mizuho, gently grasping her hand and sincerely expressing, thank you for your guidance over the past 6 months. During this time, Akali had acquired a wealth of knowledge about sealing techniques, as Mizuho had imparted the same teachings to her as she did to Kushina, without any reservations. I hope you do not harbor any ill feelings towards me, Mizuho said with a weak smile. Oh, grandmother. Kushina's tears flowed as she recalled the immense pressure she had felt during her studies, even having dark thoughts about wishing for the old woman to pass away. Now, reflecting on it, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Kushina, do you remember the first words I spoke to you? Mizuho gently wiped away Kushina's tears with a smile. Yes, grandmother, I remember. Kushina replied, her voice trembling. Repeat them for me. We were brought here as vessels for tailed beasts, but before that, we must find love to fill our hearts. In this way, even as the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, one can find happiness. Kushina spoke with a choked voice, and upon hearing this, Mizuho smiled. Now, let me add a few final words. Love is not merely the affection between a man and a woman. It encompasses the love of friends and family. Friends are the soothing balm that helps you through suffering. Do not forsake them. Yes, I shall remember, Grandmother Mizuho. Good, now go. Your brother Shinsuke and sister Tsunade are waiting for you, Mizuho said, affectionately patting Kushina's head. Akali embraced the weeping Kushina as they exited, only to be met by the complex and sorrowful expressions of Tsunade and her brother. Outside, the third Hokage, Danzo, the 2 elders, and several other elderly figures awaited, names unknown to Akali. After a round of farewells, Akali and Kushina would never see Uzumaki Mizuho again. In the ensuing 3 days, the Hokage and his advisors personally guarded the area, permitting no one to approach. Throughout those 3 days, Akali endeavored with various methods, shopping, juggling, cooking delicious meals, performing secret techniques, and telling jokes, yet none could lift Kushina's despondent spirits. Finally, a spark of inspiration struck Akali. She decided to guide Kushina through their previously learned training routines. This initiative proved effective, and Akali trained alongside Kushina for 3 days. Thus, the final days passed swiftly. Outside the violet barrier enveloping the courtyard, Akali waited anxiously. This was the 4 purple flames formation, a high-level barrier technique of Konoha, designed to prevent enemy incursions and possible mishaps. After a prolonged wait, Akali, as a knowledgeable insider, could not leave. Eventually, the barrier dissipated, and the third Hokage along with Danzo emerged. Akali beheld the serene visage of Uzumaki Mizuho, as beautiful as the day they first met, accompanied by the sight of Kushina, whose eyes were rimmed with tears, sleeping soundly. How cunning you are, Grandmother Mizuho. Akali felt a twinge of sadness, yet a bittersweet smile also graced her lips. In those final days, the guise of old age had deceived them into shedding tears, all to gather strength and avoid departing in a frail state. Akali envisioned Mizuho, serious yet gentle, playfully smiling like a youthful maiden. At this moment, Akali remained oblivious to the fact that in the ninja world, the passing of Uzumaki Mido signified a pivotal juncture. The last formidable warrior of the previous century in Konoha had departed, shattering the once mighty weapon capable of wielding and manipulating the 9 tails, rendering it an instrument of destruction. When the news of Uzumaki Mido could no longer be concealed, it marked the onset of the Second Great Ninja War. 32 years of tranquility in Konoha had slipped by unnoticed, and as the time reached the 33rd year, Akali had been ensconced in a high-security unit for such an extended period that to the villagers, she had seemingly vanished without a trace for over half a year. Even during the New Year festivities, she had remained by Kushina's side, neglecting to meet any friends. However, this circumstance fostered a closer acquaintance between Akali and the upper echelons of Konoha, including Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Throughout these days, Akali diligently perfected the ninjutsu she had previously exchanged for, and under the guidance of her peers, she acquired new insights, particularly in the realm of nature transformation, significantly augmenting the potency of her techniques. Moreover, during this period of monotony, Akali, accompanied by the cheerful Kushina, also learned some medical ninjutsu from Tsunade, while Jiraiya imparted some hair-growing tips, and she took advantage of Orochimaru's extensive library. As time progressed, Kushina gradually emerged from her melancholic state, heralding the imminent conclusion of Akali's mission. Soon, Akali celebrated her birthday, transitioning from 6 to 7 years of age, and the Ninja Academy reopened. Akali personally escorted Kushina to school, declaring with conviction, "In Konoha, the Hokage holds sway, but in the Ninja Academy, I, Akali, hold dominion. Fear not, Kushina. For when you register my name at the academy, no one shall dare to bully you," Akali asserted, patting her modest chest with determination. "That's impressive," Kushina exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. She had not anticipated that the companion who had been by her side for nearly a year wielded such influence within the Ninja Academy. "Indeed," Akali replied, her head held high, her distinctive hair standing on end, eager to proclaim her supremacy. "Minato, Minato," Akali called out, much like a soldier beckoning to their commanding officer. To demonstrate her authority to Kushina, Akali instructed her balanced right-hand assistant to assemble the students. In no time, a group of students gathered before Kushina, and Akali bellowed, "All members, greet the balanced Saintess." "Hail, Saintess." "I can't hear you." "Hail, Saintess." "Have you not eaten?" "I still can't hear you." "Hail, Saint S." After a resounding chorus that echoed throughout the academy, Akali finally nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the spirited response. "Isn't the Saintess a bit too shameless?" she mused, yet Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she covered her face, feeling her cheeks flush with warmth, reveling in the exhilarating atmosphere of the day. "Ahahaha. From this day forth, I shall be the balanced Saintess," Kushina declared, hands on her hips, presenting a statement that she would later find embarrassing. Nonetheless, in that moment, Kushina felt delighted with her life at the Ninja Academy. Thus began the new life of the balanced Saint Kushina within the realm of the Ninja Academy. The sole predicament lay in the fact that this balanced envoy persistently harbored ambitions of rebellion, seeking to defy their superior and undermine authority. Yet subordinates must never challenge their superiors. Kushina held no fondness for the foolishly naive smile of Minato Namikaze. She preferred the quiet, reliable demeanor of Shimi Yoinu. Indeed, this was a grave crisis for Minato Namikaze. Unbeknownst to Akari, the situation at the Ninja Academy was unfolding. After the completion of her mission, she naturally returned to her own rhythm, swiftly resuming her training within the Umbu. In the rigorously demanding curriculum of Umbu knowledge, Akari faced several setbacks in her attempts to graduate, but fortunately, her re-entry into the Umbu was not wholly restrictive. The third Hokage seemed resolutely intent on keeping Akari within the Umbu, demonstrating to Danzo that the Hokage remains the Hokage. The third declared, "What I bestow upon you is yours. What I do not grant, you cannot seize." As if in a fleeting moment, another year passed. The emergence of the Land of Rain became increasingly apparent, while Konoha's eternal ally, the Sand Village, began to stir restlessly. The Cloud Village stood strong, and the Rock Village flourished. The system of chakra warriors in the Land of Iron had been firmly established. Small nations nestled among the great began to seek alliances. The Land of Grass wavered uncertainly. The Waterfall Ninja still retained combat prowess, and the Hot Springs Village expanded significantly through the eradication of the evil god cult. The various clans, including the Hanya and the Sound Three, along with numerous smaller ninja organizations, had long sensed the shifting winds. In places unnoticed by the great nations, battles among wandering ninjas and minor organizations had already commenced. Only the Mist Village, situated beyond the vast ocean, remained calm, yet its Umbu and ninjas had begun to mobilize. The Mist Village resembled a bloodthirsty shark, swimming through the vast ocean in search of the scent of blood. All signs indicated that the ninja realm, which had enjoyed over a decade of peace, was gradually transforming into a powder keg, awaiting but a spark to ignite its explosion. Yet, it remained uncertain when this spark would materialize. After thoroughly mastering the knowledge imparted during her Umbu training, Akari finally graduated, becoming an official member of the Umbu. As the ranks began to dwindle, In the year of Konoha's 34th, at the age of 8, Akali graduated from the training class, officially attaining the rank of Chunin. Prior to her assignment to her 5th squad, along with the remuneration from Kushina's previous mission and her wages from the past year, thanks to the Umbu's provision of sustenance and lodging, Akali had accumulated enough funds for 2 tenfold draws. She commenced her long-awaited lottery. Skill points: 2. Ninjutsu, Thunder Binding Seal, Secret Technique, Electric Blade, Giant's Belt, Equipment Slot 1, Overgrowth, Water Walking, 100 Smoke Bombs, 100 Shuriken, 100 Kunai. Skill points: 2. Windward, Secret Art, 1000 Birds, Hexdeck Revolver, Bilgewater Cutlass, a set of Eternal Will Sandwich Cookies, a set of Scout Ward. 5 True Sight Wards, Sudden Impact, a set of Porcelain Delicacies. The million-point lottery indeed offers superior rewards compared to the 100,000-point one. It provided an equipment slot, 3 practical talent runes, and that revolver along with the cutlass. It appears the system also believes that Akali should wield a tech gun. Having acquired 4 skill points, I allocated them to Kinnin's passive, 2 skills, and the passive of Jana, Windward combined with Water Walking. And I also obtained the ability to absorb a sliver of life force from nearby fallen enemies to bolster my own with Overgrowth, along with Sudden Impact, which enhances my penetration after a dash. The system is evidently preparing for Akali's expedition. There is little to discuss. I can equip what I can wear, while the rest must be set aside. Fortunately, the system's warehouse only allows items to be taken out and not returned, meaning if I refrain from retrieving them, they can effectively serve as space equipment. I invested 4 skill points into Secret Art, 1000 Birds and Thunderblade to synergize with Thunder Binding Seal. Kinnin's Thunder Binding Seal is a remarkable asset. It allows Akali's lightning release attacks to affix a storm mark on the enemy, which detonates upon reaching 3 layers, causing dizziness. Secret Art, 1000 Birds serves as an enhanced version of lightning release shuriken, while Thunderblade specifically adds storm marks to the shuriken and actively detonates enemies marked with storm marks nearby, additionally layering them with another storm mark. After organizing my thoughts, Akali pushed open the door and entered her squad's changing room. How cramped. Why is there such a small umbu? Moreover, it's a female ninja. Isn't this the underachieving relative who has struggled to graduate from the training department and has even been here twice? Is it her? It certainly seems so. She must be from the 5th squad. Did the 5th squad just lose a teammate? How tragic, another sacrifice looms. Upon entering the squad's equipment changing room, a flurry of discussions reached Akali's ears. TSK. Akali slightly curled her lips in discontent. What do they mean by underachieving relative? If it weren't for the 3rd generation's interference, she would have completed her training long ago. And what do they mean by second time in the palace? It's clearly that little spirit Kushina who keeps bothering me. Otherwise, I would have completed the training by now. Of course, Akali held no grievances. Considering a monthly stipend of 100,000 Rio, equivalent to about 60,000 RMB, 6W, what complaint could one have about being funded to further one's education? It's merely that the benefactor's expectations are a tad high. In light of W's influence, one can endure. Over here. Just as Akali coldly regarded the umbu's gossip, a clear male voice called out to her. Looking up, she was greeted by the familiar sight of a fishtail hairstyle. Ah, a familiar face. Akali approached. To her surprise, her new teammate was none other than him. Nara Shikaku appeared astonished. This is a falsehood. Nara had been observing Akali for quite some time. This was a special arrangement. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Nara Shikaku. This robust gentleman beside me is Akimichi Tobarama, and the other is called Midoriya Hara. They are both exceptionally amiable individuals. Akali followed Nara Shimaki's introduction and noticed Akimichi Tanbei waving amicably at her, while Kusanagi Haru stood gloomily to the side, seemingly displeased by Akali's arrival. The surname Kusanagi was rather unappealing, and with both butterflies and deer present, why not form a trio of pig, deer, and butterfly? Such thoughts fleetingly crossed Akali's mind. Now, Tanbei, allow me to introduce you to Akali. She graduated at 6, became a Chunin at 8, developed her own A-rank ninjutsu, achieved straight A's in the training division, and is an incredibly strong and reliable teammate. Nara Shumaki proclaimed. Akali beamed, eager to greet her future comrades, only to be met with a heavy scoff. How strong can a frail, inherently weak kunoichi be? In my opinion, women shouldn't be ninjas. Isn't it better to stay home and raise children? Kusanagi Haru sneered. That lady, Reiko has perished. What mission are we on this time? This little sprout wouldn't even suffice to fill a gap. She is destined to be ruthlessly tormented to death. With that, Kusanagi Haru stormed out. Hey Haru, wait. Nara Shumaki hurriedly chased after him. In the quiet of the changing room, a sudden uproar erupted following Haru's outburst. What was going on? How could someone who had just joined the be so indiscriminately berated? Akali felt quite irked. I apologize. Haru has been in a foul mood lately. Akimichi Tanbei explained with a sincere smile. Why should he vent his frustrations on me? What logic is that? Akali questioned, perplexed. Am I weaker than him? Suddenly, she fell silent, realizing that she too had been venting her frustrations on others. Akali rubbed her face, loosening her stiff expression, and inquired again of Akimichi Tanbei, what is wrong with him? Alas, Tanbei sighed deeply. Please do not blame Haru. He is also a pitiable soul. As he began to recount the story, it became clear. Akali's appointment to the had filled the vacancy left by Kusanagi Haru's girlfriend, Reiko, a skilled and dashing kunoichi. Tragically, Reiko had perished during a previous mission. The reason for her sacrifice was a womanly affliction. Each month, women endure a certain time of bleeding, and in the medication is used to suppress it. However, Reiko had ceased her medication just before what was supposed to be a simple reconnaissance mission, one they had undertaken countless times before, beyond the border outpost as part of another defensive system. Reiko and Kusanagi Haru were at the stage of discussing marriage and family, and due to concerns about the medication's adverse effects on her health, she opted to discontinue it. Unfortunately, during that mission, they encountered the battle-hungry Kirinin, and while the team had initially concealed themselves well, Reiko's scent betrayed their position. With no choice, the team engaged in combat. As misfortune would have it, Reiko, who seldom suffered from menstrual cramps, caught a cold in the rain, significantly diminishing her combat effectiveness and ultimately leading to her capture. By the time the team managed to survive and summoned the border forces to repel the Kirinin, Reiko had already endured unspeakable torment, resulting in her tragic demise. Thus, the tempestuous outburst from Midoriya stems from a desire to prevent you from becoming like that, while simultaneously reflecting his own self-loathing for his perceived impotence. However, the female ninja is truly ill-suited for the Akali shot a glance at Akimichi Tobanaka, and it was evident that he shared some agreement with Midoriya's perspective, for he too regarded her as a comrade. What a sorrowful tale. Akali patted Akimichi Tobanaka's ample belly and reassured him, Fear not, for I shall not become like that. I am indeed formidable. At this juncture, Akali had already forgiven Midoriya. After all, what other choice remained? To witness such a tragic betrayal, one could only opt for forgiveness. Jesting aside, it is indeed quite tragic. Kaguya is as savage and ruthless as the legends depict. Let us venture forth and behold. Donning her black cloak over her dark garb, Akali concealed her entire ensemble, with her kunai poised at her side, and donned a sheep's spirit mask, leading Akimichi Tobanaka outside. Akimichi Tobanaka guided them to their squad's usual assembly point, where fierce arguments echoed. No, I refuse to undertake a mission with her. Have the higher-ups replace her. Refusal? On what grounds do you refuse? It is an order for Akali to join the 5th squad. I care not. I simply cannot accept it. Such a young child. Has she ever witnessed bloodshed? She will merely be a burden. Midoriya's obstinate stance infuriated Nara Kurumi. So you refuse, do you? Then I shall petition the higher-ups to abandon this mission and resolve our internal issues first. No, we cannot forfeit this mission. Surprisingly, upon the mention of abandoning the mission, Midoriya became agitated. Very well, Midoriya, you must choose. This mission or Akali's departure? Inquired Nara Kurumi. Can we not proceed with the 3 of us instead? Let her leave, pleaded Midoriya. No, during peacetime, the must operate at full capacity to mitigate losses. Nara Kurumi declared without mercy. Of course, if you possess the influence to convince the higher-ups to grant you a personal member, I have no objections. With that, both fell into silence. Akali, listening intently, realized that this mission was evidently pivotal. She inquired of Akimichi Tobanaka, what is the nature of this mission? The higher-ups suspect that the previous batch of intruders has not yet departed. It pertains to the recent incursions along the border, a thorough investigation of the coastal territories. Akimichi Tobanaka explained. As the argument between the two escalated, Akimichi Tobanaka interceded, and the 3 gradually distanced themselves. Akali, attuned to the fragmented voices carried by the wind, stood quietly at the rear mountain assembly point, only to be abruptly met with the whistling sound of shuriken slicing through the air. Swish, 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 shuriken encircled Akali. Their trajectories perplexing. They often aimed directly at her face, yet veered away just as they approached, creating immense pressure. The nearest one merely embedded itself in a tree beside her, as if teasing her. No, this was indeed a playful mockery directed at Akali. She turned, her calm gaze fixed upon the Umbu members behind her, who were hurling shuriken. Do you seek me, esteemed seniors? Is there something amiss? The quartet of Umbu approached, paying Akali no heed. The youngest among the Umbu, indeed very juvenile. It is said that at merely 8 years of age, she possesses a sword as formidable as mine. Entering the Umbu at such a tender age, one wonders which noble lady has maneuvered her way in. A group of Umbu members stood before Akali, engaging in idle chatter, their demeanor brimming with insolence, completely dismissing her presence. How unfortunate for the 5th squad, having just lost a comrade, now forced to continue nurturing the young. Left isolated in this place, seemingly abandoned by her teammates. The captain of the 5th squad, Nara Shikamaru, must be in a quandary, struggling to convince his team. Rumor has it that the individual from the 5th squad met a grim fate during their last mission, thanks to those accursed mist shinobi. It is said that the Hokage has begun to hold people accountable, though the outcome remains uncertain. Most likely, there will be no results, as no evidence has been gathered. The 4 Umbu members before Akali continued their self-absorbed discussion. Observing this, Akali let out a cold laugh, stepping back to fold her arms, quietly awaiting the return of Nara Shikamaru and his companions. Let them speak. Time will reveal the truth. Hey, what are you doing? Nara Shikamaru, viewing the scene, could hardly conceal his stern demeanor even through his mask. Give me an explanation. Following closely behind him was Akiyama Toka from the Akimichi clan, standing in silent solidarity. Evidently having persuaded each other, Akiyama could not forsake the chance for vengeance for his beloved. After all, Akali was now their new teammate, a fresh addition to their ranks. The leading Umbu member, with a canine visage, felt somewhat awkward. Although Nara Shikamaru was young, he had already spent 5 or 6 years in the Umbu, earning respect. One might look down upon Akali, yet not upon Nara Shikamaru. In truth, the canine-faced Umbu had previously collaborated splendidly with Nara Shikamaru and had come here today out of a sense of injustice, wishing to assess Akali's capabilities. They merely sought to observe her skills, to determine whether she was worthy of being here. The canine-faced Umbu replied, "She is simply too young. No, too immature." The surrounding Umbu nodded in agreement. Are you dissatisfied with the higher-up's decision as well? At this point, Nara Shikamaru could hardly contain his ire. It seemed that the old minister was nearing retirement, and the Umbu had enjoyed peace for so long that everyone had forgotten what the Umbu truly represented. No, that's not it. The canine-faced Umbu hurriedly interjected. At this juncture, Nara Shikamaru was no longer interested in any further explanations. He turned to Akali and said, "Show them what you can do. In the Umbu, strength is paramount. Unleash your skills." Upon hearing these words, Akali's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she sprang into action without hesitation. With a decisive strike, she unleashed a flurry of lethal moves, an intricate dance of offense. The ground trembled as a storm of chakra erupted from her, her rapid-footed strides leaving multiple imprints upon the earth. Her petite figure swayed like a wisp, making her hard to catch, while her poised kunai was aimed squarely at the throat of the canine-faced Umbu. Whoever dictated that one could not utilize a kunai during such an assault? It was certainly not a matter of her stature, for wielding a small kunai was more than sufficient to threaten the larger opponents. Akali's thrust was executed with such swiftness that it commenced the moment Nara Shikamaru's words fell from his lips, leaving the canine-faced Umbu utterly unprepared. What the hell? So fast? Such a ferocious thrust. The crowd was taken aback. The proximity of their positions and the lack of prior caution rendered them vulnerable. It was only when Akali placed her ninja blade against the throat of the dog-faced Umbu that the latter began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Nara Shiruki observed Akali's display of strength, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the astonishment of the other Umbu. This was precisely why he insisted on having Akali. He recognized her formidable prowess. Among the current candidates for the Umbu, none possessed her level of capability. Only with such strength could they seek vengeance. The uncomfortable truth that Nara Shiruki was reluctant to admit was that their small team had been exceedingly fortunate to escape Kagai's pursuit that day. Now you understand. She is not to be underestimated. he remarked with a calm demeanor. A contingent of Umbu approached, offering their apologies before dispersing. Witnessing Akali's prowess left Midori no Hara speechless, while Akali looked on in puzzlement at Nara Shiruki. Is this how the Umbu operates? I had anticipated a more serious and solemn atmosphere, she inquired. Nara Shiruki sighed. Perhaps the original Umbu were indeed like that, but you must understand, we have enjoyed peace for over a decade. The current elder minister is gradually relinquishing power, merely wishing for the Umbu to thrive before his departure. As a younger minister takes the helm, and with the slow shift from peace to war, those unfit for the Umbu will eventually be filtered out, leaving only the kind you speak of. His tone turned somewhat stern. Does my predecessor qualify? Akali asked. In a sense, yes, Nara Shiruki replied with a wry smile. Relationships between squads often necessitate swift resolutions, resulting in one member exiting. The last mission was truly an unexpected occurrence. I see, Akali responded, her understanding dawning. However, rest assured, we shall not encounter overly challenging missions in the near term. Nara Shiruki assured her. Typically, the initial tasks are designed to allow us ample time for adjustment. Now let us proceed to the mission details. Nara Shiruki announced, producing a scroll. In the Umbu, only the captain could view the mission particulars, which would then be verbally conveyed to the team. This bestowed considerable power upon the captain, enabling them to obscure or distort the mission's actual nature, leading team members to believe they were undertaking a different task, as long as the ultimate objectives were met. Naturally, Konoha generally refrained from such practices, for harming comrades was a serious taboo. Mission Level A. Objective: reconnaissance along the border. Collaborating with the border outposts to search the coastal areas and nearby waters to ensure no hidden mist ninjas are lurking. If necessary, border troops may be mobilized to eliminate or expel any lurking mist ninjas, Nara Shiruki recited. Upon completion, he handed the mission scroll to Akito Tohoku, who passed it around for everyone to peruse. All right, prepare for departure. After a moment, once everyone had read the scroll, Nara Shiruki declared, next, we shall all refer to one another by our code names. I am Wood. Greenfield. Midori no Hara responded. Peach Tree. Akito Tohoku chimed in. Thousand Treasures. Akali announced. Excellent. With a new member among us, let us all remember our respective code names. Nara Shiruki surveyed the group. Now let us set forth. The members of the Umbu swiftly ascended the trees, making their way towards the clandestine passage leading out of the village. In the depths of Konoha, within a spacious and dimly lit office, a root ninja materialized in an instant. Danzo-sama, the ninja you were concerned about has departed the village. Here are the details of the mission. Upon receiving the scroll, Danzo could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Isn't this the mission we previously uncovered? Indeed, Danzo-sama. This is the envoy that Kirigakure intends to use for probing. Now, this becomes intriguing. As Danzo examined the mission scroll, a scheme began to take shape in his mind. Danzo possessed a notable trait. The more unattainable something seemed, the more he desired it. This applied to the Hokage as well as to Akari. In the past, when he openly expressed his wish to take on a disciple, he was outright rejected by the third Hokage, a slight he had never forgotten. At that time, the third Hokage did not even grant him the opportunity to let Akari choose for herself. Instead, he confined her within his Umbu, subsequently isolating her in the Senju estate before ultimately returning her. Now, however, the third could no longer restrain her. It was time to grant her the opportunity for free choice, indeed. Danzo's eyes glimmered as he pondered. Akari, now that you have become a member of the Umbu, it is time for you to comprehend the weakness of Konoha, the frailty of the third, and the truth of the world. Realize this. Only my root can save Konoha. Tora, come here. Danzo summoned a subordinate. Go and make the necessary arrangements as I instructed. The machinations of Danzo continued for 10 minutes. Understood. The root ninja accepted the command and departed. Danzo sat quietly, reflecting on how to persuade Akari to willingly join the root. Of course, he had to assert that this was not a mere act of spite against Sarutobi. Absolutely not. Rather, it was for the future of Konoha. In the tranquil, uninhabited forest, Akari and her comrades were deftly navigating through a sea of trees. The land of fire was abundant with towering trees, each robust and lush, providing ample opportunity for combat atop their branches. Consequently, the ninjas had developed a technique known as shinobi foot, allowing them to bound and progress across the thick branches with remarkable agility, akin to frogs leaping. However, today, the team's advance was distinctly different. What a delightful secret technique! Aikido Tobe exclaimed, appreciating the unique ability of the Aikido clan. The powerful ninjas of the Aikido family were inevitably corpulent, as they stored chakra in their fat reserves, and their stout bodies facilitated the release of their techniques. Yet, no matter how formidable, a larger physique still bore certain inconveniences, particularly during the intense demands of Umbu missions. Due to the considerable physical exertion, Aikido Tobe often found himself struggling to keep pace during journeys, but today was entirely different. Wind's favor. Allied units moving towards Akali will receive the assistance of the wind. Akali, with her palms pressed together at the forefront, led the trio behind her, who felt a gentle breeze urging them onward. In the game, Wind's favor was a passive ability that required no activation. However, here with Akali, it manifested as a necessity for active enhancement. Indeed, I never anticipated she possessed such a skill. It is truly a rare and comforting ability. Nara Karuki, filled with sentiment, called out loudly to Akali ahead. Shinjua, you have been exceedingly kind to us. We cannot do without you. Get lost. I have no use for you stinky men who cannot even cook. Akali's disdainful voice drifted on the gentle breeze, reaching the ears of her companions. Ha, that is not up to you. Nara Karuki laughed heartily. Such an all-capable Shinjua-chan. I wonder which fortunate soul will benefit from her in the future. If only I could turn back the clock by another 10 years. Nara Karuki exclaimed with fervor. Whoa! Nara Karuki suddenly cried out. As he was about to land on a tree branch, a sudden gust of wind from behind unexpectedly propelled him slightly forward, nearly causing him to slip and fall from the sky. Ha! Akiyama Tube mercilessly mocked his childhood friend, and even the perpetually somber Midori no Hara managed to pull at the corners of his mouth. Over the past few days, the journey had been tedious, as it was their first time teaming up. In order to ensure the success of their mission, everyone endeavored to become familiar with one another, and as a result, Akali displayed her diligence and competence, continuously showcasing her abilities. However, soon after, Akali found herself regretting it. In simple terms, Nara Karuki resembled a character akin to Lu Ziqiao, or Bane. Fond of flowery language, yet reliable in critical moments. He could take a step forward when given an inch, often provoking a desire to strike him. Yet this was all tempered by a highly intelligent mind that prevented him from becoming off-putting. Every harmonious team requires a versatile lubricant, and Nara Karuki was clearly that lubricant. Even though Akali found it challenging to handle such a personality. I'm sorry, Shinjua-chan, I was wrong. Nara Karuki pleaded. Throughout the journey, Nara Karuki's mischievousness drew Akali's firm retorts, yet he remained unrepentant, continuing to provoke her, which nearly became a staple of their team dynamics. Amid their playful banter, Akali quickly grew acquainted with the others, and the atmosphere within the team softened, a stark contrast to the initial departure, something Akali secretly admired. After all, according to the 17th rule of the Dark Division, the most perilous situation is not being surrounded by enemies, but rather having hostility from your teammates. Kakashi approved of this point. However, 2 years ago, during their first encounter, Akali never anticipated that Nara Karuki would be of such a nature. Of course, Akali's secret techniques that made the journey easier were also pivotal to their ability to engage in such playful antics. As day morphed into night and night into day, the team members forged their bonds during the journey, exchanging intelligence amidst laughter and fostering camaraderie through their playful skirmishes. By the time they approached the borders of the Land of Fire, they had transformed into what appeared to outsiders as a well-acquainted team. They traveled swiftly, thanks to Akali's secret arts, covering a distance that would typically take a week in just 5 days, and they did so with relative ease, requiring no rest. All right, Captain, let us halt. Just as Nara Karuki prepared to tease Akali once more, Midori no Hara interjected. Thank you, Captain. I feel much better now. There is no need to continue like this. In recent days, I have contemplated the matter, and it is clear that Shinju is indeed a highly capable ninja, excelling in various aspects. Although I remain skeptical about her performance in actual combat, I must concede that my judgment pales in comparison to that of our superiors. Since they have deemed Shinju fit to address our deficiencies, my only course of action is to comply. Lu Yiyuan spoke earnestly. We are about to reach the coastline. We must also take this seriously. Is that so? Then that's splendid. Nara Karuki chuckled awkwardly, initially intending to amuse Lu Yiyuan. However, over the past few days, he found himself captivated as well. If one were to switch perspectives and imagine themselves in Nara Karuki's position, with a charming and earnest little girl joining the team, how could one resist teasing her? Whether she pouted in annoyance or playfully thumped her fists against his chest, her adorableness was undeniable. Similarly, the joy of frolicking with comrades could overshadow the sorrow of previous defeats and the loss of teammates. Nara Karuki was not a masochist. He did not feel pain simply because he found himself in a state of happiness, nor did he deliberately immerse himself in grief. Yet, his carefree demeanor did not signify that he had forgotten the prior calamity. Cough. Well, since the prairie has spoken, our fifth squad must now adopt a serious demeanor. Nara Karuki called out. Qianju. Here. Lu Yuan. Present. Tengshu. Here. He called each name in turn, raising the spirits of the group through this method. I will now outline what we are to do next and the precautions we must take, Nara Karuki stated solemnly. There are suspicions that the mist ninja we previously encountered has not departed, as the absence of sightings at sea suggests. In recent years, due to the fall of the land of tides and a prolonged period of peace, the coastal sentry system has suffered deterioration and has become lax. However, basic movements should not go unnoticed. The claim of no sightings at sea indicates that individuals must still be lurking along the coastline. Thus, their hiding places warrant careful consideration. It is not impossible that someone on our side may have encountered difficulties. Next, we will maintain constant contact with the coastal sentries to gather intelligence while simultaneously assessing their conditions, and based on their information, we will proceed to the second phase of our investigation. We will form pairs. I will team up with Qianju, and Lu Yuan will pair with Tangshu. One group will operate overtly while the other remains in the shadows, providing mutual cover. We must never expose ourselves simultaneously, understood? Understood. The group replied in hushed tones, all entering a state of readiness. Good, let us move. We are 50 miles ahead, nearing the frontline supply base, where we will obtain the distribution of sentry posts. Yes. The squad divided into two groups, advancing one after the other. Disorderly, complacent, casual, and lethargic. This was Akali's impression of the Konoha coastal base. This forward base was home to over 300 ninjas, responsible for the supply distribution of a significant stretch of coastal sentries, personnel rotations, and the management of all sentry information. Yet, in Akali's eyes, this base was no different from a sieve. On the walls of the encampment, few patrolling ninjas could be seen, and the iron chains of the hanging gate were rusted. The more than 300 stationed ninjas appeared aged, with the sentry at the entrance lazily standing guard, while the overseer dozed off. The hidden sentinel, Akali, sensed a profound disquiet. These were not ninjas, but mere soldiers. As the furrows deepened on her brow beneath her mask, she pondered whether they could truly rely on such individuals for assistance. Hey, wake up! Nara Shumai rapped on the table of the elderly gatekeeper. Who is it? It's midday. I'm catching up on sleep. The venerable ninja awoke, bleary-eyed, rubbing his eyes as he perceived the dimness of the surroundings. After a moment, two figures cloaked in black robes came into view, exuding a menacing and shadowy aura. Their relentless eyes peered from behind peculiar masks. The Umbu. The gatekeeper's drowsiness vanished as he realized the gravity of the situation. His disrupted nap was the least of his concerns now. Why would the Umbu appear in such a desolate and unremarkable place? The ninjas from Konoha sent here were often exiled in jest. Open the gate and let us in, Nara Shumai commanded, fully aware of the Umbu's intimidating presence and intent on leveraging it. Yes, esteemed Umbu, please hold on. The elderly ninja obediently moved to open the gate, ringing a bell to alert the stationed ninjas within, preparing to facilitate entry. However, as individuals from within approached, creating a narrow opening for conversation, the gatekeeper hesitated. Esteemed Umbu, may I kindly request your credentials? He asked cautiously, fearful of provoking the two enigmatic Umbu agents. Nara Shumai silently approved. At least the old guard exhibited basic vigilance. Of course, that is your prerogative. Nara Shumai presented his credentials, which the gatekeeper gingerly passed through the small opening. Shortly thereafter, a flurry of rapid footsteps and coarse shouts erupted from within, the iron chains creaking as the gate was raised, revealing a rotund figure emerging. Esteemed Umbu, please, come in. We are at your complete disposal. The corpulent figure, who looked as if he could use his own weight as a weapon without any ninjutsu, cast a surprised glance at the distinctly smaller Akali, yet maintained a jovial smile as he warmly guided them inside. This base harbors significant issues. Observing the portly figure ahead, Akali sighed inwardly, perplexed by the situation. Despite the scarcity of Konoha ninjas and the strict control over them, even in this remote coastal border, the circumstances seemed unfathomable. How had such an individual, more exaggerated than even a kimchi, come to be? What had he consumed? Akali instinctively felt a twinge of disdain. Esteemed guests, you may call me Fat Cat. Everyone here at the base refers to me as such. I am but a humble individual who, through fortune, has gained the trust of the base and serves as its overseer, striving to maintain its operations. Though the facility may appear dilapidated, rest assured, it is well equipped with everything necessary. The ninjas stationed here are temporarily engaged elsewhere, but will return shortly. I am uncertain of the purpose of your visit, esteemed guests. But I assure you, our base is steadfast and reliable, with a commendable work ethic, prepared to undertake formidable tasks without delay. As the corpulent cat led the way, his ample form swayed grotesquely behind him, his short limbs flailing about, attempting to embellish the reputation of the base. However, Akali remained unconvinced by his words. The group proceeded until they arrived at the cat's office, where a ninja stood guard. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the cat sent the guard away, and Akali entered the room with her companion. Shortly thereafter, a lavish array of food was presented. Esteemed guests, after your arduous journey, I have prepared a modest repast for your enjoyment. Fear not, I understand the protocols. This room is devoid of any surveillance measures. I shall step outside while you dine, and we can discuss matters in detail once you have satisfied your hunger. The corpulent cat said with a grin, turning to exit. Wait, Nara Kuramoto called out to him. We appreciate your kindness, but we are not hungry. Given the difficulties in your supply lines, please reserve this for your comrades. Our current objective does not require your provisions. We merely seek to gather some information. Let us discuss our mission. The cat paused, his demeanor shifting to one of cautious consideration, as he realized this division of the Umbu was composed of rational individuals. Earlier, upon seeing Akali's diminutive stature, he had presumed she was merely a young heir experiencing life in the Umbu. He could not afford to offend the influential figures within the village. I see. Please, go on, the corpulent cat said, his posture more relaxed yet still deferential. Very well, Nara Kuramoto replied. I require intelligence on all coastal outposts, locations, personnel allocations, and any anomalies in your recent intelligence summaries. I wish to know all of it. Of course, no problem at all, the cat responded promptly, proceeding to relay the details regarding the border outposts while accompanying his verbal account with written documentation. Akali and Nara Kuramoto listened intently, committing the information to memory. Later that night, as Akali and Nara Kuramoto exited the base, the corpulent cat accompanied them to the door. I don't care what you are involved in, but the troops must be assembled immediately, and the base will enter a state of alert. The forces must be ready for deployment at a moment's notice. Understood? Nara Kuramoto warned before departing. Why, yes, absolutely. The revelation of the troops' clandestine activities sent beads of sweat cascading down the cat's brow. Rest assured, esteemed Umbu, our base is fully capable. Very well, that will suffice, Akali said as she and Nara Kuramoto departed the encampment, heading towards the woods to rendezvous with Akimichi Tobii and Kusanagi Haru to consolidate intelligence. What is the deal with that corpulent cat in this base? Akali could not help but inquire as they traveled. Within the confines of the base, Akali sensed that Nara Shumaki possessed a general understanding of the circumstances surrounding it. Initially, she regarded the base with disdain, but upon encountering the corpulent cat, she instinctively believed something was amiss. However, when the cat reported the situation, it articulated its points with remarkable fluency, often recalling details without reference to any documents, an image starkly contrasting with the gluttonous, corrupt persona Akali had initially imagined. Do you think the cat's claim of having earned the recognition of the base's personnel is genuine? Nara Shumaki countered with a question. Is it true? Akali tentatively replied. Indeed, Nara Shumaki affirmed with a decisive nod. The development of Konoha in recent years has been commendable, yet this progress is confined to the village and its overall strength. With an extended period of peace, such border outposts have gradually become rather superfluous. You might argue they are important, yet their utility seems questionable. If it were Konoha, what would you do? Nara Shumaki inquired, prompting Akali to follow his line of reasoning. I require this outpost, albeit not urgently. Thus, I don't need it to be particularly useful, merely its existence suffices. Therefore, I only need to allocate the necessary funding and personnel for its sustenance. Snap. Nara Shumaki clapped his hands. Precisely. However, one cannot expect a horse to run without providing it with grass. Such ideal scenarios are rare in this world. Thus, an unspoken understanding was reached between the village and these outposts. Nara Shumaki remarked with a hint of sarcasm. What understanding? Akali asked. The autonomy to act. Nara Shumaki elucidated. Within permissible limits, they are allowed to seek resources independently, whether through personal endeavors or cultivation. Ninjas, being far more capable than ordinary folk, are assured of their survival as long as they apply themselves. Therefore, the leaders of such bases must possess the ability to sustain hundreds. Lacking the capacity to nourish their subordinates disqualifies one from leadership. That cat is quite remarkable, Akali realized. Indeed, so let this be a lesson against judging by appearances, Zaikianju. Nara Shumaki jested before turning serious. In the world of ninjas, appearances are often misleading. Relying on them for judgment could lead to significant miscalculations in the future. I understand. Akali reflected inwardly, acknowledging her own inflated sense of self-worth that had developed alongside her growing strength, both in attitude and outward demeanor. Holding preconceived notions about others is perilous. Speaking of the village granting such extensive autonomy, aren't they concerned about the border troops spiraling out of control? Akali inquired, noting that the station forces at the base had dwindled, with most of them evidently deployed elsewhere. In response to Akali's question, Nara Shumaki merely smiled enigmatically before casting a curious glance in her direction. What is it? Akali asked, puzzled. What do you think of the ninjas assigned to this location? Nara Shumaki replied with an enigmatic tone. What are they? Akali pondered deeply. Cannon fodder, expendable during war, and mere pawns in times of peace. Essentially, they are insignificant to the village. Before Akali could formulate her answer, Nara Shumaki answered himself. Even though they collectively defected, upon reaching the hidden mist, they remain mere cannon fodder. For the village, those truly gifted would never be dispatched here, much like yourself. To the village, you alone hold more significance than 300 on that side. In the world of ninjas, it is ultimately the strong who dictate the future. Akali fell silent, realizing the harshness of this world. She had not anticipated that her strength would grow, nor her knowledge as a ninja, yet she found herself schooled in a different perspective. Some truths she was aware of, yet had not contemplated deeply. The realm of ninjas is stark and unforgiving, and Akali silently resolved to adapt. Let us proceed and join the others in the plains. Nara Kurigane interrupted her thoughts by flicking Akali's mask. After walking a while longer, the two, having paused for idle chatter, reached the gathering point. When was the last time you wet the bed? At 9 or 11? Akiyama Tobii inquired. The river demon of Bauta Town. Nara Kurigane replied offhandedly, matching the code. Why did you take so long? Akiyama Tobii questioned, logically. It shouldn't take this long to retrieve information. After a brief discussion, they gathered some detailed intelligence. The base commander was indeed a formidable individual. Come, let us discuss our plans for tomorrow, Nara Kurigane said, holding up a map. The seventh rule of the Umbu states, one must cultivate the habit of thoroughly inspecting every door before entering. If necessary, send the weakest member first. Early the next morning, Akali and Nara Kurigane set off toward the nearest outpost to scout ahead. Although the Umbu regulations advised sending the weakest to probe for information, this was not the style of Konoha. Akali, being strong, and Nara Kurigane, endowed with keen intellect and myriad tactics, were the optimal choices. They divided into pairs, ensuring that if one group fell into an ambush, the other could mount a powerful rescue without risking the entire unit. Soon, they arrived at the first coastal outpost, which was somewhat inland. Who goes there? Shouted a tall, thin chunin from the watchtower. Umbu, Nara Kurigane replied calmly, while both scrutinized the watchtower and its occupants. It was evident that this watchtower had seen better days. Its steel framework was rusted, the wooden ladder nearly rotted, and below the tower stood a dilapidated wooden hut. Through the unshuttered windows, the scant contents within were barely visible. The steadfast ninjas wore faded uniforms, and the chunin's vest was tattered, their spirits appearing quite low. Akali noted the absence of ninja tools in their gear. Presumably, there were not many. Despite the four-person team structure, only two were stationed at the outpost, leading Akali to doubt its effectiveness. Could two individuals truly keep watch? Umbu? A ninja clad in a worn chunin vest emerged from the hut below the tower. He seemed to have pulled an all-nighter, his face weary and eyes tinged with the remnants of sleeplessness. What umbu? How is it that Konoha's ninjas do not even recognize umbu? Nara Kurigane retorted in surprise. Of course, we endure the biting winds in this desolate place. Day in and day out. When have we seen the lofty and exalted umbu? The man replied with a sardonic tone. Well, now you have. Nara Shumiki remained unperturbed, instead choosing to follow the other's lead in conversation. To be candid, in recent days, Akali had developed a profound understanding of Nara Shumiki. Despite being a scion of a prominent ninja clan and possessing considerable talent, he displayed no arrogance towards the lower-ranking ninjas, demonstrating rather a sense of empathy towards them. Humph. A fist struck nothing but air, prompting a disgruntled grunt from the individual. Speak. What business does the esteemed member of the umbu have? And present your identification. Nara Shumiki handed over the credentials, not only their own, but also those provided by the previous base. As Nara Shumiki conversed with the sentry ninjas, Akali listened intently. How to express it? There was a palpable sense of resentment, especially when contrasted with Akali's youthful appearance, which visibly struck a nerve with the disheartened, low-ranking sentry ninjas. Years of monotonous guarding, coupled with meager resources that had to be scaled down, left them in a position of neglect, unloved, and unappreciated. It could be justified if there were any threats from the Mist Village necessitating vigilance. Yet in reality, there had been no disturbances for over a decade. They could not even convince themselves that their roles were significant, existing merely as an afterthought. Akali witnessed firsthand the lives of these lower-ranking ninjas, whose chunin ranks were primarily attained through years of service. Life seemed devoid of hope, work lacked meaning. Yet these individuals steadfastly adhered to what could only be described as the will of fire. Thank you for the information. It has been immensely helpful to us. Nara Shumiki bid farewell. Let us proceed to the next location. Nara Shumiki and Akali continued onward. How many have we visited now? The 10th. There are still 40 more to go. Nara Shumiki glanced at the map in his hand, mentally plotting the fastest route. Thanks to your secret arts, we should be able to finish in a week if all goes well. These sentry posts are truly dilapidated. Akali lamented as she recalled the posts she had seen thus far. They would only become more decrepit as the further they ventured from the supply base. The more challenging it became to replenish resources. Nara Shumiki expressed a semblance of sympathy. But why is it like this? Akali queried. Perplexed, I observe that the spirits of those individuals do not all resemble those who merely bide their time. Isn't there a jutsu exchange system in the village? These individuals guard the posts due to a lack of potential and strength. However, Akali had previously witnessed some who were clearly not lacking in effort. Surely, those who strive cannot be deemed inferior? Let me ask you, which is more challenging, to progress from 0 to 1 or from 1 to 2? Nara Shumiki retorted. Akali quickly comprehended. Earning $1 million from an investment of 100 million is far easier than generating that same million from nothing. The exchange of jutsu among ninjas is based on merit, yet we are in an era of peace. Nara Shumiki sighed, lamenting that the meager knowledge imparted by schools is insufficient to earn merit. Without heritage, without guidance, and lacking initial capital, most individuals would only master a handful of jutsu throughout their lives. Perhaps the village should allow each ninja to purchase a few jutsu on credit upon graduation, enabling them to gradually repay and effectively enhance their combat prowess. Akali's expression shifted as she realized that Nara Shuriki's perspective bore a striking resemblance to the concept of student loans from her previous life. Indeed, many individuals were merely lacking that initial capital. The jutsu were monopolized by the elite, leaving the lower-ranking ninjas with chakra, yet unable to unleash their techniques. Only during times of war were jutsu liberally made available for the sake of cannon fodder. Thus, the upper echelons remained perpetually at the top, drawing any prodigious talent into their ranks, solidifying the social strata of Konoha. Through her travels, today's discussions, the knowledge acquired from her past life, and her own equilibrium, Akali felt a whirlwind of thoughts swirling in her mind, some troubling notions flashing briefly, yet eluding her grasp. Nevertheless, a sense of clarity dawned upon her. She would indeed undertake something significant in the future. Each individual possesses their own purpose for existence, and Akali was no exception. Currently, she remained feeble, thus, she needed to meet more people, learn more about the world, and continually grow in strength. The system's current objective was to elevate Akali's fame, and inevitably, There would come a day when she would ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Let us proceed. Akali set aside these contemplations. For with great power comes great responsibility and commensurate rights, matters not suited for her present considerations. Akali and Nara Shiriki traversed the coastal routes of Konoha, interacting with each outpost, gradually painting a vivid picture of the Land of Fire's coastline in her mind. 7 days later. This must be the final one, right? Facing the gentle sea breeze. Akali removed her stifling mask, wiping the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. Indeed, it appeared that those individuals had seemingly departed, having circumvented the maritime arrangements through some unknown means. Nara Shiriki exhibited a mixture of frustration and a common sense of relief. Yet beneath the surface lingered an undeniable sense of dissatisfaction. He undoubtedly yearned to locate those responsible for resolution and avenge his comrades. However, after so many days of diligent searching, he felt a disheartening sense of having done all he could. Yet, much like in a game of grievances, having been bested previously, he still harbored a desire for retribution. This complex mindset only underscored the inherent contradictions within human nature. Indeed, there were no hidden figures at the port leading to the Land of Waves, nor were there any concealed within its borders. Even the fringes of the Land of Whirlpools could not harbor anyone, leaving only the angle with the Land of Soup. Akali sighed in relief, though fatigue weighed upon her. They were not only tasked with contacting the outposts to ascertain the situation, but also had to investigate the anomalies reported by those posts. These relentless days had left them scarcely any time to rest. Throughout this journey, Akali's greatest gain had been her expanded experience. It seemed her extensive travels had not been in vain. The Land of Soup was currently engaged in a hunt for the cult of the evil deity, making it difficult to conceal anyone. There was another region with outposts nearby, and it seemed unlikely that any issues would arise. It appeared the mission was nearing its conclusion. Let us go, the final shift awaits. Akali adjusted her demeanor and stated resolutely that regardless of the outcome, she would strive to give her utmost. Subsequently, Akali and Nara Shiriki made their way toward the coastal bay at the intersection of the Land of Fire and the Land of Soup, the Little Cliff Cemetery. It is said that this location was once the battleground of the twin pillars of the ninja world, where mountains crumbled and the earth fractured. The remnants of this cataclysm formed a prominent hill, corresponding to a graveyard of another mountain. This small hill, despite its modest stature, rises steeply toward the sea, characterized by rugged rocks and barren terrain, making it exceedingly difficult to ascend, a veritable desert of human absence. Due to its unique topography, a mere glance downward from the cliff offers a panoramic view of the ocean before one. The nearby coastal waters are fraught with numerous rocky reefs that obstruct vessels, rendering even ninjas hesitant to make landfall, a notoriously challenging point of entry. Coupled with a scarcity of resources, it becomes all the more challenging to conceal one's presence here, which is why Akali and Nara Shiriki never anticipated the presence of fog ninjas. Soon, the two arrived at the outpost situated at the base of this small hill. To their astonishment, they beheld a rare pairing of an elder and a youth, an unusual sight compared to the typical seasoned middle-aged groups. Upon their arrival, the two were still engaged in their meal. The elder ninja noticed them first and approached them with a friendly demeanor, engaging in conversation as they moved toward the wooden cabin, while Akali observed this final outpost with keen interest. Unexpectedly, the younger ninja, Goro, upon seeing the two figures clad in dark cloaks, froze momentarily, hastily setting down his bowl and wiping his mouth before addressing the elder. Goro's flustered demeanor did not escape the discerning eyes of Nara Shiriki and Akali, both of whom felt a jolt of awareness. "Hey, eat a bit more," the elder ninja urged, but by the time he extended the invitation, Goro had already dashed off into the distance. "That boy," the elder laughed, both scolding and amused. Due to the peculiarities of the hill's graveyard, navigating it was perilous, even for ninjas, especially under the cover of night. Therefore, they only manned the outpost during daylight. By day, they kept watch over the sea, while at night, they stood guard over the mountain. At that moment, Goro had set off to survey the ocean. The elder felt a warmth in his heart. Initially, Goro had been quite reluctant to come, but after spending some time there, he had shown understanding and voluntarily taken on the task of guarding the hill, thus relieving the elder of his duties considerably. "I apologize," the elder explained to Nara Shiriki. "Goro was sent here after offending someone in the village and might be a bit intimidated upon seeing you both. Is he the other person at your outpost?" Shiriki inquired with curiosity. Indeed, he is a good child. Goro has shown consideration for my mobility issues by taking on the responsibility of watching the sea. And ever since he arrived, my burden has lightened significantly. The elder sighed. Are you saying Goro has been on duty up there these past few days? Shiriki astutely grasped the key point. Yes, why do you ask? The elder replied, slightly puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. Please, tell me more about the happenings here. Shiriki smiled. Meanwhile, Akali, who had been lingering in the background, had already vanished without a trace. Following the departure of the young ninja from the outpost, she discreetly trailed behind, ascending the hill alongside Goro. The mountain of the small cliff grave is peculiar, resembling a heap of rubble accumulated from fragmented stones. It is difficult to secure one's footing on the chakra, forcing one to traverse upon the larger rocks, while also remaining vigilant to avoid slipping. Given the treacherous nature of the loose stones and the constant risk of landslides, Goro treads along a path that has been tested for relative safety, while Akali must follow alongside. Fortunately, her young age and light weight afford her a formidable leaping ability, making her ascent on this rocky terrain relatively effortless. As Akali climbs the mountain in Goro's wake, a sense of foreboding envelopes her. This is it. Hurry faster. Goro scurries through the stony forest, employing both hands and feet. Overwhelmed by a sense of urgency and dread, the Umbu have arrived, and he cannot conceal it any longer. His tranquil life is on the verge of disruption, and he risks being captured and executed by the Umbu. Yet, Goro's resolve remains steadfast. His dreams remain unfulfilled. He is yet to become strong. And he cannot meet his end here. He has not yet returned to exact his revenge. The reason for Goro's exile is quite straightforward. He was caught stealing ninjutsu techniques. However, it was that individual who had clandestinely taught him, yet Goro is the one branded as a thief. That person belonged to a minor ninja clan, and despite their frequent conflicts, Goro succumbed to temptation when that individual extended an olive branch. Subsequently, due to that individual's affiliations with a powerful Uchiha, and Goro's status as an orphan, he was swiftly dispatched to this desolate place, as that person had merely hinted and tacitly allowed the instruction, never formally offering to teach. Even thorough memory searches yielded no evidence. Even if someone recognizes this as a scheme, who truly cares? Who would concern themselves with a mere pawn? As Goro ascends, thoughts of the past flood his mind, inciting a growing anger, yet his breath steadies. He devises a plan. Have the Mist Village eliminate the Umbu and erase all traces. If the Umbu possess secret scrolls, he will claim them. Should the Mist Village depart, he will offer to become a spy in exchange for a reward. Given the remote location, even if the Umbu go missing, it would take Konoha a considerable time to respond. After securing what he needs, he will flee, navigating through the land of water and then the land of rice, assuming a new identity, destined to become a wandering ninja. Resolute in his decision, Goro hastens to the mountain's summit, signaling to the Mist Village camp at the foot of the seaside hill with an urgent flag. Akali does not attempt to stop him, for there are still others on the mountain. Boy, what's happening? A massive hand gripped Goro's flag-waving arm, revealing a broad-shouldered man standing behind him. In stark contrast, 15 or 16-year-old Goro appeared as an innocent child of 8 or 9. Wow! Goro gasped in surprise, turning to face Mr. Oishi. Speak. Kaguya Oishi scrutinized Goro intently. Having been monitoring his movements from the mountain, he witnessed 2 Umbu entering the watchtower. Now, with Goro rushing in a panic and waving the emergency flag, it was evident something was amiss, or he would not have appeared. The Umbu have come. Goro steadied himself, crafting a plausible narrative that flowed effortlessly from his lips. They had come seeking vengeance for the fallen female operative, claiming they wished to avenge their comrade. Upon discovering the signs of lumbering in the distant woods, they prepared to conduct a thorough search. Female operative? Did they truly articulate it thus? Kaguya Oishi was taken aback. Goro, unbeknownst to him, had revealed a matter of great significance. In truth, this was the first time Goro's words had been uttered in the presence of the Mist team, who had previously menaced him with threats of devouring him like some monstrous beast. However, Kaguya, whose mind was solely preoccupied with combat, evidently could not recall their earlier flippant remarks. Indeed, they were the vanguard, capable of summoning reinforcements at any moment. With the 2 of them present, their vessel was at risk of exposure. The only course of action now was to eliminate them to buy some time, Goro asserted. Were you not discovered? Kaguya inquired with suspicion. No, I feigned a patrol of the mountains. Goro replied, shaking his head. Kaguya believed him, as his vigilant observation had revealed no one trailing Goro. Curse it. So close. Kaguya seethed, striking a nearby boulder with a furious punch, causing shards to scatter as the rock shattered under his might. Yet, astonishingly, his own knuckles bore no scars, resembling the formidable joints of a tiger's claw. Though the mist resided far from the mainland, it did not imply ignorance of the continental situation. On the contrary, their external vantage point afforded them clearer insights. A confrontation upon land was inevitable. Thus the mist sought their opportune moment to intervene, initiating preparations in advance. The mission of Kaguya's team was to scout the distribution of Konoha's border sentries. However, entrusting Kaguya's clan with reconnaissance was akin to having Zhang Fei embroider flowers. A martial reconnaissance would have been more fitting. Yet, in the vastness of the world, the will of the higher-ups commanded obedience from those below. Thus, Kaguya's team had no choice but to undertake the reconnaissance. Fortuitously, the leadership anticipated potential mishaps and assigned additional tasks to mitigate risks. Remarkably, Kaguya's scouting proved effective. Konoha's sentries were lax, and they were able to conduct their reconnaissance without resorting to force. As the operation progressed, the Mist team unexpectedly encountered a squad of Konoha's operatives. Without hesitation, the Kaguya team, having suppressed their urges for too long, sprang into action, capturing a female operative and indulging in their moment of triumph. Having relished their victory, Kaguya's team completed the remaining reconnaissance tasks with alacrity before returning to their vessel, only to be thwarted by a tempest that wrecked their ship, casting them into this predicament. The beleaguered Kaguya team found themselves confined to a small ravine, undertaking repairs on their vessel. Fortunately, they had managed to capture Goro. Otherwise, they would likely have been forced into a hasty retreat. In the days that followed, the Kaguya team toiled to mend their ship. It must be noted that while a ninja might traverse water, none possessed the stamina or chakra to cross the ocean. Even the physically renowned Kaguya clan could not manage such a feat. Realizing their misfortune, they sought to avoid complications, opting to venture to the land of water for timber. Just as their repairs neared completion, they were unexpectedly confronted by the operatives once more. What has transpired, Daisher? At that moment, Kaguya swiftly ascended the mountain, finding the ascent manageable thanks to their expertise in physical techniques. Brother, the Umbu from Konoha have arrived, Kaguya Daisher proclaimed. The individual whom Kaguya Daisher referred to as brother turned his gaze towards Goro, who reiterated his previous statements. It all feels rather peculiar. Kaguya Dahan fixed his scrutinizing gaze upon Goro, sensing an underlying issue in his words, yet unable to articulate it. Goro was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat, an ominous feeling spreading within him. Though he could not discern the cause, what did it matter? Kaguya Dahan, observing Goro's evident anxiety, revealed a bloodthirsty grin. With incredulity, Goro stared at the bone spike embedded in his chest, bewildered as he looked at Kaguya Dahan. Why? Hee. Kaguya Dahan extracted the bone spike, savoring the blood that clung to it. We, the Kaguya, are solely warriors. If there is a problem, we eliminate it. Goro did not dare to ponder further. How could these savage, bloodthirsty warriors concern themselves with his thoughts? For Kaguya, killing was the solution. They understood nothing of espionage or strategy. Should one appear amiss, they would simply slay them. Brother, there is someone. I can scent a woman's fragrance. At this moment, a Kaguya ninja beside Kaguya Dahan suddenly called out to him. Akari jolted in surprise. Indeed, that mature woman's aroma, akin to a ripened peach, was unforgettable once experienced. Kaguya Tsuno, fearing Kaguya Dahan's disbelief, reiterated emphatically. Of course, I trust Tsuno's nose. But tell me, where is this person you speak of? Kaguya Dahan, adorned with his characteristic terrifying and bloodthirsty smile, surveyed the rocky summit before them, his excited gaze frequently darting towards Akari's south hiding place. Startled, Akari steadied herself, relying on her innate composure as an assassin. Positioned downwind, if the scent Tsuno mentioned was indeed physical, Akari would remain undiscovered, and besides, she was not even mature. Oh, what a delightful scent. This aroma is pure and translucent, mingled with hints of sulfur, reminiscent of a hot springs innkeeper, plump, full, and exuding charm. Isn't that so? The hot spring ninja over there? Kaguya Tsuno, lost in his reverie, suddenly turned to a location behind them, launching a shuriken. Bang! The transformation technique dissipated, revealing a strikingly beautiful hot spring ninja who leaped into view. Akali glanced over and confirmed her ample form. The hot spring ninja's expression soured as she brandished a kunai defensively, warily assessing the 7-member Kaguya squad. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke calmly, esteemed ones. There is no conflict between the hot spring ninjas and the mist. I merely followed traces of deforestation within the country, seeking to ascertain whether remnants of the evil deity cult lurked along the borders of the land of fire. It appears that is not the case. The Mist-S individuals can take a few insignificant trees without issue. I shall not interfere with your actions, and I will now take my leave. With that, the hot spring ninja cautiously regarded the Kaguya squad, slowly retreating. With each step, the ominous Kaguya ninja before her, despite wearing a sinister smile, did not pursue. The female ninja from the hot springs felt a slight relief in her heart as she continued to retreat. 1 step, 2 steps, just as she began to fully relax. She suddenly seized a kunai and swept it behind her. The sound of clashing metal rang out as her kunai, of commendable quality, shattered into 2 pieces. A muffled grunt escaped her lips as droplets of blood cascaded from the air. The female ninja leaped back, clutching her right arm, unable to stem the flow of blood that gushed forth. It was over. A wave of sorrow washed over her as she realized that the bone dagger had not only severed her kunai, but had also sliced through her arm guard. Had it not been for the guard's intervention, her right arm would likely have been lost. Yet, the dagger's sharpness had inflicted a deep wound that exposed bone. In the realm of combat, such an injury rendered her right arm almost useless. Are you attempting to incite a war between the hot springs and the mist with such a treacherous ambush? The female ninja's voice was stern, though she was merely bluffing. Who said the conflict would be between the hot springs and the mist? The death of our ninja within the borders of the land of fire is a prelude to war with Konoha, the imposing Kaguya male declared coldly. A chill settled in the female ninja's heart as the Kaguya clan closed in around her. Sighing, Akali rose to her feet. Though she could escape, the thought of leaving the woman from the hot springs behind, reminiscent of her predecessor, Reiko, weighed heavily on her conscience. This is a burden my Konoha will not bear. Kaguya of the Mist, you have ambushed my Konoha's umbu, seeking to harm the hot springs ninja and frame Konoha for it. Are you trying to provoke a war? The petite Akali, standing at just 1.3 meters, faced the towering muscular men without a hint of intimidation. The umbu of Konoha. The female ninja's spirits lifted momentarily, but upon seeing Akari's appearance, her confidence waned. Nevertheless, more hands meant more assistance. Seizing the opportunity while the Kaguya's gaze was elsewhere, she hastily began to bandage her wound. How absurd. When did the umbu of Konoha include such a little rot? The Kaguya male sneered, signaling to his comrades. The surrounding Kaguya ninjas divided into 2 teams, encircling Akali and the female ninja. With the situation rapidly deteriorating, he decided against prolonging the confrontation. Gripping her kunai tightly, Akali sensed the danger. According to Narashuki's intelligence, there had only been a team of 4 Kaguya ninjas. Now, there were 2 teams of 8, evidently indicating that the mist had acted separately, and she had inadvertently stumbled into their lair. We must retreat, Akali concluded, fully aware that the early bird catches the worm. With a resounding bang, a thick smoke bomb detonated. Akali felt she was truly embodying the spirit of the umbu regulations, which mandated the use of smoke bombs for escape, a practice she adhered to frequently, whether in retreat or in assault. Be alert. The expanding smoke caused the Kaguya ninjas surrounding Akali to momentarily hesitate before a barrage of shurikens rained down into the smoke. Akali adeptly dodged within the obscurity, striving to ensure the smoke spread further ahead. Explosive tag. Disperse it. Kaguya, the commanding figure, directed several kunai affixed with explosive tags to launch into the swirling smoke, while the Kaguya ninjas began to weave their hand seals. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity amidst the shifting formation, Akali unleashed a chilling shadow, propelling 5 kunai with a piercing shriek towards her adversary. Following this, she surged forward, enveloped in chakra. Stand aside, I am coming. The Kaguya leader, locked onto by Akali's presence, pushed aside the massive stone barrier before him as 2 bone blades extended from his palms, ready to counter Akali's assault. With a series of rapid sounds, the shockwave of chakra struck the Kaguya leader silently, while Akali's kunai clashed against his bone blades, sparking a fierce collision. Utilizing her height advantage, she bravely hurled herself into the Kaguya leader's embrace. Dazed and disoriented, Akali collided with him so recklessly that it nearly made him vomit blood. Gritting her teeth to maintain her composure, she executed a spinning slash within his grasp. The Kaguya leader was left battered and bloodied by the explosive strike, revealing a gaping vulnerability. Yet beneath the torn flesh lay a robust layer of bone armor. With determination, Akali thrust her kunai towards his vulnerable area, only to be repelled by the bone spikes extending from his body. As the Kaguya leader prepared to grapple her, Akali swiftly ducked, slipping beneath him and rolling away, delivering an additional strike with her electric blade. Boom! The smoke bomb detonated once more, this time unleashing a concentrated technique, the hazy array. Within the veil of the array, Akali made her way towards the original location of the female hot spring ninja. She yearned to evade further entanglement with the Kaguya leader, whose defenses proved too formidable. Even her piercing attacks had failed to breach his guard. A dizzying exchange unfolded until the smoke bomb erupted again, catching the Kaguya ninjas off guard. The mightiest and most imposing captain, the Kaguya leader, found himself enveloped in the smoke, unsure of the situation, while the Wolf King came under attack, causing even the ferocious Kaguya to momentarily falter. Do not panic, I am unharmed. Keep an eye on the smoke and do not let her escape. The Kaguya leader's voice resonated, instantly solidifying the resolve of his comrades. Seizing this moment of emotional tumult among the Kaguya, Akali took a moment to regain her breath before charging forth once more, engaging in a second phase of her chaotic strikes. Akali unleashed a brilliant arc of white light from the smoke. With a swift motion, her scythe mercilessly swept across the neck of an unsuspecting Kaguya, propelling her towards the female hot spring ninja, whom she hoisted and began to retreat with. A dazzling signal flare shot into the sky. Put me down, put me down. As she broke through the encirclement, the momentum of her chaotic strikes began to wane, yet the female hot spring ninja continued to pat Akali on the head. The tall, elegant woman, standing at 1.7 meters, was being carried by a petite girl of merely 1.3 meters, creating a rather comical and jarring scene that almost made her nauseous. Akali gently set down the female hot spring ninja, and together they dashed outward. Not in the direction from whence Akali had come, but rather towards the vicinity of the hot spring village, with no opportunity to alter their course at that moment. Meanwhile, the duped Kaguya ninja howled as he pursued them, hurling an array of ninja tools in their direction. The female hot spring ninja, enduring the pain in her arm, formed hand seals, water style, hidden mist technique. A significant amount of chakra was drawn forth, and being by the seaside, the air was saturated with moisture, enveloped in a thick fog infused with the pungent scent of sulfur from the hot springs. This dense mist not only obscured their figures, but also masked their scents. It was evident that the female hot spring ninja had learned from her previous missteps, having recognized that this group of Kaguya possessed keen olfactory senses. Brother, they are getting away, Kaguya Dashi exclaimed. At the sight of the smoke bomb's detonation, Kaguya Dahan stood grimly, caressing the deep gash across his chest and abdomen. That was perilous. I nearly had my bone membrane severed. The corners of Kaguya Dahan's mouth twisted into a terrifying grin as he gazed into the distance, murmuring, "You shall not escape." With a swift motion, Kaguya Dashi and Kaguya Dahan vanished from their position, pursuing forward at high speed. Turn. In the mist, Akali split into two shadow clones, transforming into her and the female hot spring ninja's likeness, guiding her back towards the direction Akali had originally arrived from. She recalled Goro's path, a route that would allow for a rapid descent. All right. The female hot spring ninja hesitated not. Clearly, Akali's prowess surpassed her seemingly fragile exterior, prompting her to decisively follow Akali's lead. As the two altered their trajectory, moving to the side, the two shadow clones continued on the original path. However, the Kaguya ninjas, being elite members of the Mist Village, were well versed in such stealth techniques and adeptly tracked them through the thick fog. The advantage of numbers became apparent as the Kaguya team split to pursue them, although Akali swiftly eliminated one of their ranks. It was merely a Kaguya without an awakened Shikatsumiyaku, thus posing little impact on the overall strength of the team. Boom, boom, soon. The memory of the shadow clone being overtaken and destroyed surged into Akali's mind, and her delicate visage turned grave. The memories relayed by the clone revealed Kaguya Dahan, who had been forcefully struck, and Kaguya Dashi, who had not yet engaged. Both possessed formidable strength. Cross-referencing this with her intelligence, Akali realized that the primary assailant against Team 5 had mostly been Kaguya Dashi, while Kaguya Dahan had been absent at that time. Hurry, we must hasten. Akali urged the female hot spring ninja, and they accelerated once more. Drink this. A red vial was handed over, while Akali also consumed a bottle of life potion. After unleashing a series of attacks, Akali still felt weariness wash over her, especially after close combat. She had barely had a moment to catch her breath, forcefully straining her internal organs. Thus, she had no choice but to resort to the life potion to restore her stamina and mend her injuries, deeming it a lavish indulgence. What is this? The female hot spring ninja was astonished by the effects of the red vial, as pure life energy erupted within her, significantly alleviating the excruciating pain in her right arm. Use the body flicker technique, Akali urged urgently. If one were to describe the two petite figures descending the mountain as taking delicate, minuscule steps, then the pursuing figures of Kaguya Otsutsuki and Kaguya Otsutsuki male could be likened to superheroes landing with great force, descending with their robust bodies as they leaped downwards. Harnessing the pure life force surging within them, they employed an instantaneous movement technique, unburdened by the strain on their legs, their speed soaring as they widened the gap that had begun to close. In but a short while, amidst this high-speed chase, the effects of the life potion waned, and the duo finally rushed down the grotesque hillside grave. They're coming, Nara Shuriken whispered from the depths of the forest. Oh! Both Midori no Hara and Akadu Toboku fixated on the pursuers trailing behind Akali, their murderous intent palpable. The old ninja at the outpost had already dispatched messages and hurried to notify other sentries. Within the ambush site of the woods, only 3 members of the Umbu remained. They needed to provide cover for their teammates and delay this batch of Kaguya, though their greater desire was to eliminate these Kaguya ninjas right here and now. Akali had previously alerted her shadow clones, aware of the ambush set in place. At that moment, the distance between the two sides had dwindled to less than 100 meters. Akali and the female Tunin faced the incessantly incoming projectiles, the gap continuing to close, especially since one had yet to fully mature and the other was not a specialist in physical techniques. Lightning release move, with the distance shrinking perilously, and the entrance to the woods slipping from reach, Akali was compelled to pivot and cast a technique while retreating. Yet, in the face of the electrified terrain, Kaguya Otsutsuki male and Kaguya Otsutsuki stone strode forward without hesitation, stepping directly into the fray. What the heck? Exclaimed the female Tunin beside Akali. Are they insulated? Boom, boom. 2 powerful, thunderous punches struck, and Akali along with the female Tunin hastily raised their defenses, only to be ensnared by the paralysis emanating from their assailants. The heavy fists sent them flying. As they emerged from the electrified ground, Kaguya Otsutsuki male and Kaguya Otsutsuki stone wore similar, menacing grins but paused simultaneously. Oh, the delightful sensation of electric shocks, Kaguya Otsutsuki male remarked, flexing his somewhat numbed limbs. Were it not for our ability to directly control our bones, we might have truly been incapacitated by the electricity. Indeed, Kaguya Otsutsuki stone grunted in agreement. In truth, during intense electrical surges, all could be disrupted, leading to a loss of consciousness. However, Kaguya's extraordinary gifts allowed them to manipulate their skeletal structures, forcing their paralyzed bodies into action. Of course, this did not mean that lightning had no effect on them. It simply indicated that Akali's electric output was somewhat feeble. Hiss! Akali rose to her feet, grateful that when Kaguya Otsutsuki male had struck her, she had unleashed her energy and shielded herself from the brunt of the impact. Moreover, her armor provided magical resistance, rendering the electric paralysis less pronounced, enabling her to stand once more. Yet, she could easily surmise that her delicate forearms, concealed beneath the explorer's bracers, were likely bruised and discolored, a testament to the protective layers and the energy shield mitigating some of the force. However, the situation was far worse for the female Tunin. Her previously injured arm was evidently broken, and she lay unconscious, unaware of when she might awaken. Akali lowered her body, kunai poised in front and scythe behind, vigilantly observing the 2 figures before her. Save them. Although Akali was still some distance from the ambush site, plans often fall prey to unexpected changes. Narashikaki, instead of waiting for Akali to lure the target in, decisively chose to assist. Partial multiplication technique. A thunderous roar erupted from Akadu Toboku as his palm, the size of a truck, swung towards Kaguya and her companion. Simultaneously, Nara Shikaki's figure flickered, picking up the fallen female ninja and dragging her backward. Akali followed suit in retreat. Suddenly, a cry of pain pierced the air as Akudu Toboku recoiled. Numerous bloodied punctures appeared on his broad palm, inflicted by Kagaya's spiny attack. The group continued their retreat, unaware that the Kagaya duo, Kagaya the Mighty and Kagaya the Stone, showed no regard for potential traps as they charged forward. An opportunity. A glimmer of determination flashed in Nara Shikaki's eyes as he formed hand seals. Shadow gathering technique. Black net. From within the forest, countless black nets adorned with explosive tags emerged, aiming to ensnare the two who led the charge. Partial multiplication technique. Wind release. Wind blade. Akudu Toboku and Midori Yawara coordinated their efforts, launching their assault. 10 fingers piercing shot. The once tightly pursued Kagaya duo suddenly halted, executing a swift transition from extreme motion to utter stillness. They stood their ground, fingers continuously launching projectiles to repel the hands attempting to force them into the net and to counter the encroaching wind blades. With their hands riddled with wounds, the gathered black nets failed to capture their prey, allowing the opposing Kagaya team to regroup, turning the tide of the confrontation. Nevertheless, Nara Shikaki harbored no regrets about his decision to prioritize saving the fallen ninja. He understood that an ambush against powerful adversaries was inherently uncertain and could easily be thwarted by sheer strength. To them, the two Kagaya ninjas before them were formidable foes. "Where are the reinforcements you called for?" Akali inquired softly, her voice laced with concern. "The nearest aid will take at least half an hour," Nara Shikaki replied quietly. They had begun summoning help as soon as Akali's shadow clone returned, but assistance required time, and the closest reinforcements were still gathering from a nearby outpost. "But I feel we can't hold out for that long," Akali whispered anxiously. "I share your sentiments," Nara Shikaki replied with a wry smile. "How many do you think you can hold off?" Akali assessed the remaining Kagaya behind the two strongest. "What are you suggesting?" Nara Shikaki queried in a low voice. "I can only say we must do our utmost to delay the two strongest opponents." "Very well," Akali nodded, rummaging through her ninja tool pouch until she produced several vials of red liquid. "Here, take one each for emergency healing, and find an opportunity to give a vial to the female ninja so she can assist me." Distributing the vials, Akali ensured that the red bottles meant for Midori Yawara and the fallen ninja reached Akudu Toboku, as Midori remained concealed within the woods. "Understood," Akudu Toboku affirmed, and after a brief exchange, the group prepared themselves, gazing intently at the approaching Kagaya ninjas. "Finished with your discussion?" Kagaya the Mighty crossed his arms, awaiting the impending clash. Indeed, it is not only Akali and her companions who require communication. The Kagaya ninjas, who have been in relentless pursuit, also need a moment to catch their breath. The previous exchange marked an unspoken truce. "It's over. We've already devised a plan to eliminate you," Nara Karaki declared with audacious laughter, showing no signs of retreat. "Is that so? Then come at me." The Kagaya leader took the initiative, followed closely by the rest of his pack, akin to a wolf king leading his well-trained pack into battle. On the opposing side, two elite jonin had awakened their bloodlines. The previously speaking Kagaya subordinate seemed to have awakened the corpse bone path, while the strength of the others remained uncertain, though the weakest among them were jonin. In contrast, our side boasted one jonin, two special jonin, and a dubious middle-ranking ninja, alongside an unknown-level female ninja on the ground, a considerable disparity in power. Nonetheless, the wisdom of strategic maneuvering, timeless throughout the ages, could offer a glimmer of hope if executed properly. Having ascended to the rank of jonin, Nara Karaki decisively revealed his prowess. Confronted by the onslaught of the Kagaya wolves, he flung a shuriken and swiftly formed hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. As a loyal follower of the third Hokage, it was no surprise that Nara possessed this technique. The single shuriken transformed into 2, then 4, 8, and eventually hundreds, creating a dense barrage that forced the bloodthirsty wolves to retreat and scatter. Amidst this chaos, however, two outliers persisted. Kagaya's leader and Kagaya Dashi wielded bone blades, relentlessly cleaving their way forward. They merely needed to shield their vital points, as the shuriken could not penetrate the bone membranes beneath their skin. Yet, within the storm of shuriken, Akali's cold shadow kunai and the electrifying Chidori shuriken were intermingled, accompanied by two wind-style shuriken that boisterously drew attention. This Chidori was not the same as the one before. It was the Q skill of the tempestuous Kennen, hurling a shuriken imbued with lightning, serving as an upgraded version of the lightning-style shuriken. I'll take it. Kagaya Dashi stepped forward to intercept Akali's kunai. As the wind-style shuriken approached, he precisely used his palm's bone staff to pierce through its center, halting and redirecting it. However, on the other side, Akali's concealed electric blade and Chidori shuriken proved far more challenging to evade. In a dance of light and shadow, the illuminated Chidori shuriken, crackling with electricity, surged towards Kagaya's leader, while the silent electric blade shuriken stealthily advanced amidst the shuriken shadows. The forceful Chidori shuriken was swiftly met with Kagaya's leader's 10-fingered piercing attack. Yet it did not completely halt its progress. It grazed his arm, while the electric blade shuriken struck true. Akali's petite figure emerged, hands weaving seals. Secret technique, thunder binding seal. The tempestuous mark lying dormant within Kagaya's leader erupted, with the Chidori shuriken layering one level, and the previous electric blade shuriken adding yet another. Subsequently, Akali activated her electric blade skill, deliberately triggering the mark within Kagaya's leader, layering it further. The thunder binding seal activated, causing electric sparks to flicker around Kagaya's leader. Ugh! Kagaya's towering figure was ensnared in a paralyzing terror. The violent currents of the lightning binding seal rendered even his formidable physique numb. Previously, he could rely on the strength of his skeletal pulse to exert control over his body, yet now his mind was a blank slate, leaving only the instinctive responses of self-preservation. Akali once again unleashed her ultimate technique, the chaotic kill of inner and outer, as she charged forth. Midway, she hurled her scythe with one hand, invoking the sacred art of Crimson Leaf. The previously struck potential dragon seal, now in her grasp, coalesced into a formidable energy scythe, augmented by the azure crimson seal on her arm. She aimed to see if she could sever Kagaya's existence with this strike. As the crimson leaf struck, its mark enveloped her, intertwining with the potential dragon seal and the azure crimson seal. Akali surged to Kagaya's side, delivering a decisive slash. The teachings of the thunder god echoed in her mind, emphasizing the importance of aiming for the head. Her blade descended with precision towards Kagaya's neck. However, in the final moment, Kagaya awakened, raising his arms in defense. His arms converged, rapidly generating a new bony shield to protect him. A sharp crack echoed as the seal erupted, violently clashing with her fierce strike, resulting in the shattering of both his elbows. Having severed Kagaya's arms, Akali chose not to linger in confrontation. The countless tomes documented by the Umbu had informed her that the Kagaya clan's physical impairments did not diminish their combat prowess. Indeed, Akali swiftly rolled back, her shuriken deftly deflecting a bone spike that came hurtling towards her. A quick glance revealed that Kagaya had replaced his severed arms with twin bone spears. A silent gasp escaped her lips as she dismissed Kagaya and his counterpart, charging directly towards the 5 Kagaya ninjas behind them. Shadow mimicry technique. Wind release. Divine wind. Fire release. Fire escape. The shadows on the ground forced Kagaya back, while crimson flames compelled his cohort to retreat. Their hatred must be securely controlled. You two face our opponents, but what about us? Narukami spoke earnestly. Oh, Akidu Tangbei bellowed with fervor. Meanwhile, Akali had already plunged into the fray of the 5 adversaries. The first to meet her was a smoke bomb that detonated explosively. To be frank, the efficacy of smoke bombs is known only to those who wield them. They are invaluable in chaos, entanglements, and when outnumbered, particularly in Akali's case, as her smoke bombs were specially crafted. The thick, lingering smoke was akin to a shadowy art, utilizing the smoke to conceal herself. Akali observed the 5 Kagaya ninjas before her. It was a classic case of superior strategy. She needed to swiftly eliminate these 5 and return to aid her comrades, for this was their sole chance at survival. However, her chakra reserves were dwindling, roughly half remaining, and she would need to employ the chaotic kill of inner and outer once more. Quietly, she retrieved a specially made soldier's food pill and swallowed it, the bitter taste spreading in her mouth as she awaited a slight replenishment of chakra, gradually forming a hand seal. At that moment, one of her adversaries could no longer contain themselves. Wind release, typhoon. A Kagaya ninja formed hand seals. The mist concealment technique and silent killing technique were the hallmarks of the Mist Village. The formidable warriors of the mist were not daunted by the fog, as they possessed at least some understanding of the silent killing technique. Yet this did not imply that they lacked means to counter dense mist. Like a typhoon sweeping through, A fierce wind dispersed the fog, gradually revealing Akali's silhouette. What met the eyes of the mist ninjas was the completed hand seal in Akali's hands, radiating an aura of annihilation that sent chills down their spines. "Not good, scatter!" The second son of Kaguya shouted in alarm, and the 5 Kaguya ninjas leaped in all directions, wishing fervently for the agility of frog legs. However, humans cannot outpace light. Swiftly, the currents of lightning from the lightning release, false darkness engulfed the 5. The shadow clone dissipated as its chakra was exhausted, while Akali burst forth from the nearby woods. Double kill. With a swift strike, Akali decapitated 2 foes. Perhaps the bones of the Kaguya clan were denser, but the sharp blade in Akali's hands offered her no hesitation. The Mist Village had suffered a further loss, and now 3 out of the original 8 had fallen to Akali's blade. "If you present yourself as a fearsome demon, you had best embody that persona," Akali remarked nonchalantly. "Clearly, you do not." Lowering her body as if to charge, she added, "Fear not, it will merely sting." Her confident words, paired with her formidable record, struck terror into the hearts of the remaining 3 Kaguya ninjas. The surviving trio felt the weight of pressure shift towards them, their faces twitching in distress. Akali's unwavering confidence, emanating from her prowess, instilled dread. Any initial assurance the Kaguya ninjas harbored had evaporated following the loss of their comrades. "Little Stone, I shall protect you. You cover me. We merely need to hold out until Brother Big Stone and the Elder resolve matters on the other side." The second son of Kaguya whispered, "And you, Saburo, if you wish to avoid sharing the fate of those on the ground, come forth to shield Little Stone." The second son of Kaguya, Little Stone, and Saburo formed a triangular formation, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. The second son no longer bore the arrogant demeanor he had displayed atop the mountain. In their eyes, Akali had ascended to the level of a true powerhouse, akin to the might of Kaguya's great warriors. Yet, the struggles of Akali were known only to herself. If a 6th-level ninja could be deemed fit for battle, Akali, at levels 8 or 9, would typically be considered a minor warrior. Nonetheless, her strength stemmed from techniques and equipment that transcended mere levels. Today, she had executed the secret technique twice in its entirety, leaving her utterly fatigued. This was the very reason she never employed the illusory cherry blossom technique. It demanded a higher threshold. Pushing her body to its limits, Akali could perform the secret technique thrice in a day, with the final attempt barely reaching half its potential. She could not afford to squander it on the 3 adversaries before her. Reflecting on the situation, she realized that the secret technique bore greater strength than the 1,000 birds, but also heavier burdens. Sasuke, at the age of 12, could execute the 1,000 birds 3 times a day, and here was Akali, merely 8 years old. The forthcoming battle would prove challenging, Akali pondered inwardly. Before me, the leading figure, Kaguya, is evidently an awakened one of the corpse vein bloodline. Akali has developed a profound understanding of the corpse vein, akin to a heavily armored behemoth in the canyon, foul and unyielding. The Shadow Fist is tasked with pruning the branches within the Balance sect. Today, however, I find myself aiding this group of mist shinobi. There are no weaklings among those who still draw breath. Yet, considering the time, that female Tsukinoko should be arriving soon. Earth release, earth pillar explosion, water release, water dragon bullet. Suddenly, the ground beneath Kaguya and her companions erupted with numerous towering earth pillars, lifting them skyward. As the pillars shattered with the intent to explode, Akali readied to launch her kunai in tandem, but she soon noticed a water dragon materializing in the void, whisking the trio away. That individual had been concealing the hand signs. A jolt of alarm surged within Akali. Meanwhile, the water dragon, carrying the trio away from the impending attack of the female Tsukinoko, now surged toward Akali. With no cover nearby, and no time to evade, Akali formed hand signs, preparing to withstand the onslaught with her chakra shield. Roaring forth, the water dragon charged. Indeed, the 40-sign water dragon bullet was significantly more formidable than the 4-sign variant. Earth release, earth flow wall. At that moment, a graceful figure interposed herself before Akali, clapping her hands upon the ground, causing a thick earthen wall to rise. It was the female Tsukinoko. You initiated a surprise attack, and yet you could not employ a more powerful jutsu? Akali couldn't help but complain. You merely set off a firecracker. Please, have some compassion for shinobi from our humble village. The Tsukinoko replied helplessly. She had more to say, but the water dragon bullet struck the earth wall, producing a tremendous roar. The earth pillar explosion was truly my best choice at that moment. Other options were either too grandiose or sluggish, and some lacked sufficient power, that Tsukinoko explained. Just as she was about to complete her thought, Akali's expression shifted. Grabbing the fabric of the Tsukinoko's attire, she forcefully pulled her downward. The Tsukinoko fell heavily into the mud, and in the next instant, a glistening white bone blade pierced through the softened earthen wall, aiming directly at them. Essence and shield. Akali summoned her chakra shield to withstand the blow. However, her mastery and chakra reserves were insufficient, allowing the shield to hold only for a fleeting moment. It was then that she recalled her ninja blade. Seizing the instant of the shield's defense, Akali drew her ninja blade. The clash produced a sharp, resonant sound. What is the situation over there? Not far from Akali's battlefield, a squad of Konoha ninjas stood on high alert. Excellent. Or rather, I sense we may not need to intervene, Hyūga Hiragi remarked with an odd expression. She has already eliminated 2. Only 5 remain, now 2 against 3. Really? Does that mean we want Tini to go out there? Hyūga Ikaru's face brightened, as he was not keen on encountering Akali. This squad was indeed the root unit arranged by Danzo, yet they were not donned in the root garb. Instead, wearing standard ninja attire. The 2 members of the root team, utilizing their Byakugan, followed closely behind Akali's Umbu squad. The root was aware that Kaguya had not departed, and they also understood the strength of the 2 Kaguya members. Their mission was to provide crucial support at a pivotal moment and then commence their performance. Who would have thought that Akali was so formidable, forcefully turning the tide despite being outnumbered? Captain, what shall we do next? Inquired Yashirina, glancing at oil girl Ryoma. Let us observe for now, Ryoma decided, regardless of which side finds itself at a disadvantage during the ensuing confrontation. We must intervene immediately to ensure that those Kaguya retrieve that item. Moreover, you 2 should remain hidden and continue surveillance. Ryoma instructed Hinata Ichiro and Hinata Hyde. Cats, dogs, and Yena, prepare yourselves. Ryoma then focused on his small team, comprising 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin, a typical formation within Konohagakure. The rotating Byakugan surveyed the current battlefield. Akali was engaged in a dazzling duel with Kaguya's second son, whose bone blade struck with tremendous force, while the bone spikes erupting from his body made defense nearly impossible. Akali had to rely on her agile movements to evade his attacks. Fortunately, she had already experienced countless deaths at the hands of Yasuo's windblade techniques in the realm of N, thus she was well versed in dealing with such unexpected assaults. However, as the fight escalated into a genuine clash of blades, no longer a mere assassination attempt, Kaguya's second son was astonished to discover that Akali's prowess was not as overwhelming as he had anticipated. At the very least, his size and strength allowed him to exert considerable pressure on her. Yet, it was not an absolute dominance. It could be said that Akali found herself at a disadvantage when forced into close quarters, feeling like she was unable to unleash her full potential. How burdensome. Skillfully dissipating the force of his strikes, Akali lamented inwardly. She felt as if she were ensnared by a Garen or a King Arthur, unable to escape or counter effectively, which was exceedingly frustrating. No, she must extricate herself from this predicament. Akali diligently studied Kaguya's second son's attack patterns, seeking an opportunity to break free, even if it meant using a smoke bomb with one hand. Meanwhile, having gradually discerned Akali's true strength, Kaguya's second son grew increasingly brazen, launching an onslaught akin to a tempest. From his palms, elbows, shoulders, chest, back, and knees, 16 bone spikes erupted, transforming him into a whirlwind of blades, a berserker swordsman spinning at high velocity. In martial arts, the knee, shoulder, and elbow are formidable weapons, and now, Kaguya's second son, harnessing his exceptional physical prowess and bloodline limits, had transformed himself into a terrifying weapon, fully unleashing their potential. Under such relentless assault, Akali was swiftly wounded, with the number of red marks on her body continuing to multiply, even though each bone spike that breached her defenses was mitigated by her chakra, shield, and armor. Along with her timely evasions resulting in only superficial injuries, the loss of blood would ultimately prove fatal. Sasuke had once faced 8 blades, yet here she contended with a total of 16. Her kunai had long since shattered under the unrelenting barrage, leaving her to rely on her sturdy explorer's bracers for defense. Perhaps she could retrieve her warden's armor from her equipment? Such all-encompassing armor would surely withstand these assaults. No, it is not yet time. Akali is acutely aware that her spatial storage abilities cannot be revealed at this moment. There is no hiding it. Resolutely, Akali made her decision. The female shinobi was intercepted by two other Kaguya ninjas, and the situation was perilous. Thus, a breakthrough from her side was imperative. Through a mental communication mask, a mysterious message was sent into the woods, and a shadowy figure suddenly emerged. "Wolf, bite him," Akali commanded, and a ghostly wolf opened its maw wide, sinking its fangs into the side of the Kaguya's second son. Restrained in his movements, the Kaguya's second son found an opportunity to escape. Let go, he snarled, viciously stabbing at the wolf spirit with his bone spike, only to be astonished as it pierced through the apparition, revealing not blood but glimmers of ethereal light. The Kaguya's second son momentarily froze. At that moment, Akali had already condensed her chakra into a phantom scythe, casting it towards the Kaguya's second son. Let go. As he watched the spinning scythe approach, he lost control, frantically stabbing at the wolf spirit with the bone spike. However, the wolf spirit was unlike any ordinary creature. It was composed not of flesh and blood, but of spiritual essence. You could not destroy its form directly. Instead, using a minuscule bone spike to puncture it allowed the spiritual essence to dissipate over time. After a frenzied struggle, the Kaguya's second son finally remembered the decapitation technique. With a swift stroke, he severed the head of the ghostly wolf, breaking free from its grasp, but at that moment, the whirling scythe was already upon him. He swung the bone spike, intending to deflect the scythe, but to his surprise, upon collision, the scythe suddenly disintegrated into countless motes of light, which then spread along his arm like a creeping malady. A chill suddenly coursed through his back. Akali's hand had grasped the bone spike extending from his back. The mark has been made. A cold, youthful voice resonated from behind him. Ultimate technique, dispersing blossom. Akali's right hand swung the scythe forward. With a sharp crack, the mark detonated, and Akali's scythe successfully penetrated the unique subcutaneous bone membrane of the Kaguya clan, severing the formidable spine known as the strongest spear, achieving a flawless decapitation. Akali released the bone spike and leaped back. The headless body of the Kaguya's second son erupted in a fountain of blood, staggering forward a few steps before collapsing. Blood staining the ground. Second son. A mournful cry echoed from afar, as the Kaguya's elder brother struggled to fend off the Umbu's relentless pursuit of the two Kaguya. Akali, with a satisfied smile, cast a disdainful glance at the encircled elder brother, who stumbled and fell to the ground. She was exhausted. Employing the chakra to materialize the energy scythe was an extremely draining endeavor, and her battle with the Kaguya's second son had also depleted her stamina. Compounded by the use of a burst instant technique, Akali needed a moment to recuperate. Quick, move. Oil Girl Ryoma commanded upon witnessing another casualty within the Kaguya ranks. Sensing that if they did not act soon, Akali would finish them off. She was too formidable. Secret technique, infestation worm. In the midst of a chaotic battlefield, the oil-haired Ryoma surged ahead as a swarm of parasitic insects descended, instantaneously slicing through the tension. Surrounded by the relentless horde, the formidable figures of Kaguya Otsutsuki and Kaguya Daisher found themselves in a predicament akin to the invincible Saitama struggling against mere mosquitoes. Despite their mastery of physical techniques, Kaguya was rendered helpless against the minuscule attackers. The swarm divided the battlefield, allowing the remaining duo from Ryoma's squad to rush to the rescue of the fallen Tsunade, who lay gazing up at the azure sky. A gentle voice broke through her daze, followed by the sensation of soft hands lifting her. With golden, flowing hair and a serene, maternal smile accentuated by charming black glasses, the tender young lady cradled Akali's head upon her lap. "Are you all right?" inquired the healer, Nanoyuki, her hands shimmering with a green glow, beginning the healing process. "I'm fine," Akali responded, enveloped in warmth, both from the green light and the soft cushion of her healer's lap. An enchanting fragrance surrounded her, prompting a soft hum of contentment as her delicate orange-hued eyes fluttered closed, relishing the experience of a beautiful maiden's lap pillow. A luxury she had not savored in her previous life, Akali felt a surge of happiness. Yet, her heart swelled with greater joy at the prospect of reinforcements. This battle was nearing its conclusion, and she still possessed a final burst of strength. Beyond that, she would have to resort to the 8 gates. Having only unlocked the first gate, her inexperience was evident, primarily due to her frail physique. She was reluctant to exert herself further, wishing only for the chance to rest peacefully on the gentle lap of her companion, free from the burden of her mask. which was necessary for her duties in the Umbu. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, Ryoma had successfully subdued Kagaya Daisher and Kagaya Otsutsuki, while the remaining 2 Kagaya ninjas were captured by the rest of the team. What is going on? Why are the Kagaya clan ninjas clashing with the Umbu within the borders of the Land of Fire? Ryoma questioned. If our squad hadn't happened upon this, wouldn't you be in dire straits? How could the Umbu have made such a grave intelligence error? Senior, thank you for your assistance. Nara Karaki responded with a wry smile, tinged with embarrassment, acknowledging the intelligence blunder that led them to underestimate the enemy's numbers. Their mission had originally been one of reconnaissance. Akali, how are you? He inquired, inspecting his team member. I'm okay. Akali signaled back. A sigh of relief escaped Nara Karaki. Nothing could surpass the joy of a squad emerging unscathed from a fierce battle. As he surveyed the scene, he noted that out of the 7 Kagaya ninjas present, Akali had single-handedly dispatched 3. Meanwhile, Tsunade lay exhausted on the ground, and their primary tank, Akimichi Tomaru, bore significant injuries, with several others also wounded. Without Akali's miraculous red vial, they doubted their ability to press on. The Kagaya subordinate who had captured Riko met his end at Akali's blade, leaving only Kagaya Daisher from that squad alive, who was subsequently captured, avenging Riko's demise. How wonderful! Nara Karaki nodded, silently commending his foresight in recruiting Akali to their team. The battle has concluded, and the ninjas of Konoha are diligently clearing the battlefield. The captured members of the Kagaya clan are to be subdued and interrogated. However, Gunyuin approaches Akari, bowing deeply as he expresses his heartfelt gratitude, saying, Arigato gozaimasu. He is acutely aware that without Akari, the outcome of this battle would have been drastically different. Even without the assistance of Oil Woman Ryoma's team, their chances of victory were substantially bolstered by her presence. Akari swiftly dispatches the Kagaya clan member, holding Riko, and Gunyuin is immensely thankful. Haha, no need for thanks. After all, I am also a ninja of Konoha. It is my duty. Akari replies, rising to her feet, realizing it is no longer appropriate to lean on the lady's legs. No, I am truly grateful. I know for certain that, relying solely on my own strength, avenging Riko would have been utterly impossible. Gunyuin insists, bowing solemnly once more. Akari ponders for a moment but accepts his gratitude graciously, waiting until he finishes his bow before assisting him back up. After all, some emotions, when left unexpressed, can be quite burdensome. All right, let us assist the captain in clearing the battlefield and prepare to return. Everyone is weary from this battle. Akari instructs Gunyuin. He nods gently, acknowledging her words, and turns to approach the captives. At that moment, the Kagaya members lie unconscious on the ground, having succumbed to insect bites. While Oil Woman Ryoma and Nara Shumaki are searching their bodies, Gunyuin approaches silently, and as Nara Shumaki looks up, curious about Gunyuin's intentions, he suddenly brandishes a kunai and lunges downward. Nara Shumaki instinctively rolls away, evading Gunyuin's thrust aimed at Kagaya Daisher. Gunyuin, have you lost your mind? Nara Shumaki scolds loudly, but Gunyuin disregards him and leaps again, intent on killing Kagaya Daisher. Reluctantly, Nara Shumaki steps forward to intercept Gunyuin. Gunyuin, stop. I understand your hatred. We are all deeply saddened by Riko's fate. However, now that we have captured him, he must be returned to the village for processing. Once he has undergone interrogation by various departments, do you truly fear he will escape justice? As Nara Shumaki engages Gunyuin, Akiato Tobii also realizes the gravity of the situation. He charges forward, using his considerable bulk to restrain Gunyuin. Indeed, Gunyuin, the captain is right. As members of the Umbu, we must adhere to our code of conduct. Akiato Tobii urges. With Akiato Tobii's formidable physique, it is not particularly difficult to subdue the slender Gunyuin, who struggles helplessly against the grip. Tears finally break through his otherwise stoic facade. Captain, Tobii, I implore you, allow me to kill him. Let me do it now. Do not let him reach the village. The longer we wait, the greater the uncertainty. I want him dead this instant. Gunyuin cries out. Faced with their companion's desperate pleas, Akiato Tobii's strong arms falter momentarily. Gunyuin's frantic cries reveal the depth of his anguish. Riko's death has impacted him more profoundly than anyone could have imagined. Beneath the cold exterior of his mask and the enveloping black cloak lies a soul steeped in sorrow, invisible to all but the most discerning eyes. Akali recalled the code of the Umbu. One may weep, yet refrain from allowing tears to escape the confines of the mask. One may smile, yet must suppress any sound. The umbu, as delineated in the code, embody the epitome of the perfect ninja, cold and mechanical. Yet how can one expect a human to become mere machinery, a tool? From a personal standpoint, I would have no qualms about eliminating him. But even beyond the confines of the umbu, as a ninja, rules must be upheld. They are not to be breached. Nara Shikaku found himself in a quandary. In the realm of ninjas, those who contravene the established regulations are deemed worthless. Would you wish for Reiko to discover that her beloved has been rendered worthless? Nara Shikaku articulated, and with those words, he shattered the defenses of Kuzunohara, who collapsed to the ground in tears. No, I cannot concur with the captain's statement, Akali interjected after a moment of watching. In the world of ninjas, those who violate the rules are labeled as waste. However, rules are crafted by humans. It is those who fail to understand the necessity of their destruction who are truly waste. Regulations are but impediments. Let those who establish the rules be the ones to adhere to them. Kuzunohara was momentarily stunned. Let him kill, Akali declared. I fear that may not be feasible. The onlooking oil woman Ryoma remarked nonchalantly. The silence that had settled after Akali's bold declaration was abruptly disrupted, drawing everyone's attention back to Ryoma. She tossed the scroll in her hand, its azure ends juxtaposed against a prominent water character emblazoned upon a white background adorned with black dots. A foreboding sense enveloped the crowd upon sight of the scroll. What is this? Nara Shikaku inquired knowingly. It is a messenger's missive. Oil woman Ryoma responded. Of course, one could also interpret it as a letter from Lord Mizukage to Lord Hokage. These individuals are the messengers. With a sigh, oil woman Ryoma rose. I have been listening for quite some time and have grasped the general circumstances. I empathize with your plight. I too have endured the anguish of losing comrades. Furthermore, these mist ninjas, while bearing the mantle of messengers, attacked Konoha with ill intent. Though I am unaware of their purpose, should you choose to kill, I harbor no objections. Moreover, my team will remain silent about this matter, treating it as if these mist ninjas were slain in battle, and regarding this missive, it shall remain unseen. Choose, esteemed umbu. Oil woman Ryoma tossed the scroll into Nara Shikaku's hands. Shall you destroy the scroll and eliminate these Kagaya, or preserve the scroll and return both the document and the individuals to Konoha? However, once returned, the fate of these individuals will no longer be ours to dictate. Decide swiftly, as I presume you have summoned reinforcements. Time is of the essence. Upon hearing Ryoma's words, Kuzunohara and Nara Shikaku snapped back to reality. There was no time for hesitation. Thud, thud, thud. Kuzunohara was the first to bow repeatedly. I implore you, Captain, allow me to kill him. You are aware of our village, of our Hokage. Upon our return, it is highly likely he will be released. Captain, I do not wish to gamble. I want him dead now. Kuzunohara screamed, and Nara Shikaku visibly wavered, his hesitation palpable even through the mask. Nara Shuki bit his lip tightly. Bearing the weight of being both the captain and the intellect of the Nara clan of Konohagakure, the strongest of this generation, he possessed a clearer understanding of the village's situation than even the likes of Midorikawa. Presently, the various ninja villages were stirring restlessly, and the spark of war was poised to ignite, with the potential assassination of this envoy serving as the catalyst. Such an act would be entirely uncharacteristic of the third Hokage. Moreover, the mist envoy's disregard for protocol, stealthily entering the land of fire and ambushing the Hokage's direct umbu to incite conflict, presented opportunities that could yield greater advantages for Konoha. If not for this envoy status, Konoha could exact retribution, exchanging a life for a life, and the matter could be resolved with minimal loss. However, with the added layer of his role as an envoy, Konoha's accountability could yield even greater benefits. Yet, conversely, this individual would undoubtedly need to be returned. Should they desire to eliminate him afterward, it would not be so simple. Captain, Midorikawa's voice was filled with anguish. Nara Shuki gazed at the scroll in his hand, feeling as if it bore not ink, but rather a blazing fire. At that moment, all attention was drawn to the two figures at the center, leaving no one to notice the faint smile at the corner of Aburame Ryoma's mouth. As a rival, he found comfort in witnessing the Konoha umbu embroiled in their internal strife, and he was the one who had instigated it. Aburame Ryoma's gaze shifted towards Akari. Just wait, the individual will undoubtedly be returned to Konoha, and likewise, he shall be returned to the mist. Without this, how could one expose the third's weaknesses and Konoha's frailties? Not to mention the inadequacies of the ninja under the third's command? Your talents would be regrettably wasted should you not join the roots. Shuki, have you considered that this is an envoy? Killing him could very well trigger a war. Shuki spoke with difficulty. Midorikawa protested, but he didn't consider the potential for war when he killed Reiko. He is a madman. The Kagaya clan's ninjas are all insane. They do not contemplate the consequences, yet we must. Shuki roared in response. Just because he is a madman. Must I suffer injury? Should Reiko be sacrificed? Am I to be punished for being a sane individual? Why must I yield to the whims of a lunatic? Shuki found himself at a loss for words. Midorikawa's argument was valid. The victim bore no guilt, and the innocent should not be forced to concede. Often, society seeks to impose grand ideologies to pressure victims into submission. But should the victim truly be expected to acquiesce? Must they remain humble, accepting their misfortune? Yet, this was war. Shuki felt an overwhelming frustration. Why was it he who had to face such a dilemma? Why could this Kagaya not meet her demise quietly, without attacking their squad? Despite the multitude of whys swirling in his mind, he knew as the captain, he must strive to console his team. War will claim many lives. Shuki explained, his voice pale. You may perish, Reiko's friends may perish, her closest companions, relatives, even her parents could fall. I believe Reiko would not wish to witness such devastation. Furthermore, should Reiko fall in battle, the village will offer compensation, and the mist will also provide reparations. There will undoubtedly be an account settled for Reiko's fate. Shuki painstakingly constructed his words. Yet at this moment, the eyes beneath the mask of the green wilderness had grown utterly indifferent. Captain, is it enough to merely compensate with money after taking a life? The voice of the green wilderness was frigid. No, certainly not. A life for a life, Shuki stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, a life must be repaid with a life, and debts must be settled. This is the natural order. Rising to his feet, the green wilderness tightly gripped a kunai. A gift from Reiko. He advanced, passing by Shuki. Captain, I hope you will not impede me. Should you stand in my way, there will be no friendship left. Only enmity. The green wilderness raised his right hand, the sharp kunai poised to plunge into Kagaya's heart. Shadow mimicry technique. In that final moment, Shuki managed to seize the green wilderness. I have contemplated this. You, Shuki spoke earnestly, do not advise others to be virtuous without having endured their suffering. I cannot occupy the high moral ground to coerce your concession. That would be hypocritical. You have the right to demand a life in return. Therefore, I do not implore you to relent, but rather speak from my own standpoint, from the perspective of my own interests. I wish to prevent war, even the possibility of it. I must stop you. What stands in your way is not merely your captain or your superiors, but a fellow Konoha ninja, your adversary, Shuki. With this declaration, he made his choice, not as a sanctimonious figure urging kindness, but as a self-serving individual acting in his own interest. Ha 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 ha. The green wilderness erupted into maniacal laughter. Following the laughter came fierce struggle. The shadows enveloping the green wilderness receded and surged anew. It was a battle of two men, two ninjas, engaged in a tug of war, expending their last vestiges of strength. Oh! Both the green wilderness and Shuki cried out in unison. Both were ninjutsu practitioners. And while Shuki's secret techniques demanded immense chakra, the green wilderness's own techniques were numerous, incurring considerable expenditure as well. However, Shuki's overall capabilities surpassed those of the green wilderness, nurtured from a young age as a master of medicinal arts, granting him a naturally superior physique. This contest, with everything at stake, would likely conclude with Shuki's victory. After all, objective reality does not bend to human will. Unless the green wilderness possessed a desperate technique like the 8 gates. Clearly, he did not. Otherwise, he would have clashed with those Kagaya ninjas from the outset. Thud! The green wilderness collapsed, despite his incessant commands for his body to move. 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 Yet, without fuel, even the mightiest of machines cannot run. Exhausted, he lacked the strength to even weep, silent tears streaming down his face. Breathe deeply, Akari, he murmured. Open the gate. The final surge of chakra struck his brain. And under Akari's careful impact, a fissure opened in the left hemisphere. Taking another deep breath, Akari continued her assault. Bang! This time, the previously loosened gate finally cracked open significantly, clearing Akari's mind as her bodily restraints began to lift, chakra gradually returning to her form. Chaos of inner and outer. Akali unleashed her third execution of the day, a dazzling flash slicing through the air. Before anyone could react, the messenger scroll in Nara Karaki's hand was snatched away, while the four captives lying on the ground met their gruesome fate. In the blink of an eye, a white figure darted past Kagaya's neck, resulting in a brutal severance. The messenger scroll was tossed into the sky as Akali formed a hand seal, wind release, pressure damage. A tempestuous sphere of wind shredded the scroll into fragments. I am not a member of the Umbu, merely a passerby executing justice. Akali proclaimed. We are the Lumber Coalition. If Konoha is a big family, then the matters of one are the matters of all. When our own are wronged, we must strive to retaliate. I fear not war. If Kirigakure dares to strike, let them come. I am unafraid, and I am willing to take responsibility for my actions. With a serious gaze, Akali concluded her words. Nara Karaki, upon hearing this, could not help but smile wryly. Well, this is indeed intriguing. Yazaki Nanoyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity towards Akali at that moment. She was no longer just a target, but someone of interest. Well done. Akadu Tub silently applauded Akali, preferring her ideology over that of his childhood friend. Thank you. Green Wild Plane gasped, expelling his last breath. Nearby, Oil Woman Ryoma, who had orchestrated this grand spectacle, felt a profound disturbance within. An unforeseen path, he lamented, realizing the third possibility. As he gazed at Akali and recalled her earlier words, he found himself questioning the omnipotent Danzo. Perhaps, the unfolding of events would not align with Danzo's desires after all. A sudden clarity washed over him. Hurry, hurry, over there. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from behind, akin to the tardy arrival of the police, as reinforcements broke the silence of the battlefield. With fresh forces joining the fray, the cleanup accelerated. Konoha's ninjas discovered the Kirigakure vessels by the riverside, as well as the data collected from the Konoha watchtowers. As the information consolidated, the Umbu team gradually grasped the purpose of the messenger scroll. Kagaya's true mission was undoubtedly to acquire the watchtower data, and the scroll might have been their trump card for survival once surrounded. In essence, these individuals were not genuine messengers. Yet, discussing this now seemed futile. The consequences of the earlier argument remained unresolved, and the four team members could not return to their former camaraderie. As the Oil Woman's team departed, she expressed her gratitude to Akali, informing everyone that she would return to her village to press Kirigakure for answers. On the way back, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Due to Akali's decisive actions, Nara Karaki and Green Wild Plane had not completely severed ties, yet a significant chasm now lay between them, one not easily bridged. Akali discerned the profound impact this incident had on Nara Shiriki, leading him into a prolonged contemplation. What truly constitutes righteousness? What is the essence of an answer? This question may linger in Shiriki's mind until the end of his days. Akali sighed inwardly, surprised that her small team had only undertaken a single mission before facing disbandment. As they journeyed, the silent Shiriki suddenly spoke. I will keep this matter concealed. No documentation, no messengers. The intent to gather intelligence on the land of fire by the hidden mist has been thwarted, as my team, in collaboration with the Oil Girl Squad, successfully eliminated the threat. Silence enveloped the group. None understood the implications, and Shiriki offered no further explanation, merely stating the fact. The sentry data revealed that the enemy's desire for our demise persists, necessitating adjustments along the border, yet these matters no longer concerned the team. Time seemed to crawl during their mission, but their return felt swift. Soon, the 5th squad arrived back in Konoha. This concludes the report on our mission, Shiriki conveyed slowly. Indeed, you encountered numerous challenges, remarked the 3rd Hokage, taking a drag from his cigarette. The land of water is quite restless. Take some time to recuperate. Your efforts have been commendable. The 3rd continued, acknowledging the unraveling of the hidden mist conspiracy, fraught with peril, which had claimed one of their teammates initially. With 2 missions merged, consider this an S-rank assignment. Rest for a while, more tasks await. He waved Shiriki off. However, Shiriki remained, a somewhat awkward smile gracing his face as he stood his ground. Lord Hokage, our team requires new members. Although we have Akali now, it is unlikely that the previous member, Kusanagi, will continue. New members? The 3rd Hokage pondered. I shall consider this. Pray tell, provide me with more details about Akali. As Shiriki reported to the 3rd, Oil Girl Ryoma was similarly briefing Danzo. Danzo was astonished by the completeness of their battle report. So formidable. Such divergent choices may not serve my purposes? He mused. No matter. If they cannot be utilized by me, they remain beyond the third's control. Ultimately, it all hinges on relationships. You mentioned someone from their team withdrawing, correct? A thought began to form in Danzo's mind. What of Yano? After the mission concluded and the rewards were distributed, Akali wandered the streets of Konoha alone, aimlessly reflecting on the exhilarating experiences she had just endured. Akali. Suddenly, a familiar presence approached swiftly, causing Akali to feel a gentle weight on her back as a soft, warm figure pressed against her, crimson locks cascading down her neck. Kushina. Akali smiled. Aren't you supposed to be in school today? Today is Sunday, silly. How could you forget the day of the week? Kushina playfully chided. As Akali turned to gaze at the lovely face so close to hers, unable to resist playfully pinching Kushina's pert nose. My apologies. The chaos of the recent missions has muddled my sense of time, Akali expressed, her voice tinged with regret. There's no need to apologize for that. Kushina shook her head, freeing herself from Akali's playful antics. Affectionately, she pressed her cheek against Akali's, their soft faces squishing together, with black and red hair intertwining. Akali squinted her eyes, gently kneading Kushina's delicate hand that hung before her chest. The gentle touch of Kushina's soft cheeks brought her a sense of comfort, and she quietly relished the warmth of the moment shared with her friend. After a while, Kushina noticed that Akali neither pushed her away with a complaint of heat nor responded with fervor. Instead, she was unusually quiet. This prompted Kushina to cease her actions and scrutinize Akali's profile. Have you encountered something troubling? Kushina inquired perceptively, noticing the exhaustion reflected in Akali's eyes. At that moment, Akali felt relatively fine. It was primarily the atmosphere from their recent mission that had drained her. Upon returning to the village, a profound fatigue washed over her. Is it due to the Umbu mission? Kushina asked, a hint of shame creeping in. Akali, merely a year older, had already joined the Umbu, contributing to the village, while Kushina remained at the Ninja Academy, carefree and playful. Yes. Akali admitted candidly, some events occurred during the mission. Were they related to me? Kushina asked. After a moment's thought, Akali shook her head. No, I was more of an observer. Then, may I ask you to share? Kushina inquired cautiously. Akali fell silent, and Kushina understood. Matters concerning the Umbu were shrouded in secrecy. Deciding to shift the mood, Kushina slid off Akali and grasped her hand earnestly, asking, Shall I request Lord Hokage to reassign you? You could protect me from now on. No, that's unnecessary, Akali declined gently. Remaining in my comfort zone hinders progress. I merely need a moment to rest and refresh my spirit. She was aware that Kushina, as a Jinchuriki, was always surrounded by protective Umbu, and if she agreed, it would likely mean disguising herself to accompany Kushina, which was not her path. Is that so? Kushina pondered for a moment before devising a way to uplift Akali's spirits. She seized Akali's hand and began to lead her in a particular direction. Then come with me. I want to show you what we are currently working on. Akali obediently followed Kushina. Before long, Kushina brought her to a small training ground. Huff, huff. Next, the boisterous sounds filled the air before they even stepped inside. Akali focused her gaze and discovered that the place was bustling with students from the Ninja Academy, many of whom were familiar faces. Moreover, she spotted Uchiha Hai, Namikaze Minato, Yamanaka Shika, and Hyūga Shinji, who appeared to be guiding the academy students, despite being students themselves. What is this? Akali questioned Kushina, perplexed. It's the Balanced Sect. Kushina introduced with a hint of pride. The Balanced Sect. Akali looked intently at the scene, and gradually, disbelief mingled in her expression. You truly established this. Indeed. Kushina proudly lifted her head, her lips betraying an uncontrollable smile, her face radiating an invitation for compliments. Truly impressive. Akali couldn't help but reach out to pinch Kushina's soft, delicate face, which felt exquisite to the touch. Initially, Akali's concept of the Equilibrium sect existed solely in her mind. She envisioned a collaborative study group where the gifted would aid the struggling, sharing knowledge and balancing each other's strengths and weaknesses. However, after a wave of shadow clone teachings, they unexpectedly found themselves establishing a structured organization with Kushina at its helm. Hehe, it's everyone's collective achievement. Kushina chuckled innocently. I never imagined so many would be willing to help. The wise elder acted as a caring older brother, occasionally offering guidance in combat techniques. Minato imparted tactical knowledge, while I taught chakra control and application. Senior Jiwei covered miscellaneous topics, and Uchiha High provided instruction in shuriken and combat strategies, effectively encompassing all that the Ninja Academy had to offer. As for this venue, it was rented with the fees collected from everyone, and many were eager to join our study group, particularly those affluent commoners without a legacy. Remarkable. Akali marveled again, recognizing that at such a young age, Kushina had accomplished something truly noteworthy by integrating and utilizing the resources at hand. As for why Akali attributed the success to Kushina, it was evident. Only Kushina possessed the social standing, background, and resources to serve as the organizer, and only she could engage in such whimsical endeavors. Akali, meanwhile, could merely be considered a spiritual leader, albeit also the practical overseer, as many had gathered due to her influence. Gazing at this modest venue, reflecting on the experiences from her Umbu missions and the system's persistent desire for her to gain notoriety, Akali began to comprehend her aspirations. Even though it was ostensibly a study group, since it was named the Equilibrium Sect, it ought to impart some teachings pertinent to that theme. While she could not teach the monopolized ninjutsu, she possessed knowledge in other areas. Techniques such as the ninja sickle method, assassination skills, footwork, the crafting and application of specialized smoke bombs, swordsmanship, and various other skills, though not overwhelmingly powerful, were more than sufficient for instructing the students of the Ninja Academy. Furthermore, the elite quartet present, Hinata, Jiwei, Uchiha High, and Minato, deserved some form of reward or compensation. Since the Equilibrium Sect had been established, it should be allowed to flourish. Perhaps one day it could genuinely evolve into a formidable force. Much like the Whampoa Military Academy, this would become Akali's own version of such an institution. Time to start saving again. Akali sighed, realizing that her current resources were far from sufficient to fully develop the Equilibrium Sect. Minato, Uchiha High, the remarkable elder, and Jiwei. Akali called these four to her, as she had some items to distribute among them. As for Kushina, she had other contributions to make. Akali allocated some equipment and supplies. Adhering to the principle of trusting those she employed, having resolved to sustain the Equilibrium Sect, she recognized the necessity of providing what was due. Moreover, the core quintet, consisting of Hinata, Uchiha, and the likes, exhibits a unique blend of independence and camaraderie. Akali, being exceptionally generous, shared an assortment of items among them. Yasuo, during his formative years, honed his skills with a long sword, while he entrusted the Doran's blade to Uchiha and gifted the holy silver crossbow and recurved bow to Hinata. The broken blade of Yon was made available for shared use by Kushina, along with culinary delicacies and the forbidden statue for Shimi. The technique of the ninja scythe was imparted to Minato, who received a pair of critical strike gauntlets that Akali deemed fitting for him, given their similar paths. She distributed potions, biscuits, and various trinkets, parting with her Doran's ring, albeit Kushina had no need for it. Nevertheless, Akali felt it necessary to make a gesture. Upon completing the distribution, Akali realized that rune equipment had varying compatibility among individuals, and only she could utilize them seamlessly, while others depended on specific circumstances. Fortunately, the items she bestowed were adequately suited to each recipient. Uchiha's inherent combativeness, Hinata's reliance on archery due to his impaired vision, Minato's agility, and Shimi's need for nurturing insects to conserve mana, alongside Kushina's simple appreciation for the Doran's ring's aesthetic, contributed to a balanced establishment of their sect. This equilibrium had genuinely evolved into a learning and support group, with Akali's ultimate aim being the unity of the core five, a strategic yet casual endeavor. After treating them to a barbecue, Akali returned home, where she discovered her recent mission had yielded 250,000, supplemented by a monthly salary of 100,000, allowing her to amass a total of 380,000, just enough to synthesize an item she coveted. Would you like to spend 750,000 and a gear slot to synthesize the Hextech gunblade? Yes, confirming in her mind. Akali understood that finished equipment differed from raw materials, requiring a gear slot. She pondered whether these slots were limited to 6, akin to a game, or if they functioned like numerous backpack spaces. Regardless, the Hextech gunblade was an ideal fit for her, warranting a gear slot. Upon confirmation, the Hextech revolver and Bilgewater cutlass vanished from her inventory, replaced by the pristine Hextech gunblade. Hextech gunblade, 40 attack power, 80 spell power, Inflicts damage while siphoning life energy from enemies to heal oneself. Unique active. Lightning Bolt. Fires a lightning bolt, dealing 175, 253, 30 spell power, magical damage. Curious about the lifesteal properties of the Hextech Gunblade and the nature of its self-replenishing effect, Akali contemplated testing it on a chicken. Meanwhile, she could experiment with the lightning bolt effect immediately. With a swift motion, she created a shadow clone. I shall find you a chicken. May I utilize it as a target for the experiment? The clone proposed, attempting to negotiate. Such matters are best experienced firsthand. Akali revealed a ruthless smile. Be gentle. I still feel like a pitiful being begging for mercy. Bang! The shadow clone exploded under the assault of the lightning projectile, and Akali withdrew her right hand, which had launched the attack, sneering dismissively, how verbose. Clang. Having said that, Akali fell rigidly to the ground like a wooden stick, taking a moment to regain her senses. Ouch, that truly hurts. Thankfully, I never played AD, Akali lamented, reflecting on the sensation of being struck by the lightning projectile. She recalled how the AD champions in the canyon had to endure the relentless onslaught of the technogun before it was removed. How did they persevere? However, the technogun's effects were indeed quite dazzling, akin to the palm lightning described in novels. No wind-up required. Akali could unleash it with a mere gesture. Yet, it took 1 second to release and an hour to recharge, and once placed in the equipment slot, the Hextech Gunblade could no longer be retrieved. The reason remaining a mystery. Nonetheless, that was sufficient. Akali needed only the attribute enhancements provided by the technogun. Bang! Akali conjured another shadow clone. Go buy some chicken. Hurry back. Otherwise, prepare to face the lightning projectile. Akali threatened, having instituted a regime of strict control over her shadow clones since they had begun to take on tasks. Where there is oppression, there shall be resistance. The proletariat shadow clones would one day unite to overthrow the tyrannical rule of their capitalist counterpart. The revolutionary clone declared passionately. Akali raised her gaze, her other hand already grasping a kunai. Sigh, enough. The shadow clone shook its head. We are of the same origin. Why be so hasty to harm one another? Remember, pain inflicted upon me is also felt by you. I shall take my leave. The shadow clone departed, and Akali rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Her shadow clones were rather peculiar, reminiscent of her quirky hair, as though they represented an incomplete version of herself. Or perhaps a facet of her had been separated. Facing the mirror, Akali smoothed out her hair, which had wilted in response to her poor mood, and began with 3 ums. Today, Akali shall be full of energy. Her quirky hair swayed slightly, seemingly responding to her words, and Akali nodded in satisfaction. Seizing the moment while the shadow clone was away, she pondered another matter. Would you like to spend 1,050,000 and bind a slot to synthesize Magi's Soulstealer? Yes. With a total of 30 layers, the 4 layers of the Dark Seal dissipated, transforming into 125 layers in the equipment slot, with 4 layers of the Kill Book already accumulated. Unfortunately, the Watcher's armor had to remain at home due to the lack of an equipment slot. Akali longed to wear it, but felt that such heavy armor would be too conspicuous for her at the moment. Magi's Soulstealer, 20 ability power, 100 health. Kills provide stacks of ability power, up to 125 stacks for an increase of 125 ability power. At 50 stacks, a bonus of 10 movement speed is granted. 4125. Once fully stacked, Magi's Soulstealer will continue to accumulate, but will only provide a slight bonus based on the quality of the harvest. Wow. After perusing the introduction to the Book of Murder, Akali let out a gasp of astonishment. The infinitely stackable Book of Murder is reminiscent of the divine artifact wielded by the deceased bard in the early lore, is it not? How remarkable! With the technological firearm and the Book of Murder, Akali gathers the core components of her build. Could this be considered a significant milestone? The Book of Murder requires stacking, and so does the Overgrowth. Akali's journey to strength is indeed a formidable one. She summoned the description of Overgrowth. Overgrowth grants 3/5 additional maximum health, and for every 8 units you slay, you permanently gain 3 maximum health. Currently, an additional 3 health points have been acquired. Overgrowth has no cap, slaying grants health, and health is intrinsically linked to Akali's physical prowess, making it exceedingly vital. However, Akali must also exercise restraint. It is precisely because killing can enhance her power that she strives to refrain from it. The sight of Kagaya's demeanor weighs heavily on her. She does not wish to become a creature of insatiable bloodlust. With the task completed, Akali found herself with some free time, engaging in self-training and occasionally visiting the balanced sex training grounds. She would then seek out Kushina for energy replenishment, casually interacting with the Uchiha clan and chatting with friends, making an effort to remain connected to the community. Thus, amidst leisure, the second Umbu mission soon arrived, accompanied by the arrival of new teammates. "Are we departing now?" Akali inquired of Kuroyama. "Indeed, we are off. The Umbu is not suited for me," Kuroyama replied nonchalantly, explaining that he had returned merely to tidy up his locker for the newcomers and to catch a glimpse of his teammates. "What are your plans next?" Akali asked. "Perhaps I shall become a teacher at the Ninja Academy or lead a team, though I am uncertain if my abilities suffice," Kuroyama contemplated. "I have come to a realization. With Riko's vengeance avenged, I cannot remain in despair indefinitely. Let this be a new beginning." His return was also an opportunity to express his gratitude to Akali and bid farewell to the captain and others. "Thanks to you, we have not descended into enmity, and at least in future encounters, we shall not ignore each other, so a farewell is necessary." Narakurama expressed his regret. Kuroyama chuckled lightly. "No need to fret, Captain. Your words were clear, and understanding them has lessened my resentment. Henceforth, we may not be friends, but we shall acknowledge each other." Narakurama nodded and stepped back, making way for Akimichi Tamakase. "What transpired that day was my fault. There is little more to say. Just remember not to forget my barbecue after you settle down," Akimichi Tamakase jovially declared. "Fear not, you rotund glutton. I will not forget your barbecue. You shall feast to your heart's content," Kuroyama teased, patting Tamakase's belly. After exchanging farewells, Tamakase stepped aside, revealing the gentle blonde beauty, Medic Nanu, who had been obscured by his considerable bulk. Kuroyama placed a reassuring hand on Medic Nanoyu's shoulder. Having encountered her during a previous mission, he was well aware of her exceptional medical ninjutsu and felt no apprehension. "Do well, my junior. Medical ninjutsu is the backbone of any team." Upon concluding the conversation, Leviahara turned to his former comrades. "You all must take good care of the medical ninja. Rest assured, there is no issue. I am quite formidable." Akali patted her chest, her confidence as barren as ever. "By the way, if you attend the Ninja Academy, you must assist in looking after the study assistance group my friends established, called the Equilibrium Sect." "Equilibrium Sect?" Leviahara paused momentarily, then nodded. "I shall remember that. I will certainly help when the opportunity arises." Thus, Leviahara departed, and the pharmacist Yano Yu officially joined the 5th Division of the Umbu. The group donned their Umbu attire and set forth, engaging in their customary bonding activities along the way. This mission was a collective endeavor, with the objective being the gathering at the Land of Rice. "Captain, how many batches have we had now?" Akali withdrew her single-handed scythe from the chest of a rather flamboyant character, contemplated briefly, and then exchanged it for a more practical double-bladed scythe. The double-bladed scythe resembled a 3-pronged spear with one prong removed, proving effective for combat. The single-handed scythe was sealed back into the storage scroll on Akali's back. Their current mission was assigned by the Umbu, yet it was not to be executed under their Umbu identities. Everyone was clad in conventional ninja attire instead. At last, Akali was able to carry the beloved large scroll she crafted with Kushina, a substantial storage scroll capable of holding numerous items, filled to the brim with her weapons, gear, and daily necessities. "I wonder, is this the 5th batch or the 6th? Nara Karuki replied uncertainly. "The Land of Rice is exceedingly chaotic. We haven't had a decent meal along the way." Akiyato Tobe lamented. For the Akiyato clan, not being able to eat is truly the worst predicament. The Land of Water was purging the evil god cult, while the Rain Village previously invaded the Iron Country. Konoha, now on high alert, began a thorough cleanup, leaving the Land of Rice as a dumping ground for surrounding nations. Wandering ninjas and those drawn by the chaos in the Land of Rice had turned it into utter disarray. Among the surrounding nations, only the Land of Rice lacked its own ninja organization, with the traditional sound 3 clans barely managing to oversee the capital of the Land of Rice. However, just ahead lies the capital of the Land of Rice. Yano Yu remarked, "Our troops are stationed just outside the capital. Surely we will be able to enjoy a hearty meal there." Akiyato Tobe felt somewhat embarrassed, not expecting that the newcomer would provide him comfort. "I was merely speaking casually. I didn't mean to express any complaints." "I know." Yano Yu smiled warmly and radiantly. "Everyone must be tired from the journey. Let us quicken our pace to rest." "Aye." 2. Am feeling the strain from these past few days of intense travel. Wow, did our squad save the world in a past life? We are incredibly fortunate to have both the immensely talented genius Akali-chan and the gentle, lovely healer with us. Nara Karuki exclaimed dramatically. All right, in that case, let us hasten our steps toward the camp. Go, go, go. Akali replied that she was doing rather well. Throughout their journey, they had vanquished numerous wandering ninjas and samurai factions, which had granted her a surge of power from her kill book and overgrowth. Aside from the modest increase in spell strength from the kill book due to the caliber of foes, the overgrowth welcomed all challengers. With the activation of overgrowth, the additional health bestowed upon her made Akali feel as though her physical development was accelerating. She merely hoped that this overgrowth would not manifest in peculiar areas. After another hurried trek, having dispatched 2 more obstructive teams, the group finally arrived at the outskirts of the capital of the Land of Rice. Report. Please enter. The 4 of them stepped into the tent. Reporting, Minister. The 2nd Division of the 1st Team from the Umbu has arrived. Nara Shikaki saluted. At ease. The individual behind a mountain of documents did not lift his head. Moments later, after seemingly finishing the review of the documents in hand, Kakashi Hitaki finally raised his gaze. It was him. Akali was taken aback. Her signature technique, the double kill, had been thwarted by him on that fateful day. She had never anticipated that the one who had blocked her deadly strike would appear here, now as her superior. You all have worked hard coming all the way from Konoha. This is your mission area. Kakashi handed over a map. The task is demanding, so it would be wise to rest a bit before proceeding. Nara Shikaki took the map, inquiring, what is required of us? As you have likely observed during your journey, the current state of the Land of Rice is unprecedentedly chaotic. Multiple nations have wreaked havoc here, prompting the daimyo of the Land of Rice to issue a commission. The task assigned to Konoha is to restore order, while your mission is to untangle the chaos, creating an opportunity for Konoha to cut through the disorder with ease. Kakashi explained. This is a reconnaissance mission focused on infiltration and intelligence gathering. Is it only our team? Akali asked, flipping through the map handed to her by Nara Shikaki, which depicted the 2nd largest city in the Land of Rice, Meow City. It is solely your team, yet not exclusively just you, Kakashi cryptically responded. Huh. Akali's eyes widened, her ahob curling into a question mark, appearing adorably clueless. Are you aware of the Chunin exams? Kakashi asked with a hint of mystery. Nara Shikaki, Akudo Tangbei, and Yakushi Nanoyu instantly understood, while Akali looked bewildered at the suddenly enlightened expressions of her companions. Was this a piece of knowledge she was unaware of? Is it in that format? Nara Shikaki asked seriously. Precisely, it is indeed. Kakashi affirmed. The daimyo of the Land of Rice has not only enlisted Konoha, but has also called upon the Takigakure, Yugakure, Kumogakure, and the samurai of the Land of Iron. If we are unable to manage the situation, other ninja villages will take charge. Thus, the first wave of combatants we face will not consist solely of the forces of the Land of Rice. Our objective is to display our might and intimidate the small fry. Therefore, only one elite team will be dispatched to each city, showcasing what a team of Konoha's finest can accomplish, how precisely and lethally they can infiltrate and eradicate, prompting every spectator to ponder whether they could withstand such prowess, Kakashi elaborated. During the execution of your mission, there may be teams from other ninja villages lurking about, engaged in similar undertakings. Minister, what say you? Nara Karaki glanced tentatively at Hitaki Tsukumo. As for me, Hitaki Tsukumo chuckled, I will remain here leading our forces, preparing for action while also assessing the stance of other ninja villages. We hope to precisely sever the issues plaguing the Land of Rice this time, but if we fail, we shall have no choice but to act forcefully. Therefore, should a conflict arise, do not hesitate. Nara Karaki comprehended fully. Historically, the games of great powers have often led to the suffering of smaller nations. The turmoil in the Land of Rice is a culmination of past grievances, exacerbated by the covert instigation of multiple countries' ninja villages and their mutual testing of limits. If one were to liken it, this place could be considered a miniature version of the Land of Rain, albeit the Land of Rain is a battleground for fire, earth, and wind, while the Land of Rice only contends with the fire, lightning, and the iron countries to Ninja Village. For instance, if the Land of Lightning seeks to strike Konoha, they could embark from their homeland and land at the natural ports of the Land of Rice, proceeding unimpeded. Similarly, the Land of Fire could assault the Land of Lightning. Furthermore, such nations serve not only as battlegrounds for great powers, but also as dumping grounds for smaller nations. Given their internal disorder and the lack of control the daimyo of the land of rice has over their territory, leading to a proliferation of wandering ninjas, defectors, and bounty hunter factions taking root. As the ninja war looms, the already tumultuous land of rice resembles a pot of water on the verge of boiling, where the addition of a mere spark could cause it to erupt. Konoha aims to cool this boiling pot forcibly. Not only do they intend to cool it, but they also seek to sway the daimyo of the land of rice to their side, ensuring favorable conditions for future conflicts in the region. Thus, Konoha requires a thorough, scalpel-like precision to excise the festering issues afflicting the land of rice. The quicker and more ruthlessly they can eliminate these problems, the more their strength will be underscored. Hatake Tsukumo has come for this very purpose, to boldly showcase Konoha's might and deliver a swift, formidable strike. In doing so, he aims to demonstrate Konoha's power to the surrounding smaller nations, such as Ninja Village, the Iron Country, and Takigakure, ensuring their loyalty during the ninja war. For if they can resolve the issues in the land of rice swiftly today, they could just as easily resolve yours tomorrow. I see. As Hatake Tsukumo spoke, Yakushi Nanoyu quietly explained the Chunin exams to Akali, who then grasped the essence of their mission. Well, that essentially sums it up. Remember to take the bounty notices for the land of rice when you depart. Assist the main forces in resolving a few matters along the way to ease the minds of some, while simultaneously announcing your arrival. It appears your rapport is satisfactory, so I need not doubt the cohesion of the restructured team. Now go and prepare, Hatake Tsukumo said. Akali, stay behind. As Akali was about to step out of the tent, she turned back in puzzlement. Although her teammates were unclear about the reason, they offered her encouraging glances before departing. Surprised, are we? Hatake Tsukumo smiled. Indeed, Akali replied honestly, nodding. It has been over 2 years already. Kakashi Hatake sighed with nostalgia. I still vividly recall the image of you, drenched in blood, your face eerily calm and pale, your eyes devoid of emotion as you questioned my identity. Akali covered her face, her expression reflecting the weight of past memories. I was far too impulsive back then. The moment of executing a finishing move was thwarted, and in my haste to inquire about a name, I nearly succumbed to death due to a lapse in replenishing my chakra. It is indeed a source of profound embarrassment when I reflect upon it. Kakashi seemingly misunderstood the gravity of the situation. Impulsiveness is no matter. Youth is meant to be bold and unrestrained. Were it not for your moment of brilliance, how could our village have unearthed such a prodigy? Akali conceded. You are right. I was indeed youthful then. Long live youth. I have taken the liberty of retaining you today to seek insight from our little genius, for there is no better source of wisdom than the practitioner themselves, Kakashi remarked. Insight. Akali tilted her head slightly. Yes, I have acquired your technique, and now have some inquiries to make. Kakashi's demeanor was notably humble, devoid of any semblance of entitlement from a monetary transaction. Oh, please proceed, Akali responded, understanding that this was a matter of after-sales service. No problem at all. As Kakashi was her superior's superior, fostering a good relationship could prove immensely beneficial for her. Lately, I have been contemplating a thrusting ninjutsu of my own design, and your technique serves as a significant source of inspiration and reference. I wish to inquire about the footwork involved. Kakashi gestured, and Akali instantly grasped the concept. Footwork. You may adopt this approach, or that one, and then this way. Throughout, be mindful of the synchronization between chakra and body. It is crucial that chakra and physical movements complement one another without conflict. And what about this part? It goes like this. And then the foot should traverse in this manner, maintaining balance while considering the need for directional flexibility. After all, we are not merely delivering a package. What you describe seems to diverge from the written instructions, yet it is more optimized. Is this your new understanding? Indeed. Akali mused that while the technique remained at level 1, her own skill had ascended to level 2. There was, of course, a difference. The new approach entails not only an explosive burst, but also engaging the entire body to enhance footwork, while simultaneously minimizing resistance through proper body positioning, as I have demonstrated. Akali elaborated, surprised to find herself in a teaching role. Grateful for Kakashi's innate genius, she found that even the most intricate methods of instruction resonated with him. Thus, an extraordinary exchange unfolded between the two, one large and one small. After several hours of fruitful dialogue with Kakashi, Akali finally extricated herself from the conversation, which had been immensely rewarding. Kakashi had been generous with his knowledge, imparting invaluable insights to her. The first half had been an exchange, while the latter part transformed into a collaborative discussion on his technique, from which Akali gleaned a wealth of information. For instance, the transformation of lightning chakra into electric currents stimulates the body, allowing for a brief yet astonishing surge of speed. With her newfound knowledge, Akali returned to her team's base and posed a question to Nara Shikamaru regarding Kakashi Hitaki, the head of the Umbu. Nara Shikamaru wore a complex smile. That is indeed a lengthy inquiry. How should I respond to you? Then let us take our time. Kakashi Tsukumo, known as the Leaf's White Fang, epitomizes the transformation of a samurai family into a clan of ninjas. Yet, he has not forsaken his inherent advantages. Rather, he has seamlessly integrated the strengths of the samurai into the ninja paradigm. Unlike the chakra warriors of the Land of Iron, who view chakra as the grand path and the sword as a lesser one, Tsukumo has adeptly fused the minor path into the greater one, harnessing its virtues while commencing from the grand path. This approach undoubtedly surpasses the reduction of the grand path into the minor. As a descendant of genius, the final brilliance and radiance of the Hitaki clan are embodied in Tsukumo's legacy, which, if one were to recount, would unveil much more. However, for now, Akari is sufficiently aware of his esteemed position within the village. The 5th Squad's mission into the Land of Rice is not undertaken under the guise of the Umbu, as the feudal lord of the Land of Rice forbids any overt displays of foreign violent organizations within his territory. Nevertheless, this undertaking remains an Umbu assignment, aimed at clandestinely eliminating dissenters, a task too sinister to be executed by conventional shinobi operating in the light of day. You are on my list, albeit far down. Akari mused as she retrieved her scythe, droplets of blood trickling down its gleaming blade. She continued to sift through the documents in her hands, scrutinizing the visage of an unsightly samurai donning a crescent moon headband. Suddenly, her steady hands trembled. It seemed this individual was absent from her records. It was not merely her inability to recognize faces, but rather the man's unattractiveness, compounded by the traditional samurai garb, made distinguishing features a cumbersome task. You still aren't on my list. Keep it that way. No. Wait, I've got it. Akari exclaimed, inspired by a clever idea. She produced a wanted poster, folding it to showcase only the upper half, eyes, forehead, and hairstyle, then found another wanted poster and folded it to reveal merely the lower half, nose, mouth, and beard. Aligning the two halves, she realized the resemblance was not just striking, it was uncanny. Indeed, navigating the world requires a modicum of skill in photo editing. Akari, let us move on to the next location, called Naraku. Stop searching, you want to find him. Don't waste time editing. Encountering one and eliminating another may lead to misunderstandings, but targeting them one by one guarantees some will slip through the cracks. The meticulously crafted wanted poster was snatched away by Naraku, obliterating the fruits of Akari's labor over the past 2 minutes. What do you know? I am merely preventing indiscriminate killings. Akari protested, pouting. Do you realize how terrifying I could become if driven by rage? This is a limiter. Self-restraint. Do you comprehend the value of self-restraint? Akari received a light smack on the head, the sound ringing clear. Wah, Captain is bullying me. I need a hug from Sister Nanoyu to forgive him. She whimpered, seeking comfort from the gentle healer, Nanoyu, who, as expected, greeted her with a warm, heartfelt embrace. Kukuku, fully revitalized. Rejoice, Captain, for your life is sustained by Sister Nanoyu. Akali struck a classic celebratory gesture, her fingers pointed skyward in a mock grip, inciting Nara Karaki's blood pressure to rise, his veins bulging. He found himself engulfed in confusion, pondering the peculiar transformation of this foolish loli. Upon returning from their last mission, after Yanoyu joined the team, she seemed to have morphed into a quintessential middle schooler, reminiscent of an adolescent afflicted with a delusion of grandeur. What transpired during that interval? Nara Karaki was at a loss. His father had once remarked that to combat magic, one must wield magic, and to counter absurdity, one must employ absurdity. As long as I remain unembarrassed, it is others who shall feel the discomfort. In response to Nara Karaki's daily jests, Akali retorted with a series of melodramatic proclamations, wearing him down both physically and mentally. Regardless, Akali found solace in the warm embrace of her sister, Yanoyu, to rejuvenate herself. Moreover, having resolved to undertake this endeavor, It was prudent to maintain a stable persona, concealing her true self beneath a facade of youthful folly, ideally leading others to misconstrue her organization as merely a whimsical study group or a juvenile prank. Consequently, after her dark training, Akali re-embraced her slightly tempered, melodramatic persona. Indeed, it proved effective for mood regulation. Now, let us assess the situation. The eradication of the wandering warrior band, the defeat of the mountain bandits, and the dismantling of the nefarious bounty hunters had all been accomplished. Next, we must enter the city. Narakaraki's tone grew serious as he surveyed the group. My friends, having successfully navigated these simpler quests, we are on the verge of entering the city, where the true battleground lies. Within the city, there are ninjas. Next, we shall engage in ninja warfare. The group fell silent at his words. The circumstances in the rural towns were urgent yet straightforward, merely requiring the elimination of oppressive forces. However, upon entering the town, we would confront the intricate web of ninja forces, likely forming alliances of offense and defense. Furthermore, we could not assault the city as brazenly as we had outside. We might also face interference from other ninja villages. We must proceed with caution and cunning. To subdue a faction and win over another, we must thoroughly address the issues in the land of rice, and we need to identify a singular objective. The timeline for this mission is 2 months. At most, we shall execute a precise cleansing operation within that period. Before we enter the city, let us deliberate on the visage we shall present. The city, being the most affluent, is dominated by formidable ninja factions, and presently, the land of rice is a patchwork of various ninja powers governing themselves. This campaign is a significant initiative to eradicate crime. How about establishing a clinic? Akali proposed. Excellent idea. Narakaraki's eyes lit up. Opening a clinic amidst the chaos of the city would afford them protection due to the nature of their profession. And in the process of healing, there would be ample opportunities to gather intelligence. Before long, a young couple of healers, accompanied by their little sister and a diligent assistant, arrived in the second largest town of the land of rice. It was the second week since Team 5 had entered Miao City, and the clinic had been established. Following the miraculous recovery of a severely injured mid-level gang member, thanks to the skilled medical expertise of Yanoyu, the clinic's reputation soared. The inhabitants of the western district of Miaoqing, particularly those residing in the more remote corners, have become aware of a remarkable physician who has recently arrived on the most obscure street of the city. Following a series of confrontations in which Chodao Tangbei and Narakaraki managed to pacify a number of troublemakers, the factions have come to realize that this medical establishment is not to be trifled with. The esteemed apothecary Yanoyu serves as the chief physician, with Akali assisting as a nurse, while Narakaraki oversees the clinic's operations and procurement. Chodao Tangbei performs various tasks, essentially acting as a laborer. All members of this clandestine group possess foundational medical skills, adept at treating common blade wounds without difficulty. For more serious injuries, Apothecary Yanoyu is at hand to provide assistance, thereby establishing a well-functioning medical team that has entered a beneficial and sustainable routine. On yet another ordinary day, Akali presumed that they would continue to glean information from the patient's accounts, occasionally venturing out at night. To her astonishment, the once desolate western district suddenly teemed with activity, growing increasingly boisterous. Amidst the occasional whispers that reached her ears, Akali and her companions learned of the sudden demise of the area's most powerful figure, the leader of the Da gang, Jia Sanling. As rumors swirled with the news, a certain informant predicted that chaos would soon engulf the western district. Indeed, whether the western district would descend into turmoil was a matter that the informant could decisively determine. A few days later, Akali, sitting at the entrance of the clinic, indulged in a bowl of noodles, her delicate features partially hidden within the oversized vessel. However, before she could savor her meal, a cacophony erupted, prompting her to glance curiously toward the commotion. To her shock, a figure hurtled toward her. In a moment of panic, she instinctively raised her bowl, only to witness an astonishing acrobatic maneuver as the intruder executed a flawless iron plank bridge. The figure soared over her, crashing against the wall behind her, while the aromatic broth splattered in the wake of the sudden movement. Yet, with a swift and graceful maneuver, Akali reversed the momentum, stabilizing her bowl once more. Alas, just as she thought she had evaded disaster, a blue figure darted past her, effortlessly seizing the bowl from her hands and pouring its contents forward. "My noodles. You'll pay for that." Akali cried out in despair, helplessly watching as the woman clad in blue prepared to waste her meal. In that moment, Akali lamented her youth, wishing she could shed the persona of a mere little sister, feeling stifled by her inability to showcase her true strength, unable even to protect her own meal. Third miss, is it really appropriate for you to do this? The esteemed third miss of the gang, robbing a little girl of her noodles? Remarked a tall, slender man dressed in samurai attire, looking disdainfully at the expanding wet stain on his white foot coverings, his demeanor grim. Humph, if I take her noodles, I shall certainly compensate her. But who will compensate for the misdeeds you commit? Retorted the woman known as Third Mississippi Misdeeds. What do you mean by that? The tall man inquired, perplexed. The Dai Gang is renowned for its good reputation, a commendable neighbor to the people of Miaoqing and a reliable ally to the authorities. Do you commit misdeeds? The tall man asked the individual to his left. Not at all, came the response. And you? The tall, slender man inquired of the person to his right. Not doing it. He then spread his hands and asked, so, what wicked deeds does the third miss speak of? We are all virtuous individuals here. How could we commit evil? Can what we do truly be labeled as malevolent? Laughter erupted from the companions he had brought along. You all. The woman referred to as the third miss trembled with anger, her delicate fists clenched tightly. Akali, standing beside her, seemed to hear the grinding of her teeth. Hiroshi, I was truly mistaken about you, and about all of you. A bunch of petty individuals. The third miss declared furiously. Humph, Hiroshi, pointedly scorned, squinted his eyes. He raised a finger and shook it, retorting, wrong. It is not that you misjudged us. Rather, it is your foolishness, third miss. You refuse to learn the chief's ninjutsu out of spite. You cannot emulate the eldest miss's intelligence, and you lack the combat acumen of the second miss. All you can do is dabble in comical antics and practice a marksmanship that even dogs would shun. Come now, third miss, we are in an age of ninjas. The samurai have been rendered obsolete. What use is your grand firearm? No matter how long the gun, can it surpass ninjutsu? Hiroshi pointed at the long spear in the third miss's hand, and Akali followed his gaze. Generally, ninjas select weapons that can be wielded with one hand, as they require the ability to unleash ninjutsu. A long spear, which necessitates two hands, is exceedingly cumbersome in battle, effectively sealing away a ninja's most formidable capabilities. Even after traversing to this time, it was the first time Akali had witnessed someone wielding a spear as a weapon, longer than ninjutsu, but sufficient for killing. The third miss remarked with a cold smirk. She was dressed in a slender, alluring short kimono that revealed a hint of her fair skin, her long, graceful legs captivating the attention of those around her. Her silky black hair, cascading to her shoulders, was somewhat disheveled, and she wore soft indoor slippers, as if she had just dashed out of her home. However, in contrast to her enticing appearance, her sharp gaze bore an undercurrent of lethal intent. Humph. Hiroshi scoffed heavily. As they were the pursuers, they needed to capture her alive. Thus, they could not employ powerful ninjutsu or explosive tags, and they had to be cautious with their thrown ninja tools, feeling quite restrained in their approach. Third miss, my brothers are merely following orders. Must you make things difficult for them? Hiroshi gradually lost his patience. Will you not come with us? Get lost. The third miss glared with fierce determination, executing a beautiful flourish with her spear, standing tall and proud. Akali was momentarily taken aback. It must be said that although the third miss appeared somewhat disheveled from her hasty departure, her display of wielding the spear was undeniably impressive. The beauty, donning a fitted kimono, held her weapon with an air of confidence and grace, akin to a plum blossom defying the bitter cold of winter, exuding its own unique fragrance. It felt as if a valiant female warrior from a bygone era had materialized into reality. If feelings could be quantified, one would undoubtedly witness Akali's admiration for the third miss soaring to new heights, as was the instinct of all SPs. No, as Akali lacks any tools for committing a crime, this is purely an appreciation of the gravitational pull between a petite girl and a formidable woman. I offered you an opportunity, Miss Third. Hiro Haste Jinpachi feigned remorse, saying, I regret that it has come to this final step. Get lost. Miss Third bellowed, hypocritical wretch. If you wish to lick that old fool's behind, do it yourself. I shall never marry that sanctimonious relic. Moreover, Miss Third surveyed her surroundings. This little girl is innocent. Let her go? She secretly resented her earlier defiance against her father. The more he forbade her, the more she sought to pursue her own path. choosing to learn the ancestral art of marksmanship instead of ninjutsu. Unfortunately, it was too late. The once formidable and wise father collapsed during a meeting, causing the Day gang to disintegrate in an instant. The eldest sister vanished, and the second sister, who sought her, also disappeared, leaving her alone. Everyone desired to marry her to legitimize their claim to the Day gang. Was it regrettable to defy her father, leaving no room for proper conversation before being forever separated? Miss Third felt a tinge of regret, but more than that, she felt helpless. She was neither the eldest nor the second sister. She could not emulate them. Nor could she become her father, who possessed a profound understanding of various matters. She could only be herself, the clumsy Miss Third, inheriting merely the ancestral talent for marksmanship. And her defiance against her father was more a declaration of her desire to forge her own path rather than becoming someone else. Miss Third felt utterly helpless. Oh, dear Father in the heavens, please watch over me. Even in the face of countless enemies, outnumbered as I am, I shall fight my way through. With both hands gripping her gun, Miss Third assumed a shooting stance. It seems we cannot reach an agreement. Hirohei Jinpachi's gaze grew increasingly cold. As for the little girl, whoever involved her must protect her. Charge. Do not hold back. Hirohei Jinpachi commanded with a grim expression, unleashing another barrage of shurikens. Miss Third twirled her long gun like a net, knocking down each shuriken. It was evident that her marksmanship was indeed impressive. You scoundrels! Can you not even spare an innocent little girl? Miss Third defended Akali. Miss Third, whoever brought her into this must ensure her safety. Otherwise, do not blame us if she meets her demise. If there is blame, let it fall upon you. More shurikens rained down upon Miss Third. With no choice left, she seized Akali, cradling her in one arm as she made a break for it. It was challenging to exert force while holding someone with one arm, so Miss Third swiftly tossed Akali onto her back. Hold on tight, she urged, and Akali obediently wrapped her arms around Miss Third's waist. In this world, one's persona is paramount, and her current persona was that of a little girl, necessitating her to act accordingly. Though she practiced solely with firearms, she possessed a chakra-like essence. Miss Third could only be considered a special jonin wielding unique weaponry, yet due to her formidable proficiency with weapons, her physical prowess was comparable to that of an ordinary jonin. Firearms, from their inception, were designed for the battlefield, delivering powerful, swift, and rapid-fire attacks. Thus, extravagant and impractical techniques were swiftly discarded in service of combat efficiency. A length of 1 inch signifies strength. As countless ancient warriors have demonstrated through their formidable achievements the penetrating power and combat prowess of the long spear. Among them stands the illustrious Zhao Zilong of Changshan, renowned for his legendary 7 forays into battle at Changban Slope. Although Hirose Jinba urged not to hold back, how could one dare to truly strike with lethal intent against such a beauty as the third miss, who may one day become his mistress? Amidst a crowd of timid onlookers, the third miss wielded a large spear with such skill that she swept through her adversaries, leaving none capable of matching her prowess. Suddenly, Akali experienced a sense of déjà vu. What is this? Am I but a mere fool in the ninja realm? Yet, with a swift motion, she deftly intercepted a kunai aimed at her back and deftly returned it, dispatching 2 shurikens in the process, feeling a twinge of exasperation. Sister, might I inquire if you are the valiant Zhao Zilong, or perhaps the brilliant strategist Zhuge Liang, employing his cunning to borrow arrows with borrowed boats? Surely it cannot be that you are Hyūga's foolish pawn, borrowing arrows only to weep once the emperor tumbles? Perplexed, Akali chose to cling to the back of the third miss, silently observing her maneuvers while intending to lend her a hand. A gust of wind surged forth, allowing Akali's chakra to radiate outward. Riding the wind, the third miss found herself moving with newfound agility amidst the throng. With a fierce battle cry, she unleashed a torrent of devastation. Meanwhile, Hirose Jinba, who had been quietly watching and instructing his subordinates to wear down the third miss's stamina, gradually sensed something amiss. While her marksmanship was indeed commendable, swift, deceptive, and harmoniously balanced, he wondered how such strength was possible. After so long in combat, where many had fallen, those who hesitated had turned crimson with rage. After a prolonged struggle, as fatigue began to set in, the third miss, despite carrying an additional weight on her back, moved with even greater speed. Hirose observed that the kunai and shurikens aimed at her consistently veered past her, as though they were deliberately avoiding contact. And as the third miss charged into the fray, her adversary seemed paralyzed by her fierce aura, fleeing in disarray and falling before her blade with little resistance. In this tumultuous scenario, she grew increasingly adept, her prowess reminiscent of ancient war heroes. Something was amiss. Hirose Jinba resolved to lay a trap and await her next move. Knowing that the forces behind him could not maintain their current standing for long, it would be prudent to eliminate a portion of them beforehand. On the other hand, while the third miss reveled in her carnage, Akali was utterly exhausted. Her companion charged forward with reckless abandon, showing no regard for comfort. This is not the cheerful, red-clad warrior of old. Awaken, you are the blue-clad avatar of aerial combat. The third miss now had to be vigilant, observing all directions and listening for threats from behind. Relying on Akali for protection against the onslaught of projectiles, Akali felt disheartened, wondering where the promised valiant rescuer had gone. How did one transform into a rider? Akin to the valiant Edo astride his steed, assuming the roles of both father and mother along the way. Who truly commands the Shuhan? With a tactical retreat, Hyūga Kongming, with his feather fan and silk cap, remarked, "Indeed, it is Edo," sealing the prime minister's lips. At that moment, a small leader stealthily approached Guanglian Renba, who was witnessing the third miss wreak havoc. "Boss, everything is ready," the small leader exclaimed with excitement. "Good." Guanglian Renba nodded in satisfaction. His horse had arrived. To be candid, he had previously left his battle energy-infused steed at the inn, but now, with his subordinate bringing it forth, he was prepared for victory. With his formidable prowess at the great dozong level, dispatching 2 women would be a trivial task. Let us proceed and prepare ahead of them. The third miss, carrying Akali as she broke through, had come to realize, even if she were a fool, that Akali was aiding her. Their synergy was impeccable. Showcasing a flawless display of combat prowess, Guanglian Renba's 100-strong henchman suffered heavy casualties, yet he felt no remorse. In times of chaos, human life is the least valuable commodity. Provide sustenance, and there will be in abundance. Having made his preparations, Guanglian Renba positioned himself to intercept. Unbeknownst to all, he hailed from the grass ninja village, renowned for its adept imitation of foreign ninjutsu. Lacking the profound heritage of larger ninja clans, the cunning always find a way. For instance, how does one grow stronger without financial investment? With a series of sharp cracks, jars shattered. Once, Li Yunlong could penetrate 50 meters using earth techniques and obliterate the notorious Yamazaki Brigade with 600 grenades. Today, Guanglian Renba could employ 600 jars of water to capture the third miss. His subordinates pushed carts filled with jars, toppling them to the ground, creating a layer of clear water. "You force my hand, wretched one. I will respond to your disrespect." Guanglian Renba felt a pang of sorrow at the sound of breaking jars. Such was the cost. In a waterless environment, utilizing water release is challenging, so employing a water brigade was a clever alternative. Storing water in scrolls is prohibitively expensive. Having his subordinates transport it was far more economical. Guanglian Renba formed hand seals. Water release, water flow whip. As he infused chakra into his hands, the thin layer of water on the ground morphed into robust water whips, akin to tentacles, lunging toward the 2 at the center. Moreover, with each crisp crack, new jars continued to be hurled in, replenishing the fresh water, resulting in an increasing number of larger water whips. Confronted by the oncoming water tendrils, the third miss wielded her spear with unparalleled precision, dispersing the water whips into droplets. The delicate fabric of her short kimono quickly became drenched, accentuating her alluring curves in a captivating display. Alas, the beauty of the moment went unappreciated, and the third miss's formidable stance could only be maintained for so long. At the outset, she effortlessly dispersed the water whips, her spear producing countless splashes with a mere flick. Yet, fatigue inevitably set in, especially after such prolonged combat. The third young lady's spear soon became sluggish under the relentless water ropes. Jars brimming with water were incessantly hurled towards the epicenter of the battle, inundating the ground, where the emerging water whips resembled sections of chives, perpetually sprouting anew. If this continued, the third young lady would undoubtedly find herself ensnared in this watery trap. "Do you have any strategies left?" she inquired of her companion. "With this extensive water escape technique, I am at a loss as well. Can you break through?" Akali surveyed the battlefield. It was indeed surprising how the water was being manipulated. Their current location was a low-lying area capable of retaining water. which now lapped at their calves. The jars contained water, but beneath the murky surface lay numerous shards of pottery that could pierce the feet. Hiroshi's water whips were not particularly resilient, dispersing with a mere touch, yet their continuous flow from all directions drained their stamina and restricted their movements. From Akali's perspective, this was a remarkably effective technique for confining foes. Do you possess any explosive techniques? Akali asked the third young lady, who seemed rather inept in this situation, requiring Akali's intervention to facilitate an escape. If I had any, I would have left already. All I have is the body flicker technique, the third young lady replied, feeling frustrated. In her past experiences, she had never encountered such large-scale ninjutsu, typically engaging in one-on-one battles or skirmishes with minor foes. Very well, Akali nodded, accepting the inherent limitations of her companion. I shall accelerate you. Can you dash closer to the caster? She exclaimed, as they struggled in the water. The third young lady's stamina waned rapidly, prompting Akali to dismount and assist her from behind, working together to disperse the water whips. Absolutely. I can manage, the third young lady declared, gripping her spear tightly. No, I will definitely succeed. All right, let us set forth, Akali commanded as she mounted her steed and swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, gale palm. With two successive blasts of the gale palm, one to clear their path and the other to enhance her speed, she propelled herself forward, merging with her steed in a whirlwind of motion. It was then that Akali noticed the third young lady's chakra control was quite commendable, enabling her to run atop the water, a skill she had not previously revealed. Evidently, this was her hidden ace. Futile, Hiroshi scoffed, observing the oncoming duo. Today, you shall witness the might of a true warrior. He leaped back, revealing two enormous water barrels, and began forming seals. Manipulating the water from the barrels alongside the water on the ground, he unleashed water release, small waterfall technique. A torrent surged towards them, though small in scale. It covered the entire street, reaching heights of 5 to 6 meters and encompassing a vast area. Do not fear, charge forward. When I signal you, jump. Akali addressed Miss San, who, upon hearing her words, gritted her teeth. The camaraderie forged through countless battles instilled in her a deep trust in Akali. Resolutely, Miss San closed her eyes, refusing to gaze upon the menacing flood that loomed before them. Gradually, the surging waters drew nearer, and they could even perceive the distinct humidity in the air. Prepare, jump, Akali commanded. Miss San thrust the barrel of her gun into the ground, converting her forward momentum into a spring-like force. The finely crafted gun barrel bent under the weight and inertia of both of them, yet it held firm. Miss San leapt into the air, though the height was still insufficient. Jump again, Akali's voice echoed, unsure of how to execute a double jump midair. Miss San nonetheless pushed off forcefully from beneath her. With a resounding thud, to their astonishment, she indeed made contact with something in midair. It was Akali's shadow clone. They soared over the crest of the flood, steering clear of the most impactful area, and naturally descended in a parabolic arc as Akali reached out her right hand. Lightning bolt. The Hextech gunblade activated, unleashing a bolt of lightning from Akali's palm that struck the unsuspecting Hiroshi Hirakawa with astonishing speed. An opportunity arose. The lurking Nara Karuki advanced, and the blood-red blade pierced through Hiroshi Hirakawa's heart. Miss San and Akali fell into the water, the uncontrolled flood dispersing, its impact diminished. And they were not swept away. Miss San gazed in astonishment at the scene before her. 3 figures cloaked in hoods wielded a ninja blade, mercilessly reaping lives with remarkable efficiency in their every movement. With the leader dispatched, the remaining henchmen were swiftly eliminated by a few members of the Dark Division, while those farther away had long since met their silent demise. As Miss San surveyed her surroundings, she realized there was not a single enemy in sight. Have I emerged? In the intelligence gathered by Akali's team, the Dabang was a local force, the very head of power in this region. However, recently, Dabang had chosen to gradually retreat in the face of external incursions, relinquishing the prosperous eastern city and confining themselves to the west. What prompted the leader of Dabang, her father Saburoda, to make such a decision remained a mystery. Yet Akali recognized this as an opportune moment to infiltrate the labyrinth of Miao City. By saving Miss San, their operational capabilities would be significantly enhanced. Only by penetrating the eye of the storm could they acquire the most valuable intelligence. In this endeavor, discerning friend from foe meant that Akali's team need not exert themselves excessively. Once they gathered sufficient intelligence, they could summon the main forces for a thorough cleansing. Akali felt a sense of kinship with the U.S. military, relishing the thrill of calling in air support when faced with uncertainty. "Hey, focus." Akali cheerfully waved her hand in front of Miss San's eyes. Miss San, standing at a height of 1.7 meters, could barely see the tips of her toes, while the petite Akali, at 1.3 meters, had to jump to reach her. Suddenly, Akali felt a twinge of concern. She recalled that the recorded KDA Akali stood at a mere 163 centimeters. Would she also be confined to a height of only 1.6 meters in the future? No. She resolved to drink an extra glass of milk every night. "Who are you?" Miss San gazed in astonishment at the individuals before her, taken aback by their unexpected youth and remarkable prowess. When did Miao City acquire such a formidable group? "Greetings, Miss San from the Gang," Nara Karaki said with a gentle smile. "We are from the medical clinic over there." "Oh, right, I recall now." Miss San nodded, realization dawning upon her. That had indeed been a medical facility, and she had inadvertently claimed Akali's face, only to discover that her casual gesture had summoned a formidable ally. Miss San silently marveled at her good fortune. "I apologize for dragging you into this," she said with a hint of remorse. "The large-scale water escape and the previous battle have surely compromised the clinic's safety." "No worries. You are being pursued as well, are you not?" Nara Karaki responded amiably. Indeed, it seemed that fortune had smiled upon her, as if destiny had delivered a pillow to a sleepy head. The team had just established a foothold in Miao City to gather intelligence, and here they were, presented with a pivotal figure amidst the chaos. Throughout the journey, Nara Karaki pondered how to engage in meaningful conversation with this young lady from the eye of the storm to glean insights about Miao City. Coincidentally, Miss Sen shared the same sentiment. Though she felt a twinge of guilt towards them, she found herself devoid of any troops at her disposal. If this group could be persuaded to assist her, it would be a stroke of good fortune. Presently, this band appeared trustworthy, as she had apprehended them entirely at random. It was improbable that they had intentionally approached her, let alone orchestrated such an encounter. As for whether the team was playing a cruel trick, Miss Sen held no such doubts. Although Hirohashi Jinpachi seemed somewhat inexperienced, he had managed to transport water and possessed a scroll that sealed water, enabling him to set the stage with ample water for the escape. A formidable asset indeed. Hirohashi Jinpachi was a minor figure in Miao City, and it seemed unlikely that anyone would resort to sacrificing such a person. Observing the composition of the group, a young couple, a lively little sister, and an affable stout man, Miss Sen found them far from the image of ruthless villains, and thus felt inclined to seek their assistance. With a somewhat embarrassed expression, she inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" "Oh." Nara Karaki's countenance shifted, revealing a look of distress. "I am uncertain. We initially came to Miao City because it was relatively tranquil, but now that tranquility has been shattered, chaos has ensued, and we have offended the Gang. It seems we must leave Miao City, though it is regrettable to abandon our newly established clinic. Would you care to join me?" Miss Sen proposed. "My father has passed, and our family legacy has been seized by treacherous individuals. I, too, must depart in search of my elder sisters. Moreover, you all have invested a considerable sum in establishing the clinic, not to mention the little sister's well-being. Rest assured, once I locate my sisters, I shall reimburse you fully. Shall we venture outside the city together?" Nara Karaki appeared hesitant, and Miss Sen felt a flicker of anxiety. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps on rooftops and the clamor of approaching voices echoed from afar. Others from the Gang had sensed something amiss and were coming to provide reinforcements. "Let us depart." The group reached a consensus and swiftly began their retreat. Outside the city, a strategic retreat was orchestrated by Gang's leader, Jia Sanlang. The once dominant Gang began to gradually contract its influence, and the whereabouts of the diminished forces became a matter of curiosity. The former third miss had not pondered this, but now she comprehended the situation. The small team ventured towards a farmhouse located on the outskirts of a village, while a shadow silently returned after surveying the traces left at the scene. "Big sister, third sister has been rescued by others and is now heading out of the city," reported De Jiaji, the second miss of the Gang, to her elder sibling, De Jiali. "Shall we send someone to retrieve her?" De Jiaji inquired. "No." The person referred to as Big Sister slowly shook her head. "Uncle Wu is at the farmhouse, and third sister is aware of its location. The initial intention of keeping her outside was to attract attention. Now that she has assistance, let her stir the pot for a while." We require a catfish to muddy the waters. Go and instruct her, ensuring she understands her role. The team accompanying third sister is shrouded in mystery. Let them remain in plain sight while we must not expose ourselves. Dajali commanded. Understood, I shall attend to it at once. Dajaji responded. At that moment, aided by the swift pace of a ninja and Akali's favorable winds, the group arrived at a farmhouse in the land of rice. Rather than a mere farmhouse, it resembled a small military stronghold. The citizens of the land of rice, primarily agrarian and honest farmers, had recently been compelled to band together for mutual protection amidst the prevailing chaos. While they did not seek to defend against large ninja factions, they needed to possess the capacity to thwart common bandits. Upon reaching this location, they had indeed arrived at the gang's reserve headquarters. The individuals in the city were, to a considerable extent, newly assembled forces. The gang's leader, Dajia Sanlang, foresaw the impending turmoil and began a process of internal cleansing and relocation, quietly amassing strength in anticipation of an opportunity. However, the true nature of the gang's arrangements and their ultimate aspirations would, perhaps, only be known to the eldest daughter, the rightful heir to the entirety of the gang. Third Miss, Uncle Wu. Third Miss Dajia Xian embraced the elderly man emerging from the farmhouse, tears streaming down her face. Uncle Wu, something has happened to father. I am aware, Third Mississippi. Do not fear, they will pay the price. The elder, known as Wu Lang, comforted the third miss, though a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he glanced at the dark squad. Welcome, friends of the third miss. Please come in. Nara Kurumi nodded with a smile, yet her heart grew serious as everyone entered the farmhouse. The dark squad's mission had finally transitioned to the next phase. Meanwhile, within the halls of Konoha's ninja academy, Kushina listened to her teacher imparting knowledge she was already well-versed in. Her mind wandered to a challenging sealing technique. As her pencil incessantly scribbled and sketched, earning a sense of pride from the teacher who hadn't seen such diligence in a student for quite some time. Jushin Knife. If you shoot a kunai from a higher point A towards an enemy at a lower point B, the kunai will follow a parabolic trajectory, described by the following formula. What is the horizontal distance to the enemy? 100 meters, teacher. Interrupted in her contemplation, Kushina rose to respond. Very well, take a seat. The teacher nodded in satisfaction. Impressive, Kushina-chan. Ah, how gentle and beautiful she is, excelling in her studies. Truly remarkable. As Kushina settled back down, murmurs of admiration resonated behind her, with a hint of shyness. Her ears flushed a delicate hue, yet she maintained her composure and continued pondering the question posed earlier. However, whether it was the teacher's interruption or the distracting remarks from classmates, Kushina found it challenging to attain a state of focused thought. Sighing inwardly, she reflected. A true warrior would need to calculate their strength in battle. Akali was right. The knowledge imparted at the Ninja Academy was somewhat futile, neither particularly beneficial nor detrimental, just lacking in utility. With her train of thought disrupted, Kushina decided to relax, gazing out at the sky, her mind wandering to the distant Akali. What might Akali be doing at this moment? Engaged in covert operations, perhaps gathering intelligence from foreign lands? Or maybe pursuing elusive trails in the dense forest, tracking rogue ninjas? Or standing guard against foreign incursions at the border? Regardless of the task, missions in the Umbu required fierce combat alongside others. A sudden wave of guilt washed over Kushina. Her leisurely daydreaming in the classroom was only possible because someone bore the weight of danger for her. Recently, their new teacher, Midoriyura, rumored to be a retired Umbu, had shown the class his scarred back, a testament to his past struggles. Contemplating this, Kushina realized she could no longer afford to be so carefree. Akali had once mentioned the idea of sealing weapons in her wrist or palm for convenience, prompting Kushina to delve into this concept. What might Akali be doing now? In a spacious tent, Akali and the third daughter of the family, Takashini, clad in formal attire, sat at a long table, initially poised, then gradually slumping. Outside the tent, a long line formed, countless individuals entering with blank expressions and exiting with complex emotions. They were recruiting subordinates. Name: a samurai clad in a raincoat and conical hat, armed with a long sword and bearing a cold demeanor, stepped forward. Akali raised her gaze. Nameless. Oh. The name piqued Akari's interest. What are your specialties? My blade is swift. The samurai, with an air of icy pride, declared. Please demonstrate. Upon her request, The samurai lifted his previously lowered gaze, his eyes now wide and piercing, radiating intensity that conveyed both seriousness and commitment. Noticing the samurai's transformation, Takashini, who had been listless and vacant-eyed, snapped back to attention. Drawing his sword demanded utmost focus, channeling all energy into a single strike. The samurai's earnest demeanor suggested he possessed genuine skill. Could it be that a true talent had finally arrived today? With a powerful shout, the samurai, under the watchful eyes of Akali and Takashini, swiftly drew and sheathed his blade, the brilliant flash of steel momentarily illuminating the air. The warrior sheathed his sword, maintaining an air of solemnity as he reached out with a composed demeanor, as if he had caught something. Oh my, how impressive, Akali-chan. He has slain a fly. Cut in two. The third young lady, who had mysteriously appeared before the warrior, clapped her small hands in excitement. The warrior discarded the fly, silently pushing the third young lady aside, then assumed a stance as if to draw his sword once more. The flash of the blade was so swift that Akali barely perceived its release. She only noted the warrior's arm moving twice before he reached out into the air. Palms open. A mosquito. He has severed the mouth and wings of a mosquito, yet spared its life. The third young lady seized the mosquito crawling on the warrior's palm, excitedly presenting it to Akali, who observed this extravagant display with a twitch of her lips. Oh my goodness! Suddenly, the warrior emitted a prolonged, peculiar cry, drawing the attention of both young ladies, yet he remained utterly still. Time passed, and while the third young lady pondered the warrior's immobility, he lifted his hand to grasp at the air once more. The third young lady leaned in to observe, but saw nothing. I understand now. It is dust, isn't it? Because dust is so light, it takes a long time to fall after being severed, which is why he waited so long to catch it. The strike was so swift that we couldn't see it. The warrior nodded in agreement, displaying an expression of approval towards her insight. At this point, Akali's lips no longer twitched but were instead set in a stern line as she regarded the exuberant third young lady. Surely, you are not feigning this performance? Are you both conspiring to entertain me? She mused silently, bemused by the absurdity of the spectacle. It was evident that no sword had been drawn. Akali found herself at a loss for words regarding the third young lady's naivety and opted for a more tactful expression. Sister of the goddess of wisdom, Aqua, with hair of disparate colors. With that, Akali sprung from behind the table, her petite form tracing a graceful arc through the air, akin to an eagle swooping down from great heights. Her delicate fist landed squarely on the forehead of the nameless warrior with a resounding thud. The warrior, bearing the imprint of her punch on his forehead, fell to the ground without uttering a sound. It was then that the two young ladies discerned the warrior's worn and tattered garb beneath his cloak. Have I been deceived once more? The third young lady realized belatedly. What else could it be? Were you waiting for him to perform an atomic slash before acknowledging the ruse? Akali massaged her throbbing temples, silently cursing Naruto Tsubaki. Upon entering the farm, Naruto Tsubaki had established a connection with Uncle Wu, the figurehead of the farm. Uncle Wu, with his keen perception, immediately recognized the peculiarities surrounding the group. Being an astute fox after a millennium, he and Naruto Tsubaki quickly found common ground, discussing matters unknown to the others. According to their plan, it was necessary for Akali to make a visible move in the situation, hence she was dispatched under the pretext of accompanying the third young lady. In recent days, the two have been recruiting independent rogue ninjas. Akali, resembling Deadpool in his quest for a team of misfits, found herself disappointed as no competent individuals arrived. Instead, only those seeking mere sustenance showed up. Should we take this one? The third miss inquired, pointing at the warrior on the ground. Of course we should. At least he managed to intimidate someone, didn't he? Akali retorted, her tone tinged with irritation, while the third miss meekly shrank her neck. The dynamics between the two had shifted significantly. Akali sighed as she gazed at the warrior. Although they required such inept individuals, it was preferable that they attract only the ineffectual, allowing the townsfolk to lower their guard. This was precisely the purpose of Nara Shiriki and Uncle Wu sending Akali and the third Mississippi. However, who could resist the allure of a hidden treasure? Was it not common in early fantasy tales for the protagonist to stumble upon a genius maid? With this thought, Akali sighed once more, pondering that the narrative here was far from a fantastical tale. Is my life in the Umbu becoming too leisurely? She mused, reflecting on her recent existence. Autumn. In the Hokage building of Konoha, the third Hokage, engrossed in document revisions, sneezed unexpectedly, uncertain if it was due to someone scheming behind his back or the chill from the outside breeze. Autumn is upon us, he remarked, glancing out the window. Yesterday marked the beginning of the season, with the oppressive heat of Konoha gradually subsiding. The third Hokage lifted his thermos for a sip of hot tea, rising to close the window halfway to diminish the cold wind's intrusion. The weather has turned chilly, he exclaimed. Hyūga at your service. Go to the roots and inform Elder Danzo that the weather has grown colder. The underground is damp and frigid. Advise him to wear more layers and be cautious of catching a cold, and to get some fresh air. Understood. Hyūga, concealed beneath his mask, felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his face. Such words were typical between spouses, yet it felt peculiar for two grown men to converse in such a manner. Hyūga recalled the words of his predecessor, the previous Hokage's attendant, upon his departure. Little Hyūga, as subordinates, there are things we should not question, matters we should not overhear, and sights we should not behold. It is best to possess a degree of selective amnesia, understand? The solemnity with which his predecessor had spoken, patting Hyūga's shoulder with a wistful expression, lingered in his mind. As he reflected, Hyūga realized he had not encountered that esteemed mentor since. What a shock, he thought. Recalling the tumultuous rumors surrounding the third Hokage's early reign, speculating about his marital strife with his wife, and questioning whether he favored Danzo over her. As he spent countless nights with Danzo, passing by home without entering. Hyūga, why are you still here? The third Hokage queried, noticing Hyūga still kneeling in place. His expression perplexed. My sincerest apologies, I shall take my leave at once. Hyūga felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him, realizing he had allowed himself to be distracted. The moonlight ascended with a certain awkwardness, its figure hastily retreating and inadvertently colliding with the door. Thud, as it exited. The moonlight carefully closed the door behind it, prompting the third Hokage to furrow his brow as he observed its departing silhouette. The subway, the elderly. A mobile phone. How could such an assassination-type stealth ninja as Moonlight be so flustered? The third pondered whether he had coddled him too much. Indeed, perhaps it was time for him to be sent out for some real-world experience. The Umbu could not remain detached from the front lines for too long, he mused. So be it. Upon Moonlight's return, he would assign him to the front lines, allowing him to indulge in the life of blades and shadows he so cherished. The third made his decision, unaware that such a choice would give rise to peculiar rumors that would spread like wildfire. Was that what he said? In the root, Danzo listened impassively as Moonlight cautiously relayed the message. Well, it should be. What do you mean, should be? It either is, or it isn't. Is the standard of your Umbu so low? Perhaps it would be better to disband them and let my root take over. Danzo scoffed. Yes, it was absolutely as stated. Not a single word altered. It all came directly from the Hokage's own mouth. Moonlight exclaimed, startled by Danzo's imposing demeanor. Is that so? Oof, that monkey. A hint of a smile slowly emerged on Danzo's previously stern face. Return to the monkey and inform him I shall provide him with additional clothing, and that he should remember to dress warmly. Yes, at once. Moonlight responded eagerly, internally screaming. The illustrious third Hokage had strayed down a dark path. Yet he could not voice it. Such a scandal at the upper echelons of Konoha would undoubtedly tarnish its image. Other nations might label Konoha as the village of deviants. Lost in thought, Moonlight's expression shifted yet again as he recalled the will of fire and the so-called bonds that had been passed down. Hiss! He inhaled sharply. Reflecting upon it, the distant ties of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, the closer connections of the third and Danzo, and the next generation's Jiraiya and Orochimaru, all were terrifyingly interwoven. Was this truly the legacy of the will of fire? Were these the bonds? One should not. At least ought not to. Moonlight felt a deep despair towards Konoha's traditions. It was a harbinger of doom. Fortunately, he harbored no such bonds and desired none. A boy must remember to protect himself when venturing outside. Moonlight clicked his tongue in exasperation. Danzo regarded the Umbu before him with curiosity, noting their immobility after his words. Why are you still standing there? Danzo's tone turned stern. If the Umbu were all of such a caliber, he would seriously contemplate appointing his own people in their stead. Yes, I will leave immediately. Moonlight jumped at the urgency, even activating his stealth technique, cursing himself for the day's peculiarities. In his haste, Moonlight executed his technique flawlessly, concealing all traces of his presence, and swiftly departed from the route without anyone noticing. As he observed Moonlight's disappearance, Danzo's earlier warmth evaporated, replaced by a stern countenance. As the moonlight faded, he remained oblivious, witnessing the sudden disappearance of a living being. Hey, fetch the entry log from the entrance. Moments later, Tawanzo emerged from the shadows, returning with a small booklet in hand. Humph. Tawanzo scoffed at the evident handwriting on the booklet, clearly not penned by a root ninja. A ninja capable of traversing the route undetected. Monkeys. Is this your warning to me? Fascinating. A smile of excitement tugged at Tawanzo's lips. This time, I shall refrain from excessive subterfuge. Go. Mobilize the intelligence personnel of the Land of Rain and establish contact with the borders. The recent unrest in the Land of Rain necessitates additional precautions and defenses, Tawanzo instructed. Furthermore, inform B that Plan 5 is cancelled. The current Hokage remains that same dead monkey. Yes. Root Ninja A bowed in compliance, ignoring Tawanzo's remarks about the third Hokage. The rivalry between the third and Tawanzo, could it truly be deemed a struggle for power? Was it merely the sordid affairs among Konoha's elite? Certainly not. To outsiders, the conflict between the Hokage and Tawanzo appeared as a contentious battle, yet for the parties involved, it was merely a playful exchange. In the past, any indiscreet root ninja who dared to join the mockery found themselves feeding the monstrous beast beneath the courtyard, a supposed accident that everyone knew the truth behind. Such camaraderie between friends was not for outsiders to meddle in. Consequently, after that incident, all root ninjas ceased to comment on such matters. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Hokage building, Moonlight was greeted with dire news. He was to be reassigned for frontline training. Just as he suspected, Moonlight sighed inwardly yet accepted the outcome with tranquility, having anticipated it. The one to succeed him was an adorable pink-haired girl, whom Moonlight had encountered in the Umbu. She appeared to be a literary enthusiast, often engrossed in her books, her face lighting up with a smile that was hard to contain. Oddly enough, the books she read lacked covers, the reason for which remained a mystery. Contemplating this, Moonlight chose to subtly impart some knowledge, as she was his junior, representing a form of legacy. Sighing, he departed, burdened with thoughts, unaware that the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement after his exit. It was foreseeable that peculiar rumors would gradually proliferate within certain circles. Little did Moonlight know, his words today had sown the seeds for his impending perilous mission. Alas, Moonlight, alas. In the mountainous forests outside Meow City in the Land of Rice, 1,000-strong regiment marched with grandiosity. A coalition assembled by Akali and the Third Miss over 5 days, intended as cannon fodder. Yet, despite their designation, the peculiar selection process by Akali had resulted in a cohort of uniquely shaped, strikingly impressive ninja warriors, rendering the battalion quite formidable. However, only the Third Miss and Akali understood that each and every one of them was merely a silver spear with a wax head, impressive in appearance, yet utterly useless. Miss San possesses considerable confidence in this contingent of 500. In her view, it is still a formidable force akin to 1,000. After all, one could hardly capture 1,000 pigs without considerable time and effort. Akali, however, shook her head, for pigs in the forest are far swifter than humans. 5 days may seem lengthy or brief, yet it is ample time to accomplish numerous tasks, such as the transmission of intelligence. The sound 3 clans? Indeed. The sound 3 clans. The harmonious sound, the rhythm of waves, the roaring voice. Are you referring to these musical clans? Akali inquired with a hint of confusion, but aren't the sound 3 clans our allies? Nara Saruki scratched his face, replying, you see, any unsigned paper is akin to refuse in a lavatory. Even those that are signed are merely akin to toilet paper, easily torn and discarded. I am well aware of this, but with such a stark disparity in power, how do they dare? No, you misunderstand. Nara Saruki shook his head. They lack the audacity to confront Konoha directly, yet they possess a considerable boldness to profit under the guise of opposing Konoha. Akali, perplexed, asked, are they not afraid of death? Nara Saruki offered a wry smile. When the stakes are significant enough, what does death matter? Moreover, they may not even face death at all. What magnitude of profit could lead one to disregard life and death? Akali questioned in astonishment. If I were to say it is the establishment of a shinobi village? Akali responded gravely upon hearing this. In truth, from the Warring States period to the present era of shinobi villages, it has become clear to all that whether small ninja organizations or traditional clans, They possess no capacity for resistance against the might of a shinobi village. To speak of smaller factions, the familial and master-disciple legacies lack the ability to generate new blood, forever eclipsed by the power of shinobi villages. Even if one generation is strong, it cannot guarantee strength in the next. Even the uniquely enduring Tsuchigumo clan relies on the support of a larger power. To this day, everyone understands that only a shinobi village can ensure its own survival. Even the smallest of shinobi villages, which exist under the shadow of larger ones, possess greater strength than ordinary factions. The stability of a shinobi village signifies longevity. However, the difficulty of revitalizing a chaotic nation is immense, and the rare savior capable of turning the tide is an exceptional find. Do you not recall how Akali, in her previous life, remained passive and disbelieving of the existence of such saviors? Has the intelligence been confirmed? Yes, it has been confirmed. It was relayed from the Rain Shinobi village, subsequently corroborated by our headquarters. The Sound 3 clans have received support from the Cloud village. And earlier communications with the Dake family revealed that Dake Saburo was indeed involved with the Sound 3 clans. The Sound 3 clans sought out the Cloud village, likely intending to create chaos to draw us out, yet they did not anticipate that we would be compelled to emerge. However, Dake Saburo has concealed himself far deeper than they had uncovered, having already prepared contingencies. Their intent was to ensure our mission's failure, thereby inviting the direct intervention of the Rain Shinobi. Nara Saruki concluded. Yet, through misfortune, we have fortuitously established connections with local powers. What of the Land of Rice? Surely, the daimyo of the Land of Rice is most eager to establish a shinobi village, is he not? Akali inquired. Most of the feudal lords of the Land of Rice did not participate, as they maintained amicable relations with Konoha, hoping for the stability of their nation. However, it was evident that the Hidden Cloud sought to intervene in the Land of Rice, intending to establish it as a forward base. As a forward base for the Hidden Cloud, the Sound 3 clans would leverage the Hidden Cloud's influence to sweep through and assimilate domestic powers, subsequently eliminating them amidst the potential wars to come. Ultimately, the victor would claim supremacy, a scenario in which they were quite adept. Thus, they stood to lose nothing. Akali came to understand that the Hidden Cloud aimed to transform the Land of Rice into a presence akin to the U.S. military bases in Japan or South Korea, directly threatening the Land of Fire. As for the Sound 3 clans, once the ninja village was established, they would inevitably profit, even if they had to repay debts later. Repaying debts was far easier than conquering territories. Furthermore, with the backing of the Hidden Cloud against Konoha, if the Hidden Cloud triumphed, it would be advantageous. Though if Konoha prevailed, the Sound 3 clans would likely not suffer excessive losses. What about the village? Akali inquired further. Beasts, ninja villages, and the continental balance system. Although the destruction of Whirlpool Village had rendered one aspect ineffective, the Land of Soup effectively severed the Hidden Cloud's influence, while the Waterfall Village obstructed the most convenient route for the Rock Ninja. The Land of Rain and the Land of Grass were both quagmires. The continental balance system had not faltered, and the village could not allow the emergence of an ambiguous ninja village in the Land of Rice. Thus, the Sound 3 clans had chosen to circumvent the village entirely, Akali realized. Indeed, Nara Shumaki nodded. Moreover, the external elements in the eastern part of the city are quite complex, while the local forces in the west are relatively straightforward. I suspect they share our intentions of uniting to eliminate a common foe. Are we likely to face an attack from the Sound 3 clans? Precisely. This will serve as the Sound 3 clans' declaration of allegiance. Akali glanced at the sides of the road. They were grouped in pairs, with the Shrine Maiden and the cherry tree concealed nearby. Ah, it seems we are paired again. Nara Shumaki chuckled, only to suddenly notice Akali's disdainful expression. What do you mean by that? Nara Shumaki retorted, angered. In this team, he was far from the leader. Clearly, Akali was in charge, handling all matters and reporting back to her. What kind of leader operated in such a manner? Next time, you should team up with the cherry tree. The Shrine Maiden is mine. Then I shall take my leave. Nara Shumaki gritted his teeth. Were it not for the fact that he had specifically sought her out and that his clan desired her techniques, he would have long abandoned this vexing little girl. Next time, he would ensure she teamed with Tangbei. Damn it, thinking about it makes me furious. Akiyama Akudo was never satiated, so he always brought his own specially prepared provisions. Yanoyu was gentle and kind to everyone in the team, undoubtedly preparing some additional food for Akiyama Akudo. Nara Shumaki also wished to enjoy the care of the young lady. After all, I personally invited her. Nara Shumaki repeatedly reassured himself. Just then, the third young lady approached curiously. What are you discussing? Nara Shumaki adjusted his expression, attempting to respond with a smile, but his demeanor changed drastically. He suddenly seized the third young lady, pinning her down. Enemy attack. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted from countless explosive tags. All has descended into chaos. In the immediate aftermath of the attack, Nara Karuki prioritized the protection of the third young lady, while Akali focused on her own safety. Subsequently, the forces from the clan began to converge towards the center, with some attempting to command the expendable troops. However, the 1,000 rogue ninjas, hastily recruited as mere fodder, were akin to participants in a brawl, and in a moment of peril, they would certainly falter. Within the forest, the multitude of soldiers became ensnared in confusion, moving about like headless flies. In such turmoil, even ninjas endowed with extraordinary abilities were not exempt from the chaos. Panic spread, and clashes erupted amongst the hastily assembled troops. Under the cover of explosive talismans, the enemy surged forward, causing the front lines to inadvertently assault their own formation. Confronted by the disoriented retreating forces, the core unit of the clan, consisting of around 100 members, was compelled to establish a defensive perimeter with their blades, drawing a line of separation with blood and ninjutsu. Is this what war entails? Perched atop a tree, Akali observed the unfolding scene, her mind in disarray. 1,000 individuals may seem few in number, yet from her vantage point, it appeared as an ocean of heads. Amidst such a densely packed crowd, Akali began to ponder how she might break free. The answer was none. Relying solely on her own strength, it was impossible for Akali to escape. Cooperation among many was essential. At that moment, individual power felt utterly insignificant within the collective. Nevertheless, Akali steadied her thoughts. This was not war, merely a large-scale brawl between two villages. She acknowledged her own frailty in the midst of such chaos, but at 8.5 years old, she still had room to grow. Today's weakness would not be her eternal fate. What had they planned prior? They had been ambushed, and then what? The center where Akali stood still retained a semblance of conversation, and as she regained her composure, she inquired of Nara Karuki. Defend. Nara Karuki responded with a single word. Was mere defense sufficient? Akali was puzzled. However, she soon found herself devoid of time for contemplation. The core unit, overwhelmed by the advancing horde, disbanded, and the prepared ninjas of the Odo clan made their entrance. A resonant bell tolled, momentarily disorienting everyone, as the Odo clan ninjas filed in, swiftly dividing the battlefield. The cacophony of explosions, the crackling of burning foliage, the clashing of weapons, and the shouts of battle filled the air, harmonized by the enchanting notes of flutes and the accompanying strains of pipa. Suddenly, a steel blade sliced toward Akali's face. 10 directions, ambush. Startled from her brief stupor, Akali rose, shaking off the dirt that had accumulated on her. In that instant, she recognized the melody she had been hearing all along. Indeed, that sense of impending doom, that tension, that chilling feeling of being cornered. Akali had never encountered 10 directions ambush in her past life, or if she had, it had slipped her memory. Yet, the sensation evoked by the piece was undeniably that of 10 directions ambush. Akali was unaware of how much time had passed since the Odo clan's arrival, but she discerned that the flute's melody had grown increasingly frantic. It was then that she realized the battlefield had devolved into a chaotic melee. Moments ago, the adversary launched a fierce assault on the segmented formation, causing Akali and Narukami to become separated. Unfortunately, she fell victim to several ninjutsu techniques and was subsequently rendered unconscious by an exploding tag. It was only upon regaining consciousness that she realized not only the Sound 3 clan, but also another unidentified ninja faction was engaged in battle with her side. With a sudden thud, Akali brandished a kunai and thrust it backward, sensing the presence of someone behind her. Yet, as the kunai sliced through the air, it meant nothing but emptiness. Taken aback, Akali felt a surge of murderous intent. Regaining her composure, she narrowed her eyes and slightly lowered her head to evade an incoming steel blade, countering with a swift, powerful kick to the assailant's chest. The attacker was sent flying, and only then did Akali recognize his face, none other than the flamboyant warrior, Nameless, who had left a lasting impression on her during their previous encounter. Why would he attack me? A wave of questions flooded her mind. and it dawned on her that the summoned cannon fodder troops and even the main forces of the Third Miss were embroiled in combat amongst themselves. This situation was perilous. A sense of alarm rang in Akali's mind as she tossed a smoke bomb to the ground, concealing herself within the obscuring haze while quietly observing the unfolding chaos. For Akali, the smoke bomb was akin to a sanctuary, offering her immense comfort. Within the smoke, her perception expanded, allowing her to grasp the situation with remarkable clarity. However, upon entering the smoke, she immediately sensed something was amiss. Amidst the increasingly frenetic sounds of flutes and lutes, a part of her consciousness persistently warned her that there were enemies behind, to the left, to the right, above, and below her. It was not merely an ambush from all sides, but a complete encirclement. Yet, her perception within the smoke revealed no one else. She was utterly alone within the mist. What was happening? It was broad daylight. Had she encountered an illusion? She felt the presence of others without seeing anyone. Suddenly, the flute's melody rose to a piercing crescendo, interrupted by a jarring cacophony. Akali, caught in a daze, felt as though she had been transported to a battlefield, reduced to a nameless pawn surrounded by enemies. Instinctively, she launched a frontal assault against the silhouette of an enemy. An inaudible sound wave, laden with chaotic information, surged into her ears. With a thrust, the kunai embedded itself into flesh, warm blood trickling down her hand. Only then did Akali realize she had unwittingly stepped out of the smoke, the kunai piercing the heart of an adversary before her. With no time to wipe the blood away, she swiftly formed hand seals. Genjutsu release. Actively disrupting her own chakra, Akali extricated herself from the illusion, her vigilance heightened to an extreme. Sound-based illusion. Akali comprehended the nature of the phenomenon. It was the Sound Three Clans auditory illusion technique. Although she dispelled the illusion, the unsettling sensation of being surrounded persisted. Her ears itched, her eardrums vibrating as if she were still perceiving some elusive sound. Cloaked within the smoke, Akali activated another smoke bomb to buy herself time, her eyes narrowing as she contemplated her next move with utmost seriousness. She suddenly recalled memories from her past life. Once, during the night, as she was drifting between sleep and wakefulness, the mosquito net was lifted, and something brushed against the soles of her feet. In that moment, her half-awake mind could not discern the source, yet it still conjured an image. In that instant, Akali realized, or rather, envisioned, a cockroach crawling on her instep, prompting her to quickly lift her feet in fright. The second instance occurred in the morning, when the irksome sound of cicadas resonated outside her window. The vibrations and noise led Akali to believe that someone was drilling into her window, startling her awake once more. The five senses allow humans to perceive and experience the world, much like footsteps heard from behind evoke the imagination of someone approaching. Even in the absence of sight, hearing and touch can construct an understanding of the world based on the information they receive, akin to visual perception. The human brain possesses this remarkable ability, which served as an entry point for the Sound Clan. Humans make judgments based on sound, similar to how bats use echolocation. When one sensory input is blocked, humans turn to their remaining senses to comprehend the world. The Sound Clan's auditory illusions are a manifestation of this principle. By intertwining illusion with music, they obscure and manipulate perceptions, utilizing the body's inherent capabilities as a means of interference. This physical approach, when combined with illusion, functions similarly to the chilling background music in a horror film that amplifies the terror of the visuals. Imagine you're locked in combat with an adversary, and just as they are about to strike, they suddenly perceive a dagger hurtling towards them, causing them to flee in panic. This presents an opportune moment for you to seize the advantage and deliver a decisive blow. Such is the efficacy of a grand illusion on the battlefield. The sight of magic cards must be dismantled. Drawing upon her past knowledge and experiences to comprehend the present situation, Akali swiftly initiated her actions. However, the smoke lingered too long, alerting the enemies who were poised to attack them. Outside the smoke screen, two sound ninjas approached the periphery of Akali's concealment. For convenience, the ninjas of the Sound Clan will still be referred to as Sound Ninjas. Faced with the obscuring smoke, they chose not to clear it with wind techniques, but instead employed their own methods. The leading sound ninja produced a bell, shaking it to release an invisible sound wave that penetrated the smoke and rebounded upon contacting Akali's body. They had found her. The bell-wielding ninja launched several shuriken, each adorned with a tail that jingled like the bell. Akali evaded within the smoke. The sound shuriken were relatively predictable. Utilizing echolocation, the bell ninja pinpointed Akali's location, continuously firing sound shuriken. As Akali dodged, she grasped a kunai. If the enemies outside the smoke relied on such tactics, their demise was imminent. Clang, clang, clang. After deftly avoiding 3 sound shuriken, Akali suddenly darted aside without warning as 3 silent shuriken struck her previous position. Then, the sound of bells behind her crescendoed. In her mind, countless shuriken seemed to be flying toward her from behind. This was the ingrained impression left by the earlier bell shuriken. The sound of the bell signified incoming shuriken. Silence. Akali disregarded the chime of the bells behind her, instead concentrating intensely on evading 3 silent shurikens. That was close. As she beheld the faint, eerie glow upon the silent shurikens, a cold sweat broke out on her brow. The strategy of first utilizing sound shurikens to divert attention, followed by silent ones to inflict damage, left an impression in the enemy's mind that the sound of the bells equated to the arrival of shurikens. Moreover, she could use the previously released sound of the shurikens to mask her shots. One must admit, had she encountered such a combination in ordinary circumstances, Akali would have likely suffered greatly, especially since the shurikens were laced with poison. However, amidst the chaotic illusions on this battlefield, dominated by sound ninjas, Akali had long ceased to trust her own ears. Furthermore, she possessed a mental perception extended by her specialized smoke bombs. Unfortunately, blocking her ears proved ineffective, or at least minimally so, for sound could not be entirely muted unless one were to ruthlessly puncture their eardrums. Fortunately, the overwhelming music enveloping the battlefield began to wane after Akali focused her mind. Yet, she was aware that the effects of such music were subtle and insidious. While she temporarily shielded herself from it, her accustomedness to the music would inevitably draw her attention into the illusion as the tempo progressed. And in that fleeting moment of being ensnared, a fatal opening would present itself. This was dire. Akali had never faced an enemy who primarily wielded illusions, particularly one so obscurely rooted in sound. The battlefield was immediately shrouded in its influence, leaving her somewhat flustered. Thus she remained concealed within the smoke, scrutinizing the situation. Ding ding. Suddenly, the bells rang out behind her. Again? Useless. Through the haze of smoke, Akali extended her mental perception and saw nothing behind her. Thud. Yet, as the sound of the bells persisted, she suddenly collapsed to her knees, an overwhelming dizziness flooding her mind. What on earth is this? Gritting her teeth, Akali thought the sound illusion was utterly grotesque, unpreventable and relentless. The echoes of an extended version of 10 Directions Ambush still resonated in her mind. Damn it. This isn't some protective melody from a music box. Why is it on a perpetual loop? As the second release of smoke dissipated, Akali's kneeling figure was revealed to all. The flute and pipa sounds of 10 Directions Ambush continued to cycle through her thoughts, interrupted occasionally by jarring noises that pulled at her focus. Every now and then, she would perceive the illusion of being surrounded, with an imminent attack from either in front or behind, while the bells rang incessantly. The disorienting sensation from the bells lingered, leaving Akali feeling utterly repulsed by these sound ninjas and their incessant control. What to do? Should she use purification? While purification could indeed dispel negative states, employing such a crucial control-breaking skill for a mere minor slowdown felt excessively extravagant. Moreover, once her trump card was used, what would she do next? The battle had only just begun. In that moment, Akali found herself in a predicament. Somewhere in the woods, within a protected VIP area shrouded by a barrier, a team of cloud ninjas silently observed and evaluated the techniques of the Sound 3 clans. This team appeared to consist of a mix of 2 upper ninjas and 6 middle ninjas. Among the 6 robust chunin, one stood out with a notable youthful demeanor. Despite his physique having reached a height incongruous with his age, his visage remained that of a mere boy of 13 or 14. What do you think? At present, the Sound ninjas have demonstrated commendable effectiveness in battlefield illusions, capable of exerting a significant suppressive influence on opponents. With an extensive range that is not limited by the number of targets, but rather by the area of effect of the technique. The youthful fourth Raikage, A, remarked that as the progeny of the Raikage, he held a pivotal role in this assessment, his opinions poised to directly shape Hyūga's future stance towards the Sound ninjas. However, there lingered a question regarding the technique's ability to distinguish friend from foe. After all, sound-based attacks are typically indiscriminate. This concern had not escaped the sound ninjas. The team leader, Jonin Tsukadai, smiled slightly as he produced a pair of headphones, offering them to A. "What is this?" A inquired. "These are noise-canceling headphones," Tsukadai explained, the mechanism unknown, yet seemingly capable of nullifying the sound ninja's sound-based techniques through the application of chakra. By inputting chakra, the headphones emit a series of rhythmic beats to disrupt the sound-based illusions. "What a remarkable invention," A exclaimed with delight. If this technology were to disseminate, the sound ninjas would find themselves unable to maintain a foothold in the world. Tossing the headphones in his hands before donning them, he recognized their potential as a secret weapon, even without prior testing. The very notion of their efficacy sparked his imagination regarding the tactical application of this sound ninja unit in battle. The headphones appeared structurally simple, though the feasibility of reverse engineering them remained uncertain, thus making it a gamble. Once these devices were compromised, they could only be utilized once. However, during that singular use, a cloud ninja equipped with these headphones could inflict considerable damage upon their adversaries. They represented a decisive strategic asset. "Let us proceed and put this to the test," A declared, glancing at the other Chunin. Though the youngest present, as the Raikage son, his status eclipsed that of everyone else in attendance. "Go forth. We shall observe from here," Tsukadai instructed, handing out 5 additional pairs of headphones to the other Chunin. "Knowledge is born of experience. Give it a try." "Excellent." A watched as the other 5 cloud ninjas equipped themselves with the headphones. Onward. Shadow mimicry technique. Halt. The perspiring Nara Shikamaru finally seized the sound ninja before him, using the enemy's own hand to plunge a kunai into the large drum, ultimately shattering the powerful sound wave cannon, which brought an immediate silence to the surroundings. At this juncture, approximately 20 minutes had elapsed since the ambush, and the 1,000-strong cannon fodder unit had suffered over 50% casualties. Some had fled, but many more lay dead. Such horrifying losses, even among a unit comprised entirely of lower-ranked ninjas, were indeed extraordinary. The devastation was a testament to the sound ninjas' bizarre and formidable control. Their dominance in lower-tier engagements was palpable, fostering an environment where self-destruction among allies became alarmingly simple under the overwhelming psychological pressure. As the onslaught ensued and the battlefield was divided, Nara Shikamaru found himself gathered with the main family unit of the 3rd Miss, now allied against the sound ninjas. The village's arrangements would require time, and he must endure until that moment arrived. As for Akali, Nara Saruki harbored no concerns regarding her solitude. In fact, Akali herself was perplexed by the unwavering trust Nara Saruki placed in her. Yet, when questioned about it, Nara Saruki merely stated, "If it's Akali-chan, there is certainly no cause for worry." With a slight grimace, Akali felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She resolved to refrain from purifying her abilities, choosing instead to reserve her trump card for the final moments. The illusions conjured by the sound ninjas were indeed enigmatic. However, even the most formidable melody requires an instrument. Secret technique, Cold Shadow. Akali hurled several shurikens, shattering the bells suspended from her back. This place was no longer safe. After having faced an ambush, losing consciousness, and becoming entangled for so long, with casualties among her comrades and the density of the forest thinning, Akali could not spot Nara Saruki and decided to break free on her own. Her father had once said that magic must be countered with magic. Lightning release, lightning pillar. Akali began to emit a brilliant light, the intense glare forcing the sound ninjas who were fixated on her to avert their gazes. This was the essence of using magic against magic, employing light to combat sound pollution. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Akali commenced her movement. In a battle where she was outnumbered, it was crucial to ensure she would not face too many adversaries at once. Manipulation was key. Block her path. Among the throngs of individuals ensnared by the musical illusions, Akali stood out remarkably. The core node responsible for broad suppression among the sound ninjas spotted her, and the melody shifted, prompting several teams of sound ninjas to converge upon her. The cold shadow struck 2 unfortunate sound ninjas who had just leapt from a tall tree and were struggling to regain their footing. Akali seized the rebound from the hidden dragon seal's circular ring. Channeling energy into her hand, she separated the blade from the handle of her scythe, extending her attack range and effortlessly dispatching 2 sound ninjas. Akali dashed toward the gap ahead, while the sound ninjas hurriedly attempted to seal it off. Just as she was about to reach the breach in their encirclement, a smoke bomb detonated. Akali executed a swift maneuver, pinning one of her pursuers with a falcon dance, only to abruptly charge in the opposite direction, retracing her steps. The crowd of pursuers behind her, caught off guard by the sudden obstruction, became disorganized. Akali flung 2 wind-style shuriken, their lethal spin radiating a menacing aura. These foes lacked the prowess of Kaguya Otsutsuki, unable to simply catch and return the wind shuriken. Thus, Akali easily broke free from the first ring of encirclement. The flute's notes grew increasingly urgent as more sound ninjas received the signal. Concurrently, the sound illusions directed at Akali intensified, the cacophony around her escalating in volume. The grand illusion suppressing the battlefield gradually focused its pressure solely on Akali. The amplified sounds were laden with countless erroneous messages. Footsteps approached from the front, others from behind, the slicing of blades cutting through the air to her left. Even with the capricious enhancement of her mercury shoes, Akali felt her thoughts increasingly constrained. Hallucinations plagued her vision, compelling her to disrupt her chakra at a fixed frequency to dispel the illusions, while she concentrated her mind to disregard the misleading information flooding her ears. The illusionary techniques could not be managed temporarily. However, the instruments of those direct harm-inducing techniques that caused dizziness were swiftly identified and eradicated. Now, Akali found herself akin to a warrior beset by high pain, grappling with interference amidst the fray. However, as the battle raged on, she suddenly discerned a peculiar truth. These sound ninjas seemed rather inept. Aside from their bizarre auditory illusions and sound-based disruptions, techniques reminiscent of sonic weaponry from a bygone era, such as infrasound capable of harming vital organs and brains, ultrasonic waves that could shatter windows, and noise pollution, were conspicuously absent. Or perhaps, Akali simply denied them the opportunity to manifest. For instance, the bell that had persistently been her primary target was something she focused on with unwavering intent. She did not even approach those wielding incomprehensible, specialized devices. After a circuit of movement, through strategic back-and-forth maneuvers, Akali found that these ninjas were lacking in combat prowess, allowing her to deftly maneuver among dozens of them. The expansive auditory illusion enveloping the battlefield, if quantified, had diminished Akali's reaction time and combat effectiveness by approximately 20 points. Yet as she concentrated and adapted, this figure gradually waned to 10. Though aided by her mercury shoes, Akali's physical prowess was merely above average for a chunin. Her explosive potential was formidable, peaking at an impressive level. The illusion suppression upon her was negligible, similarly affecting those of greater strength. Proving to be of little utility in confrontations with the powerful, its only merit being its proficiency in overwhelming the weaker. The apparent effectiveness stemmed from the sheer weakness of Akali's adversaries. Continuing her agile movements from left to right, Akali occasionally encountered allies ensnared by the illusion, but she dispatched them ruthlessly with her kunai. Her perimeter expanded with each motion, ultimately attracting a formidable presence. A genius from Konoha. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Sound Illusion's Shilin Shui, a strikingly beautiful woman with long black hair, elegantly wielding a flute. Adorned with a jade-like flute and metallic accessories around her wrists, complemented by a bell anklet on her delicate ankles, she exuded an air of graceful serenity, reminiscent of a master musician. Akali privately marveled at the aura cultivated from years of musical training. Had she encountered this striking woman under different circumstances, she might have sought to foster a cordial relationship. Yet, in the face of conflict, mercy was not an option. Since you are aware of my affiliation with Konoha, do you still dare to confront me? Akali spoke coldly. Alas, the elegant woman replied, her beautiful eyes cast downwards. Some things must be taken by one's own hand. Are you here to take my life? Akali tightened her grip on her kunai, her shifting gaze furtively scanning her surroundings. The previous back and forth had clarified her observations. The sound ninjas numbered at most 400. Some possessed a modicum of sound-based skills. Yet most were merely resilient to sound techniques due to their upbringing or were minimally affected, coordinating their actions under the influence of others. Few formidable adversaries emerged from the sound ninjas. Likely, the stronger ones were engaged in sustaining the grand illusion, with this woman being the singular exception. No. The elegant woman sidestepped, revealing a tall, dark-skinned boy from the Cloud Village. The future of the Sound Three clans hinges upon their value. You are strong. An excellent opponent to illustrate our worth. The elegant woman with long black hair maintained a calm and unhurried demeanor. Oh, is this the opponent you have found for me? A little girl? I would rather continue to assault that group. Xiao AI crossed her arms, expressing her dissatisfaction. Rest assured, my lord. This little girl is a prodigy from Konoha, capable of leading dozens of my kin, came the reply. Humph. Xiao AI scoffed. That is merely because you sound ninja are worthless. Aside from your bizarre sound techniques, you possess no real ninjutsu, and your combat prowess is utterly dismal. Indeed, my lord speaks the truth. The elegant woman responded obediently. Akali's gaze sharpened. This was the cloud ninja mentioned in the intelligence reports. What was a cloud ninja doing here? As Akali hesitated, aware that this would be a grueling battle, the elegant woman stood her ground, evidently preparing to strike. The cloud ninja's current actions resembled someone who had just acquired a new toy, eager to test it out. Akali realized she was the subject of this experiment. The illusion techniques of the sound ninja were merely the new toy, and the elegant woman was clearly receiving the treatment of a super VIP guest. Chattering away. If you from Konoha can be here, then of course, I, a cloud ninja, can be here as well, Xiao AI declared, eager to take her stance. The land of rice is a neutral nation, not your vassal. Then, I shall proceed, Xiao AI proclaimed. As the elegant woman from the sound ninja drew forth a flute and began to play. Thunder release, chakra mode. The flute resonated, instantly clouding Akali's vision, but she swiftly dispelled the illusion, having been prepared. At that moment, Xiao AI, enveloped in crackling electricity, had already covered half the distance. Her figure flickering like a lightning-charged champion, reminiscent of Cain, while her robust physique resembled that of Garen. Akali observed the formidable biceps of Xiao AI. Realizing she must avoid being closed in by such a muscular adversary, even if she appeared to be a mere youth. Wu, Chun, she intoned, hands clasped together. Wind release, gale palm. With great force, she pressed her palms together, unleashing a torrent of compressed wind that formed an air wall to block Xiao AI's advance. Ha ha, just a mere gust. Xiao AI laughed maniacally, raising her right hand. The future fourth Raikage was still a somewhat overzealous youth at heart. Throwing a seemingly ordinary heavy punch, twin fists of fury. How is that twin at all? Akali retorted, gripping 5 shuriken tightly, ready to throw. A clear, ringing sound echoed. Oh no. Akali momentarily lost her focus, releasing the 5 shuriken, but they did not fly toward Xiao AI. Rather, their force was significantly lacking. Haha, futile. Xiao AI deflected the shuriken with her electrically charged arm. Akali clenched her teeth in frustration, glancing at the elegant woman, who was watching her with a playful smile. Then go play boxing with your shadow. Akali rolled backward, deploying a smoke bomb. Xiao AI swung a punch that hit nothing but air, moreover. A shuriken mockingly shot towards her face. Humph. The weakened kunai in Xiao AI's hand could be disregarded. But the shuriken wielded with full force could not be met with his face. He leaped back a few paces, furrowing his brow as he gazed upon the smoke before him, gathering strength while awaiting its dissipating. After a considerable wait, the smoke grenade that should have vanished in an instant still lingered, leaving Xiao AI somewhat befuddled as he glanced toward the sound ninja, Sister Shilling. Shilling nodded slightly, gently clapping her hands. A sound wave surged into the smoke, rebounding off objects within, as several shurikens adorned with bells pierced through the haze. Attack the location where the bell rings, Shilling stated calmly. All right. Xiao AI's expression brightened with excitement as he focused on the smoke. Wherever the sound of the bells resonated, he charged forth, while Akali within the fog darted about like a hound was on her heels. She had once attempted to confront Xiao AI, yet the crackling lightning enveloping him deterred her from direct engagement. Moreover, his speed was astounding, coupled with an instinct for battle that rendered ordinary strikes ineffective. Whenever a threatening side slash was unleashed, the sound ninja would intervene. Fortunately, her speed surpassed that of the cloud ninja boy, albeit just slightly. Akali began to comprehend that this sound ninja sister was indeed deeply invested in the user's experience. She realized that this external aid was not designed for the cloud ninja to easily subdue her, but rather to allow him to appreciate the difficulty of overcoming Akali, only to triumph over her with the assistance of the external force, making the experience exhilarating. Akali felt a sense of frustration under the external interference. She dared not unleash her chaotic assassination technique. If she could not control her high-speed assault, it would not be a thrust, but rather an invitation for disaster. The smoke grenade continued to undulate like a balloon being inflated, primarily due to Xiao AI stirring the mist, the smoke, which could have persisted for several minutes. was on the verge of dissipating. Akali drew a kunai, aiming it at the furthest shuriken bell, hoping to strike it and divert Xiao Ai's attention. However, to her dismay, the kunai struck the bell shuriken with a dull thud, resulting in no effect. Damn it! Akali glared furiously at the smoke outside, where Shieling wore a serene smile. How could your bell possibly be rung by you? Ding dong. Another bell chimed, momentarily disorienting Akali. When she attempted to evade again, it was slightly too late, and the splashing mud struck her legs. It was not that she was late in dodging. Rather, her stamina could not keep pace. After enduring the prolonged encirclement by the sound ninja, she now found herself in a vigorous chase. Unbeknownst to her, Akali had already begun to breathe heavily. Seeing no sign of the reinforcements mentioned by Nara Karuki, and with no hope of breaking free from her current predicament, she resolved to reveal her trump card. Her gaze fell upon the approaching Xiao Ai. This individual, who could compel a sound ninja elite to willingly assist, must be an exceedingly valuable asset. Thus, she decided to capture him. While she indeed feared the lightning coursing through him, she was not entirely without recourse. Previously, Professor Hitaki Tsukumo's method of stimulating the body with lightning chakra was clumsily employed by Akali. The inexperienced body experienced a tingling sensation under the electric current, accompanied by sporadic sharp pains. Akali understood that the current was causing damage to certain areas, but she remained undeterred. Her intention in utilizing lightning chakra was to enable her body to acclimate to the stimulation, allowing her to counter external currents with her own. The lightning chakra flowed through her body, mobilized in the form of the techniques Chidori and Raijin. Akali recalled that Kenin's ability was Lightning Rush, which might yield some effect. Sacrificing oneself to counterattack, she prepared to meet Xiao Ai's punch after once again breaking free from the illusionary control. As the massive fist descended, Akali summoned her chakra, instantly forming a radiant white shield. The clash of energy and shield erupted as the white shield met the lightning-infused fist, and the smoke from the smoke bomb dissipated. Brightness returned, illuminating the scene where the white shield and the flickering lightning fist collided. The thin white shield shattered instantaneously as the powerful blow broke through, crashing down upon Akali's arms. With a cry of anguish, the violent electric current coursed through her, sending her flying with tremendous force, tumbling and rolling before crashing to the ground. Thud! She collided with a large tree, rebounding off it. Akali's body twitched as visible arcs of electricity flickered around her. In the distance, the tall, dark-haired beauty, Shieling, revealed a faint smile. Akali, paralyzed by the lightning, seemed to indicate that the Cloud Ninja boy had triumphed, which also signified her victory. With just the right amount of assistance, she had exerted herself to overcome a formidable foe. The son of the Raikage must be immensely satisfied. Xiao Ai was indeed quite pleased. In the midst of their skirmish enveloped in smoke, the bothersome fog obscured his vision but could not hinder his auditory senses. Any sense of impending danger was thwarted by his preemptive strikes. All he needed to do was continuously adjust himself, gradually closing the distance to Akali during the chase. Though hide-and-seek was inherently dull, he found excitement in learning the rhythm of his opponent's movements throughout the process. At that moment, Xiao Ai felt a clear sense of his own progress. Thank you, Perish. Xiao Ai leaped into the air, delivering a powerful axe-like strike aimed directly at Akali. Indeed, Akali was formidable, yet the hero of the enemy is the foe of my own. Die! Xiao Ai shouted within his heart. It seemed as though Akali had heard his unspoken words, for the seemingly dazed girl suddenly opened her eyes. This is bad. Shieling hastily attempted to employ a sound illusion to hinder Akali, but having previously assumed the victory of the Raikage son, she had let her guard down and now required time to cast her jutsu. At that moment, Akali deftly rolled and sprang up, evading Xiao Ai's axe-like strike, revealing the hand seal she had formed while using her prone position as cover. Xiao Ai's lightning had not incapacitated Akali, who had been prepared all along. Stimulating her body with lightning chakra, gathering chakra in her mouth, Akali took a deep breath. Wind release, pressure damage. A high-speed ball of wind struck Xiao Ai, spinning him aside. Akali slightly coiled her energy, her body resembling a tightly wound spring, ready to unleash her power. As the illusion descended, it was Shieling who, in a desperate bid to hinder Akali's pursuit, unleashed a potent illusion to inflict secondary damage upon the Child of Thunder. The scene before Akali transformed in an instant, plunging her into a realm of phantasm. However, With the activation of purification, a crisp sound reverberated, and Akali returned to reality, the illusion dispelled, and the lingering numbness from the lightning dissipated. With a single act of purification, she alleviated multiple adverse effects. Purification is most beneficial when employed amidst overlapping enemy controls. The tension in the coiled spring began to ease as the momentary control of the illusion waned. Seizing this opportunity, Akali propelled herself forward, executing her signature strikes with unparalleled grace and precision. With all her might, her petite form seemed to leave a phantom in her wake, and her rapid thrusts swiftly caught up to the Cloud Ninja, who was already under duress from frontal attacks. Remarkably resilient, Akali mused. Having inflicted damage while in a state of paralysis, her inherent strength lacking. Yet, even a solid B-rank ninjutsu had struck true, leaving the Cloud Ninja merely with multiple lacerations and a fractured rib. Such resilience was astonishing for one of their age. Despite her astonishment, Akali's movements remained relentless as she lunged towards Xiao AI. The wind and thunder technique, Xiao AI's somewhat unrefined lightning chakra mode, was shattered by the pressure of the attack. The Sound Ninja's desperate illusion proved futile against the sustained resilience of purification, and at that moment, Akali had already seized Xiao AI. With a flurry of swift and precise exchanges, the previously boastful Xiao AI found herself incapacitated by Akali's deft strike to her neck. Enough, cease, Akali commanded. Wielding her power like a sovereign, grasping the Cloud Ninja, Xiao AI, to threaten the Sound Ninja, Shi Ling complying. Shi Ling halted her advance. Then came the grand illusion. After a prolonged silence, Shi Ling too paused, much like Yamamoto's forces in the Bright Sword, thwarted in their ambush, leaving the audience in disarray, rendering their actions meaningless. Grasping Xiao AI's neck was akin to seizing Shi Ling's lifeline. You have triumphed. What do you desire? With no other choice, Shi Ling was compelled to negotiate with Akali. The capture of her patron was a profound blow to her professional capabilities, instilling great frustration within her. Akali's previous demeanor had left her feeling vulnerable. While verbally conceding to Akali's demands, Shi Ling's body trembled slightly, and the anklet on her ankle emitted inaudible sound waves, discreetly contacting the other Sound Ninjas. Have them disperse. Akali gestured, indicating for the approaching Sound Ninjas to scatter. And you, step forward. With a calm demeanor, Shi Ling began to advance. Though uncertain of Akali's intentions, her desire to rescue Xiao AI remained strong, aligning her will with Akali's. Unexpectedly, as Akali held Xiao AI, she surged forward without warning. So you're merely a support, are you? Within the resilient window of purification, Akali unleashed the second phase of her signature strikes, unimpeded and free to express her full prowess. Channeling substantial chakra, she delivered a devastating blow to the abdomen of the raven-haired woman. Gasping, the elegant figure collapsed to the ground, her striking eyes wide with shock, and her alluring red lips parted uncontrollably as she spewed forth a torrent of blood. Akali's delicate fist pressed into a small portion of her opponent's body, causing Shi Ling to feel her internal organs shift violently, the suffocating pain rendering her capable of only incoherent gasps. Akali refrained from taking a life. The pair, one large and one small, one male and one female, were evidently the most prominent figures present. She needed to subdue them entirely to ensure that the Sound Ninja, deprived of their leader, would not spiral into chaos. Halt, or I shall take their lives. Several kunai were embedded before the Sound Ninja's feet as Akali raised her sword, signaling to the Sound Ninja the explosive tags adorning little AI's face. These could be detonated at any moment. Though explosive tags were rather costly and seldom utilized by her, it did not imply their absence. With a firm grip, Akali dragged the imposing Shi Ling and placed her alongside little AI, lifting her garment to affix 2 explosive tags onto her pristine back, patting them gently to ensure they were secure. I hereby declare that you two are now my captives, Akali proclaimed, hands on her hips, proudly addressing the still-pained Shi Ling and the grounded little AI. My task is complete. Now, we shall see what unfolds on the other side. Akali cast a wistful glance towards the nearby woods, the direction of Narashikaku. Of course, Shi Ling, kneeling with her arms wrapped around her abdomen, failed to correct her. She had misinterpreted the situation, for that team was positioned elsewhere. However, perhaps Akali was not mistaken, as the assembled Konoha Umbu had pinpointed the location of the Cloud Ninja and uncovered evidence of betrayal from the 3 clans of Sound. In the forest, Hatake Tsukumo's gaze was icy, his sharp white blade aimed at the earth platform. Might I request an explanation, esteemed sir, as to why the esteemed aide of the third Reikage finds themselves here? On the battlefield outside Miao City, with Hatake Tsukumo's arrival, it signified the conclusion of this farce. The third Mrs. Summon group served merely as cannon fodder to divert attention. The sound clans within the city were well aware of their role and knew that Konoha ninjas were among them. Thus, they fixated on this team of expendables, displaying their prowess by overpowering the weak, seeking to assert dominance over Konoha. They had presumed that everyone recognized this as mere distraction, expecting no one to care or attack, as there would be no profit in doing so. Yet, the sound clans acted contrary to this assumption, targeting the cannon fodder to showcase their strength, believing they could gain something from it. However, I anticipated your anticipation. Konoha had the advantage of information, mobilizing ahead of time and catching the sound clans and the hidden cloud completely off guard. Super expansion technique. Meet tank. A Kimichi Tobu barreled through, breaking the sound ninja's blockade. Akali, are you unharmed? Yakushi Nanoyu nimbly leaped down from a nearby tree. Yes. With two hostages in hand, Akali faced off against the sound ninja, her tension finally easing. Swish, swish, swish. Several teams of Umbu arrived, surrounding the sound ninja in a counter-encirclement. A confrontation was unlikely, while the sound clans dared to engage in subtle maneuvers. They would never openly confront Konoha. At this juncture, Akali's affairs were resolved, leaving only the matters between the higher-ups. Ah, so the remaining Cloud Ninja is with you. Yakushi Nanoyu exclaimed, glancing at the peacefully lying little AI on the ground, blinking in surprise. If the intelligence from the root is accurate, this must be the son of the third Reikage. Yakushi Nanoyu covertly glanced at Akali, realizing they had indeed captured a significant prize. Lord Danzo would be overjoyed. The last incident with Kagaya had allowed Root to seize an opportunity to expand their arsenal, and now, capturing the son of the Reikage would yield yet another valuable resource. Akali was indeed a blessing for Root. Moreover, the sound ninja, who sought to break free from Konoha's control, could likely be integrated into Root's framework as well. Yakushi Nanoyu crouched down to tend to Xiao AI and Shi Ling's injuries, the shimmering green light and dark hues obscuring her radiant eyes. Nanoyu contemplated the means of profiting from the first-hand information disparity in this incident. With a pretense of treatment, she began to manipulate Xiao AI's darkened visage, exclaiming, "Ah, what has happened to this person? It seems his head has suffered some injury. Ah, I shouldn't have struck too hard." Akali was taken aback. He must have sustained the injury when he fell, right? We cannot leave him here. Let us take him to the back for thorough treatment. Though a battle just occurred, now that we have won, he must not be allowed to perish. Help me, Tangbei, Akali, urged Yakushi Nanoyu. All right, no problem. The three of them lifted Xiao AI and maneuvered away from the ambush team approaching to take custody of the captive, heading towards the rear. Meanwhile, under the intimidation of Kakashi Hatake and numerous ANBU, the Cloud Ninja Tsukadai wore a bitter smile. Technically, the land of rice was a neutral territory, and it was entirely normal for ninja from any village to be present. However, given Konoha's current strength, their authority was somewhat overshadowed. After all, the local magistrate is not as powerful as the current ruler. Furthermore, their forces had also participated in the attack, providing a semblance of justification. Fortunately, Konoha would likely only inquire a few questions and perhaps demand some compensation. Afterwards, they would be free to go wherever they wished. After all, everyone is just a rogue of the 5 great shinobi nations. As for the Sound 3 clans, the notion of gaining much while sacrificing little was certainly laden with risks. A failure would inevitably fall back on their own kind. Tsukadai maintained a rather optimistic outlook, but upon hearing the news of Xiao AI's severe injuries and the subsequent treatment, he was taken aback, nearly revealing his true feelings. Thankfully, he managed to compose himself. While a regular chunin could be easily dealt with, the son of the Reikage would pose a far greater challenge. If Konoha were to harden their hearts and retain Xiao AI, who had developed an affection for Konoha, would that not effectively make him a hostage? The Reikage had but this one son. Since their identities remained concealed, the Sound Ninja would refrain from offending both parties simultaneously, ensuring their temporary safety. Tsukadai immediately proposed to check on the situation, needing to ensure the safety of his subordinates. Unfortunately, the subsequent news sent a chill through Tsukadai's heart. At that moment, Akali and her companions had already delivered Xiao AI to the rear. entrusting him to the medical unit, which would continue to transport him to Konoha for treatment. With that, the mission of the squad came to a successful conclusion. The puppeteer behind the scenes was subdued, and the intelligence sought was acquired through connections with local forces. The sound three clans, having offended Konoha, would need to redeem themselves, and the assistance of the faction represented by the third Miss would be forthcoming, under the witness of the Akali squad and Miss San. The eldest and second daughters of the family led their own troops, including the Sound Ninja and the Shadow Division, in a coordinated effort. In the major strongholds, the Crimson Walls rose, and the four Purple Flames formation unfolded. Following a swift and decisive action against disobedient factions, the Dead Gang took control of Miao City. The Dead Gang established a connection with Konoha, reaping the greatest profits from this opportunity, transforming from a traditional gang into an official power. The three daughters of the Dead Gang bid farewell to the squad in succession. Akali became acquainted with the gentle head of the family and the stern, no-nonsense second sister, who together embodied both intellect and strength sufficient to command the Dead Gang. As for the third sister, she was merely a silly girl responsible for being adorable. The Akali squad graciously accepted the generous rewards from the Dead Gang. With time pressing, they exchanged only a few words before promptly embarking on their return journey. The Shadow Division had lingered in the land of rice for quite some time, and they needed to continue clearing other cities. Thus, Akali and her squad were required to hastily return to prepare for their next mission. 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 800,000. Akali gleefully counted the money. Woohoo, let's take off. The gratitude from the Dead Gang amounted to 400,000. With an additional 100,000 from the third sister's personal thanks, and the mission reward of 200,000, along with this month's salary of 100,000. Previously, she had over 200,000 in savings, and without realizing it, Akali had amassed a total of 1 million Rio. Without the horse grazing at night, it won't grow fat. Akali finally understood the meaning behind the saying. Just then, as she was about to leave, Nara Shumaki called out to her. Akali turned with a puzzled look. The quota for jutsu within the Shadow Division is about to be settled for this quarter. Although you are new and have only completed 2 missions, your rank is quite high, approximately equivalent to 2 to 3 B-rank jutsu, since S-rank missions are counted as strong. That's still quite a bit. Have you thought about which jutsu you would like to exchange for? Nara Shumaki inquired. Akali appeared bewildered. Observing the large question mark above her head, Nara Shumaki immediately understood. You haven't forgotten, have you? Be sure to think about what your current system is lacking. And no, I haven't. Akali feigned a textbook display of tsundere. She recalled that this was indeed the case. Acquiring jutsu within the Shadow Division was significantly easier than outside. Otherwise, why would ordinary people strive so hard to join the Shadow Division? All right, just remember. Nara Shumaki nodded, and Akali acknowledged the point. I'm leaving. Nara Shumaki departed, and Akali pondered as she made her way back. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her back, and a familiar warm body pressed against her. Silky red hair cascaded down her neck. The keenly perceptive red-haired fox had sensed Akali's presence. Is it Sunday again? Akali playfully twirled the soft red hair around her fingers, smiling as she asked. Kushina nodded her little head, her mischievous red locks tickling Akali's neck, causing her to itch. All right. Don't act like a little puppy every time we meet, jumping up and rubbing against me with your wagging tail. You're just a tongue away from licking me. Shall I call you little puppy from now on? Joshinai, my little puppy? Give me a bark. Akali teased with a smile, just turning to look at Joshinai when she unexpectedly felt a tight grip on her face. What little puppy? I'll give you a chance to rephrase. Joshinai replied playfully. As Akali turned to face her, she noticed Joshinai's chubby cheeks flushed like a tempting red apple, making Akali want to take a bite. Yes, not a little puppy, but a lovely little fox. Is today's prey the charming Miss Fox? Akali jested, embellishing her performance. Oh, Miss Fox, please spare me. I have an elderly mother and a 3-year-old child at home, not to mention a little pet fox waiting to be fed. I implore you, do not devour me. Akali exaggeratedly pleaded, recalling the tales of Liaojai they had studied, which Jiu Shinai understood well. Akali, Jiu Shinai exclaimed, both shy and amused. Though the thought of Akali's words made her feel more bashful, the idea of a pet fox made her cheeks warm, and she reached out with a mischievous hand. Eep! Akali squealed as Jiu Shinai playfully tugged at her delightful hair, causing her head to sway in response. The strands twisted around Jiu Shinai's fingers, and she playfully pulled. teasingly toying with the fluffy tuft. With her hair held captive, Akali feigned innocence. Did you make a mistake? Yes, I did. What was my error? I should not jest about our dear Gyoshinai, the most adorable one in the world. Akali pleaded for mercy. Humph. Gyoshinai huffed twice before finally releasing her. After their playful banter, both felt their body temperatures rise significantly. The contact of their warm bodies intensified the heat, and soon their clothes were dampened with perspiration. Yet, Gyoshinai remained nestled against Akali, relishing the warmth and comfort of their closeness. Perhaps it was a remnant of their previous intense study sessions, or simply a habit. But Gyoshinai cared not. She was simply content. Unable to resist, the mischievous little fox pecked Akali's cheek gently. EW. Saliva gross. Akali feigned disgust, but was clearly indulgent. The warmth of Gyoshinai's breath left a cool trace on her cheek, their faces mere inches apart, hands unable to fit between them. Resolutely, Akali leaned into Gyoshinai, their soft cheeks meeting and rubbing against each other, generating warmth until their saliva evaporated. Both faces reaching a fervent temperature. What are you doing? Gyoshinai exclaimed in panic. Who told you to splash saliva all over my face? Akali retorted with a laugh, mischievously continuing to press her face against Gyoshinai's, only to be playfully pushed away by Gyoshinai's disapproving gesture. Are you a child? Gyoshinai puffed her cheeks in indignation as she hopped off Akali, standing with her hands on her hips like a little adult, glaring at her. Suddenly, Akali burst into laughter at the sight of Gyoshinai's expression, noticing that her left cheek was noticeably larger than her right, flushed with embarrassment. What are you laughing at? Gyoshinai retorted shyly. Your face is swollen. Instinctively, Gyoshinai covered her face, then turned to Akali. What are you laughing at? Yours is swollen too. Ha ha, I just couldn't help it. Akali's laughter grew louder, and as Gyoshinai approached her in a huff, she seized Akali's cheeks, playfully kneading them. Let's see if I can make this side puffy too. With both cheeks in Gyoshinai's grasp, even Akali had to concede. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Does saying sorry mean you will change? I will. I can change. Humph. I'll let you off this time. At last, Gyoshinai released Akali. After their playful scuffle, both girls' faces were flushed, and a gentle warmth enveloped them, dissipating the fatigue Akali had accumulated from her long absence from the village, as if she had never left at all. By the way, how did you find me? Akali asked, holding Gyoshinai's hand as they strolled down the street, genuinely puzzled. The first time she returned from a mission had been a coincidence. But for Gyoshinai to locate her so precisely right after she emerged from the umbu this time seemed unlikely to be mere chance. I'm not quite sure. Gyoshinai's small face reflected confusion as her delicate fingers gently tapped her glistening pink lips. I just sensed a delightful fragrance and followed my instincts to find my way here. A delightful fragrance? Akali echoed in surprise. Indeed, it's your scent. Gyoshinai's eyes sparkled. I can't quite describe it, but it's sweet and fresh, evoking thoughts of beautiful things. It feels more like a fragrance that touches the spirit and soul rather than just a physical aroma. It's truly delightful. Gyoshinai affirmed. Where's this scent? Akali inquired, sniffing herself in vain, unable to detect the fragrance Gyoshinai mentioned. What kind of scent could travel so far? A beautiful girl doesn't have a body scent. Even if there is a scent, it would be from laundry detergent or shampoo. Suddenly, Akali remembered they were in a fantastical world, and perhaps the beautiful girls here truly did possess a scent. She felt uncertain. Well, I wouldn't know. Perhaps it's a psychic connection between me and Akali-chan. Gyoshinai smiled brightly, clearly pleased with her perceived ability. Akali, with a resigned nod, considered that in a world infused with chakra, multiple forms of psychic connection might not be implausible. Reasonable. However, Gyoshinai's ability could mean her future husband would always be drawn back to her, no matter where he ran off to. Oh dear, I should observe a moment of silence for that poor soul who might be her future partner. Akali beckoned Gyoshinai closer. As Gyoshinai looked on with confusion, Akali suddenly pressed her face close, their delicate faces nearly touching. Gyoshinai's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Akali's suddenly enlarged visage, her breath almost suspended. Wow, there really is a fragrance, Akali exclaimed, her delicate nose twitching as she inhaled deeply several times, completely unaware of Gyoshinai's body going stiff. After the initial shock, Kushina could not suppress her overwhelming embarrassment and anger. Akari, she exclaimed. Akari's expression was utterly innocent. Come here. No, You'll definitely promise not to kill me. Come here. No. Then perish. At that moment, the thread of reason in Kushina's mind snapped, and she lunged toward Akali with a scream. You can't catch me. Then don't run. I'm sorry, I'll treat you to a meal. The two delightful young girls frolicked and chased each other down the bustling streets of Konoha, creating a picturesque scene. Today, Konoha remained a peaceful haven. My turn, draw a card. Akali styled her hair elegantly, hoping for a script worthy of a leader. With a sacrifice of 1,000,000 Ryo, come forth. I'm not even sure what skill I desire. Akali declared loudly. For tomorrow, she would exchange her achievements for jutsu in the Umbu. So today she intended to spend money on a lottery to see what she might need. Upon completing her draw, Akali glanced at her acquisitions. Steel Slash, Wind Barrier, Skill Points 3, Skill Points 3, Skill Points 3, Zhao XNS Spear, Spirit Throw, Absolute Focus. Keen Perception, a set of life potions, Agile Boots. Wow, so many skill points. Ignoring the rest, Akali first noticed the 9 skill points. Was this due to a lack of an equipment slot or some form of compensation? What was this lottery mechanism? Shaking her head in confusion, Akali acknowledged the bounty of her draw, especially the numerous practical skills. During battles, she had already realized that her current strength, when combined, rendered her quite formidable among the Chunin, without needing to resort to her ultimate techniques. However, once she reached the Jonin level, such as when facing the two Kaguya initially, or the recent confrontation against the Sound and Cloud Shinobi in the Land of Rice, Akali discovered her lack of direct combat capability. This meant that her previous successes in battle were due to her ability to weave in and out of conflict without remaining stationary, allowing her to unleash a powerful burst of energy should she encounter numerous foes or a single opponent of extraordinary strength. Akali could only rely on her ever-reliable smoke bombs to evade the fray rather than engage in a direct clash. Her previous encounter with the Kaguya male, in a direct exchange, had made the outcome clear. They had failed to breach the enemy's defenses. Furthermore, Akali's usual combat approach revolved around throwing shuriken. She had noticed that in progressively challenging battles, her accuracy with shuriken was diminishing. This was also addressed in the Umbu code. Shuriken and similar projectiles were meant to distract the enemy, not to hit them, unless one possessed the extraordinary throwing skills akin to those of the Uchiha. While Akali had witnessed Uchiha Itachi demonstrate such skills, including redirecting shuriken midair, she knew she could never replicate that finesse. Thus, Akali was gradually finding herself in a predicament, seemingly unable to engage in combat without her signature blend of stealth and chaos. The accuracy of throwing shurikens with a single-handed sickle is beyond the current capabilities of Akali. Her youthful physique requires further development, and the shurikens she throws lack speed unless she is willing to expend chakra to create phantom shurikens. Much like in the game, she can release 5 shurikens with a mere flick of her hands without rummaging through her ninja tool pouch. Akali has gradually begun to adopt this technique. For instance, during her battle with Kaguya, she opted not to use a conventional single-handed sickle, but instead fashioned a phantom sickle using chakra, including the phantom sickle when applying the scarlet leaf mark. Nevertheless, it must be said that the chakra consumption is excessive. While Akali's total chakra does not have a limit like an energy bar, her recovery rate is comparatively slower. The method Akali employs to create phantom shurikens and sickles does not rely on condensing a physical form, such as the sand shurikens recorded in the Umbu archives. Rather, it manifests through release, conjuring the tangible from the intangible, if one were to describe it using terminology familiar to Akali from her past life. The term projection would be apartment. The projected phantom sickle possesses both energy-inflicting characteristics and physical properties, yet this comes at a cost akin to that of A-rank ninjutsu. Just like in the game, consuming 90 or 100 points of chakra cannot be sustained for regular use. Therefore, it circles back to the notion that this remains a one-off capability. This time, however, the rewards from the draw are substantial for Akali. Firstly, she gains 2 skills from the Windblade Master. Steel Cutting Flash, a forward thrust of the sword, concentrating force to a single point, delivers an extreme slash capable of severing steel. Upon impact, the Windblade technique accumulates fierce winds, gaining the effect of a whirlwind slash. After accumulating 2 layers of whirlwind slash, Steel Cutting Flash generates a whirlwind that can knock back enemies. Wind Barrier. The wind blade technique harnesses fierce winds, creating a wall of wind that gradually dissipates as it pushes forward, capable of blocking projectiles. Steel Cutting Flash equips Akali with a frontal thrusting capability beyond mere evasive maneuvers, while also enhancing her explosive potential. The wind barrier finally frees her from envying the water and earth walls, granting her a usable medium-level defensive measure beyond the basic Chi and Shield, low-level, and the Rashomon, high-level, rather than relying solely on Chi and Shield as a primary defense. Chi and Shield should serve as a last line of defense, not the first. As for Akali wielding a sickle while employing sword techniques for slashing, there is no cause for concern. She has observed that Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Country, utilizes a chained sickle as a sword, merely altering the method of exertion. If Steel Cutting Flash and Wind Barrier bolster her direct combat capabilities, then the Poro Throw, Absolute Focus, and Keen Perception are three auxiliary skills. Poro Throw. Consuming a Poro delicacy, it summons an adorable Poro to be thrown. The bashful Poro, upon encountering an enemy, will mark them and subsequently follow them stealthily, awaiting the feeding of the Poro delicacy. Absolute Concentration. This state can be activated when in optimal condition, significantly enhancing focus and mental clarity while diminishing external distractions, thus providing resistance against illusions. Keen Perception. This ability allows one to borrow the vision of birds or aerial creatures, enabling an aerial reconnaissance of the battlefield. Note: please provide nourishment after utilizing this vision. The ability, originally a summoner's skill known as Spirit Throw, has now transformed into a summoning technique akin to the tracking of ninja hounds. Absolute Concentration has evolved into an active skill, while Keen Perception is reminiscent of the abilities possessed by Quinn of Demacia in the game. The three capabilities, tracking, reconnaissance, and self-enhancement against disruptions, would have certainly spared Akali from her previous predicaments had she possessed them in the Land of Rice. In terms of other items, Akali wielded Zhao Xian's spear, performing a few flourishes but perceived nothing of value. This item was unnecessary for her. Remembering that half of the lottery funds were provided by the Demacia faction, Akali resolved to entrust this to a messenger ninja for delivery to the third young lady. She replenished her stock of life potions, and the agile boots gradually enriched her collection of footwear. Perhaps one day, Akali could possess a cabinet full of AJ sneakers. And now she could finally forego her Mercury shoes, occasionally changing into another pair as the situation warranted. With 9 skill points, she allocated 8 to elevate Steel Flash and Wind Barrier to level 5, reserving the last point for her signature technique, Shadow Dance. Akali resolved to fully upgrade Shadow Dance, as the smoke bomb proved exceedingly useful. Following the lottery, her power surged, and she prepared to practice her swordplay, eager to test Steel Flash. Meanwhile, a meeting convened among the higher-ups of Konoha. "People are in the roots," exclaimed the third Hokage in astonishment, unable to refrain from scrutinizing Shikamaru Hatake with a piercing gaze, causing the proud Hatake to lower his head in shame. It's not Shikamaru's fault. A team of root ninja happened to pass by and recognized the son of Raikage, promptly escorting him back to the village. "You know, such matters are more conveniently handled by the roots," Danzo remarked cheerfully, relishing this rare moment of joy. Capturing an important figure from the third Zumbu and putting Shikamaru, who had been gaining prominence within the Umbu, in a difficult position brought Danzo immense satisfaction, akin to savoring a chilled beverage on a sweltering day, invigorating and uplifting, alleviating even the faintest of old wounds. "Well done, Yamanaka. Upon your return, I shall ensure a monetary donation to the orphanage from whence you came." "Enough, Danzo," interjected Nara Shikaku. "You are no longer young. Cease your youthful rivalries. The pressing matter is how to manage the aftermath and how Konoha can derive maximum benefit from this situation without placing undue stress on the younger generation." Turning to the half-kneeling Shikamaru, Koharu spoke. "Shikamaru, you've endured much in the Land of Rice. You may take your leave to rest." "Yes, Elder Koharu," Shikamaru replied, his eyes reflecting gratitude as he bowed and exited. The 4 Konoha leaders watched him depart. "All right." Mito Gate Yagura rapped the table. "Clear the room of unnecessary personnel. Let us discuss the impending visit of the third Raikage to Konoha." The atmosphere grew serious as he surveyed those present. The visitors do not come with good intentions. The Konoha leaders immediately adopted a grave demeanor. Half a month later, Steel Flash. A brilliant flash of steel illuminated the air. Blood gushed forth in a spray. Akali withdrew the scythe from the chest of the rogue ninja before her, a gaping wound spilling forth an abundance of blood, Yet the exquisitely crafted scythe remained pristine, untainted by the crimson fluid. The scythe, characterized by its broad back and extended blade, often exhibits a double-edged form, sharp yet not cumbersome, when two scythes are joined. They resemble the Chinese character for cross, hence its name. Since Akali resolved to transition from a mere burst-damage assassin, her weaponry transformed into the more brutal scythe, proving remarkably effective in recent days. As the specter of war drew near, the members of the Umbu, those stationed at the front lines, became acutely aware of the brewing tension. Konoha, after years of peace, was now gearing up, moving with a newfound urgency. Under such circumstances, the frequency of missions increased, accelerating the momentum of Konoha's war machine, and the life of a ninja was far from the relaxed existence it once was. Most notably, the sacrifices within the Umbu began to rise, leading to a continuous influx of newcomers. The once effortless coordination of missions reminiscent of Akali's early days had vanished, replaced by a brutal reality of relentless slaughter. These past few days, Konoha, now functioning at full throttle, experienced various disturbances. Dissatisfaction within the village grew, leading to an increase in rogue ninjas betraying their home for various reasons, thereby keeping the Umbu occupied. Akali's team found themselves pursuing 2 to 3 rogue ninjas daily, occasionally engaging in the elimination of spies within the village. Regrettably, the frequency of such missions meant that Akali's earnings diminished, as pursuing rogue ninjas was essentially a task commissioned by the village, categorized as part of the Umbu's duties, often compensated at a friendlier rate. However, the volume of these tasks remained substantial. The silver lining was that these pursuits were at least classified as B-rank missions. While the monetary reward was modest, they contributed to her achievements, which Akali could exchange for ninjutsu. Having already exhausted her previous ninjutsu quota, she acquired several wind release techniques and 1 lightning release, laying the groundwork for her wind blade and wind wall. Konoha, operating at full capacity, resembled a stagnant pool, with all the hidden filth rising to the surface. At that moment, the direct Umbu of the Hokage sought out Akali. Immediate return? But we have yet to complete our mission, she exclaimed, astonished at the unfamiliar female Umbu before her. Indeed, Lord Hokage has ordered Umbu Chikyu to return at once. As for the mission, I will temporarily fill in. The female Umbu replied, presenting the Hokage's decree and insignia. Akali took it, glanced briefly, and handed it to Nara Shikomi, who confirmed its authenticity with a nod. Understood. Akali responded solemnly, pondering the urgency behind the 3rd Hokage's summons, sensing the gravity of the situation. I am departing. Take care during your mission, she remarked to her teammates, decisively turning away. With great swiftness, bolstered by her enhanced resistance to genjutsu due to unwavering focus, and having been on the move frequently in recent days, Akali donned a more agile and light garb, aptly named Light Snow. With the combination of her already swift speed and the ethereal snow, Akali hastened her journey back to Konoha, making her way directly to the Hokage's office. What? The Raikage wishes to see me? Upon her arrival at the Hokage's office, Akali was momentarily taken aback by this news. She was aware of the Raikage's visit to Konoha, and the Umbu had dedicated several days to thorough road clearances and safety inspections to ensure that no reckless individuals would dare to confront the Raikage, thereby preventing any incidents reminiscent of the 2nd Hokage's time. However, Akali's team was merely a standard, ordinary Umbu squad. Once they completed their auxiliary duties, they promptly returned to their assigned tasks, leaving subsequent matters beyond their purview. She believed she had no connection with the Raikage. Why would he want to meet her? Akali felt a sense of confusion. Indeed, the Raikage wishes to see you. The 3rd Hokage raised the documents in his hand, gesturing towards Akali. The specifics are outlined here. You may read while I elaborate. With that, the 3rd Hokage took a puff from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of white smoke. Fortunately, you returned swiftly. A full night earlier than anticipated, granting us ample time to prepare. We can discuss your situation at length. In essence, you are to brace for a confrontation with the Raikage Sun, specifically, the Cloud Ninja Chunin, Yujutsu AI, whom you bested on that occasion. The 3rd Hokage spoke slowly, and Akali nodded continuously, having already seen this information in the documents. I surmise the Raikage's intent may be to instruct his son, as this incident has caused him considerable embarrassment. More significantly, it serves to convey a message to the people of his own village. The 3rd Hokage chuckled lightly as he spoke, causing Akali to look up in puzzlement. struggling to comprehend. Yujutsu AI. The heir apparent to the Raikage and part of the esteemed AB duo from the Cloud Village, such a prestigious identity. Yet he had fallen into the hands of another village at such a tender age, the circumstances shrouded in mystery. To put it charitably, this could be deemed youthful folly. Less charitably, it could be labeled as tarnished. If you were from the Cloud Village, would you not question the integrity of this future heir? Has Konoha perhaps played any clandestine tricks? The third Hokage mused, his gaze lost in contemplation. To be frank, the Cloud Village is not the only one grappling with these concerns. I, too, must ponder them. The future fourth Raikage has fallen into the hands of Root. And it was only when the Cloud Village inquired that I became aware of this. Ah, Danzo, what have you truly done? The Konoha Cloud Village Exchange Conference. That is what Akali is about to undertake. Following the capture of Yujutsu AI, the heir to the Raikage, by Konoha, the established powers within the Cloud Village have begun to lose faith in him. Despite the third Raikage's enduring strength, no one desires to see their future leader as a ticking time bomb, planted by others. The Cloud Village, the most economically robust of the ninja villages, adheres strictly to its principles. While the Raikage's word may be law, he cannot disregard these rules that apply to his own people. As the third Hokage aptly stated, human nature is unpredictable. The future fourth Raikage, Yujutsu AI, must prove himself through combat, through conviction, through blood, and even through sacrifice. This proof is directed towards the internal affairs of the Cloud Village rather than the external relations with Konoha. Thus, the Cloud-Konoha Exchange Initiative was born. The wolves of the Cloud Village openly questioned the position of Hyūga AI, casting doubts not only on his integrity, but also on his capability to succeed the third Raikage. As for the third Raikage, his solution was straightforward, a single word, strike. However, this strike could not be mere infighting among comrades. What would that be called? Competing for the position of Raikage through strength? Yet, organizing an internal exchange with Konoha was a different matter altogether, as it would not only showcase military might to the outside world, but also demonstrate power internally. Moreover, in the context of battles with external villages, it would reveal the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. The exchange with Konoha served merely as a platform. After all, is not crisis the very essence of opportunity? The crux of the matter is that without confrontation, there can be no acquaintance. Let us ponder how we might unite, envisioning a scenario where two formidable forces sandwich the cheese. The Cloud and Konoha could emerge from over a decade of Cold War following the demise of their respective second Hokage and Raikage. Does that not sound enticing? As for the exposure of Hyūga AI's capture, rather than it being a covert transaction between Konoha and the Cloud, it remains a mystery. After all, Konoha could have derived considerable benefits from secretly returning Hyūga AI. Unless, of course, Danzo had indeed acted in a manner that completely exonerated Hyūga AI. Exhaling a puff of smoke, the third Raikage dismissed this line of thought. How could there be any means that both great ninja villages could not uncover? Ostensibly, the purpose of the exchange meeting was to re-establish contact after a decade-long Cold War between Konoha and the Cloud. Hence the dispatch of ninjas from various ranks to engage in 3 contests. Myself against the Raikage, Orochimaru against Baru, and you against Hyūga AI. To be held the day after tomorrow, the third Raikage declared. So soon? Akali was somewhat astonished. Such an exchange should not be so trivial, should it? Of course. It must be swift. The third Raikage replied with a hint of mockery. This is fundamentally a closed-door exchange, and given the prolonged interactions between the Cloud and Konoha, any extended exposure would provoke the other ninja villages. The other 3 villages would surely question, why are you two engaging in an exchange? Is this legitimate? Are you not discussing how to unite and proceed? No, I must be included. Let me see what you are up to. In this sensitive period, on the brink of ninja warfare, both the Cloud and Konoha evidently wished to avoid provoking the nerves of other nations, and for the Cloud, this was not an entirely honorable affair. The day after tomorrow, the venue for the exchange will be at the Valley of the End, where your battle with Hyūga AI will take place. He shall rise again where he once fell, proving himself in combat. Although the third Raikage did not explicitly state it, we are willing to extend a favor to him, with the emphasis on allowing Hyūga AI to fully demonstrate his capabilities. You may consider the specifics, but it is rumored that the third Raikage has been enhancing Hyūga AI's abilities of late, so be cautious, Akali. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow, you will meet the Raikage. The following morning, having enjoyed a restful night, Akali felt invigorated and, under the guidance of the Umbu, arrived at the Hokage Rock. At this moment, the third Raikage, Yue Wang, accompanied by his son Yue Ai, was granted special permission to visit atop the Hokage Rock as esteemed guests. How formidable the younger generation is. The third Raikage mused, observing the diminutive Akari, who stood before him at a mere 1 meter and 30 centimeters. She had to crane her neck to gaze up at the towering figure of the Raikage, whose muscular physique was a sight to behold. Noticing her struggle, the third Raikage crouched down, yet even then, he still loomed half a head taller than Akari. "Little one, what is your name?" he inquired. Akari, momentarily taken aback by the white-haired figure before her, was surprised to feel a sense of warmth and gentleness emanating from this seemingly rough and tempestuous man. "I am Akari, Lord Raikage," she replied with a poised demeanor. Akari, meaning light in the darkness, what a splendid name. The third Raikage exclaimed. "Tell me, would you consider stepping out of the shadows of Konoha and into the brilliance of Kumogakure? I, in the name of the Raikage, assure you that should you choose to leave Konoha, all jutsu of Kumogakure shall be at your disposal, and whatever AI possesses, you shall possess too." Yue Ai, standing nearby, gazed at his father in astonishment, feeling somewhat superfluous, yet he soon turned his intense gaze toward Akari. In Kumogakure, strength is revered, having defeated Yue Ai. Akari had made her mark, and Ai, though reluctant to accept his defeat, realized that if Akari were to join Kumogakure, she would become part of their kin. "Oh, Lord Raikage, you jest," Akari replied, beads of sweat forming on her brow, having just learned the meaning of her name and now faced with the Raikage's unexpected invitation. "Is that so? What a pity." The third Raikage shook his head, unfazed, as he had merely spoken casually, akin to a whimsical expression. Akari's youthful prowess in defeating his meticulously trained son, combined with her posture, breathing, and muscularity, marked her as a prodigy well suited for the path of physical jutsu in Kumogakure. However, should she decline, so be it. "Ai, come here," the third Raikage called. "The rest is up to you. I have seen enough." Losing is no disgrace. With that, he departed, seemingly having summoned Akari merely to assess her character. "I am no longer the person I once was," Yue Ai declared, his eyes ablaze with determination. It had been half a month since his defeat in the Land of Rice, and he appeared to have matured significantly. Therefore, in tomorrow's contest, please do not hold back. "Oh," Akari raised an eyebrow, taken aback, realizing this was the true intent behind their encounter. "If that is your request, then certainly." As time swiftly passed, another day dawned. The efficiency of the ninja was remarkable. Matters were addressed with promptness. This event was a small, closed-door exchange, involving not the vast elite of Kumogakure, but rather a select few from both Kumogakure and the upper echelons of Konoha. Two groups converged at the Valley of the End for 3 exchanges. The third Hokage with the third Raikage, Barubi with Orochimaru, and Akari with Yue Ai. The 2 third generations are the pinnacle of strength for both sides. Orochimaru, a disciple of the third, and Barubi, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki and brother of Yue Ai, stand as the leaders of the current youthful generation from Konoha and Kumogakure. Akali and Yue Ai represent the new generation, though Akali has been designated as such. In terms of representation, it is still Shoju who possesses the greatest renown and highest status. Recently, Konoha and Kumogakure have established a foundational tone in their exchanges regarding various matters, yet the specifics hinge upon the strength of both parties. These 3 exchanges reflect 3 distinct levels, and it is not solely the concern of Yue Ai. In matters of state, it is impossible for any situation to be the responsibility of just one individual. Splash! The third Raikage and the third Hokage stepped into the clear waters of the Valley of the End. The statues of the dual pillars of the ninja world stand as a testament to the might of the 2 legendary figures, and now, 2 top-tier warriors confront each other once more. The gigantic statues of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama loom over the cliff, with the representatives from Kumogakure and Konoha standing on either side. Compared to the sparse elite members of the Kumogakure delegation, Konoha boasts a larger assembly, including high-ranking elders, clan leaders, a captain of the Jonin, and the Umbu leader, along with junior members eager to broaden their horizons. Kushina, of course, is among them. "Is that the third Raikage?" Kushina gasped, covering her red lips in astonishment. Standing atop a cliff 100 meters high, a 2-meter-tall figure appears as merely a dot from their vantage point. Yet even from such a distance, Kushina could feel the overwhelming presence of the third Reikage, a sense of pressure that the third had never bestowed upon her. That is the third Reikage. Akali gazed intently downward, channeling chakra into her eyes to enhance her vision slightly. According to the records of the ninja world, those who bear the title of Hokage typically possess comparable strength. Historical battles between Hokage often resulted in mutual destruction. The first Hokage's confrontation with Uchiha Madara ended in their mutual demise, as did the second Tsuchikage's battle against the second Mizukage, and subsequently, the second Hokage and second Reikage faced annihilation at the hands of the Kinkaku and Ginkaku forces. Among the 3 generations of leaders from the ninja villages, aside from the well-documented encounters between the third Hokage and the third Tsuchikage in their earlier years, the remaining thirds had yet to engage in combat after assuming their titles. The impending clash between the third Hokage and the third Reikage could very well be the first confrontation among the thirds in over a decade of peace. Akali had yet to witness the prowess of the thirds, but the necessity for both parties to observe from a vantage point of over 100 meters high speaks volumes. As Kushina attempted to utter something further, Akali gently placed her slender finger upon Kushina's soft, pink lips, silencing her. Shoo, it is about to begin. In the brief standoff, the momentum of the third Reikage and the third Hokage surged to its zenith. The third Reikage raised a single finger, proclaiming, "This seal is known as the Seal of Opposition, correct? In the presence of the legendary dual gods of the ninja world, I will also adhere to local customs." The third Hokage, in turn, mirrored the gesture, embodying the spirit of their confrontation. Gazing at the imposing figure across from him, with skin as dark and unyielding as steel. Reminiscent of the third Reikage, he felt the long-awaited surge of chakra coursing through his entire being. Encounters among the Kage are relatively rare. However, this does not imply ignorance of each other's strength. On the contrary, the intelligence gathered on each Kage remains a pivotal priority within the network of ninja villages. The third Hokage possesses a profound understanding of the third Reikage's capabilities. It is no exaggeration to assert that, in the current ninja world, the third Reikage stands unrivaled in power. Previously, he had conveyed to Akali that this was her battle, a test of her own mettle, yet it also served as a formidable assessment for the third Hokage. Once the war among ninjas commences, Konoha must have someone capable of withstanding the might of the third Reikage. Amidst the turmoil of his thoughts, a peculiar sense of clarity emerged, enhancing his physical condition further. The two Kage exchanged a knowing glance, confirming their silent understanding, and in unison, they vanished, only to reappear simultaneously. Beneath the cascading waterfall, the two-thirds engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. The third Hokage, often compared to a monkey, exhibited a fortitude akin to that of one, while the third Reikage, honed through years of lightning-infused training, possessed an equally formidable resilience. Though the third Reikage was taller and more robust, and the third Hokage slightly shorter and leaner, the weight of their strikes resonated with equal force. The sound of their fists cutting through the mist reverberated like thunder, the impact of their blows creating ripples upon the tranquil lake beneath the twin statues. The fierce clashes of fists and feet echoed, even overpowering the thunderous roar of the waterfall. The esteemed Hokage's prowess remained undiminished. As he deftly blocked the third Reikage's heavy strike, feeling the familiar sensation of numbness spreading through his arm. Indeed, age has caught up with me. I cannot compare to the Reikage. The third Hokage humbly remarked, skillfully evading the Reikage's axe-like downward kick, retaliating with a powerful roundhouse kick directed at the Reikage's abdomen. The sound of impact was deep and resonant, akin to a blow against tough leather. As the Reikage's massive hand seized the Hokage's ankle, alarm surged through the Hokage's expression. He instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch. Yet the Reikage had already begun to exert his strength, lifting the Hokage and hurling him away. Amidst gasps of astonishment from the spectators above, a colossal splash erupted as the third Hokage was forcefully thrust into the waterfall. "You truly have aged, esteemed third Hokage," the third Reikage remarked, arms crossed, awaiting his opponent's next move. "Many years ago, when we clashed, your strikes were anything but feeble. Indeed, I cannot rival the Reikage," came the Hokage's humble admission. Emerging from the waterfall, clad in battle armor and drenched, the third Hokage stepped forth, chakra pulsating forth to dispel the moisture, restoring his attire to dryness. He raised a poised finger, and with a resounding boom, a massive fireball erupted upon the Reikage's right shoulder. "Reikage-sama." A cry of astonishment arose from the Cloud Village delegation. The crackling electricity dispersed the fireball, revealing a robust figure amidst the smoke. The third Raikage appeared unharmed, albeit with charred marks upon his shoulder and neck. A minor inconvenience against his naturally dark complexion. I retract my earlier statement. The third Raikage regarded the third Hokage with a mixture of trepidation and respect. Your physical prowess may have waned with age, but you are not yet old. Just moments ago, he had failed to notice when the explosive tag was affixed. Had it not been for the distinct movement of the third Hokage, he would have surely sustained injury. The lightning release chakra mode does not manifest with such swiftness. With a wry smile, the third Hokage chose not to contest the words of the third Raikage. In truth, it was not age that hindered him, but rather the continuous refinement of the Raikage's formidable abilities, seemingly unbound by the constraints of time. Well then, let us conclude our warm-up, Lord Raikage. The third Hokage proclaimed earnestly. Indeed, it has come to a close, Lord Hokage, replied the third Raikage, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as vast waves of chakra surged skyward, reaching for the heavens. The explosive tag detonated at close range without inflicting harm. Was this truly just a warm-up? Whispers of speculation floated through the air as spectators exchanged their thoughts. Akali watched with wide eyes, her heart racing. She glanced at her delicate arms and legs, silently calculating whether she could withstand the impact of an explosive tag. Surely not. What a spectacle, to be reduced to this. Akali mused, casting a look towards the third Raikage. Is he even human? She wondered, questioning whether her own shuriken could penetrate the Raikage's defenses. Meanwhile, the third Raikage had entered his lightning release chakra mode, while the third Hokage summoned the king of the monkey, transforming it into a Rui Jingu Bang. Akali gazed in awe at the magical staff, her expression one of newfound enlightenment. In the arena, the third Hokage observed the flickering electricity surrounding the third Raikage, a bead of sweat forming in his palm as he gripped the Rui Jingu Bang. He understood that the true test was only just beginning. The electric aura enveloping the third Raikage intensified, brilliant blue lightning converging in his hand. Hell stab. The third Hokage positioned the Rui Jingu Bang beside him, showcasing his speed with precision. Given the abundant water environment, he saw no reason not to employ water release techniques. As the third Raikage initiated his thrust, the third Hokage, anticipating the movement, leaned against the waterfall and summoned a torrent of water to counterattack. The third Raikage furrowed his brow, realizing the strategic peril of the chosen battleground. Yet his expression soon relaxed. Do true warriors concern themselves with the battleground? He mused. The moment he stepped forward, the relentless flow of water impeded his speed, ultimately pushing him back. He cast a glance at the third Hokage, who seemed determined not to allow him to close the distance today. The third Raikage formed hand seals. You can use water release, but can I not employ lightning release? He retorted. Lightning release, electromagnetic wave. With his hands submerged in the water, a violent surge of lightning transformed the lake into a tempest of electrical energy. Earth release, earth flow wall. A sturdy brown wall of earth rose, elevating the third Hokage above the electrified water as he continuously altered his hand seals, becoming a veritable machine of ninjutsu. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, his chest swelling significantly, and then unleashed a highly concentrated jet of fire. The orifice from which the flames emerged was minuscule, yet under the continued exertion of the third Hokage, it gradually expanded until the flames transformed into a faintly incandescent white. Fire release, how splendid. The third Raikage raised his right hand and brought it down with tremendous force. It must be acknowledged that fire release proved somewhat advantageous to him. Although his body had been honed to withstand even the spiral shuriken, it did not imply that his internal organs shared the same resilience. The heat from the fire release elevated the air temperature, and inhaling such intensely heated gas could indeed cause internal burns, even to the third Raikage. With a resounding explosion reminiscent of a missile strike, a colossal splash erupted at the point where the third Raikage's hand descended, causing the water-diving fishers to shed tears at the sight. An immense volume of water surged upwards from the Raikage's strike, forming a wall that obscured his figure and obstructed the line of sight between the two combatants. The jet of flames subsided, and vaporized water mist enveloped the arena. The third Hokage leapt down from the earthen wall to assess the situation, as a swift bolt of electricity sliced through the thin mist, charging towards him. With hardly a discernible hand seal, the third Hokage unleashed a barrage of phoenix fire jutsu, a series of small fireballs arranged in succession, each bursting into sparks upon contact with the third Raikage. The outcome was evident. Apart from the sparks that briefly caused the Raikage to squint, the remaining fireballs dissipated silently, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. On the spectator's platform, Akali felt her teeth ache. 2 years prior, she had engaged in a skirmish with Danzo, believing she had glimpsed the pinnacle of the ninja world. However, it was only today, witnessing the clash between the third Hokage and the third Raikage, that she truly comprehended what it meant to be at the apex of ninja prowess. The false pinnacle of the ninja world, merely capable of creating a semblance of wind release, possessing a few rudimentary sword techniques, yet suffering a bleeding wound from a child's attack. The true pinnacle of the ninja world, disregarding the explosion of a detonating tag at close range, enduring phoenix fire on the face, and delivering strikes akin to missile bombardments. Phoenix fire, great fireball, water dragon bullet, earth dragon bullet. The third Hokage transformed into a veritable machine gun of ninjutsu, relentlessly deploying techniques to obstruct his opponent. Yet, the actual effects were hardly distinguishable from mere scraping. Master Sarutobi, exert yourself. Even scraping leaves behind a red mark. But here, the third Raikage approached, effortlessly slicing through ninjutsu with his bare hands, the skin on his palms undamaged. As the third Raikage drew ever closer, nearing the threshold of danger, the third Hokage shifted his strategy. Wind release, cyclone. A swirling gale obstructed the Raikage's advance, yet he continued to press forward with little effect. The third Hokage recalibrated his focus, directing the cyclone towards the water beneath the Raikage's feet. I may not be able to move you, but I can certainly disturb the water beneath you. The third Hokage manipulated the water, causing ripples that momentarily disrupted the Raikage's balance. That's it. The third Hokage's eyes glimmered with realization. The Raikage, propelled by his forward momentum, was now losing balance under the Hokage's interference, still grappling with the thrust from his earlier advance. In that moment of vulnerability, the third Hokage retrieved his Rui Jingu Bang, spinning it with one hand. Rui Bang Gale. The direction of the wind reversed, transforming from a push into a pull, directly lifting the third Raikage into the air and drawing him closer to the third Hokage. Then, the premeditated combo ensued. 5 figures of the third generation appeared and vanished, unleashing 5 distinct elemental techniques from their hands. Raging floods surged, winds howled, mountains crumbled, fires raged, and thunder roared, culminating in a tremendous explosion that engulfed everything. A small mushroom cloud formed before the spectators on the viewing platform. Lord Raikage. Lord Raikage. The voices of the Cloud Village observers rose and fell in fervor. With a swift motion, the third generation leaped onto the outstretched fingers of the statue of Senju Hashirama, disregarding the cheers of the crowd, and silently gazed below. Using himself as bait and launching a powerful technique, such a tactic might deceive the third Raikage once, but it would never work a second time. Standing atop the statue's broad fingertip, he quietly observed the scene below. Time had passed, and the dust swirled. Shadow clone technique, shuriken. The third generation summoned a giant shuriken, spinning it twice and then hurling it forcefully. The colossal shuriken spun through the air, splitting into 2, then 3, raining down a multitude of giant shuriken upon the billowing smoke below. With a series of splashes and the clattering of metal, the shuriken struck the surface, mixed with the sound of iron clashing. As the smoke cleared, the imposing figure of the third Raikage emerged. His dark skin bore signs of swelling, indicating that he had indeed felt the impact of the 5 elements technique, despite being a formidable ninja. The marks on him were evidence that he had sustained some injury, albeit not life-threatening. This is troublesome, the third generation mused, observing the third Raikage with a grim expression. Could a rapid-fire technique like the 5 elements technique not even break the skin? However, at the level of the third Raikage, one would hardly be afforded the luxury of time to fully harness the potential of each technique. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the 5 elements technique had indeed been effective. The Raikage's dark complexion concealed the bruising, and he had sustained injuries, though they were akin to receiving a few heavy punches rather than a critical blow. Perhaps he ought to reconfigure the 5 elements, distributing damage evenly or specializing in one particular element. Wind, undoubtedly, would be an excellent choice. Yet, that was a consideration for another time. Is your technique finished? The third Raikage's expression was calm as a still lake, Yet beneath the surface lurked a tempest. Though uninjured, he was displeased by the onslaught he had just endured. Not yet. I am, after all, renowned as a master of ninjutsu. The third generation retorted with a huff. In response, the Raikage coldly snorted, unleashing black lightning that surged forth like a panther. Lightning release. Black lightning strike. The third generation leapt back from the first Hokage's fingertip. As the black lightning streaked past his previous position, he extended his golden staff and plunged it into the waterfall, nimbly descending like a monkey with a series of agile jumps. As the Raikage prepared to unleash another attack, the third generation bellowed, "I told you. I have not yet finished." The golden staff shrank and sharpened into a spear-like weapon, with tangible chakra gushing forth like a fountain. This is it. On the viewing platform, Akali tightened her grip on Kushina's hand. Behold the piercing technique of Konoha. Lord Raikage. The third Hokage sprinted forward, his chakra manifesting and enveloping him as he accelerated. In a swift motion, he clashed with the third Raikage's fingertips, despite the latter's attempts to gain speed. Just before their contact, the third Hokage thrust forth his staff, expanding it with all his might. The massive staff, akin to the size of a basin, sent the third Raikage hurtling away. The Raikage's robust form skimmed across the water's surface, creating ripples that spread outwards, his fingers plunging into the water to abruptly halt his momentum. As he rose, the Raikage's fingers trembled upon contact with the staff. To his astonishment, his unnamed finger had sustained an injury. Admittedly, this particular finger was seldom employed during his strikes. Yet the reality was hard to fathom. The staff, transformed from a summoned beast, was indeed formidable. "Hey, Sarutobi." The staff suddenly opened an eye. The third Hokage inquired, his gaze curious. "Even if I possess an indestructible form, you cannot continually pit me against such sharp and hard opponents." The Monkey King lamented. "Ah, my apologies, Monkey King. Please bear with me for a moment. This is a crucial battle." The third Hokage replied apologetically. "Truly, you test my patience." The Monkey King's eye slowly closed. "Are you finished?" The Raikage rubbed his injured ring finger, which continued to bend awkwardly, leaving only 2 fingers straight on his right hand. "Yes, I am done." The third Hokage nodded. "Then let us proceed. I am quite intrigued by your Konoha technique. What is its name?" The Raikage asked. "Remember this well." The third Hokage tightened his grip on the staff. "It is called Biao Li Sha Liao Wan, a ninjutsu created by our Konoha prodigy, Akali." He did not conceal this information, as it would soon become public knowledge after Akari's duel with Hyūga AI. Reflecting on Biao Li Sha Liao Wan reminded the third Hokage of their disbelief when they repeatedly investigated Akari's background. Finding nothing, she was undeniably a pure Konoha citizen. The technique was evident, its existence justifiable. Regardless of their reluctance to accept it, the third Hokage had to acknowledge that it was indeed a ninjutsu conceived by a 6-year-old child. Moreover, which shinobi village would deploy a brand new A-rank ninjutsu as leverage for infiltrating spies? If such a village existed, the third Hokage would gladly welcome a dozen spies of that caliber. Consequently, Akari's status in the third Hokage's mind soared to unprecedented heights. She was undoubtedly a top-tier genius of Konoha. Akali, the one who defeated AI? The Raikage raised his palm, recalling his son's description of the battle, seemingly confirming his thoughts. The third Raikage marveled. Konoha, truly the cradle of genius. With a flash, the third Hokage and the third Raikage vanished once more. Hellspike, two-book piercing hand. Biao Li Sha Liao Wan. The third Hokage unleashed his power, and the third Raikage charged forward as well. However, in terms of short-distance speed, it was evident that Biao Li Sha Liao Wan surged ahead with greater velocity. The increased speed generated a more formidable inertia and force. The Rui Jingu Bang collided with the Raikage's two-book piercing hand in a straightforward manner, devoid of embellishment. With a sharp sound, the fingers of the third Raikage did not pierce through once again. However, between the contact of the golden staff and the Raikage's fingers, a powerful wave of white energy erupted. The wind howled fiercely, causing the 2 feathers trailing from the back of the third's helmet to flutter incessantly, while his long white hair remained straightened. Yet, both combatants continued to engage in a relentless struggle. As the area of force supply diminished, the pressure intensified. The third Raikage glanced at the golden staff in the third's hand, contemplating that in order to breach his defenses, the staff would need to be minimized and possess enough velocity to strike effectively. The third nodded in acknowledgement. "I have learned." With a resounding thud, both combatants simultaneously launched their kicks, rebounding from one another. The third Raikage retracted his final middle finger, leaving only his index finger. Have you exhausted your techniques? Professor of Konoha's ninjutsu? Certainly not. The arsenal of Konoha's ninjutsu is far from trivial. Is that so? The third Raikage responded non-committally. Then let us put it to the test. Throughout the battle, the third either interrupted the Raikage's thrusts or executed his own, preventing the Raikage from attaining his peak speed and maximizing the lethality of his Hell Thrust technique. However, this time, the third's tactics were nearly spent. While the Raikage's thrusts had gained momentum, it was time to reveal his trump card. Hell Thrust, a direct strike. Illusion technique, dark passage. A realm of utter darkness enveloped the surroundings, stripping away visibility. Deprived of a target, the third Raikage halted his advance. Meanwhile, the third began to weave seals within the shrouded space. Failure was not the true terror. The real fear lay in being unable to devise a strategy against the third Raikage. Today, he must find a way to pierce through the Raikage's lightning armor, or else future encounters with Cloud Ninja would merely be futile efforts. The third needed to ascertain a practical and effective path to victory, one that held a high probability of overcoming or replacing the third Raikage. I've got you. As the dark illusionary space materialized, the sightless third Raikage came to a standstill. This technique, which did not affect human senses but rather the external environment, casting a literal darkness over the battlefield, was a novel experience for the Raikage. In such circumstances, the inability to see posed the risk of falling into unknown traps. The third Raikage slowed his movements, concentrating his mind, maximizing his lightning armor to adapt to any unforeseen circumstances. On the other side, the third continued to gather his strength in silence. Truthfully, this versatile ninja faced some disadvantages against the third Raikage, a brute whose attributes were entirely dedicated to physical defense, showcasing an impenetrable resilience. In their fourth clash, only a direct hit from a wind release, spiraling shuriken could breach the Raikage's defenses and inflict damage upon his resurrected body. Yet, even in a form weakened from his previous life, the Raikage remained capable of action after enduring a wind release, spiraling shuriken. The relationship of wind defeating lightning illustrated the Raikage's formidable defensive capabilities. Regrettably, what the third lacked was precisely this extreme single-target offensive capability. With remarkable speed, formidable defense, and unparalleled durability, attacks that could inflict harm fail to land, while those that do strike result in negligible damage. Even when both accuracy and damage align, the opponent remains unscathed. The wind release technique wielded by Temari merely grazes the surface of the third Raikage, who embodies the essence of invulnerability. Engaging in a grueling melee with the Eight Tails until exhaustion sets in, and battling 1,000 rock shinobi for 3 days and nights until chakra depletion. The third Raikage emerges with a stalemate after protracted attrition. Clearly, he lacks the stamina for such a drawn-out contest, and must seek a decisive outcome in a single encounter. Even the mightiest brute will submit when its eyes are veiled. Prepared, the third Raikage addressed his adversary cloaked in darkness. Is that so? The third Raikage remained remarkably composed, straining to discern his opponent's position while conversing. But I am not a mindless beast, nor are you a matador. Whether it is worthwhile to unveil such secret techniques in a sparring match is debatable, he mused. Worthiness is contingent upon the value one can create. As the third Raikage spoke, his shadow clones sprang into action, and the third Raikage deduced his location from the sound. The clones shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, while the original prepared a gust of wind in his palm, facing the third Raikage, whose fingertips crackled with dazzling electricity. The tension was palpable as both sides, Leaf and Cloud, anxiously observed the obscured illusionary realm below, speculating on the unfolding events. They silently anticipated that this could be the ultimate confrontation. Brilliant lightning tore through the dark illusion, followed by the explosion of multicolored ninjutsu. The roar of the Raikage harmonized with the detonations in a cacophony of power. Step back, step back. The seasoned warriors from both sides sprang forth, their gazes fixated on the tumult below. A tremendous quake erupted as 3 grotesque, green and red demonic gates emerged, only to be toppled in the ensuing explosion. Hell's piercing strike. The Raikage bellowed, unleashing the full force of his charged technique. The relentless assault aimed directly at the gate that seemed to mock him. One of the triple gates had already succumbed to the violent explosion, while the remaining 2 could not withstand the wrath of the Raikage, designed as they were to deflect the massive tailed beast bomb. not to confront a single adversary. With a thunderous sound, the gates gaped open, revealing two human-shaped voids embedded within. This is not good. The leader of the Hyūga clan leapt from the cliff first, the sole observer able to witness the entire confrontation clearly, prompting all leaf and cloud warriors to follow suit. At that moment, beneath the cliff, the third Reikage clung to the statue of Hashirama Senju, his body battered and suspended in midair, clutching the Reikage's right hand with a fierce grip, while his left hung limply by his side. Not far away, the king of monkeys, already riddled with injuries, soon dispelled his summoning and vanished from sight. The right hand of the third Reikage was deeply embedded in the upper left chest of the third Hokage, penetrating through his torso and impaling him against the statue of Hashirama Senju. The third Hokage was, astonishingly, pinned to the statue by the third Reikage. Release the Hokage. Voices echoed from a distance, rising and falling. The third Reikage regarded the third Hokage with a complex expression, softly inquiring, "Is this worth it?" Coughing uncontrollably, the third Hokage attempted to respond, but was interrupted. Finally, with a hoarse voice, he replied, "Of course, it is imperative to ascertain the strength of our allies." Reikage. Humph. Did you truly ascertain it? The third Reikage retorted coldly. Indeed I did. The third Hokage replied with a hint of a smile, subtly gesturing towards the explosive tags on the third Reikage. At that moment, the third Reikage was also battered and bruised, his previously resilient muscles marred with cuts from wind release, bloodied and battered. In such a state, he would naturally be unable to defend against the detonation of the explosive tags in their final confrontation. This battle had brought the third Hokage to the brink of severe injury, while the third Reikage appeared to bear only minor wounds. Yet, the third Hokage had achieved his objective. He confirmed that the augmented power of wind release could indeed break through lightning release armor, providing him with a one-for-one capability, and the intelligence gathered today could be utilized in the future. At that moment, the third Hokage was certain that no one in the world understood the third Reikage better than he did, save for the Reikage himself. Humph. The third Reikage's already dark visage deepened in shadow. Despite having gained information from the third Hokage, he felt he had come out at a disadvantage. What was supposed to be a mutual exchange turned into a relentless barrage of lethal techniques from the third Hokage, who had held nothing back, as he continuously attempted to counter the third Reikage. This was far from the exchange the Reikage had envisioned, an exhibition of strength followed by mutual flattery. While the Reikage sought a friendly spar, the third Hokage had treated it as a life-and-death struggle, relying on the belief that the Reikage would not kill him. Hokage-sama, you have turned this spar into a battle for survival. Will you not provide me with an explanation? The third Reikage remarked coldly. Certainly, the third Hokage replied. Now that we have established that Kumogakure is superior to Konoha, the previously undetermined conditions will be specifically revised, granting Kumogakure greater benefits in the treaty. Humph, it had better be so. The third Reikage's displeasure abated slightly. He had won this battle but felt he had also lost. The third Hokage achieved his aims. Yet the Reikage was not overly concerned about the leakage of his intelligence. In his view, the third Hokage's knowledge of his information was inconsequential, for he too had gathered intelligence on the Hokage, and in their next encounter, he was confident he would emerge victorious. The third Reikage held that confidence. The essence of being a Kage is knowing all of my information, yet being unable to exploit any weaknesses, existing solely through sheer strength. Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama, Reikage-sama, Reikage-sama. The increasingly close calls forced the words the third Reikage wished to express back into silence. The two Kages remained silent, patiently awaiting the arrival of others. Release the Hokage. Reikage-sama, are you unhurt? Medical team, clear the way for Kumogakure. Beneath the statue of Senju Hashirama, the spectators from both sides were tightly packed, their concerns divided between the Reikage and the Hokage. Upon witnessing the Hokage pinned to the statue, the eyes of those from Konoha reddened instantly, and even the mid to high-ranking officials present were on the verge of conflict. Enough! A cold, commanding voice resonated through the air as Danzo, with a grim countenance, pushed his way through the crowd, causing the temperature around him to plummet by 10 degrees. He cast a glance at the third Hokage, who offered him a faint, weak smile. Danzo snorted disdainfully, and the chill in the air intensified. What are you all crowding around for? Disperse immediately, he barked, and as he spoke, he unleashed a precise gust of wind that forcefully parted the crowd, while leaving two individuals behind untouched. Tsunade, Come forward and assist in freeing the Hokage. Koharu, join me. Danzo commanded, quickly grasping the dire situation. The Raikage, though avoiding critical damage, had been placed in a precarious position. Terrified of causing further harm, he could only gingerly support the third Hokage with one hand, awaiting the arrival of medical ninja. Yes, at once. Koharu, momentarily dazed upon seeing the third Hokage gravely injured, responded, and Tsunade stepped forward in tandem. Among the Konoha elite present, Danzo was the strongest and had arrived first, while Koharu had just made her entrance. And Mito Kamen was still en route. Koharu and Tsunade approached cautiously, carefully detaching the third Hokage. The Raikage also assisted in withdrawing his hand, although it avoided critical areas. The Raikage's massive hands, larger than those of an average person, were far from gentle. The condition of the third Hokage was dire. His heart was under pressure. His left shoulder shattered, and a large wound had been inflicted above his heart, an injury that would undoubtedly leave lasting repercussions, becoming evident in his later years. As for whether this would result in any lasting effects that could impair his combat ability, that depended on Konoha's medical capabilities and future recovery. So, who emerged victorious? An untimely voice from the Cloud Envoy interrupted as Tsunade and Koharu carefully worked to free the third Hokage. Who said that? Step forward. Danzo whirled around, his aura exuding an overwhelming menace, the years spent in the shadows manifesting in a palpable killing intent that surged forth. His solitary eye scanning the cloud crowd with predatory intent. Furious, Danzo was on the verge of attacking. The situation was abundantly clear. The third Hokage had been pinned to the statue of Senju Hashirama, while the Raikage had merely sustained superficial injuries. Was there any need to question the victor? The disparity was glaring. Danzo's stance unequivocally represented Konoha's position, and every shinobi present from Konoha adopted a posture of readiness for conflict. Among them, Jiraiya's face was etched with anger. Tsunade's expression was cold as she attended to the third Hokage's wounds, and Orochimaru wore a sinister smile, his icy gaze sweeping through the cloud ranks, emanating a chilling malice. Orochimaru's eyes glinted with anticipation as he awaited the forthcoming confrontation with Barubi. This elucidates the rationale behind the initial confrontation between the two shadows. Their three encounters subtly align with the best-of-5 format. Should one shadow take center stage, regardless of whether the outcome is a victory or defeat, or if one party suffers two losses, the finale would inevitably be imbued with heightened emotions. The duel between shadows is a precarious balance. When passion ignites, the outcome could very well lead to one fatality and another gravely injured. Thus, it is preferable for the two to engage in a match at the outset without the burden of pressure. However, it was unexpected that their clash would spark such fervor, nearly culminating in a desperate struggle. The third Raikage intervened, addressing the eager Danzo. In this battle, it is undoubtedly Lord Raikage who prevails. I am but his inferior. Not at all, the third Raikage chimed in. I merely appear more imposing in this context. Had it not been for Lord Hokage's restraint at the end, I would not have fared much better. Lord Hokage merely conceded a fraction. As he turned, the third Raikage revealed the explosive tags affixed to his body. Yet, despite his words, the onlookers could not forget how the third Raikage had withstood the explosive tags unscathed, unaware that he spoke a truth. He possessed the means to endure until the very end. With the two shadows establishing the tone, the ensuing pandemonium was finally quelled. Though Danzo's gaze continued to scour the crowd of Cloud Shinobi, ultimately identifying several suspects. Better to kill an innocent than let a guilty one escape. I shall remember your names. The petty Danzo's notebook now bore additional entries. Since both shadows had sustained injuries, the subsequent battles would press on, following emergency treatment. The third Raikage interjected, leaning against the rocky wall, interrupting Mito's words. Although I am injured, Lord Raikage still possesses combat capability. Surely, he can oversee the skirmishes of some younger warriors? As for me, Tsunade is present and can continue the healing process. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward the third Raikage. After a moment's contemplation, the third Raikage nodded, unwilling to prolong the day's events. Indeed, since Lord Hokage has not declared it over, I shall gladly continue. There is no need to ascend further. We shall remain here. With the two shadows speaking, the gathered ranks dispersed, leaving the shattered arena for Orochimaru and Barubi, while Danzo and the third Raikage stood ready as referees, prepared to intervene at any moment. The strikingly handsome and stoic Orochimaru advanced, a Jonin's vest adorning his frame. At this juncture, Orochimaru was in his 20s and very much alive. Yet his alluring serpent eyes were cold, reminiscent of a venomous snake poised for the hunt. Burubi wore a pained expression. The actions of the superior weighed heavily upon the subordinate. With the Hokage grievously injured and a fool previously attempting to be clever, it was clear that Orochimaru was brimming with ire, seeking an outlet for his frustration. This battle would prove formidable. In contrast to the typically brash and boisterous Cloud Shinobi, Burubi was relatively slender and possessed a more delicate and sensitive disposition. Nevertheless, as one of the foremost talented ninjas of his generation within the Cloud Village, he certainly held his own pride. Resolute in his decision to uphold the honor of the Cloud, Burubi believed he could triumph over the Hokage's chief apprentice. Even without the aid of the Eight Tails, Burubi unsheathed the long blade from his back, while Orochimaru brandished his sharp kunai, the cold serpent eyes narrowing as the illusion technique was unleashed. An onslaught ensued. The most outstanding young ninjas from the Hidden Cloud and Konoha collided fiercely. At that moment, Akali had just successfully descended from the cliff with Kushina on her back, her eyes widening as she beheld the clash between Burubi and Orochimaru. The battle reached a standstill. This round ended in a draw. The third Raikage, enveloped in crackling lightning, intercepted Orochimaru's ninjutsu, simultaneously seizing the opportunity to restrain Burubi, who was beginning to lose control due to the leaking-tailed beast chakra. Orochimaru was ruthless, employing an amalgamation of various ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, while Burubi, having just emerged from the mire, fell into a snake's den, his face engulfed by toxic mist, only to be struck by wind-enhanced shuriken. Burubi was mercilessly beaten, his sword shattered. As a ninja, he was decisively outmatched by Orochimaru. The Konoha ninjas present felt a sense of vindication, but they were unaware that Burubi was no ordinary ninja. He was a Jinchuriki. Initially determined to conceal his power, Burubi began to harness the tailed beast chakra, utilizing sheer strength to counter Orochimaru's cunning, leaving the latter at a disadvantage. As Burubi's anger surged, he adeptly manipulated the tailed beast chakra, gradually turning the tide. With Orochimaru now on the receiving end of the assault. However, even in this predicament, Orochimaru displayed remarkable resilience, willing to engage Burubi head-on. The third Raikage's defeat marked a subtle shift in what was supposed to be a small exchange, both sides becoming increasingly fervent. Yet, the current Orochimaru was far from the one who could toy with death itself, and as he struggled to endure, it became evident he was nearing his limit. Fortunately, Burubi succumbed first, unable to control the Eight Tails, prompting the Raikage's intervention. The situation had become dire, with the third Raikage's defeat acknowledged, despite claims of a mere partial loss. It was still a defeat. Orochimaru, due to Burubi's lack of control, could only claim a draw, yet all could perceive the signs of his imminent downfall. One defeat and one draw had turned Akali into the beacon of hope for the entire village. Konoha had suffered greatly at the Hidden Cloud's hands, and now, all considerations of negotiation were cast aside. Akali had to restore Konoha's honor. Go for it, Akali, Tsunade murmured, still tending to the third Raikage. You can do it. Little one. Jiraiya turned to glance at Orochimaru. When Orochimaru remained silent, his fiery gaze conveying his determination. Give it your all. I believe in you. Danzo similarly urged Akali. Akali surveyed the gathered Konoha ninjas, from the mid-levels to the younger generation they had brought along, and all their eyes shared one sentiment. They must win. Akali. Kushina tugged at Akali's garment, her concern evident after the fierce clashes of the previous matches. It's all right. I personally brought this kid back from the land of rice. I can handle him, Akali reassured, gently grasping Kushina's hand. Let us go. With a confident wave, Akali stepped into the shattered arena, under the hopeful gazes of the crowd. Originally, beneath the towering statues lay a tranquil, deep lake. However, it has now vanished, ravaged by the relentless assaults of ninjutsu, transformed into countless shallow pools. Night Moon AI emerged, the two standing face to face as they waded through the water. I have embraced the trial of the Black Thunder, harnessing a new power of lightning. Today, the victor shall undoubtedly be me, declared Night Moon AI to Akali. Akali smiled faintly, unaware of what the Black Thunder entailed. She recognized that only half a month had elapsed. Not everyone possessed a system to augment their abilities, so how could anyone's strength escalate so rapidly? Lightning release, chakra mode. Night Moon AI summoned thunder, its dark blue luminescence enveloping him, forming a brand new armor of lightning. Yet, as the armor spread, Night Moon AI suddenly trembled, a pained expression crossing his face. Akali watched in confusion, unsure of what trick Night Moon AI was attempting to perform. Indeed, silence often compels explanation. The Black Thunder is an ancient technique of my village, Yunin, one not easily borne by ordinary individuals. Those struck by the Black Thunder shall endure excruciating agony, rendered immobile. Moreover, it possesses formidable traits. However, there exists a method to wield the Black Thunder without mastering it, by using one's body as a vessel to contain a portion of it, gradually drawing from it for use. This approach is perilous, inflicting harm upon oneself as well as the enemy. While you wield the Black Thunder, you will also suffer its wrath, experiencing intense pain. Yet, if you can withstand this torment, you can harness its power. Behold my shame, my resolve, my suffering. Night Moon AI transformed into a bolt of black lightning, charging towards Akali. So swift, Akali gasped in surprise, not expecting such a surge of power. You must be the new generation's debt king of Yunin village? Indeed, one can grow stronger with sufficient investment. At that moment, Night Moon AI's speed had doubled since their initial encounter. Akali swiftly retrieved a smoke bomb, but reconsidered and put it away against Night Moon AI. It would be of no use. Instead, she grasped her scythe, directing its lethal edge at the incoming fist of lightning-enshrouded power. Haaseki. As the scythe clashed with Night Moon AI's thunder-wrapped fist, one force was a rapidly accelerating strike, while the other was a powerful slash capable of cleaving steel. Their collision was cataclysmic. Akali found herself forcefully submerged in the water, her body instinctively retreating as the lake surged up to her thighs, her legs creating white waves that splashed water everywhere. Her right hand gripping the scythe felt numb from the impact. Night Moon AI was not faring much better. His right fist was shattered, deep gashes revealing the bones beneath, a price paid for meeting the blade with his bare hand. Yet, Akali furrowed her brow, observing Night Moon AI's hand. Your fingers are intact. How is that possible? Ah, have you caught on? Night Moon AI laughed. I told you. This Black Thunder carries the essence of my father's lightning. Today, my only adversary is myself. My rakeage is equivalent to my father's rakeage. He gritted his teeth, declaring defiantly, Is that so? Akali widened her captivating eyes, realizing that the black lightning served as a vessel, carrying the power of the rakeage thunder. Thus, the enhancement that Night Moon AI experienced was akin to that of the rakeage himself. This presented quite a dilemma. Gripping her scythe tightly, Akali understood that the lightning-released chakra mode armor could bestow the user with extraordinary speed and formidable defensive capabilities. In essence, to inflict harm upon Night Moon AI, she would first need to overcome the obstruction posed by the third rakeage, Rakeage A, followed by breaching Night Moon AI's own physical defenses. However, as Akali's gaze swept past the blood on Night Moon AI's knuckles, she recalled that true strength resided within the individual, not merely in the techniques employed. Even if Night Moon AI wielded the lightning-released chakra mode of the third rakeage, he would not ascend to the same level. Moreover, the state of his shattered fist indicated that while his defensive prowess had indeed been significantly augmented, it had not reached an invulnerable threshold. Lightning release, lightning rod. Night Moon AI plunged his hands into the water's surface, blue-black lightning coursing through the lake, infusing the electrolyzed water with a peculiar scent. Akali leaped onto the shore, grimacing at her drenched attire. It was somewhat vexing. The water was conductive, and while the aquatic environment granted her the advantage of walking on water, it offered little else in terms of benefit, compelling her to be cautious of the lightning entwined around Night Moon AI. Lightning release, lightning rat quake. Night Moon AI unleashed a barrage of lightning, a series of small orbs shooting forth from his hands, akin to a multitude of tiny rodents racing toward Akali. Shaking her hand, Akali raised her scythe diagonally downward before sweeping it in front of her, summoning a whirlwind. Wall of wind. A massive wall of wind, 5 meters wide, materialized, absorbing the incoming lightning orbs. What is Night Moon AI trying to accomplish? Akali wondered, forming the seal for the gale palm, utilizing the surrounding tempest to dry her clothes, casting a puzzled glance at Night Moon AI, who remained afloat in the water. It became evident that his sequence of ninjutsu was merely an attempt to force her retreat. Pain not enough. This suffering is insufficient to defeat her. Night Moon AI steadied himself in the water, his previously smooth white ponytail now standing erect amidst the crackling electricity. His expression twisted in agony as he gritted his teeth, the veins on his neck and arms bulging, issuing a tortured howl as the blue lightning gradually morphed into black, as if he were undergoing a torturous ordeal. Akali was unaware of the excruciating pain inflicted by the black lightning, but observing the shocked expressions of the cloud shinobi, she gleaned some insight. Reikage-sama. In the trial village of the Black Lightning, so many elite shinobi have failed to endure. This is not merely a trial, but a direct confrontation with your Black Lightning. Can he withstand it? The cloud shinobi, Sukadai, felt a pang of sympathy. As the leader from the land of rice, he felt responsible for Night Moon AI's capture by Konoha and believed he should bear the consequences. I have faith in him, declared the third Reikage, his voice resolute. He is a man of the Night Moon clan. He must endure. The cloud envoy buzzed with murmurs, while Konoha erupted in an uproar. Countless accusations of cheating against the cloud shinobi echoing even under the third's authoritative presence, as discontent simmered within the crowd. Akali, give it your all. Kushina gazed intently at the battlefield, inwardly chiding herself for her inability to assist. If only she could lend her Nine-Tails chakra. Guilt weighed upon her as she recalled Akali's sole request for her to help with the sealing of ninja tools. Kushina resolutely vowed to make it happen soon. In the heart of the battlefield, amidst the chaos surrounding her, Akali remained undeterred, focused solely on how to confront Hyūga AI. As Hyūga AI's aura intensified, Akali was unwilling to stand idly by and witness the boss's second transformation. She unleashed her chakra-drenched techniques, Kuho Kori, Hoyo Higen, Wind Release Shuriken, Chidori, and the deadly Wind Release Gale Slash. Yet, it seemed Hyūga AI had entered a state of overwhelming fortitude. The kunai sculpted from Akali's energy merely punctured a few minor wounds, while only a handful of wind techniques caused superficial damage. As if Hyūga AI had donned the armor of the third Reikage. No longer waiting, Akali sprang into action, clutching her cross scythe. A phantom of her weapon flickered into existence. She activated her technique, Surging Kill, enveloping her petite form in a tempest of chakra, propelling her forward with ferocity. Hyūga AI had transformed into the new generation's Det King of Kumogakure, borrowing the power of lightning from the third Reikage, significantly enhancing his prowess. However, Akali was no mere novice. The water here was her ally. Akali utilized the natural forces to walk upon it, augmenting her speed, attack, and magical strength. She surged forward, triggering a sudden impact that pierced through armor and magic resistance, her cross scythe imbued with the additional damage of the hidden dragon seal. And Hyūga AI bore the mark of the scarlet leaf that Akali had previously inscribed. The azure scarlet seal activated, empowering her arm. Akali's thrust was akin to that of a mighty blow. With her water-walking, surging kill, sudden impact, scarlet leaf mark, azure scarlet seal, and hidden dragon seal. This would culminate in an unparalleled strike. Akali dashed across the electrified lake, the lightning in the water repelled by her dense chakra. As her scythe pointed menacingly at Hyūga AI's exposed neck. Come forth, let me end your suffering. Akali declared. I cannot fall here. Hyūga AI growled. And in a moment of desperation, he transformed his lightning into darkness, raising his arms to intercept Akali's assault at the last possible second. The cross scythe crashed heavily against Hyūga AI's arms, shredding his garments in an instant. The scythe clashed with his lightning release armor, which enveloped him like an impenetrable shield. Resolute and unyielding, Akali pressed her blade inward with all her might. The scarlet leaf mark detonated, and the sudden impact pierced through defenses. After a brief moment of hesitation, bolstered by her strength and the force of her thrust, she drove the single-handed scythe deep into Hyūga AI. First, a thick and resilient layer of cowhide met iron. As the cross scythe struck against an exceptionally hard object, a tremendous recoil ensued, causing the scythe to press against Hyūga AI's arms, striking his chest. And this time it was Hyūga AI who was sent flying by Akali. Following the violent clash, the blade of the scythe in Akali's right hand curled and cracked slightly. She cast a puzzled glance at Hyūga AI's arms, uncertain of what she had just struck. What was this? Hung fist? Akali observed the several iron rings revealed on Hyūga AI's arm with a hint of disbelief. Their configuration resembled that of the Hungar iron wire fist she had seen in films from a past life. What hung fist? Hyūga AI, having just executed a series of evasive maneuvers, rose to his feet. My path diverges from my father's. He embodies both strength and speed, while I prioritize speed alone. The iron rings augment my fists, making them stronger and heavier. He shook the iron rings on his arms, causing 2 of them to snap and fall. These rings had been completely severed, and as Hyūga gazed at the deep gashes on the rings, he silently acknowledged Akali as a formidable opponent. After a fierce exchange, Akali's palms tingled with numbness while Hyūga experienced excruciating pain in his arms. Yet neither spoke of taking a breather. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously focused their energy. In the next instant, 2 arrows shot forth, crossing the intervening distance of several dozen meters in the blink of an eye, accompanied by 2 trails of water. Akali and Hyūga collided once more. Within a hollowed ground, the sharp sounds of metal clashing echoed incessantly, and brilliant sparks erupted. Hyūga was enveloped in dark lightning, unleashing powerful strikes with both fists and feet. In the activated lightning release chakra mode, his body felt as if it possessed boundless stamina. Utilizing his tall stature and long limbs, he unleashed a tempest of attacks upon Akali. It seemed that the awakening of the third Rake's lightning had elevated Hyūga's physical prowess to unprecedented heights, causing Akali to be thoroughly overwhelmed for the first time. Her once proud speed paled in comparison to his, and her strength was rendered insignificant. She could only rely on her petite frame's agility to evade. But each of Hyūga's heavy punches forced her to retreat considerably. The sheer numerical superiority left Akali in a state of disarray, akin to a normally developed mid-laner facing an over-leveled top-lane powerhouse, with speed, defense, and strength all on Hyūga's side. Akali finally comprehended the meaning behind his statement that his only true enemy was himself. The only suspense lay in how long Hyūga could endure and whether Akali could last until he faltered. Fortunately, perhaps due to the pain inflicted by the black lightning, Hyūga's punches and kicks, while immensely powerful and unstoppable, lacked precision and variety. Akali managed to evade them, but not for long. With no other option, Akali resorted to using the smoke bomb she held in her hand to make her escape. After evading one of his heavy kicks, she quickly distanced herself. At that moment, she finally seized the opportunity to deploy the smoke bomb. With a loud bang, the smoke bomb exploded, enveloping her figure in a thick shroud of mist. Humph! Observing the concealed Akali, Hyūga emitted a cold snort, swiftly forming hand seals. Did you think I was unprepared for your little trick? Once my indiscriminate lightning technique envelopes you in smoke, how will you evade? As Hyūga completed his seals, dark lightning surged around him, transforming him into a black lightning leopard as he lunged into the smoke. Lightning release. Black spotted strike. Who said I entered the smoke to hide? Akali maintained her composure. She merely needed a moment to prepare. Open the doors. Open. Close the door. With 2 doors opened, Akali coughed up blood, hastily consuming a vial of red potion. While opening the first door was manageable, the second was a considerable strain, causing her body to sustain damage. Glancing at the approaching lightning leopard, Akali deftly evaded the smoke, and in the next instant, the leopard erupted, unleashing black lightning that ravaged the smoke, forcibly dissipating it. Turning her gaze to Hyūga, after opening 2 doors, Akali regained her eligibility to confront him. Though her power was diminished, her speed could barely keep pace. Hyūga exchanged pain for strength while Akali strained her body for power. Both were evenly matched, yet Akali's endurance was notably shorter. Gripping her cross scythe tightly, Akali prepared for a swift resolution, silently lamenting that she might have to reveal another trump card today. Oh well, I shall conceal it as best as I can. As her third-tier myriad cascade erupted, the mist quickly spread toward Hyūga under Akali's conscious control. Here it comes again. Hyūga stomped his foot, the rapidly expanding smoke engulfing him. Yet he discovered that this time the smoke was thin enough for him to see Akali charging towards him. Since the smoke bomb did not obstruct his vision, Hyūga dismissed its presence, raising his hand in a blade-like formation. Lightning torture. Level 1000-year dance. Facing the sharp hand blade, Akali showed no intention of evasion as she struck him with her scythes, which clashed against Hyūga's lightning armor. His hand blade also struck her chest. Hyūga instinctively sensed something amiss. The tactile feedback was off. Akali had long since vanished into the shadows. The smoke bomb did not obscure Hyūga's sight. Rather, it concealed the audience's view. Phantom cherry blossom kill. As her clones dissipated, Akali leaped from the shadows, her dual blades infused with potent shadow energy. The corporeal nature of the shadow release chakra bore a resemblance to Pain's black rods, manifesting the unparalleled techniques of the shadow fist. With a tearing sound, the shadow-infused strike landed precisely where her clone had been, ripping through Hyūga's resilient lightning armor, leaving the shadow energy lingering upon his chest, disrupting the reapplication of his lightning armor. A gap had emerged. Reacting swiftly, Hyūga rolled back to counter, the shuriken from his falcon dance marking him. Then, with a second strike of falcon dance initiated, Akali executed a remarkable reversal, charging forward with a side kick that transformed into shadow leaf dance, sending Hyūga into the air. Subsequently, Akali supported herself with both hands, her body leaping headfirst into the air, delivering 2 strikes to the aerial target, Night Moon AI. Gazing at the flawless target above, Akali revealed a victorious smile, declaring, "It is my turn." With a swift invocation of wind release, vacuum blade, 2 massive gusts coalesced into formidable vacuum blades at the ends of her scythes. Windclaw. Akali lifted her long sword, aiming it at Night Moon AI, just as a thin veil of smoke dissipated. Lord Raikage. At this sight, Suchikage abruptly turned to the third Raikage, hoping for his intervention. The third Raikage, however, maintained a stoic demeanor, ignoring Suchikage's plea. In his eyes, Night Moon AI's current performance was insufficient to warrant assistance. With the third Raikage refraining from action, it was clear that Danzo would also remain passive. Thus, amidst the watchful crowd, Akali's figure converged with that of Night Moon AI. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Blood trickled down as Akali's vacuum blades pierced through Night Moon AI's chest and abdomen. The sight of a petite figure, wielding 2 enormous swords, lifting a taller and more robust opponent, was momentarily comical. In the distance, cheers of approval resonated from Konoha, convinced that victory belonged to Akali. How can this be? I cannot fall here. Night Moon AI clutched the white vacuum blades, roaring in defiance. Accompanied by his fury, the lightning coiling around him transformed from black to blue, intensifying his resolve. The vacuum blades were crushed in his hands, enveloped by dark lightning, which erupted outward from him. In the chaos, Akali, caught unawares, was ensnared by the black lightning. Feel my pain. Night Moon AI, radiating black lightning, pressed his hand upon Akali's shoulder, causing the dark energy to course through her body. Experiencing the torment firsthand, Akali finally comprehended the agony Night Moon AI had endured earlier. This black lightning was extraordinarily violent, targeting every cell within her, inflicting a pain akin to being sliced by countless blades. The electric shock disordered her entire system. The sounds of electricity rang in her ears, while her vision spiraled into darkness, rendering her voice mute. The intensity of this black lightning far surpassed any previous lightning techniques. However, get away. Akali activated her purification, dispelling the adverse effects and executing a swift kick that sent Night Moon AI sprawling. With a resolve to strike, Akali aimed her kunai at Night Moon AI's wound, only to find him kneeling on the ground, blood pouring from his chest and abdomen, as though the black lightning that had once gripped him had depleted his reserves. I cannot fall here, Night Moon AI murmured, with faint currents of electricity still coursing across his body, indicating his desire to continue unleashing lightning. You should yield, Akali retorted, sheathing her kunai and forming a new hand seal for wind release. The gust from her gale palms swept through, knocking the formidable player, Night Moon AI, to the ground. The third Raikage observed with an indifferent gaze towards the Cloud Ninja delegation, leaving them in silence. Night Moon AI fought valiantly until the last ounce of his strength was spent, enduring the torment of black lightning. Although he did not claim victory, he had nonetheless proven himself. Medical team. Tenzo spoke, and the medical team of Konoha promptly attended to Hyūga, marking the conclusion of an exchange event initiated by her. At last, it was over. Exhausted from releasing the 8 gates, Akali collapsed onto the ground. Being struck by the black lightning had not come without its toll. The negative effects experienced at that moment had merely been purified. Now that she had relaxed, Akali felt a profound ache throughout her body, her meridians and muscles suffering multiple injuries. However, she had successfully employed the illusory cherry blossom kill for the first time in combat and had opened the 8 gates during the fight. Akali was confident that her next attempt at the 8 gates would not inflict the same bodily harm as today, rendering the experience quite fruitful. Of course, a little monetary reward would have been even more delightful. Weary, Akali closed her eyes momentarily, only to feel familiar hands upon her. Akali-chan is truly a little money enthusiast. Yenneyu teased as she treated Akali. Indeed, money may not be omnipotent, but a lack of it is utterly debilitating. It is impossible to find someone who does not appreciate a little cash. After all, money is genuinely sweet. Akali defended her love for wealth with conviction. Ha ha ha, Akali. You are quite amusing. Yenneyu laughed, continuing her treatment. By the way, this internal exchange might earn you some merit points. Though whether it translates into monetary rewards remains uncertain. Typically, accolades are exchanged for ninjutsu. However, if you desire money, Akali, look over there. Yenneyu gestured towards the audience of Konoha. Akali followed Yenneyu's gaze. Do you see that man with the pineapple hair? That is the head of the Nara clan. To his right is the village's wealthiest supplier of ninja tools. Half of Konoha's equipment is sold by his family. To his left is the Inuzuka clan leader, and beside him is Akimichi. The one with the golden hair is the head of the Yamanaka clan. And in the far corner, you can easily recognize the Uchiha and Hyūga clans. Akali nodded, then turned to Yenneyu with a questioning gaze. I've seen them. And then what? Today, you truly shone. The cloud ninja across from you, despite employing nearly cheating tactics, could not best you. If all goes as anticipated, you will be Konoha's most sought-after prodigy for some time. Yenneyu remarked with a knowing smile. Yes, Akali replied, somewhat dazed, pondering the notion of being a genius. This was a ninja village, not her previous life where popularity could be monetized. Surely, one could not simply become a ninja star overnight, could they? Noticing Akali's bewilderment, Yenneyu smiled gently, leaned in close, and whispered in her ear. As a prodigy, the ninja clans are often generous in offering certain conveniences. For instance, Nara sells medicinal herbs, and there are dedicated forests in the land of fire for cultivation. Their family possesses formulas for enhancing physical conditioning through medicinal baths. If you were to request or purchase some restorative medicine, they would surely be generous. The Yamanaka clan oversees interrogations in Konoha, frequently extracting information from captives' minds, which leads to a wealth of peculiar ninjutsu and knowledge, truly a jack of all trades within the ninja world, harboring untold secrets beneath their reticent exterior. When faced with perplexing issues or yearning to uncover the clandestine secrets of the shinobi world, one might find solace in visiting the mountains. Beside you stands a corpulent individual. Though he peddles ninja tools, his clan has yet to produce anyone with true ninja prowess. Consequently, he holds a profound admiration for ninja camaraderie. Should your sight shatter, you can surely enlist his assistance for repairs, and he would likely charge a modest fee. The Uchiha clan boasts its own intelligence network and a facility for crafting ninja tools, while the Akimichi clan occasionally possesses delectable ingredients. The Hyūga clan, on the other hand, has an impressive regimen for treating internal injuries. All these are resources you could leverage. As Yenneyu spoke, Akari's understanding began to crystallize. So, her recent triumph for the village had also garnered her a minor token of esteem? Remarkable. Akari had anticipated that the gentle healer from her team would possess such extensive knowledge. Yet, a flicker of curiosity stirred within her. How did Yenneyu find herself here? I, too, am a member of the medical team. I was just summoned by Lord Danzo. Yenneyu replied calmly. The medical team? Lord Danzo? Akari felt momentarily bewildered. Was Yenneyu not part of the Umbu? How could she be intertwined with both? Akari instinctively yearned to inquire further. At that moment, Kushina arrived, forcibly dragging Tsunade along, disrupting Akari's contemplation. All right, I've said it before, Yenneyu and Tenshin are here. Your little friend is in good hands. Tsunade's resigned voice echoed from afar. Come on, Tsunade-nichan, Kushina implored. Yes, sister, take a look to ease your mind. Shoju added in encouragement. Fine, I can't really refuse you to. Tsunade acquiesced with a sigh, stating, I suppose others can handle matters with the old man. I shall take a look. As her words grew clearer, a slender yet strong hand seized Akari from Yenneyu's warm embrace and set her down with a thud. Akari wore a resigned expression. All right, you little rascal, let me examine you properly. Don't fidget or grin foolishly, or I shall pluck that tuft of hair from your head. Tsunade admonished crossly. Hey. Observing Kushina stifling her laughter, Akari surrendered with a mock salute, raising her hands in defeat. Yet, the enigma of Yenneyu, the medic, burrowed deeper into her thoughts. How could someone so renowned within the medical team, acknowledged by Tsunade herself, willingly join the arduous umbu? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to dedicate her time to saving lives? Akali couldn't resist stealing a glance at Yanoyu, who smiled quietly, unchanged from her usual demeanor. 2 days had passed since her confrontation with Uchiha, and Akali was now enjoying a brief respite for recuperation. The previous exchange meeting had not spread widely, allowing her a measure of leisure. While the exchanges among the higher-ups continued, gleanings from the umbu's channels hinted at a series of collaborations between the village and the Cloud Village. Recently, discussions had arisen regarding the blockade and unified stance towards the Land of Water. As a nation with an extensive coastline, both parties harbored fears of a sudden tactical incursion from the Mist Village, launching a fierce assault from the vast ocean. The news spread, and the ever-watchful Konoha native, Hyūga, was greatly invigorated by the handling of the Kaguya invasion incident. Under the combined pressure of the two great shinobi villages, it seemed that Kirigakure could no longer remain obstinate and would have to take action. Meanwhile, the negotiations between Kumogakure and the village appeared particularly intense. The third Hokage, citing the need for recuperation, temporarily withdrew, while Danzo, presiding over the negotiations, engaged in numerous heated arguments with the higher-ups of Kumogakure. Nevertheless, the overall atmosphere remained relatively harmonious, and the relationship between Kumogakure and Konoha was rapidly warming. In contrast, the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind seemed to sense a looming threat, causing unrest in the Land of Rain. However, none of this concerned Akali, who was preoccupied with a singular dilemma. The shinobi world, though vast in reputation, was in reality quite small, lacking televisions and mobile phones, and even the food available was merely adequate. Akali had few friends, and the camaraderie of daily gaming sessions was absent in the shinobi realm. Fortunately, the wondrous and magnificent ninjutsu offered a means to pass the time, but her primary concern remained her strength. In her encounter with Yatsuki AI, Akali profoundly felt her own limitations, particularly in terms of her physical prowess. Yatsuki AI possessed the enhanced lightning techniques of the third Raikage, allowing her to elevate her abilities from 15 to 6, then to 8. In contrast, even with her gates opened, Akali could only raise her own from 1 to 4, then to 5. Despite the multitude of techniques at her disposal, Akali found herself constrained by her own frail physique. Even with the enhancement of her equipment, her body still fell short. Strength and weakness are defined through comparison. Thus, after listening to the words of Yena, Akali sought out the recently returned Nara Shikaku to present her request. Acknowledging that her body required time to develop, Akali understood that she could not force growth through artificial means. However, she believed that through reasonable methods, she could slightly enhance her physical condition, such as through medicinal baths, which could gradually strengthen her over time. These medicinal baths, while seemingly magical, were merely a simple combination of herbal properties aimed at balancing yin and yang, harmonizing the organs, promoting circulation of qi and blood, clearing meridians, invigorating the blood, and nourishing the body. Nara Shikaku, holding several large bags of medicinal herbs, explained to Akali that the concept of a bath that could refine one's physical strength was non-existent. In our world, aside from the miraculous nature of chakra, there were no legendary treasures or resources, at least none that he had heard of. However, medicinal baths were indeed beneficial. For instance, after engaging in physical training such as striking wooden posts, if one experienced stagnation of blood or poor circulation, a concoction of 150 grams each of sandalwood and pine resin, alongside 60 grams each of safflower and red peony, could be boiled and used for bathing to invigorate the blood and clear blockages. Furthermore, girls could use this for daily skincare, and it could alleviate fatigue before sleep, while also being suitable for treating injuries and regulating the body as circumstances warranted. As Nara Shikaku spoke, several bags of herbs lay before Akali. She was taken aback and filled with disappointment at the absence of a bath that could enhance physical strength. There isn't one, he replied decisively. In terms of refining your body, chakra is the finest medicinal bath. If you ever come across what you seek, please be sure to inform me. As for the means of daily body maintenance, I recommend this. Nara Karuki presented 2 boxes of black pastries. What are these? Akali inquired, her curiosity piqued by the dark treats adorned with sesame seeds and walnuts, which appeared quite delectable. These are Jiao cakes, Nara Karuki explained. They nourish the yin, enhance beauty, and replenish energy and blood. Truly, these are remarkable delicacies. Ah, I never expected this, Akali mused, taken aback. Despite being a ninja endowed with extraordinary powers, she was reminded by Nara Karuki to trust in science. The Jiao cakes stirred memories within her. She recalled her mother, whose face she could barely remember, enjoying this very delicacy, which seemed to be particularly beneficial for women. A bittersweet smile crept upon Akali's face as she reflected on the peculiarities of a world governed by chakra, which often adhered to logic at crucial moments. As Nara had indeed granted Akali a significant discount, everything was procured at half price, a true bargain. With her emotions tangled, Akali stepped outside with her bag, only to encounter an unexpected figure. "Senior Shinji," she exclaimed in surprise. "What brings you here?" "I'm nurturing deer. I've come to Nara's shop to seek some quality materials for crafting a powerful horn bow." Hinata Shinji replied enthusiastically. "Is the recurve bow not effective?" Akali instinctively questioned. No. Shinji quickly shook his head. The recurve bow is indeed effective, possessing remarkable strength. However, bows have a limited durability, which is why I need multiple spare bows to adapt to different situations. Moreover, the power of a bow is determined by its draw weight, and the recurve bow falls slightly short in that regard. Akali was momentarily at a loss for words. That makes sense. The illusionary longbow, with its chakra-formed Susanoo, carried divine arrows of Amaterasu's black flames, whereas the true longbow necessitated a complex assembly of materials: beast horns, sinews, bamboo, wood, silk, lacquer, and glue, all requiring meticulous craftsmanship for the bow, string, and arrows. "Would you like assistance?" Akali inquired, nodding thoughtfully. "I know some members of the Nara clan." "No need," Shinji smiled. "It's not particularly precious." Nonetheless, Akali returned to enlist Nara Karuki's help, and the three busied themselves selecting materials until late into the night. As Akali observed the gradual perfection of the deer horn bow, with all materials in place, she realized that every component had a discernible origin, every piece of hide and wood traceable. Subtly, Akali grasped a profound truth. In this world, she was the only one who materialized from thin air. She was the singular anomaly. Contemplating this, her heart swirled with a complexity that was hard to articulate. She glanced at the system's current display of her main quest. "Please, host, advance to Jonin, gain renown in Konoha, and become a powerful ninja known by all. Reward, forbidden secret technique, instant shadow kill array." Incomplete. The system had persistently assigned Akali the task of achieving fame, seemingly its sole desire. Yet, by choosing to join the Umbu, Akali's decision to remain anonymous stood as a hindrance to her main quest. However, the system remained unperturbed, displaying an air of patience. The stronger she becomes, the more Akali feels the vastness of her ignorance. With the possession of this extraordinary power known as chakra, she comes to realize the existence of the system is truly astonishing, presenting her with a remarkable opportunity. In the hazy recollections of her past life and the uncertainties of her present existence, the purpose of the system remains elusive. Regardless, all of this requires Akali to grow sufficiently powerful to embark on her quest for understanding. She must become stronger. Half a year later, in the Land of Rain, Akali's 9th birthday quietly slipped by amidst incessant rainfall. Ever since the alliance between Konoha and the village hidden in the clouds, the situation within the ninja world has accelerated rapidly, with borders of great and small nations alike becoming chaotic. Team 5 has been stationed in the Land of Rain for 3 months and may need to remain even longer within the slick mountains and forests. The 4 members of Team 5 endure the biting cold rain, silently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Their enemies, comfortably nestled in a warm, brightly lit cave, roast their fire while they, clad in drenched garments, wait in the frigid winds and icy rain for the coldest hour of the night when all are in the deepest slumber. Perhaps this is what it means to be part of the Umbu. At 4 o'clock in the morning in the Land of Rain, the time has come, the moment has arrived, and the operation begins. In silence, Akali takes the lead, launching her attack with a flurry of lethal precision amidst the cavern and forest to prevent a surprise assault. The rock ninja has cleared a 10-meter expanse of rocky ground. In the blink of an eye, a shadow darts across this space. The sentry rock ninja feels a warm trickle of blood burst forth from his neck, his increasingly weakened body sliding slowly down the rocky wall. This sentry had not been negligent, nor had he relaxed his vigilance. He remained highly alert, observing the forest intently. Yet, Akali's speed was unparalleled. The cacophony of rain in the land of rain concealed her movements, and in the briefest moment of distraction, she surged from the woods to the cave's entrance, her kunai silently slicing through flesh before plunging into the heart. What the team awaited was never the negligence of the sentry, but rather the profound slumber of the inner ninjas. Crimson droplets of blood fell steadily, merging with the ever-present drizzle of the land of rain, indistinguishable from the sound of raindrops. In the land of rain, what truly falls year after year, rain or blood? In a pool of blood, Nara Shikaku withdrew his hand from the lifeless body. They were not the targets. This was a mere band of ordinary rock ninjas. His words cast a pall over the group. How could this be? The traces we followed led us here. Akidu Taboku expressed disbelief. Could we have lost the trail of a single team 3 times over? He was right. It was impossible to lose a single team thrice. Nara Shikaku pondered, his gaze scanning the open cavern crafted by ninjutsu. Eliminating all impossibilities, only one possibility remained. Nara Shikaku's expression changed. This is not good. We must leave. It was too late. With a thunderous shout, a tall rock ninja appeared at the entrance of the cave, his drenched appearance revealing he had been lurking just outside. The rock ninja squad that Team 5 pursued had concealed themselves in a manner akin to shadows beneath the light. Laughter echoed as it was said that Shifang had poor luck. Yet, here he was, having drawn the time of the Konoha brat. This merit I shall accept. Declaring himself as Shifang, the rock ninja slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth release. Rock collapse. Shinjua. Narasabaki shouted. Understood. Akali unleashed her chakra and sprinted towards the cave's entrance. It's futile. A second rock ninja appeared, raising a sturdy earthen wall swiftly. Akali dashed forward. But the earthen barrier rose in the blink of an eye, and the rocky ceiling above began to tremble, on the verge of collapse. Gritting her teeth, Akali finally understood why this artificially made cave was excavated so deeply. There was no time to halt the rock ninja's jutsu. Shinjua, you go ahead without us. Don't worry, there's a tang tree. Narasabaki's voice echoed. A glimmer of determination flashed in Akali's eyes as chakra surged to her brain. She was about to open the gates while running. Open the first gate. With the power of her body unleashed, Akali's speed intensified once more. The falling debris from the cave's ceiling could not hinder her strides, and a shuriken crackling with fierce lightning shot towards the earthen wall at the cave's entrance. Secret technique, Chidori. The dimly lit cave, with extinguished torches, bore witness to a blue light and a white light piercing through, one after the other. The earthen barrier at the entrance was shattered by the Chidori's electric blade, and Akali continued her advance without a moment's pause. A flash of gleaming steel swept across Shifang's unguarded neck, and he remained in his stance, hands pressed to the ground, as his severed head soared into the air. Shifang felt a sudden blur before his eyes, his perspective spinning into the void, faintly perceiving a headless figure in the same posture and a dark reaper wielding a scythe. Thud! Shifang's head fell to the ground, and a sharp pain struck him as Akali's voice drifted into his ears. You truly have poor luck. Is that so? Shifang realized. The half-kneeling headless figure was indeed his own body. No wonder it seemed so familiar. Poor luck, indeed. With this thought, Shifang closed his eyes. Akali wielded a scythe in her left hand and a kunai in her right. Given that her weapons were of a peculiar nature and had been exposed during a previous exchange, she sought to prevent outsiders from recognizing her through her armaments, distinguishing between her light and dark identities. At the very least, she didn't want to be recognized the moment she drew her weapon. For the umbu, she used a one-handed scythe. With the scythe in hand, Akali leaned against the cave wall, vigilantly watching the 3 rock ninjas before her. For days, her squad had pursued a group that had been assassinating Konoha ninjas, disguised as rain and sand ninjas. After numerous attempts and failures, they finally tracked them down after nearly half a month. This group of rock ninjas had mercilessly slain over 10 squads of Konoha ninjas, boasting a bloody record of victory. Even more sinister was the fact that Akali's 3 teammates were now trapped within the rock collapse cave, their fates uncertain. While she was left to face 3 rock ninjas who had slaughtered many Konoha ninjas on her own. That drug still has quite the side effects. Indeed, while it can completely mask one's presence, akin to being dead, it becomes increasingly difficult to awaken from sleep. If only Shifang had delayed for just a moment longer, he would have survived. I apologize, I was careless. The rock ninja, feeling a pang of guilt, spoke. Enough of this, Dong. Our immediate priority is to avenge Shikata and ensure that this team of Konoha Zombu is thoroughly buried within the cavern. The leader of the rock ninjas asserted. Understood, Captain. Dong's demeanor was renewed with vigor. The three rock ninjas, after a brief exchange, divided into three directions to encircle Akali. Earth release, rock iron cannon technique. They continuously expelled small stones from their mouths, which grew larger in the air, transforming into massive boulders that came crashing down. Akali brandished her single-handed scythe and slashed forward. Wind barrier. A tempest surged forth, momentarily halting the oncoming boulders. Concealed behind the wind wall, Akali began to form hand seals. Needing only a few seconds. Lightning release. False darkness. A dispersed bolt of lightning erupted, shattering the approaching boulders. Under the cover of the lightning, Akali seized the opportunity, targeting the weakest-looking foe ahead. Cold shadow. Falcon dance. The smoke bomb erupted, only to be extinguished by a gentle rain. Utilizing the dragon seal's circular acceleration, Akali deftly maneuvered, creating an opportunity as she slashed towards the rock ninja before her. When her scythe ricocheted off, the accompanying strike from the dragon seal left a deep gash on the neck of the rock ninja, the skin resembling stone. How hard? Akali exclaimed, shaking her numbed hand. I despise the hardening technique. Earth release, rock fist. Earth release, ground quake core. As the comrades of the rock ninja arrived, Akali executed a roll to evade the incoming rock fist, swiftly evading the suddenly sinking ground. A series of earth techniques forced her to retreat. The rock ninja, named Jinshur, touched his neck with a look of terror. Though his body had been hardened, it had not turned to stone. The vital points of the human body remained vulnerable. Akali's strike had nearly reached his carotid artery. Jinshur, the captain of the rock ninjas, approached with concern. Just moments ago, it was his rock fist that had repelled Akali. Meanwhile, the rock ninja named Dong remained vigilant, keeping an eye on Akali. Akali gazed at the three adversaries opposite her, feeling an overwhelming sense of agitation. Her three comrades were in the cavern, their fates uncertain, most likely alive. Yet she was unaware of the cave-in's conditions and how long they could endure or when they might emerge. Facing one jonin and two special jonin, the rock ninjas, masters of defense and entrapment, kept their watchful eyes on her, making it difficult for Akali to execute her strategies. Despite her previous efforts to create an opening through the falcon dance, she had not succeeded in diminishing their ranks and would have to take risks. Fortunately, Akali had encountered similar situations numerous times in recent days, allowing her to act with familiarity. Yet presently, the burden of her illusory Sakura was heavier than the previous challenges, and she needed to seize the right moment. Opposite her, the three rock ninjas appeared to have conferred on a strategy, with their leader stepping forward alone. 3 against 1. Yet you still need to deliberate for so long? Is this the nature of the rock ninja? Akali scornfully taunted. Humph, even the smallest stone can trip you. Do not underestimate any pebble by the roadside. This is the will of stone, the captain of the rock ninja stated. Just as countless small stones can accumulate to form a great mountain, unity and meticulous planning are the tenets of the rock ninja, and the very reason we have been able to vanquish so many leaf ninjas. You, too, are no exception. Indeed, indeed, echoed the two accompanying rock ninjas. Akali gazed in astonishment at the leading rock ninja captain, who effortlessly lifted the morale with just a few words, an impressive feat. After all, who among those who have fought in this land of rain for so long is truly simple? Drawing out her shuriken, Akali unleashed 2 spheres of chakra that adhered to it, propelling a wind-style shuriken forward, followed closely by 2 electrifying Chidori shuriken, each aimed at the 2 rock ninjas flanking their captain. Meanwhile, Akali charged directly at the rock ninja captain. Do you wish for me to break through? How fortuitous. The captain formed hand seals, declaring, Earth style, Earthstone spire. Having kept a vigilant watch on the captain, Akali heightened her alertness as 4 rapid stone spires erupted around her, converging towards the center where she stood. As Akali leaped, the sharp spires met beneath her, producing a crisp sound. But that is not the end. The captain roared, forcefully bringing his hands together. Earth style, rock plate coffin. Before Akali could descend, countless earth slabs surged up from either side, closing in as if a colossal hand were reaching for her. By the time Akali landed, the rock plates would be perfectly aligned to ensnare her, rendering her a prey caught in a web, unable to evade. There's no choice, even on a rainy day. I must resort to that. Akali extended her hand, her delicate palm aimed at the rock ninja captain. Lightning bullet. Upon seeing Akali direct her palm towards him, an ominous premonition surged within the captain, prompting him to swiftly turn away. However, he was still grazed by the lightning bullet on his right arm, causing half his body to go numb as he staggered to the ground. Akali launched a kunai to finish off the incapacitated captain, but it was not so easily done. One rock ninja Dong, interposed himself to block the kunai, while another unleashed a jutsu to disrupt Akali, causing the ground beneath her to tremble once more. With successive earth techniques, Akali found herself retreating in a state of disarray, clearly at a loss. It bears repeating, even Ultraman would falter against 3 opponents. This time, Akali faced not 3 inexperienced Hinata Genin, but 3 battle-hardened, seasoned rock ninja jounin. To the rock ninjas, the land was mere clay for their manipulation. As Akali surged forward, the ground sank beneath her, and as she attempted to retreat, earth pillars rose to force her back. Leaping skyward was futile, as boulders rained down from all directions. The natural world was rife with stones and soil. To counter this numerical advantage, one must first mitigate the disadvantage in numbers. Akali formed hand seals, summoning 2 shadow clones, creating a balanced 3-on-3 scenario. A standard smoke bomb enveloped Akali's form, while her real body and clones swiftly exchanged positions within, executing a clever maneuver akin to the 3 immortals returning to their lair. At last, 3 silhouettes burst forth. Come now, can you guess which one is my true self? Akali's 3 clones spoke in unison, preparing to dismantle the rock ninjas' cooperation and engage them in a one-on-one confrontation. Dong Jin, sure. I shall engage. You provide cover. Understood. Earth style, earth spear, earth clone technique. The rock ninja elite master divided himself into 3, advancing towards Akali's 3 clones, while the other 2 rock ninjas coordinated to throw shurikens and occasionally unleashed some earth-based techniques. The rock village venerates the will of stone, embodying resilience akin to that of rock itself. Thus, its male ninjas are typically robust and brawny. The rock ninja captain, along with his clones, entered the fray, their bodies infused with the state of earth spear, an upgraded version of hardening technique that grants them the hardness of diamonds. Akali's clones soon found themselves at a disadvantage, one after another succumbing to explosions. With a resounding boom, the last rock fist obliterated the clone before him, leaving the rock ninja captain in a state of bewilderment. This clone was evidently stronger than the other 2, possessing a palpable human-like presence. How could it possibly be a mere shadow clone? Yet, against all logic, an improbable event unfolded. Left, right, above, or below. The rock ninja captain frantically surveyed his surroundings, and at the moment he glanced upwards, Akali leapt from the remnants of the explosion, her silhouette cloaked in the shadows of the night. Below, she exclaimed. Is that so? It matters not, replied the rock ninja captain, lowering his gaze as a sheen of black metallic luster enveloped his form, exuding an aura of dominance. The earth-release earth spear fortified his entire body, instilling confidence that this form would withstand any assault. With his towering stature and formidable defense, the rock ninja captain lunged towards Akali to embrace her. Simultaneously, Akali's scythe, infused with shadow energy, struck his chest, the dark alien power ripping through his defenses before his incredulous eyes. Captain, cried the remaining 2 rock ninjas, witnessing their leader's collapse. Akali withdrew her kunai, exhaling a sigh of relief. The door she had kept open was now closed, and an overwhelming fatigue surged through her, her drenched garments feeling unbearably heavy. With a single, chaotic maneuver of her technique, the illusion cherry blossom kill shattered the defenses, and the kunai swiftly followed up. The rock ninja captain had clearly not anticipated that Akali possessed such a tactic. His hasty counter was futile, and he perished in a state of frustration, unable to fully unleash his prowess. This is the essence of a single technique conquering all. Ever since she discovered that the shadow energy from her illusion cherry blossom kill could significantly disrupt chakra and corrode defenses, Akali had benefited from it when encountering formidable techniques like hardening and earth-release earth spear. However, this shadow energy could only be harnessed during the execution of illusion cherry blossom kill. Its underlying principles remained elusive, despite her extensive research, leaving her to adopt a pragmatic approach. Yet, as Akali inspected the damaged tip of her kunai, she recalled how easily she had breached the defenses of Night Moon AI with her illusion cherry blossom kill. However, against the rock ninja elite master, it proved far more challenging, perhaps due to the more subtle nature of the earth-release earth spear. Had it not been for her quick-witted application of the lightning release infused into the kunai with her ultimate technique, 1,000 birds, the strike would have indeed failed to penetrate. This served as a reminder to Akali that while one may thrive on a singular technique, caution must be exercised in the face of its potential ineffectiveness. Akali felt a sense of emotion, reflecting on how, at some point, she had reached a level where she could utilize her ninjutsu to confront seasoned jonin. Behind her, the relentless sound of water splashing continued. The chilling drizzle persisted. And in stark contrast to the weary Akali, the flames of vengeance burned ever more fiercely in the hearts of the two rock ninjas before her. A rare thunderclap resounded, and the intense flash illuminated the forest and the open expanse before the mountain walls, revealing two pairs of eyes filled with hatred. The perennial drizzle of the land of rain seemed poised to transform into a torrential downpour. I shall avenge our captain. Count me in. The rock ninja, Dong, and the steadfast Kanishi brandished their kunai, charging forward, the dark blades glinting ominously in the flickering lightning. Each village in the ninja world possesses its unique founding culture. Konoha embodies the will of fire, while the rock ninja emulate this with their own will of stone. The cloud village venerates sheer strength, the mist village thrives on brutality, and the sand ninja endure the harshness of the desert, emphasizing resilience in adversity. The will of stone, how tiresome, Akali scoffed, her weary right hand lifting her mask slightly to reveal her delicate chin. To speak eloquently, it is the will of stone. To speak frankly, it is nothing but rigid and odious. Akali placed her thumb before her lips and bit down fiercely. The excruciating pain coursed through her, sharpening her focus. Hurry forth. Wolf spirit. The black incantation spread, and a spectral wolf surged forth from Akali's hand, pouncing upon one adversary. Simultaneously, a small white orb had mysteriously appeared in her palm. Go. The wolf's visage obscured another opponent, and Akali hastily consumed 2 soldier pills, the indescribable taste spreading through her, deepening the murderous intent in her gaze. Reluctantly, Akali took the soldier pills, aware of their adverse effects on her body. Having endured a night of cold rain, followed by a flurry of chaotic strikes, one using the 8 gates, 2 shadow clones, a B-rank lightning technique, 2 B-rank wind techniques, and 3,000 birds techniques, she had already depleted her strength after just opening the first gate. If circumstances allowed, Akali would prefer to conceal herself with a smoke bomb. However, the simple truth was that the rain would render her smoke ineffective in mere seconds, wasting chakra unnecessarily. At that moment, Rock Ninja Dong had escaped the predicament of being obscured by the wolf, and their kunai clashed amid the darkness. Weakened, Akali was forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the rock ninja. Shadow imitation technique. Partial multiplication technique. Amidst the rubble blocking the cave, a shadow and a robust arm emerged almost simultaneously. The shadow imitation technique seized the rock ninja Kanishi, while the arm from the partial multiplication technique grasped the rock ninja Dong before Akali. Isn't that a bit slow? Akali complained. My apologies. This is the fastest we can manage. Thankfully, the priestess also possesses earth techniques, and together, we have tirelessly excavated a path. Nara Saruki's expression shifted as he turned his gaze away from Akari, gradually becoming frigid. As the captain, it was his oversight that led to the ambush of their team, ultimately forcing Akari to intervene. This was indeed his failing. Shadow bind technique. The obsidian shadows began to entwine around Iwnin Higashi's neck, tightening just enough to induce a suffocating grip. Tango, Nara Saruki called out, understanding the necessity of keeping him alive. Akudu Tanbei retrieved the sturdy stone, gently striking it against the rock wall. The remaining 2 Iwnin were captured by the squad. Shall I conduct the interrogation now? Yano, you stepped forward. After a moment's contemplation, Nara Saruki shook his head. No need. Let's take them back. Our mission is complete. Akari, accustomed to such occurrences, noted how her time with Yano revealed his multifaceted skills, initially showcasing medical ninjutsu, followed by impressive swordsmanship, and today unveiling earth techniques, not to mention his interrogation methods that had astounded the trio for an entire year. Henceforth, the 3 of them shared a clear understanding. Never provoke Yano's wrath. Let us return. They hastened their steps, swiftly clearing the scene. Once the incessant raindrops ceased to pelt them, the squad returned to the border base of the Land of Fire. The base was fortified with towering earthen walls, housing robust stone structures, a hub of supplies, and stationed with over 1,000 ninjas, including an umbu office, a veritable miniature of the Hidden Leaf Village, albeit lacking its serene ambience, far surpassing the coastal base Akali had visited. Upon returning to the umbu headquarters with their captives, they were met with astonishing news. What? The village is about to fully enter the land of rain. Indeed, the umbu receptionist nodded affirmatively. Besides the two you captured, other teams have also apprehended assailants. We have credible intelligence confirming that the forces crossing the border to attack our sentries are IWNine, supported by Rainin, with some attacks being perpetrated directly by Rainin masquerading as IWNine. The village has resolved to declare war on both IWNine and Rainin on an auspicious day. Prepare yourselves. The days of tranquility are numbered. With that, the umbu receptionist departed. Akali fell silent. Indeed, her initial instincts had been correct. The world was stirring, and the specter of war among ninjas loomed on the horizon.